your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. January is supposed to be your clean slate. Stop managing the pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation. 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
For 75 years, one Chicago family has turned moments into heirlooms and clients into family.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of. But when my kids are waiting on great grandkids, that's the future.
At Rasny Jewelers, that's more than tradition. It's a family promise. And that feeling extends far beyond the showroom because every diamond, every detail is hand-selected by the Rasny family.
It's a diamond that's been hand-picked by my daughter, who's a gemologist, myself. We're going to the source. We're eliminating all the middlemen.
When you come to Rasny to buy an engagement ring, you already know that the quality of the diamond is going to be far superior than anything you can find anywhere else.
Family-owned, Chicago-born, built on 75 years of trust. Rasny Jewelers, where your story becomes part of ours.
And that's what our customers are, part of the family.
Shop suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, or online at rasny.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is where Chicago comes to talk about the NFC North champion Bears. Keep it here as the Score team breaks it all down. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Wake up! Wake up! Rami Makloff.
I was called a double agent? A double agent?
Ruthie Polinsky.
How do they stop the run? You pray.
Filling in for Mully and Haugh on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Let's go.
Good morning, Chicago. It is Rami Makloff and Ruthie Polinsky in for Mully and Haugh this morning, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. You can get in on the show. Text and call us at 312-644-6767. A jam-packed morning we have for you, including Joe Fortenbaugh of ESPN joining us at 7:45. Brad Biggs makes his regular visit to the show coming up at 9 o'clock this morning, or excuse me, at 8 o'clock this morning. And Mike Florio will join us at 9 o'clock on the show. Ruthie, good morning. How are you
Great
today?
to see you. This is so fun.
So good to see you.
You know, the holidays are great because for so many reasons, but I get to pop in here and I get to meet all these new people. I've gotten to co-host with so many wonderful people that I've listened to and been fans of. So it's great to
you and I
be
have
working
not
with you
worked
today.
together. We've crossed paths in like the transition.
Yes,
and
we've
and
done
things
transition
like that, so
together.
Looking forward to it.
Yes.
Looking forward to it. And yeah, it is still like holiday-ish outside.
Thank goodness. You know? I mean, once the Christmas lights go down, like the depression hits.
Yeah, for real.
So
for real, yeah.
I'm soaking in all the Christmas joy and the New Year joy.
Just leave the lights up to like March. Just like
Yeah.
I say, we just leave all the lights, leave all the trees lit, just leave it all go until March. Why take it all down and spoil everyone's mood?
100%. I will never forget that the first year I moved here, it snowed on Cinco de Mayo.
No.
Oh yeah. So
Welcome to
maybe
Chicago.
we leave it up till May. I'll never forget it.
We got Tyler Farringal and Grant Leader on the other side of the glass. Do people just know him by Baby T? I've been working with Baby T for a couple of years. I just knew him as Tyler for the longest time. Now, if I say Tyler Farringal, people don't even know who I'm talking about. Baby T on the other side of the glass. Morning, Baby T. How are
Morning,
you?
guys. How are we today?
Great.
I think we can call you T. Like, I think you grew up a little bit.
I'm cool.
You know,
with that. Toddler
toddler T.
Credit Zach
When are you-
Zimmerman on that one.
When are you a toddler?
When about
I
15,
don't know.
20 years ago, toddler T.
I love me some Baby T.
That is a great question. I have no, like, when it comes to kids and, like, when do they walk? When are they a toddler? When are they potty
clue.
trained? When do they talk? When do they read? No idea. No clue whatsoever.
I could see a toddler, and I'm like, that kid could be 2 or 7. You know? Like,
for real.
I don't know.
I have no idea. I don't have kids, so I never had to go through all that. Like I said, jam-packed show, so let's get right into it. Let's start off with the Big Six. Baby T, let's go.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Will the, quote, revenge game narrative work this weekend for the Bears? Ben Johnson remembers week 2 well.
It's never a good taste when you get beat like that, so handedly. And fourth quarter wasn't even close. So, leave it at that.
Your thoughts on the revenge game narrative surrounding Bears Lions this weekend?
I don't know if revenge is necessarily on my mind, but just watching the sour taste out of my mouth of that football game in week 2, Ruthie, because I don't know about you. Like, after that game, I was kind of in full-on panic mode. I was like, here we go again, same old Bears. You know what I mean? I was like, some doubt had crept in about Ben Johnson, who I wanted as the coach, but that looked a lot like the Matt Eberflus Bears. They had 52 points run up on them and lost by 30-plus points there in week 2. I don't know if I'd call it revenge necessarily. When it comes to, like, Ben Johnson and the Lions and, like, any revenge there, that's between Ben Johnson and the Lions. Like, that's not for. I'm just glad Ben Johnson is our coach. You know what I mean? If Lions fans feel some sort of way about it, that's their problem. That's
cute.
That's not really my problem. Revenge for how badly they beat the Bears in week 2. Again, I don't know that I'd call it revenge as much as I'd just call it let's wash the taste out of our mouth from that last time we met the Lions in week 2 of the football season.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like there is sort of a revenge narrative surrounding this game, just because, like you said, the way that they got their teeth kicked in is, we've heard Dan Campbell with all his analogies. They bit the Bears' kneecaps. They kicked them in the teeth. They did everything and then some, especially in that fourth quarter. And I know we had this conversation the other day in the Pick Six about, did the Lions run up the score in the end?
Oh, they did.
They definitely did.
Yeah.
I think, you're probably looking at a touchdown or 2 more than what was maybe necessary. But again, I'm not necessarily complaining because it is the NFL. They did feel like they were justified. They, too, were coming off an ugly loss that prior week to the Packers. But in this very moment, I think they're not going to outright say, Ben Johnson, the Bears, this is a revenge game. But you know darn well that they're thinking, let's really get them back for what they gave us in week 2. And it doesn't matter that they don't have anything to play for playoffs-wise. You know that they're thinking, Ben, Coach Johnson, whatever we're calling you, we're going to do what they did to us in week 2.
Yeah, I think revenge is interesting because it's sort of this word that is for us, like, I don't know if the Bears in that locker room this week are saying, like, let's go get these guys. Like, the Lions are out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
They've shown them, the Bears took the North, they won the division.
And they're not giving it back.
And they're not, we'll see. But I think there's an element of, like, the Bears maybe just want to show off. Like, look at the guy that we got from you and how it worked. And the process worked, and we didn't give up, and we bounced back, and we were resilient. You guys weren't. Like, maybe there's some of that. I do think for Ben Johnson, we've learned a lot about this man in 17 weeks. And he remembers the booze. He remembers Dan Campbell running up the score. He remembers, the fans crushing him for leaving for a better job and making $14 million a year. Like, I don't understand really the Lion
I don't know
fan
how you could
anger.
be mad at the dude, yeah.
Yeah, it's like kind of a weird, I guess because he went in the division, but
Sure.
Clearly Ben Johnson knew what he was doing. And I think there's probably a part of it where the team has rallied around Ben in such a beautiful way this season that I think there is a part of this, where the Bears want to go show the Lions, we got your guy and it's working and we love him and we took the North.
There was remember they got the interception and they celebrated in the end zone by reenacting that trick play they ran against the stumble bump. Yeah, that was the name for it. Now that's rubbing your nose in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and guess what? I think if Ben Johnson has a chance to run up the score this weekend, I think he will.
For sure.
Whether it's Caleb Williams in there or Tyson Bagent, let's wait and see. But hopefully it's after Caleb Williams hits 4,000 yards and he's like, all right, Tyson's in. And they're up 3 scores. That's the dream.
It's an excellent question.
That's the voice of Joe Fortenbaugh. He'll be joining you guys at 7:45. Is Caleb Williams taking a leap? If he is, what is the Bears' ceiling?
The ceiling is the roof, or what's the saying? The roof is the ceiling. I think Caleb Williams has taken a massive leap this year. And when I think about all the things that make Caleb Williams great, I just think that Ben Johnson has sort of woken up a part of Caleb that maybe even Caleb didn't know existed. And I think that's what's been so fun about this leap. When I think about covering the Bears last year and the question surrounding, is Caleb Williams the guy? A lot of that came with, can he be a leader? Can he be the hardest working guy in the building? Can he study the hardest, be the most prepared? Can he do the little things right? And what we've seen this year and the command that he shows in the huddle, the command I've witnessed firsthand in the locker room, the way guys kind of gravitate toward him, which was, Justin Fields hung his hat on that. The guys loved Justin Fields. Whatever you want to say about his play on the field, he was their guy. And I think you're feeling that with Caleb Williams this year. And that, I think, is the most exciting part about the whole thing. The confidence, the Iceman, the cockiness we're sort of seeing from Caleb Williams. And guess what that's all about? The reason he can be that guy is because they're winning. And it's fun. So when things are fun, players get better. I know it's so cliche and very boring to think what's the best thing for a team chemistry? It's winning. But that's what's happening. So when you think about Caleb Williams taking a leap off the field, that's what I look at. On the field, it's very, very clear that he has gotten better at the things that are coachable. Mm-hmm. He is we talked about this on Wednesday, but I think what's been very interesting for Ben Johnson to learn in this situation is that the things that make Caleb Williams great and the things that make him the number 1 overall pick are things that Ben Johnson cannot teach him. The scramble ability, the Iceman, the clutch moments. That's Caleb Williams. That's why he was the number 1 overall pick. Ben Johnson's job has been to teach him the little things, and I think we're seeing that get better every week.
The clear answer to this question is yes. Caleb Williams has taken a significant leap, particularly, I think, in the last 4 to 5 weeks, games, really since Thanksgiving or December, you've seen a clear increase in his performance. What is the Bears' ceiling? There's been a lot of Kool-Aid drinking the last couple weeks, and I think it's been fully justified. So I'm going to say it. The Bears' ceiling is a Super Bowl. If Caleb Williams continues to ascend and play like this, there is a belief within the team, the organization, that, like I mentioned before, they have a top-tier quarterback, a Mahomes, an Allen, a Burrow, a Herbert, a Lamar, that type of guy. And if he's right now just scratching the surface of what he can become. That 330-yard game in San Francisco, granted it was against a very injured defense. Robert Saleh's a great D coordinator, not taking anything away from him, but that was a game where you're looking like he was slinging that thing all over the field. And if this is just what he could become in Ben Johnson's offense, the ceiling is a Super Bowl for the Bears.
Yeah, I agree with you both. I'll start with what's the ceiling, and I agree. I mean, if the guy is playing like a franchise quarterback right now, and when you have that, the ceiling is winning a Super Bowl, and that's nothing that I thought I'd be saying when this season started. I think the leap has really happened, as Tyler just alluded to, in the last, 3 to 5. I really think it started with the overtime bomb against the Packers in that game a few weeks ago. But you look at the last 3 games, all against good defenses, or at the very least solid defenses who had something to play for. He's averaging 274 passing yards, 6 touchdown passes, no interceptions, a 103.1 passer rating over those last 3 games. Buried the Browns, who were second in total defense. They were 13th in opponent passer rating coming in. He had 10.1 yards per pass in that one. And I mentioned that bomb against the Packers in the Super Bowl. Pro Football Focus called that the best throw of the NFL season so far. And you touched on it, Ruthie. I think the spectacular, him getting out of the pocket and making those throws that not a lot of guys can make, that's something he's sort of had in his bag since he got here. The doing stuff within the structure of Ben Johnson's offense. That bomb in overtime was a called play that he did from the pocket. The catching the 49ers off sides last week and the 30-plus yard touchdown to Luther Burden.
I was just going to bring that up. That's exactly, or the offside, the free play to Colston Loveland.
Or Colston Loveland. The Luther Burden was another one, though. That was from the pocket and from in the structure of the offense. That type of stuff, his work in the pocket, in the structure, in the timing of Ben Johnson's offense is really, I think, here in the last 4 weeks, we're seeing that stuff set in, and that's where he's taking the big step.
To that point, the word cadence is hilarious to me because we were nauseated by it at the end of training camp, like talking about the cadence and all the pre-snap and blah, blah, blah. Like, if you just zoom out and, like, go back to that moment or, like, those moments in training camp where we were, like, talking about cadence, like, he can't even get them in and out of the huddle. Like, that progress is remarkable.
And I'll admit, like, with the cadence stuff, because you see great quarterbacks use it, that was one of those things that, like you said, we heard about it in the preseason. I was like, when are we going to see this? And I was getting a little out over my skis a little bit in thinking that's not something that you just pick up and do right away. Like, these are the little nuances of playing quarterback in the NFL that sometimes take time to set in for a quarterback.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's the voice of Brad Biggs. He will join you guys at 8 o'clock. As bad as the defense looked in Week 2 in Detroit, giving up season highs of 511 yards and 7 touchdowns, how confident are you that the Bears defense will look different following their ugly performance against the 49ers just last week?
I mean, I hate to be the bummer. I hate to be the Debbie Downer on the show, but not that confident, man. I mean, this is who this Bears defense is. Teams can move the ball up and down the field on them. Teams can rack up yards. Teams can put up points. Maybe not to the level that the 49ers did, but moving the football against this Bears team is something that opponents have been able to do all season long. Your saving grace is those turnovers, and they've been solid in the red zone, and that was the difference in the game against the Packers a few weeks ago. They moved the ball up and down the field, but I think they were 0 for 4 or 0 for 5 in scoring touchdowns when they got into the red zone in that game. So that's how you're going to have to win football. Like, we're talking Super Bowl, and I think rightly so with the way that Caleb Williams is playing and the way that offense is moving the football. But that's how you're going to have to win football games if they are going to win a Super Bowl. You're going to have to win some shootouts. You're going to have to get those turnovers. You're going to have to get those red zone stops. But when it comes to the ball moving, the opponent moving the ball on you and putting up some points, I think that's just going to happen, and you're going to have to hope for 2 or 3 turnovers and a red zone stop or two to give Caleb Williams and the offense a chance to score enough points to pull out wins here. That's who they are.
You're echoing some of the most true stuff here about the defense, obviously, with the yards, the touchdowns, the turnovers have been the saving grace. I'll offer a little bit of optimism here for the Bears defense heading into this performance. I think a large reason why you saw them take another ugly punch in the mouth, frankly, against San Francisco is because the 49ers are peaking right now, at least on that side of the ball. The Lions have, looks like, hit theirs much earlier in the season. This is a much different team that we're looking at right now that I think could be had. And I think we know how Jared Goff plays in this colder type of weather. He's more prone to hold on to the ball longer, throw some interceptions, maybe create some turnovers. And he did that last week in a dome against another very good Vikings defense. So I'm confident that it's not going to look flawless. It's not going to look perfect near like it did against Cleveland, obviously, which is another whole situation. But I'm confident that they will look better. Cut the touchdowns maybe in half, 2 to 3 touchdowns, get a couple turnovers, and we'll be talking about, hey, they've got some positive momentum heading toward their opening round playoff game.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of confidence that they're going to look better.
That's fair.
I think they are who they are at this point. I don't, Jalen Johnson, probably not at 100%. Tremaine Edmonds definitely didn't look 100% last week. Obviously, those are 2 players that you were sort of counting on this year to be your Pro Bowl superstars that obviously battled through some adversity and struggles, and you give them a lot of credit for being back out on the field. With that being said, I do think that it was a really bad matchup for them last week. Like, I think you're going up against Kyle Shanahan, who is one of the best, if not the best, play callers in the National Football League.
Agreed.
And he schemed his guys open, and it was just a bad matchup for the Bears. And they live and die by the takeaway. Like, that's who they are. The Bears' defensive identity is taking the ball away, getting extra possessions for the offense, keeping points off the board. And if they don't do that at a steady rate over the course of a 60-minute football game, then you're going to have problems, and teams are going to score on you. So I do think this week it'll feel better because I don't know what version of the Lions we're going to see, who's going to be out there. Amon-Ra St. Brown's battling through stuff. Is he going to be out there? Offensive linemen are hurting. Like you said, Jared Goff, not so great in cold weather. So my biggest frustration with this defense and where I think they will struggle in the postseason is that there is just zero pass rush. And Austin Booker has been playing well, and he's playing with some juice. But like Montez Sweat, where are ya? There's been no pressure. And I think that's probably going to hurt them the most when it comes to the postseason, not to mention they can't stop the run, and their secondary is struggling when they don't take away the ball.
Yeah, and Baby T, you're right. The Lions peaked earlier in the season, that offense, but they're still 6th in the NFL with almost 370 yards per game and 3rd with 28.9 points per game. So they can still move the football and put some points up on the board. So that's one phase of they have a lot of injuries on defense, and that's a problem there. But that offense, man, they've been putting up points and putting up yards.
It's an interesting question.
That's the voice of Mike Florio. He will join you guys at 9 o'clock. Who's been the most impressive Bears rookie this season? Colston Loveland, Luther Burden III, Kyle Monangai, or Ozzie Trapillo?
I love this question.
I love that it's just a question. You know what I mean? I just love that it's a question.
When you look at that, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I think you have to go with Kyle Monangai just because of where he was drafted. Colston Loveland is... I am literally president of the Colston Loveland fan club. My Michigan man, don't get me started. I've always loved Colston Loveland as a Michigan alum. With that being said, Kyle Monangai being a 7th-round draft pick and being able to contribute the way that he has this season has been just the absolute joy of the season. Because that was the piece of the offense that the world thought was missing. Like, who's going to complement DeAndre Swift? Ben Johnson likes to have 2 running backs. Who can be the hard runner, the between the tackles guy? Like, Kyle Monangai has been nothing but lights out, and just so dependable. He's had his rookie moments, of course, but this is a man who did not fumble in college, who had in 4 years at Rutgers, someone that Greg Schiano, I know the offensive line coach at Rutgers, who just raved about this player, and had really, really high hopes for him coming in, and the Bears, and feeling like the Bears got a steal. He has shined He's won the Good Morning Football, the Scepter. He's won the Angry Runs twice. Twice. I love the Angry Runs segment.
I love
It's
that
the
award.
best.
Yeah.
So he's just been probably when you ask who's been the most impressive, considering where he was drafted, who has exceeded expectations, it's been Kyle Monangai.
Kyle Monangai has slowly morphed into one of my favorite players on the team. Like, how could you just not admire the way he runs and is just like, you know what, man, screw the defense. I'm going to bulldoze right through you no matter what. With that being said, Kyle Monangai has been, all these guys, frankly, have been so impressive. But again, kind of like Caleb Williams over the last couple weeks, Luther Burden III has really caught my eye. At least when the Bears took him, I was looking at this selection as maybe Ben Johnson found his guy like Jamison Williams with the Lions. He has that deep playability. He's very fast. He's a really, really tough ask for any guy in a one-on-one matchup. Over the last couple weeks, I think the conversation has gone to how will he fit into this offense to, is Luther Burden the best Bears receiver on this team?
Yeah.
As a rookie.
Yeah.
As a rookie, over a clear number one receiver in DJ Moore, over a very highly potential number one receiver in Rome Odunze. He is emerging more than I thought we would have seen in such a short amount of time. And it's, again, happened so fast with the continued emergence of this passing game. All these guys have been great. I love your answer, Ruthie, about Kyle Monangai, but Luther Burden has really caught my eye the last couple weeks.
Again, I just love that we're asking this question. That says so much about the Chicago Bears and the season and where we're at. And I see why you're saying Luther Burden. You could certainly say Colston Loveland. He's been sort of Caleb Williams' security blanket, and the guy who he's gone to more often than not on 3rd and 4th downs when they need that first down. I came across this little tidbit from Larry Mayer. A complete list of rookies who have amassed at least 420 receiving yards since Week 9. Ruthie, that list is Colston Loveland and Luther Burden, and that's it. That's the whole.
Awesome.
That's the whole list of guys who have 420 yards receiving as far as rookies go since Week 9. But I'm with you, Ruthie, that it's Kyle Monangai, because first of all, he's been doing it longer and more consistently in terms of being one of the centerpieces of this offense. And I really think, and going back to what you said about the angry runs, he's kind of, and it's weird to say this about a rookie, that running game and the role that he plays in it, kind of the heart and soul of this football team. Not just this offense, this football team. Ruthie, you know, most folks I think are familiar enough with me now to know my day job. I'm usually the midday show on our sister station, The Fan, in Milwaukee. Don't worry, one of you, born and raised Bears fan and all that. But during that Packers game a few weeks ago, my co-host, former Packers fullback John Kuhn, he texted, "This game is over. Packers took the Bears' soul." And I agreed with him. When he sent it, I was like, yeah, man, sure looks that way. They got their soul back on that long 3rd down screen where Kyle Monangai absolutely buried Xavier McKinney in the Soldier Field turf, put him in the ground. And I felt like that play right there was when the Bears, like Undertaker, like up out of the coffin and got their soul back, and that team had some juice. Those angry runs and people seeing the style with which he runs and just the success of the run game, I think does so much to give this team the energy that they need over the course of 4 quarters and over the course of, well, we're headed into Week 18, and we are the NFC North champs here in Chicago, ladies and gentlemen, and we are not giving it back. We'll hit a quick break. We will be back with more of Pick 6. That's Ruthie Polinsky. I'm Rami Makloff, in for Mully and Haugh, right here on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
NFL insider Matt Bowen.
I don't know how you can watch Caleb Williams right now and not see that he's developing. I mean, everyone has to see it, right? So if you don't see that, then you just don't want to believe it, because he is being coached right now. Go back to the tape of the games earlier in the season and watch him compared to now. He is a different player. He is growing. He is showing that developmental arc at the position, and that's because of the coach you hired.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
It's Maggie from Packy Webb Ford. Our year-end event is on. Qualify and get 0% financing for 60 months on a huge selection of new Ford models. For details, visit PackyWebFord.com.
Ring in the new year and save big on everything for your next project. Now at Menard. baths. Upgrade your bathroom today with our great selection of Broen bath fans. Get a Chroma Comfort bath fan that has 24 color options with unlimited color themes and a built-in Bluetooth speaker. View our entire selection of Broen bath fans on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Potawatomi Sportsbook is the place where sports betting legends are made. We're ready for you. More info online. Must be 21 to enter casino.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Officer? Can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. The Georgia Bulldogs' hopes at a dynasty are over. Dynasty is determined by championships. The Bulldogs go 3 straight years without appearing in the college football playoff final, and Ole Miss, without Lane Kiffin, beats the Bulldogs. I'm Drake Toll.
Welcome back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
To answer your question, how I want to answer your question?
That's the voice of Cubs President of Baseball Operations, Jed Hoyer. The Cubs did not end up signing coveted Japanese free agent Tatsuya Imai. At this point, what would constitute a successful offseason for the Cubs?
I don't know how disappointed I should be about this not signing Imai, because the reviews, the reports, the scouting reports on him have been like all over the board. Like, at top of the rotation type starter. There are people who think he's a middle of the rotation type starter. There are people who think he might end up in a bullpen somewhere. So it's kind of all over the board on what kind of pitcher, what kind of player this guy is going to be in the American game. Might have dodged a bullet. Like maybe the Astros gave up too much for him if he's going to be a middle of the rotation or back of the rotation type of guy. That being said, I am getting, and maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe I'm overreacting or panicking. A little frustrated and a little annoyed with how this offseason has gone for the Chicago Cubs and the fact that we haven't seen a big splash free agent signing. I know everybody, and including the organization itself, is locked in on adding something to the rotation, and obviously they've been rebuilding that bullpen with everybody basically being a free agent in the bullpen, and that makes sense, and you can never have enough pitching. But Ruthie, Baby T, I don't know about you guys. Like, I look at that Cubs team last year, and the problem was where they stalled in the second half and in the playoffs was they simply couldn't score enough runs. And now you're not going to have Kyle Tucker in that lineup, it looks like. For me, a successful offseason means signing, whether it's Kyle Tucker or Bo Bichette or Alex Bregman or Cody Bellinger. I want another bat in this lineup. It would have been nice to sign Imai, and it'll be nice if they can add a starting. I know Zach Gallen is still out there. If they can add another piece to the starting rotation, I want a bat. I want a big bat in the middle of this lineup that's either going to replace or go some way in replacing what you're losing in a Kyle Tucker, because they just couldn't score enough runs last year. In the second half of the season, in the playoffs, even with the pitching staff being as depleted as it was, you were holding teams. You were holding opposing offenses to a respectable amount of runs and enough runs that you should have been able to score more and win more of those games. I need a bat. To me, that's a successful offseason. And one of these, like I said, one of these top bats, if it's not a Tucker, then a Bichette or a Bregman or a Bellinger will do. I want a bat, and I want a big-time bat in this lineup, and I want it this offseason.
You know that meme where it's like that stick figure, and it's like, come on,
do
something.
Yeah.
That's what I'm waiting for the Chicago Cubs. It's like, to your point, when is that move going to come? I get that there's a lot of uncertainty about the upcoming potentially 2026 lockout offseason, but there have been several teams that have jumped the gun and already made a move like this. But does it feel like the biggest move that the Cubs have made is bringing back Shota Imanaga, who was hitting a dead spot in his short MLB career last year? He was regressing heavily. Rami, I'm going to echo everything you said about the bats. They're most likely losing Kyle Tucker. Go get one of those guys. It's on the open market. I want to highlight the pitching staff, though, in particular the bullpen, because last year the Cubs bullpen was one of the strong suits of the team, and they lost three of their most important guys last year in Brad Keller, Andrew Kittredge, and of course now the other guy's blanking on me. I'm of course losing them, but they've lost several key bullpen guys this offseason, and they've replaced them with Hobie Milner, Hunter Harvey, Jacob Webb. That doesn't really move the needle for me. They got Caleb Thielbar back, and Caleb Thielbar was kind of one of those unsung hero type of guys, which is nice. You need that lefty arm, but they've lost a lot of key guys that really, really made an impact in that pitching staff last season. And like you said about the bats, they won 92 games last season with not a lot of offense and a very strong first half. I'm worried that the momentum that carried on from the end of last season is only good for right now, off the top of my head, 83, 85 wins. They need that big splash. And right now, it's like, when is that going to happen?
Yeah, I think there's some concern. I think the panic meter's sort of at that, 6, right? Because there are still names out there. There are still potential pieces where you feel like, okay, that could be a huge upgrade to whether it be the rotation or the lineup, whatever it may be. But I do think you're sort of starting to get a little frustrated and annoyed that nothing's happened yet. And you're just sort of waiting, twiddling your thumbs. And it's like, hold on a second. You're the Cubs. Go make a move.
Exactly.
Obviously, like you said, I feel similarly. It's hard to know with Tatsuya Imai, what did they let walk away? We'll see. But I agree with you. I think you're not signing Kyle Tucker back, which I think is an okay thing to let walk, because I don't think he really wanted to be here anyway.
Mm-hmm.
didn't love the whole just how that all played out. But like, you're telling me Cody Bellinger wouldn't love to come back here and play here and like be a part of this? Bregman's out there. That's obviously a name. Like, I agree with you. I think you want at least to get excited about this upcoming season. You want at least a bat that you're excited about and a solid pitcher in that rotation. Like, you're not deep enough yet, especially with sort of some uncertainty about when Jameson Taillon is coming back. So you gotta move the needle, as Baby T said, at some point.
With that, I'll open it up to questions.
What did you make of the college football playoff games over the last 2 days, particularly Ohio State losing and Indiana dominating?
Ohio State losing to Miami was
you had to love that as
very
a
enjoyable.
Michigan alum, huh?
Very enjoyable. And I used to cover the Hurricanes. I worked in Miami for 3 seasons. And I'm a big Mario Cristobal fan. So, anyways, I enjoyed that one. Indiana is the best story with the most lovable characters. Kurt Cignetti, Fernando Mendoza. Like, if you don't have a dog in the fight, that is the easiest team to root for. And to go out there and absolutely dominate. Dominate. And then everything that came with the win, the celebration, the post-game quotes, the offensive lineman getting the MVP award, and the way that the team celebrated. Like, that is just the most lovable. If you love football and you watch that celebration, it is just a beautiful story to watch Indiana do what they're doing. And it is so much fun. Kurt Cignetti is what college football to me is all about. Maximizing your roster, getting guys to play hard, loving each other, loving the university, loving the school. I feel like we're losing a lot of that in this era of college football. And Indiana has shades of like, this is why college football is the best. Like, this is fun. And I will be rooting for the Hoosiers as I continue. I texted a friend who, Courtney Cronin, obviously one of the greatest Hoosiers in the market. I'm like, we are all Hoosiers. Like, I love this team, and I'm so happy for them. And I think it's awesome. I hope they go all the way.
My wife.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Google me.
Stepped on Baby T there. Baby T, what do you got on this?
That's one of my favorite quotes, period, of the last year or so. That quote is it's so great, but also, if you didn't believe in Indiana, you sure as hell believe them now. That was about as commanding of a win as you'll ever see. All the games surprised me. I didn't see Ohio State laying the egg that they did against Miami. Credit to the Miami defensive line. They looked really, really good. Again, we just talked about Ruthie. Indiana, that was about as a big of a statement win as you'll ever see in like the history of college football.
Yeah.
On the biggest stage, the granddaddy of them all, the Rose Bowl, that was great. How about Ole Miss against Georgia? With Lane Kiffin is probably feeling a little regrettable now about leaving that job. And then the game that was honestly a little bit the most surprising for me was, I thought, could be the closest game. Texas Tech, their offense was terrible, non-existent. Some of the worst offense I've ever seen with the roster and a defense that was constructed to win the national championship. That was a very, very disappointing performance. I think the semifinal games are going to be excellent just because of what we saw, that the parity, the upsets in the quarterfinal rounds. Now everybody's on the same rest. You're not talking about one team having a 25-day layoff compared to a 14-day layoff. These semifinal games were very, very polarizing, but I think it's going to make for some very, very interesting semifinal games leading into the national championship.
I've never been the biggest college football guy. I'll just admit that. Transparency is how I operate on the radio, so I'll admit that. But I am enjoying this for a couple. Well, I'll give you 3 reasons why I'm enjoying this. I don't know why, but as a little kid growing up in Chicago, I became a Miami Hurricanes fan. I have no idea where I had the starter pullover jacket, the whole thing. So the little kid in me is very much enjoying that Miami has returned to glory. The wife is a Hoosier, Indiana grad. She told me she never went to a football game. It was not a thing when she was in college. Indiana football was not a thing that too many people got excited about or playing their Saturdays around. So she's loving it, and just watching them put a whooping on Alabama kind of leads me to the third thing that I'm enjoying enjoying about this college football playoff run, which is, for the longest time, like college football and contention and national championships and big bowls, it was like it was for like the privileged few.
Yeah.
You know what? And to watch an Indiana take down an Alabama, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And an Ole Miss last night take down a Georgia. Like, I don't know if the tide is actually turning with the expanded playoff and the money that's come into college football. I don't know if that's balanced or leveled the playing field at all. But I love that all these programs, all these schools that we never considered, never gave a shot of winning a national title are doing the damn thing, man, and are in the conversation and are taking down some of the titans and giants of college football. To me, one of the problems and one of the reasons why I never got into that college football was it was the same teams, it was the same programs, it was the same fan bases year in, year out that had a real rooting interest, not just meaningless January 1st bowl games. And now it seems like the field has sort of been expanded a little bit, and more teams and more fan bases can have thoughts of championships dancing through their heads as we get into January. I think that's pretty cool.
Really quickly before we transition here, I'm just thinking Miami is the most recent champion. I think was 01 or 02. Indiana never won. Oregon never won. Ole Miss hasn't won since the 60s. So one of these fan bases is going to be reliving this year, and I think it's going to be an epic last couple of games to wrap up the
referees
season.
got on my nerves at the end of that Ole Miss-Georgia game, though, last night. I don't know if you guys stayed up to watch that, but that could have been over, and I could have had my head on the pillow like 15 minutes earlier. I'm just saying.
I was dozing off at the end of that game.
Yeah, I was out. I'm like, what happened this morning?
I wanted to stay up, though, because it was such an enticing finish.
That's Ruthie Polinsky, CHSN. I'm Rami Makhlouf. We're in for Mully and Haugh. We want to hear from you. 312-644-6767 is how you can get in on the show and on the Pick 6. The Extra Point is coming up next right here on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Your business could win a 30-second commercial to be aired during this year's Super Bowl broadcast on The Score.
Greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
Plus, new this year, extra exposure with a live Score broadcast for your brand.
It's the return of Score Big for Your Business, presented by People's Bank.
Westwood One's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 on The Score could be a record-setting audience this year. The impact for your brand could be incredible. We produce your commercial, air it all week leading up to the game, then hear your commercial during the broadcast of Super Bowl 60.
Coast to coast and around the world.
And new this year, a live Score broadcast for your business.
Log on to 670thescore.com/contests now to enter for your chance to win this historic prize. Presented by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC.
Log on now and transform your business forever.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Win and you're in. That's the scenario for Steelers and Ravens under the primetime lights. Kenneth Gainwell is sure to play a pivotal role. The tacky-handed RB caught 6 passes in the first clash. Knowing the Ravens have allowed the 4th most receptions to running backs this season, and given Gainwell's high target share, he could duplicate the pass-catching effort in the rematch. Give me the over. 4.5 catches at +110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Get 1 free set of brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20 more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them. During their preseason sale, you'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. In one day. I love mine, a Comer & Cross garage floor. That's the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer and Cross. Call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMER, ComerCross.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
What's something you could see in this Bears game that would make you feel even better headed into the playoffs? Additionally, what are your predictions for Bears-Lions?
Rami Makhlouf, Ruthie Polinsky in for Mully and Haugh this morning. What could I see in this game that would make me feel a whole lot better? I mean, I don't expect it, but if the defense could slow down that Lions offense, which, as we talked about earlier, say what you want about the Lions, and they're not that team that we've seen the last few years and probably peaked too early in the season. That offense can still move the football for the Lions. They're, I think, top 10 still in yards per game. They're they're sixth in the NFL at 369.4 yards per game, third at 28.9 yards per game. So I guess slowing them down showed me that you can stop an offense, especially an offense like that, would be good. But also, we also, and I'm combining a couple of the pick six questions that we've already discussed here in the first hour. We talked earlier about the leap or the big step that Caleb Williams is taking. I'd like to see more of
Take
that.
another.
I'd like to see that continue to snowball and build on what we've seen here in the last 3-4 weeks. Give me those two things and a dub, and I'm happy. You asked for a prediction, Baby T. Did you ask for a prediction there?
I did add that to the end of the question.
Here's an interesting little tidbit for you guys.
Oh, boy.
Dan Campbell, 8-1 against the spread after losses where they were the favorite. And the Bears are 3-point favorites. So that trend would tell you that this is going to be a close game, and the Lions should be able to keep it within 3 points.
3 points is wild.
It is. But I think that what they're thinking is the Bears get up and pull some starters. I think that might be what Vegas and the people who make these.
They must not know Ben Johnson.
I was just going to say, I don't think that happens, Ruthie, at least not too early in the game. I'm going to say Bears 28, Lions 23, and the Bears win and cover that 3-point spread.
My main takeaway that would get me a little bit excited or optimistic is defense, get your mojo back.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get Al Harris some more pictures on that turnover wall.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's an interception off of Jared Goff, whether it's a fumble off of Jared Goff, frankly, or whoever. Let's get some turnovers and let's limit the Lions' running game. I think that's going to be a big reason that Detroit, or a big focal point for Detroit to focus on, is lean on Jahmyr Gibbs, lean on David Montgomery, because the Bears lack a run defense and the Lions possess one of the biggest two-headed monsters in the entire league. So that's where I'm going with the with my thing of what I want to see that'll make me feel a little bit better. As for prediction, I think we've kind of talked about it all week. It's a different scenario heading into Week 18 than it was Week 2. I genuinely do feel like the Bears are the better team and in a better spot here to beat the Lions. They're ripe for the picking. They're coming off a pretty demoralizing loss against Minnesota. I'm going to go Bears 30, Lions 20. That's my Week 18 prediction.
I love it. What I want to see going into the playoffs is, I like the word mojo. Like, I am a really firm believer that momentum into the playoffs matters.
Yep.
That's why, I think, you look at the Packers sitting Jordan Love, even though he's healthy. I get it, but you also kind of want to make sure you're feeling good and ready to go. And I just believe in that. And maybe that's just Looney Tunes, but I really think it's important. So I think what you want to see really in all three phases is just a complete game. I just want to see offensive consistency. I want to see some carryover from what we saw in San Francisco, where you're putting up points, you have explosive plays. Caleb Williams is chucking that thing all over the place. I want to see at least 2 takeaways from the defense. That's their bread and butter. Lean on it.
Yep.
Go do it. Go rip the ball out. Go take the ball away, because that's how you're going to be able to keep points off the board in the postseason as well. And, special teams, give me a Cairo Santos, couple of field goals. Do something to make us feel good about, you have home field advantage. That's a beautiful part of Soldier Field. Make the most of it. So I just really want to see all 3 phases play complete football. I'd love to see Caleb Williams hit 4,000 yards, which I know we're going to get into.
Mm-hmm.
And I also want this team to be healthy heading into the playoffs. If that means, and Rome Odunze hasn't practiced this week, doesn't look like he's going to play this weekend, but and I'm looking forward to asking Brad Biggs about that. But I also Luther Burden. I know he was back at practice. If guys aren't 100%, don't force it. I do think it's going to be a player by player scenario. But with that being said, if you don't feel comfortable pulling the starters, leave them in. Go play a football game, because this game matters and that 2 seed is massively important. So, but also come out healthy. So please. So with that being said, my game pick is, I think the Bears win 30-17. I think that 3-point spread is a little disrespectful to the Bears. And I also think that playing at home against the Lions, who aren't playing for anything, I get it. And I know that they're going to come out. Jared Goff had a great quote yesterday, just having respect for the game and respect for the league and why it's important for them to go out and play hard this weekend. I understand. But if the Bears can get an early lead, 2-score lead, it's going to be really easy for that Lions team to just sort of check out. They all have their flights booked to Cancun. They're ready to go. So 30-17. Bears win, lock in the 2 seed. Caleb hits 4K, defense with 2 turnovers. Let's go.
You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. That's Ruthie Polinsky. I'm Rami Makloff. We want to hear from you. 312-644-6767. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And we're going to talk coming up at 7:45 to Joe Fortenbaugh. Brad Biggs will be here at 8. Mike Florio will be here at 9. So a jam-packed show. And again, want to hear from you at 312-644-6767. And yeah, Ruthie, 4,000 yards means something, damn it. Let's talk about it right after this. We're in for Mully and Haugh and back on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The Illinois State Redbirds will play for the FCS National Championship for just the second time in program history when ISU faces the Montana State Bobcats Monday night. Cheer on the Redbirds with ISU alum Mark Grody and The Score at 93 Octane Brewery in Elmhurst for an official ISU watch party starting at 6 p.m. Go Birds!
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards and bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Mechanical insulation used in the industrial process will lead to the use of less energy, a lower energy bill, and less pollution generated. It's worth the extra effort to install mechanical insulation or correct any deficiencies. The installation of mechanical insulation will often pay for itself in the very first year. No other energy improvement will create this kind of ROI in such a short amount of time. For a list of skilled Illinois regional insulation contractors, visit local17insulators.com.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Your local Moretti's restaurant wishes you a happy holiday season with a $25 gift for you. Buy a $100 gift card and get a free $25 bonus gift certificate. Stop by Moretti's or order online at morettisgifts.com to get your $25 bonus. Moretti's authentic Chicago-style pizza was voted best of the best pizza in the area's largest diners poll for 2025. Stop by your local family-owned and operated Moretti's and find out what everyone's raving about. Moretti's Ristorante and Pizzeria is pizza and so much more.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or Sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's four walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Mostly sunny today, high of 26.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is where Chicago comes to talk about the NFC North champion Bears. Keep it here as the Score team breaks it all down. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, and this segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
I think for me, it'd be cool just in the sense of there's never been one here, and I think I was brought here for those type of things and those type of moments, that things that haven't been done here, to try and be able to accomplish. And I think it, like I've said before, the self goals and all of that always gets swept under when you go for the team goals.
There's Caleb Williams talking about throwing for 4,000 yards. I'm Rami Maklaw, Ruthie Polinsky alongside in for Mully and Haugh this morning. Coming up later this hour, we'll talk with ESPN's Joe Fortenbaugh. How important is it to you that the Bears get a 4,000-yard passer in Caleb Williams? Get in on the show at 312-644-6767 as we are broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And just to set the stage for this, Ruthie, he needs 270 yards to crack that sacred 4,000-yard mark. First of all, here's Ben Johnson talking about the possibility of having a 4,000-yard starter.
Back in May, you said you wanted to try and change the narrative around the quarterback here in Chicago. Is there any incentive to get Caleb that 4,000-yard passing mark that hasn't happened here?
If it were to happen, that'd be great. But he would agree with me when I say our number one objective is to win this ball game, and so whatever that takes, that's our goal. And we'll see where it's at the end of the year. But that's tertiary goal, if you will.
Here's a Caleb's play. Do you appreciate what that might symbolize, though? I mean, maybe not on the face of it, but just what it might mean.
I think it's an arbitrary number. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would that mean? You tell me.
The only franchise to never have a 4,000-yard passer.
Okay. Probably some that don't have a 5,000-yard passer either, right? So, I mean, it's just a number. So
you're new, but that's kind of a big deal here.
Apparently it is.
A lot, but
apparently it is.
Tertiary, arbitrary, All good words. Yeah, winning the game Sunday is obviously first and foremost your priority.
I don't know what people thought Ben was going to say there. Like, that's the right answer for the head coach. Like,
absolutely.
Like, we're trying to win the game. Like, that's who Ben is. That's who he's always been. And that's how he's always going to answer these questions. In his mind, when Caleb is out there and let's say he's 50 yards away, like, Ben's going to throw the ball. Like, I believe that Ben Johnson appreciates what it would mean, not just for the organization, but I think he, especially when you hear, we started the segment with what Caleb Williams had to say, like, Caleb wants it. So Ben's going to go do that for Caleb if the opportunity presents itself and it's in the process of winning the game.
I want it. Ruthie, I don't know about you. I want
now
it.
I do. I've really flipped on this. Like, but I think after he had the 330-yard passing game and it made it very realistic, especially against this decimated Lions secondary, like, they're going to be able to throw the football on Sunday. And I think that's what maybe is so exciting about the potential. But I also don't really want that in Caleb's head because, is he going to be thinking about it too much? But yeah. Heck yeah, I think everyone wants it.
Yeah, I want it bad. Like I want it real bad, Ruthie. And I don't know if this is reasonable. I don't know if this is just my life as a Bears fan that I need this. Like I just need it to die. Like I need that story, I need that narrative. I need that to die. You know what it reminds me of? And it's not to the extent. I understand it's not to the extent, but until the Cubs won that World Series in 2016, I was so damn tired of hearing 1908. 1908, 1908, 1908. And it was the thing about it that I really didn't like, it was when they were having a good season is when it would come up. Are they going to win their first World Series since 1908? Man, just let me enjoy this. You know what I mean?
100%.
Instead of bringing up how long it's been since they've had a chance to win a World Series, just let me enjoy this. And that's kind of how this 4,000-yard thing feels, that the Bears are the only franchise to never have one. You hear it every year. You hear it every time they draft a quarterback, and you hear it every time a quarterback even cracks 3,000 and sniffs around this thing. Like, and it's such a sad sack number, like to be the only franchise to never have a 4,000-yard passer, that it says so much about what these last, my lifetime as a Bears fan has been. It's not just that they haven't had a 4,000-yard passer. They've been stuck in the past in terms of offense as a football team and as a football franchise. To me, that's what that number signifies. Yeah. That's the story that tells, that the entirety of my lifetime, this has been a franchise that on the offensive side of the ball has largely been stuck in the past, and I'm ready to move forward and move into the future.
The 4,000-yard mark signifies the new era. This ain't your mama's Bears. These are the Ben Johnson Bears. This is the Caleb Williams Bears. I think that's why fans are sort of caught up in this. And I get it. I think that's totally valid and totally fair. And I want that for the fan base. I want that for Caleb Williams. He has honestly given a lot of people a lot of reasons to be Bears fans again. And that's a beautiful thing. And I think the conversation around what this team has said about why home field is important and why they love playing at Soldier Field and why Soldier Field is an advantage, the way that the Bears talk about, we want fans to be proud to be Bears fans. Mm-hmm. That's what this is, right? That's what the 4,000-yard mark is. We don't want to be in that category anymore of we don't have a 4,000-yard passer. We're better than that now, and we're proud to be Bears fans. So get us out of all those bad categories because this is the new era. That's I think, what it symbolizes for a lot of people.
Some of these texts that have come in, and want to hear from you at 312-644-6767. Give us a call or shoot us a text. Here's one from the 815. It says, shout out to all the Score hosts and guests just a couple weeks ago that was saying there was no chance in hell, all caps, that he could hit 4,000 yards. I don't believe either of you two did. I wasn't here, so I can't even.
I think it might have been me. It might have been me. I didn't expect a 330-yard passing game from Caleb Williams, and if you did, then God bless you.
But a specific number out last week. And it was not 4,000.
Yeah, I didn't see it happening, but I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm okay with the fact that that's changed. I mean, if you thought that he hadn't had a 300-yard passing game all season, I don't know why anyone thought he was going to surpass 300 yards and make this a thing realistic in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I said he needs 270 to crack the fourth. He's reached 270 9 times in his career. So this would be only the 10th time in 33. Well, this will be his 34th start that he's been able to crack that 270 mark. I still think it's very doable. But some of these other texts that have come in here. Here's one from the 708. But it took 17 games is coming. I don't care. I don't care what caveat, what asterisk you want to put on it. I'm going to be happy the Bears have a 4,000-yard starter, and you won't be able to convince me otherwise. But this is the one I wanted to get to. 4,000 yards passing is really no big deal. That was an artificial benchmark set when typical NFL schedule was 14 games. There it is. It already started. It says, does anyone ever discuss McMahon's passing stats during the 85 Bears run? No. He says the Super Bowl victory is what people remember. Just win. That's all that really matters. Yeah, I mean, if they win a Super Bowl,
of course,
sure. Yeah. I won't be talking about he didn't reach 4,000 yards.
Of course,
But can I give some perspective on this? Can I throw some numbers at you and give some perspective on how sad it is that the Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer and why I want to put this to bed? Like, I finally just want to never hear that number again. First of all, not even 4,000 yards, but if he cracks 38-38, if he just cracks 3,838 yards, that will set the all-time franchise mark.
Which he will.
And that's been alive for 30 years.
He's 107 yards away from that?
Yeah. 30 years. 30 years ago, Eric Kramer set that record of 3,838 yards. It's been 30 years since we've had somebody crack 3,800, much less 4,000. But beyond that same season, Brett Favre led the league with 4,413 yards. That was the third time a Packers quarterback passed 4,000 yards. They now have 18 of them. They have 18 seasons where a quarterback threw for more than 4,000 yards. Since Eric Kramer posted that franchise record total, the Bears have used 37 quarterbacks. The Packers have had 15 4,000-yard passers and 3 quarterbacks. The Bears have gone through 37 starting quarterbacks in that time. Williams has now signed his name twice among the top 6 single-season passing totals in team history in 33 starts. I think that tells you all you need to know. And will be the first Bears quarterback since 1977 to even start every game in consecutive seasons. That's how bad quarterback play and offense has been for the Chicago Bears. And I can't help. And Ruthie, I don't know if this is the fact that I've lived and worked behind enemy lines, behind the cheese curtain in Milwaukee for so long, and I've had to watch them and all their success with quarterbacks, or if it's just my lifetime and trauma as a Bears fan. I need to put this to rest. Mm-hmm. I need it. I need to put this to rest and to not hear this from Packers fans and just the football world anymore. I'm done with it. Like, I'm ready for my football team to move into the modern era of the NFL, and I want to never hear 4,000 yards as some benchmark that the Bears have never passed before.
And that's a part of it, too. The fact that this is an offensive league. Like, that's the new era of NFL football. So with that being said, that even makes it worse that it's taken the Bears this long to potentially have someone knocking on the door of 4,000 yards. And that's a big part of it. Now, let me ask you this. The Bears are up 3 scores.
I knew this would come up.
It's like, why does Caleb Williams out there? He's like 50 yards away. You leave him out there?
I send him out there for one series, and this goes not.
And you throw it. Every time.
I was gonna say this goes not only to the 4,000 yards, but also we talked in the pick 6 about revenge and how the Lions rubbed your nose in it in that week 2 loss. I send him out there for one more series, and I'm just bombing it.
Okay.
I'm just like, everything is 20 plus yards down the field.
That's the other thing is you have to remember, like, this is Ben Johnson we're talking about.
Yes.
There's going to be something in this game, right? There has to be something in this game where he's going to try and embarrass the Lions.
I hope
right?
so.
Like, I think we'll get there eventually, and like we'll see that with, in the future. This is the guy that got up in his introductory press conference and said, I enjoy beating Matt LaFleur twice a year. Like, this is someone who's got an ego and he wants to be the best play caller in the league. Like, what could he cook up this week to really just sort of stick the nail in the coffin for the Lions? That, I think, is something I'm looking forward to. Hopefully, obviously, things need to be going well in order for that to happen. But I think, it also would be really Ben Johnson-esque to have something schemed up where you find Colston Loveland, Sam Laporta 2.0 in the middle of the field. He runs for an 80-yard score, whatever, 60-yard touchdown pass. Like, I just think something's going to happen to help Caleb rack up the numbers this weekend.
To answer your question, and I would be devastated and feel like an absolute idiot if they were up, 3 scores, and you send Caleb Williams out there with hopes of getting the 4,000-yard mark, and I won't even say it.
Don't even say it.
Something happens. I'll just say something happens that hurts your playoff chances. I'd hate that, and I'd feel like an idiot. But at the same time, in the moment, and you asked me that question right now, I think I'd go for it.
Yeah,
I think I
would too.
I think I'd go for it for just like one more drive, and just chuck it down the field and see if you can get it. And Ben Johnson downplays it. I think he wants it.
He knows.
And I know Caleb Williams wants it. I know he wants it. It was one of the first things he brought up. Well, I mean, it was asked of him because, again, it's the storyline that just won't die. It was asked of him shortly after he was drafted. And remember him and Rome Odunze kind of laughing at the fact that they've never had a 4,000-yard passer?
Let's go even more recent. In the training camp this year, Caleb Williams said, I want to be the franchise's, what are your goals this season, 2025?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I want to be the franchise's first ever 4,000-yard passer. Like, it's there. It's in his head. Like, this is something that he's thinking about, and he wants it. And I think Ben Johnson wants it for Caleb, as much as he publicly will say it's no big deal. He's not he gets it. Ben Johnson, if anyone has been able to appreciate the moment and what this means for the fan base, it's been Ben Johnson. Don't forget, he took his shirt off in a locker room so the entire city could have free hot dogs.
I can't believe we had that first texter who sarcastically said, but it took 17 games is coming, and literally the whole text line is flooded with that right now. Really, people? This is what we're doing? We're gonna downplay 4,000 yards if Caleb Williams were to get it by playing the whole 17 games? I don't care. I do. Where's my camera? I do not care if it takes 17 games for him to break 4,000 yards. I just need it to happen. Yeah. Like I said, it's like we kept hearing 1908 before the Cubs won a World Series. I just need that to die. I just need that number to die as the thing that the Bears have never been able to accomplish.
I think it will.
I need it. Guys, I need it. How much do you care if Caleb Williams cracks 4,000 yards in Sunday's game? And he needs 270 yards to do it. 312-644-6767 is how you can get in on the program. That's Ruthie Polinsky. I'm Rami Makhlouf. We're in for Mully and Haugh. It is Chicago's Sports Radio 670, The Score.
It's game night, Bulls fans.
To the rack, and he throws it down with a windmill right-handed slam.
Tonight, the Bulls homestand continues against the Magic at the United Center. Pre-game at 6:45, tip-off at 7 on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls win! What a ball game!
See red, Chicago.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
I'm Jack Webb with big news. F-150 buyers get 0% financing for 66 months, plus huge Packy Webb Ford discounts on a large selection of new F-150 models. For details, visit PackyWebFord.com.
This segment is brought to you by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at TimberTech.com.
Estwing, unmatched tools for tough jobs and outdoor adventures. These USA-made axes, splitting tools, and machete are built to last, crafted and fully forged by American workers for over a century. Estwing delivers reliable gear for hunting, camping, and splitting firewood at your home. Experience the power and quality of American craftsmanship. Available at with leading sporting goods and hardware retailers. Estwing, made in the USA for over 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
It's the year-end sales event with the Ford crew.
It's sales event time, Sam.
Temperatures are dropping, but the deals are just getting hot.
Time for our annual Ford Holiday Gift Guide.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to go wrong with great deals on trucks and SUVs from Ford, America's all-time best-selling auto brand.
Don't forget the first rule of holiday gift giving, Hank.
What's that, Sam?
Always remember to treat yourself, too.
Well said.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
It's David Haugh for Trades and Wealth. It's the fourth quarter, and the game is on the line. That's how retirement can feel when you're getting close, and you can't afford to make mistakes this late in the game. Trades and Wealth knows the pressure, and they know the playbook, too. Trades and Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors have decades of experience helping families protect and grow their wealth. Whether you're 25 years from retirement or 2, Trades and Wealth designs personalized strategies so you don't run out of money before the clock runs out on you. And here's the best part. Consultations are complimentary. Offices are right here in the Chicagoland area, or you can meet with them virtually. Call 630-320-2100 today. 630-320-2100, or head on over to TRAJANwealth.com. That's TRAJANwealth.com. One more time, TRAJANwealth.com. It's your game and your future. Trades and Wealth helps you control the clock and win. Advisory services offered through Trades and Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at tradesandwealth.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
Potawatomi Sportsbook is the place where sports betting legends are made. We're ready for you. More info online. Must be 21 to enter casino.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Kurt Cignetti and Indiana roll over Alabama, and it proves to the country you can be championship caliber in 2 years as the fingers point to Kalen DeBoer and the Crimson Tide. Is he the answer? Championships are the caliber in Tuscaloosa, and championships are a thing DeBoer is not bringing them. That's not good. I'm Drake Toll.
Mornings with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
And Ruthie Polinsky and Rami Makloff in for Mully and Haugh this morning. Joe Fortenbaugh, ESPN, will be joining us coming up at 7:45. And Brad Biggsy will be here at 8 o'clock to talk some Bears. We're talking Bears with you right now on a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Asking you, how important is it that Caleb Williams cracks that 4,000-yard mark, which he can do with 270 yards Sunday against the Detroit Lions. 312-644-6767 is how you can get in on the conversation. Let's get right to these calls. Try and squeeze as many of you in as we can before we talk with Joe Fortenbaugh. Let's go out to Schaumburg and Quentin. Quentin, you're on Mully and Haugh. What you got, buddy?
Hey there, Rob, Ruth. I do want Caleb Williams to break that record. I've been a Caleb Williams fan when he was drafted. Let him get that record. Let him enjoy football, and we will destroy Detroit Lions 34-3. I've been a Bears fan all my life, and I got sons, and I got Bears. I got some Bears gear when I got off of work yesterday, getting the division champ T-shirts and stuff online. That's what I did yesterday. I'm in Schaumburg, enjoying my day off, and the Bears will destroy the Detroit Lions 34-3, and Dan Campbell will always be Megatron, and the Bears are the Autobots. And so the field. Let's go to war and take down the Detroit Lions in our turf.
Quentin, appreciate the call, man. Thank you so much.
I think he got his hat and T-shirt before the Bears did. We haven't seen the Bears in their division champ hat and T-shirt. It's been the most anticlimactic division title of all time. I'm not kidding. I don't think they've gotten them.
Can I just get this off my chest real quick? Because we spent the day, and I live in Milwaukee. We spent the day in Chicago yesterday. The wife and I, we walked around. We did the whole, Chicago holiday thing. We went to Millennium Park and all that, saw the tree, all the lights. Great. But one of the number one thing on my list was if I ordered online, it was just going to take too long. I was like, I'm going to be in Chicago. Let me get me some Bears NFC North Championship gear. I went into 3 stores, and all you can find are the hats. I want a shirt. I want a T-shirt or a hoodie or something, and nothing. Nothing in any of these memorabilia stores. And finally, I asked a guy, and he said apparently it's a Fanatics exclusive. All the NFC North champs gear is a Fanatics exclusive, so you got to either order it online.
I looked online. It's meh.
Or go to the team store at Soldier Field. Those are the only ways that you can get it, which, okay, I understand. Corporate America, they got it on lock. Ruthie, Chicago. I remember growing up, every corner, when something like this would happen, every corner there would be a tent selling the bootleg merch. Where are the tents?
Where's the bootleg
with the bootleg merch? What's happening to my city that there are no tents with the bootleg merch out here? I need my Bears NFC North champs
I think
gear.
You need them, and the players need them who actually
How do they
won
not
the division.
have it?
They don't have them. They never. Have you seen any photos of the Bears in their hat and T-shirts from the division title?
No.
Because they won it on Saturday when the Packers lost, and then they lost on Sunday, and there's never been a moment. And listen, I know a lot of people are like, they don't need the moment. They have bigger goals. It's probably for the better. I don't know if the Bears have gotten their hat and T-shirts yet. And is this an underrated story for me? I don't no one's talking about it. The Patriots won their division after the Bills lost. The Patriots won in New York. They're on the bus ride back to Foxborough, and they're all watching the end of the Bills game because if the Bills lost, the Patriots clinched the division. They get back to the facility. They have their hat and T-shirts waiting for them. They're the division champs, blah, blah, blah. The Bears have not had a moment. And it makes me a little sad. For the DJ Moores of the world, for the Cole Kmets of the world, they deserve a moment. You just won the division. But I feel maybe because Ben Johnson's a little spoiled by the division title or whatever. And a lot of those coaches have come from places that have won a lot. there's been no moment, and I sort of feel sad for them.
You're
about
being
that.
selfless. You're
I do feel sad for you too,
You're
Rami.
thinking about the players. I'm just where's my moment? You know what I mean?
No, you haven't had it.
I've waited for this. I've suffered.
You don't get it.
I want the shirt. I want the hoodie.
know.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
There also are not, like, if you look online on Fanatics, like, there just aren't a lot of options either.
Yeah, I know.
And like
I know.
it's like the shipping takes a long time. Like, it's a whole thing.
I mean, I'm good
Sort
with
of
the bootleg.
anticlimactic.
I'm good with the bootleg. I don't need the official gear. I'm good. I'm good with the bootleg tee. Here's one from the 847. Rami, you lost me. I thought you were great. This is totally silly. You are hung up on a number? Grow up. I'm a sports fan. Aren't we all obsessed with numbers? Like, isn't that...
If you don't like numbers, then why do you like sports?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, like you brought up earlier, the Cubs took, 108 years to win the World Series? We're nearing on 6 years that the Bears haven't had a 4,000-yard passer? Like, come on, let's just get it done.
Check the box.
I had a texter that said, well, they've won 9 championships without a 4,000-yard passer. Man, it's 2025. You know what I mean? It's 2025.
Be the 32nd team.
Exactly.
Come on, just get in the conversation.
Here's another one from the 847. If you want it to die, then just stop talking about it. That won't kill it. That will mean one show in the Chicago sports media market is not talking about it. That doesn't stop all the questions from the entirety of the Chicago media or the national sports media for that matter. I don't set the conversation. Ruthie and I don't. We're fill-ins, for crying out loud. We're talking
about what you're talking about.
Exactly.
People.
We're not even the ones who are here every morning. We don't set the table in terms of the discussion with the Chicago Bears. It is going to be a point of conversation and something that gets brought up until it's gone, Ruthie.
Yeah.
Until somebody kills it.
Rami, if Caleb Williams doesn't hit 4,000 yards this year, but he wins the Super Bowl, I think you're going to be just fine.
I'll be fine. Yeah.
I think you're going to be okay.
And a lot of people are saying, obviously it's more important that they get the
this
win.
weekend.
Yes.
And if Caleb Williams plays the whole game and he's 2 yards away, that's going to suck. But, you'll be okay. Yeah. But it would be cool, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, it's not top of my list. It's not like number one
win
priority.
The game
yes,
is number
win
one.
the game, win some playoff games, maybe win a Super Bowl. That'd be great. But it would be such a what's the word that I'm looking for? Like the monkey on my back. Like, it would just lift the monkey off my back as a Bears fan if they could enter the modern era of football and have a quarterback go for 4,000 yards. Let's go out to Minnesota and Ken, who's listening on the Odyssey app. Ken, how big is it that the Bears get this 4,000-yard passer?
I think it's massive, man. I think it's huge. Look, I want to see Myles Garrett get the 23 sacks. I wanted to see Eric Dickerson break OJ's record. I'm one of those type of guys. So if Caleb Williams get that 4,000 yards, that's a wonderful thing. Why? Because that sets another standard. We got a quarterback that can do it. We got a quarterback of the future that can hang with the big dogs. We need that in Chicago. And can I put this out here? Look, can we thank Lovie Smith for the number 1 pick? Please, can we give him his props and call him official Papa Bear? One of the big bears for giving us that number 1 pick that brought Caleb home. Look, that was the pick of the century. We got us a quarterback after years of not having a quarterback. I'm so tired of not having a quarterback in the league. Dan Fouts did the 4,000 years in the 80s and the 70s. Can we get us a 4,000-yard quarterback? And one more thing. We got to look at the receivers that Caleb is going to use this weekend. Those receivers that he chooses this weekend are pretty much the ones he's going to have confidence to get that 4,000-yard season and going into the future. Look, Robin, Murphy, thank you for hanging out with us, man. You guys doing a great job. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Thank you for the call, Ken. It's a big deal.
I like that it's a conversation, and I think it's comical. Someone keeps asking if the playoffs count in that 4,000-yard mark. No, it is a regular season record. And I think it is fun to signify the year that this has been. Think about where the Bears were this time last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the turnaround has been so monumental, and the hiring of Ben Johnson and the connection between the play caller, the head coach, and the quarterback has been historic. So I think that 4,000 yard mark is just another sort of like moment or symbol to say, let's remember this year as the year that everything changed. And that's, of course, what we want it to mean. And it, listen, next year, sustainable success is very difficult. Like,
yes,
it's hard to sustain success. And so that's why I think a lot of people are like, capitalize on the moment, make the most of this. You have potentially the second seed. You're going to have home field advantage. Like, go do something with it. And so I get that, because you never know. Success can be fleeting. With that being said, though, if this is the start of sustained success, or God willing, a dynasty, right? Like, let that 4,000 yard mark be a part of that year that everything changed.
Yeah, if we can put this to rest, if we can put 4,000, and you're right, Ruth, like, I try not to, there's two sides of the coin when you talk about sustainability. One is like the worry of oh my God, is this just a 2018 flash in the pan, and can they sustain this? The other side of it is, oh my God, if he can pass for 4,000 yards in his second year in the NFL and
first year in
Ben's system, like, what? I try not to go there, because in both cases I get carried away and I go too far in my imagination of like, what if this collapses? But also, what is this the beginning of? Like, if he cracks 4,000, who knows? Maybe there's a 5,000 yard season in the future for Caleb Williams and a Bears quarterback. That would be mind-blowing for somebody who's grown up watching what I've grown up as a Bears fan. You know what I mean? It is, like you said, it's a sign of moving into the modern era of football, and maybe a sign of more to come and bigger and better things for the Chicago Bears in years to come, and actually being a modern NFL offense. That's such a big deal to me as a Bears fan, with everything I've endured in my fandom of the Chicago Bears. Let's get in one more before the break, and before Joe Fortenbaugh, let me get in Sam, who's in Lockport. Sam, you're on the score. How big is 4,000 yards for you, man?
It is huge. Let me say this.
Thank you.
On Sunday, when the Bears beat the Lions, and Caleb Williams goes over the 4,000 mark, and those fans who are going to be very privy to what's going on erupt, and that stadium goes wild, and they break out the hats and T-shirts, that'll answer your question.
Finally.
He's been through, this kid, look, his rookie year, look, he went through 20 coaches, 15 offensive coordinators, a rotten offensive line. He survived. He never missed a play. He checks all the marks. He's a winner. You measure the quarterback on how they do at the end of the game, leading the team back, and how they do when the chips are on the table. I would have nobody really in the league other than this kid, and he deserves it, and God bless him and the Bears, and let's go Bears.
Go Bears. Thanks for the call, Sam in Lockport. That would be hilarious if they didn't have their division champs shirts, Ruthie, but in the locker room afterwards, they're all wearing 4,000 yards passing shirts.
Yeah, they're all ready to go.
I'd go to the bootleg tent for those,
Someone
too.
called T-Med, tell them to get those ready.
We got to get to a quick break. I wonder what the line is on Caleb I haven't looked, what the line is for Caleb in passing yards on Sunday, if he's...
That's a good question for Joe
If the gambling world thinks he is going to crack that 4,000 yard. Great question for Joe Fortenbaugh. That and more with Joe from ESPN coming up next. That's Ruthie Polinsky. I'm Robbie McLaughlin. We're in for Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Circus Sports Illinois and The Score invite you to enjoy a special live broadcast starring the Spiegel and Holmes Show, Friday, January 9th from 2 to 6 p.m. at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village.
Lawrence Holmes here. Stop by to see Speaks and me. You can enjoy all the Chicago football playoff talk and more. Plus, you can win Chicago sports tickets from Circus Sports Illinois.
Live from Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village, Friday, January 9th from 2 to 6 on The Score.
Sponsored by Circus Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be. Check out the Circus Sports Illinois app today.
This segment is brought to you by almostfreeteeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them. During their preseason sale, you'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly in one day. I love mine, a Comer & Cross garage floor. That's the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. Call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMER, ComerCross.com.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circa Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
And we're out, back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
Hey, it's Spiegs. I had waited way too long to get my hallway painted. It was scuffed, it was dull, and then I talked to CertaPro Painters, and they gave a free estimate quickly at a really good price. Never have to wonder about what's next with CertaPro Painters. I got reliable updates and communications. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
Rami Makloff, Ruthie Polinsky in for Mully and Haugh this morning. Brad Biggs joins us to talk some Bears coming up at 8 o'clock. But joining us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline, plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time, every time. From ESPN, pleasure to welcome in Joe Fortenbaugh. Joe, how are you this morning, my man?
Oh, I'm rocking. I am rocking. We are coming off some great college football games last night. We got more bowl games today. A wild Week 18 card as you try to sift through all the player incentives, who's going to play, who's not. But there's a lot to get to, and I appreciate you guys having me on. Happy New Year to the great people of Chicago. Been a hell of a ride for you so far this season.
Same to you. Happy New Year to you, Joe, and lots to get into here. Let's start with this Bears and Lions game, though. My co-host Ruthie earlier in the show said it's borderline disrespectful that the Bears are only a 3-point favorite over the Lions on Sunday. Do you view that as borderline disrespectful and something the Bears could easily cover, Joe?
Fair assessment if it's any week other than Week 18, given what we know about some of these implications. Let me walk you through it, because if you're looking at it in the sense of here's what the Bears have achieved, here's what the Lions have achieved, here's who's hurt, here's who's not, here's the location of the game, which is Chicago, you would think, yeah, the Bears should be laying more than 3. But keep this in mind. At the exact same time of the Bears game, as I'm sure you guys are all well aware, the Eagles are going to be playing the Commanders, and the Eagles are going to be resting a lot of their starters. The Bears win the 2 seed, which is going to be very valuable if they either win their game or Philadelphia loses their game. So if you see Philadelphia, who, by the way, is a small favorite, which is kind of surprising, if Philadelphia is down in the second half of that game, I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Johnson yanked his starters, creating an opportunity for Detroit to pull the back door. And we did see with this Detroit Lions outfit a couple years ago, eliminated from playoff contention, but in Week 18 showed up to disrupt what the Packers had going on late in the season. So Campbell's going to have his guys ready to play. So the line makes sense to me, but I can also understand why you'd look at it and say, hey, why is it only 3? It has little to do with whether or not the Bears are better and more to do with the situation the Bears are in.
Joe, I said that earlier, Vegas must not understand who Ben Johnson is because he wants to run up the score in this one. I wanted to ask you.
So listen,
yeah.
If that's the case, there's something to lean into here, and you might want to talk to Bigsby about this in a little bit. You guys know it. You've never had a 4,000-yard passer. Caleb Williams is 270 yards away from hitting that mark. His prop in Vegas is 238.5. He's gone over that number in 8 of 16 games, including each of his last 3. That Lions secondary is all banged up. They've been getting torched throughout the course of the season. It doesn't look like the weather's going to be particularly brutal for Chicago this time of year relative to what we've seen in some other games. That might be a prop to look into, because if you believe Johnson is going to want to put it on the Lions, that might be the prop you want to play.
That was.
Oh, he
Rami
beat you to it, huh?
Yeah, that's great, Rami. Rami's real high on Caleb Williams.
I need the 4,000-yard passer. You think he cracks the 238, as you said, which is the over/under?
So what I would like to do, and they're not up yet, is look for the over-unders for the first half. You'll get those props as we get closer to kickoff. I might be more inclined to lean into the first half over, primarily because I'm more confident we're going to see him at least for the opening 30 minutes of the game. I'm a little worried about whether or not he's playing the full 4 quarters. So I might look to figure it out there. There is some uncertainty, but I lean over before I lean under. I'd say it like that.
Talking with Joe Fortenbaugh of ESPN here on Mully and Haugh. Ruthie and Rami in for Mully and Haugh.
Week 18, so many games that mean so many things. Joe, what would you say are some of the ones you're looking at?
All right, let's go rapid fire. If you can get Tampa Bay at -2.5 over Carolina, I'd play the Bucs. Now, they're 0-8 against the spread in their last 8 games, so no one's going to want to do this. But the thing is, they just played 2 weeks ago in Carolina. Tampa Bay was -3 in that game. Now we're switching venues, and they're -2.5. That's insane. Like, it's a rock-bottom price. And like I always say, we're not betting helmets and jerseys and players and coaches. We're betting numbers. That's a good number for Tampa Bay, but it'd be a smaller wager. I also, on Saturday, would play Seattle -1.5 over the Niners. Sam Darnold really struggles with pressure. Good thing San Francisco can't generate pressure. Since Nick Bosa went down week 4 on, 31st in pass rush win rate. Seattle's defense will be the best of the 4 units on the field. I like the Seahawks to get it done there. I'd lay the 7.5 with Cincinnati over Cleveland. Cleveland on the road, very different than Cleveland at home. Feels like that was the Browns' Super Bowl last week, disrupting what the Steelers were going for. Now they probably lay down and die in this game. Similar to why I'd play Minnesota minus the 7.5 over Green Bay. Packers have made it very clear they're not playing anybody. And they had this mess last year in Week 18 when they did play their guys, and Jordan Love got nicked up and Christian Watson went down with an injury right before they went on the road to Philadelphia in the playoffs and lost that game. So I don't think they take any risk. Minnesota rolls them there. I'd lay those points. Here's an interesting one for you. The Raiders are 5.5-point underdogs against the Chiefs. Now, everyone assumes the Raiders are tanking and they're going for the 1 pick, which they already have secured, assuming they follow the plan. But the Giants are going to play earlier in the day against Dallas. If the Giants lose that game in the 1 o'clock window, the Raiders have the pick locked up no matter what happens in the afternoon. Also, the Giants could win in the morning, but because of all the tiebreakers and strength of schedules, the Raiders could still have the number 1 pick locked up before kicking off. This is important because they're playing the Chiefs. Chiefs don't want to win. Chiefs are going for a high draft pick to help Mahomes. And do you really think the Chiefs want to help their division rival Raiders get the number 1 overall pick? Absolutely not. So if they have an opportunity to donk this game off, they're going to go for it, which they just did in Tennessee last week. So I would play the Raiders on the money line. I'd also take the 5.5. It would not surprise me at all if they beat the Chiefs in that game. And then the Sunday nighter between Baltimore and Pittsburgh, let's go under 40.5 points. You saw what Pittsburgh's offense looked like without DK Metcalf. Darnell Washington is out as well with the broken arm. I think it's a really bad situation for that Steeler offense to try to get something going. Only 6 points without Metcalf last week against Cleveland. So we're going to go ahead and play the under in that matchup.
The segment with Joe Fortenbaugh brought to you by Four Seasons, your trusted local experts for heating, air conditioning, plumbing, electric, and generators. Because of the weirdness of Week 18, is this the hardest week to wager in the NFL, in your opinion, Joe, with all the variables that play into it?
If you're smart and you're really on top of a lot of the news, you can create opportunity for yourself. Most people think it's easier to win when all the information is out on the table and very clear. That's not what you want as a sports bettor. You want the bookmaker to be in a state of flux. You want the bookmaker to be in a situation where he doesn't have all the information. He's not sure who's playing. He's not sure of all the different permutations. These guys are very good. But when you disrupt the information flow, that's where you can find opportunity. So great professional sports bettors thrive in situations like this where there's uncertainty because they can find opportunity and items that are mispriced. Look to the incentives for some players that are trying to cash some contract bonuses, things of that nature. But I tend to like Week 18. It just requires a lot of work and a lot of staying on top of the news cycle.
Hey, Joe, I had one more thing for you. You had that wacky ending to Ole Miss and Georgia yesterday. I didn't see what the line was before that game. Did that safety cost some people or some sports books some money with the spread?
Only if you played a 10-point teaser, of which there's a popular one that's going around. A guy got absolutely crushed on that last night. Georgia was laying 6.5. So where the situation was, everybody was good except if you had a 10-point teaser. So that would require 3 teams, and you move the spread 10 points. So you may have had Indiana. You move them from -7 to +3. That's 10 points. Well, you need the Miami game maybe, and then your third leg would be Georgia. But if they're a 7-point favorite or a 6.5-point favorite, you move it 4 points. You're suddenly at Georgia +4, and then that safety gets in to take it from a 3-point deficit to a 5-point deficit, and you lose the bet. So it didn't affect the regular point spread, but the 10-point teasers on Georgia got busted up pretty bad there.
That is Joe Fortenbaugh, ESPN betting analyst. Follow him on Twitter at Joe Fortenbaugh. And Joe, appreciate the time and the insight this morning, man. Have a great weekend and a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Joe.
Bonus play for everybody out there. We're laying the 7.5 with Navy over Cincinnati today. You love the service academies in bowl games. They come prepared, ready to play. Cincinnati has a bunch of opt-outs in this game. Happy New Year, Chicago. Love you. Go Bears.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you. And he joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency? Call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. We'll get right back into that Bears game with Brad Biggs of Chicago Tribune. He joins Ruthie Polinsky and me, Rami Makloff, in for Mully and Haugh this morning on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
34 years ago today, The Score signed on the air.
Welcome to an historic day in Chicago broadcasting history. The Score is the first ever all-sports radio station in Chicago.
Now, 34 years later, The Score is still the #1 sports talk station in Chicago. Now covering the Bears' NFC North Division Championship season.
Launching downfield, going for it all!
Keep it here as we continue to follow this special season for the Bears on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, covering Chicago's biggest sports moments for 34 years.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
The Heat and Frost Insulators and Illinois Regional Insulation Contractors want to remind you that fire stopping saves lives. If your commercial building, manufacturing, or industrial facility was recently under construction or rehabbed, you'll want to make sure your fireproofing is up to date. Certified and skilled insulation technicians will install fire stop systems that comply with national flame and temperature ratings. For a list of skilled Illinois Regional Insulation Contractors, visit local17insulators.com.
Officer, can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Your local Moretti's restaurant wishes you a happy holiday season with a $25 gift for you. Buy a $100 gift card and get a free $25 bonus gift certificate. Stop by Moretti's or order online at morettisgifts.com to get your $25 bonus. Moretti's authentic Chicago-style pizza was voted best of the best pizza in the area's largest diners poll for 2025. Stop by your local family-owned and operated Moretti's and find out what everyone's raving about. Moretti's Ristorante and Pizzeria is pizza and so much more.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been your one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Time is ticking away. Don't let another minute pass. Plan your retirement now with Trajan Wealth for the future you deserve. Call Trajan today at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is where Chicago comes to talk about the NFC North champion Bears. Keep it here as the Score team breaks it all down. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs. With Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
That's one of the best intros in the business. It just is. Rami Makloff, Ruthie Polinsky in for Mully and Haugh this morning. And yeah, joining us right now, he covers the Bears for the Chicago Tribune and contributor to this very show. It is Brad Biggs, and he joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM 911, local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. Biggsy, how are you this morning? Happy New Year to you, sir.
Morning, gang. What's going on?
I want to ask you, because I'm sure you've gotten to know Ben Johnson a little bit here in his first season as the head coach. They're playing the starters on Sunday, and Ben Johnson has said that's about securing the 2 seed. It's about continuing to get better heading into the playoffs, and I'm sure that's all true. But how much of this do you think is revenge as the team that he came from, being part of that Lions staff, and what went down in week 2 between these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's always going to want to perform well against the Lions, against people he worked with, people he worked for. But, a loss doesn't mean anything to Detroit on Sunday. So I don't think that factors in the equation too much here. The Lions are in contention for nothing. And, Ben's got to go out and hope that his defense plays really well against an offense that hasn't been as good this year. They've got some offensive line issues in Detroit. He's got to focus on that because the Bears have given up 890 some odd yards over the last, or 880, whatever it is, over the last 2 weeks. They've given up almost 400 yards rushing over the last 2 weeks. They've surrendered 56 first downs over the last 2 weeks. I don't think he's got the bandwidth for, hey, let me stick it to Detroit here. He's got to focus on what they need to accomplish at House Hall.
With that being said, Brad, what are sort of the easy, quick fixes for this defense as they get ready to face the Lions and go into the playoffs?
Yeah, that's where it gets tricky. I don't think there's an easy or a quick fix for him. You know, Dennis Allen said yesterday that he didn't do a good enough job, and you talk to the players, and he kind of said that to them as well, and so they had group ownership of it because certainly the players didn't perform well enough either, and they've got a handful of issues that have plagued them. The pass rush has been spotty, I think is a fair way to describe it throughout the season. Austin Booker's given them a little bit of juice here in the last 6-7 weeks. Sweat was on a pretty good run there for a while with, what did he have, like 8.5 sacks over a 10-game stretch. That was good to see, but it just hasn't been consistent. The run defense has been it's been okay some weeks, and here of late it hasn't been. First half of the season, I think you looked at it and they were sort of flirting with being top 5, top 6 in the league on third down. Well, they've really kind of dropped there. They're, I think, 19th now. One thing that they didn't tackle well against the 49ers. You go back and look at that game, the long run that Christian McCaffrey had down the San Francisco sideline. Deshaun Wright took a really poor angle, and you can't do that against players like McCaffrey for sure. So the tackling wasn't great. I'd expect that to be better this time out, but they can't reinvent their scheme. They, it's not like there's some hidden guy that's coming back that's going to give them all sorts of juice. They've just they've got to have a better plan, and then they've got to execute it better because that was tough because George Kittle was out. Trent Williams went out of that game on the first snap. He got hurt on T.J. Edwards' interception return, and Jawan Jennings is a nice wide receiver. I don't want to take anything away from him, but he's not a number one wide receiver in the NFL. So, and yet the Niners still carved him up for 496 yards.
It was surprising, Brad, that DeMarco Jackson had 0 defensive snaps, obviously trying to get Tremaine Edmonds back up to speed, but especially with Noah Sewell going down with the Achilles for the season, which is so unfortunate for so many reasons. Could you anticipate seeing more DeMarco Jackson this weekend?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think he's going to replace Tremaine Edmonds. And I get some questions from people shortly after the game about that. Like, did these folks forget how Edmonds was playing before he was injured?
Right.
Like, he was playing his best football as a Bear. And I think if you go back the week prior to the Green Bay game, when the Packers are 0 for 5 in the red zone, really the low red zone, Edmonds is one of the reasons why, because he's 6'4", he's 255-ish, and he's got a wingspan that can cover the Kennedy Expressway, and so he's difficult to throw around. The Sewell question specifically, so that's interesting because they were going to more base defense against the 49ers with 3 linebackers on the field, which they haven't done a ton of this season, at times because of injury issues, because Edmonds hasn't been available and T.J. Edwards hasn't been available. Well, Sewell got hurt about midway through the third quarter, and while McCaffrey ran for 140 yards in the ball game, I think Christian had like $120 at the time that Sewell got hurt, or he was very close to it anyway. So at that point, the 49ers were doing most of their damage moving the football by throwing it with Brock Purdy. So I just don't think there were a whole lot of situations where they might have been in a 3-linebacker set where they would have turned to DeMarco Jackson, if that makes sense. And then I had a mailbag question about this earlier this week, and I don't want to take anything away from DeMarco Jackson, who had 15 tackles against the Steelers, who was named NFC Defensive Player of the Week for the Cleveland game. But when he was in New Orleans, Dennis was there. Dennis was the head coach when DeMarco was drafted.
Yeah.
Dennis was there for 2.5 seasons before he was fired. DeMarco got 71 snaps the whole time. So there isn't a person in the building at Haugh that has a better idea of who and what DeMarco Jackson is than Dennis Allen.
This segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Estwing Professional Tools, made in the USA for over 100 years. Estwing.com. Brad, at this point, and look, it's been a great Bears season. It's been very fun to watch, but teams can move the ball on that defense. This is who they are. We shouldn't expect some great upturn or uptick from this Bears defense in the postseason. If they can generate the turnovers, you have a great chance to win football games. If you can't, teams are going to be able, especially high-powered offenses like we saw last week against San Francisco, are going to be able to move the ball up and down the field on this Bears team and are going to be able to put up some points, and you might just have to win some shootouts, right? Isn't that what Bears fans should be prepared for in this playoff run?
I think that's why people were pretty giddy after the game on Sunday, and I'm not talking about players or anything like that, but people felt like, hey, this is the offense that had done well against some lesser teams, went toe-to-toe with a really well-constructed offense by Kyle Shanahan that's been red hot, like back and forth all night long, 42-38. And, yeah, that could be the formula for victory, that the Bears are going to have to, one of those deals where they're going to have to get to 35 and hope that they can hold the opponent under that. The takeaways are a huge part of it, right? Number one in the league with 31. I believe they're plus 22 in the ratio, in the turnover margin, which is tops in the league. They've got 6 of them in the last 4 weeks. They've played the Packers twice, Purdy and the 49ers, and the Cleveland Browns. Well, half of those 6 takeaways came via interceptions of Shedeur Sanders. So Shedeur isn't going to be playing in the playoffs. The Bears are going to have to find ways to continue to get some of these takeaways against the better offenses, the better quarterbacks, and that's going to be a challenge. Your margin for error in the postseason definitely shrinks, and hopefully they can stay hot if they want to be in a position to really challenge here.
Offensively, Brad, Luther Burden back at practice, full participant. That was good to see. Rome Odunze still DNP, still not practicing. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the injury report later today. What would you say the status of Rome Odunze is?
Well, given the time that he's missed, and the no stakes here, really,
right.
There's no way he's playing Sunday, right?
Right.
Potentially, I don't even want to guess. You just make so many mistakes when you start kind of guessing about injury stuff. But I would say it wouldn't shock me if the goal is to bring him back in the playoffs and you think he's going to be ready or able to go the first week of the playoffs. If he's limited today in practice, that wouldn't be a surprise. Mm-hmm. But that's not a hunch, or I'm not calling anything. I'm just saying if you saw that on the injury report, you'd be like, that tracks to the possibility of him being out there wild card weekend.
Talking with Brad Biggs of the Chicago Tribune here on Mully and Haugh. Rami McLaughlin, Fruthi Polinsky in for those guys. You have the storyline of 4,000 yards in play this week, Brad, and Caleb Williams only needs 270 yards to do it. He flat out said, I want to do it. He's been saying that since he got drafted. Ben Johnson downplayed it a little bit when talking to the media. How big a deal do you think that is in that building that Caleb Williams can crack that mark that no Bears quarterback has ever achieved?
Yeah, I think they'd all be smiling if that happened. I really do, and I think it's ripe for it to happen here. Like you look at what's happened in the Lions secondary with injuries to some cornerbacks. Terrion Arnold's been out for the season. They've been decimated at the safety position, and opponents have bombed them lately. Like take last week, get thrown out the window. They were going against Max Brosmer, an undrafted rookie free agent for the Vikings, and he threw for 51 yards in that game or something. You look at the 5 previous games to that, Jameis Winston, Jordan Love, Dak Prescott, Matthew Stafford, Aaron Rodgers, they averaged like 330 yards passing a game a week on that Lions defense. If Caleb doesn't need to get to 328 or 330, he needs to get to 270. The question would be, do they, and I have no idea, I'm just throwing this out there, they kick off at the same time as the Eagles do. The Bears certainly the most important thing is getting the 2 seed, right? Well, Philadelphia's resting 10 guys, and the Eagles might have a list of another 10 guys they want to play very sparingly, if at all. If the Commanders are putting it to the Eagles and it's the start of the fourth quarter and the Bears have a comfortable lead and Caleb's at 242 yards, do they put Tyson Bagent in? I don't know. Like, because the last thing you want is Aiden Hutchinson, who plays hard every down, winning a one-on-one opportunity and putting your quarterback on the shelf for 2 to 3 weeks, right?
Yeah, that would be bad.
Thank you.
That'd be really, really bad.
Right.
In the name of getting the first 4,000 yard passer in club history,
right?
I mean, that would, no offense to Tyson Bagent, but I don't think they want him to make his first start this season in the playoffs.
With that being said, Brad, you get to 4,002 yards and you're up 3 scores. You throw Tyson Bagent out there at ASAP. That's the best case scenario.
Oh, that would be great. And again, given how the Lions have played defensively,
right?
Like it's there for them.
Yeah,
I think it's. I really do think it's there for them. Like I think Jameis threw for almost 400 on that Detroit defense, which it's just been like that's something the Lions need to take a look at because it's 2 years in a row that they've been hit really hard with injuries. Remember, they were missing like half their defense when they rolled into the playoffs last year. They were missing half their defense when they kept ripping off wins at the end of the regular season to finish 15-2, and it's caught up to them this year. It's more than defensive injuries. They've got to rebuild the interior of that offensive line. They've got a pretty good rookie guard in Tate Ratledge, but they've got too many question marks need to be answered for them to get back to where they want to be.
That is Brad Biggs. Check out his work inside the Chicago Tribune, chicagotribune.com, on Twitter, at Brad Biggs, and obviously frequently right here on this show, on these very airways. Brad, always appreciate the time and the insight, sir. Have a great weekend and a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Brad.
Thanks. Have a great weekend.
And he joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers get the job done right the first time. And you're listening to a Four Seasons heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electric football Friday presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. We do got to get to a break. Rami Makloff, Ruthie Polinsky in for Mully and Haugh this morning. So how worried are we about that Bears defense? We'll get into that right after this on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Before Chicago takes on Detroit in the final game of the regular season, turn on The Score starting at noon for your local Ford dealers pregame show featuring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manilin, and Mully from the Mully and Haugh Show. Listen in as the guys get you ready for the game. Your local Ford dealers pregame show starting at noon on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeart Radio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Web Ford.
It's Maggie from Packy Web Ford. Our year-end event is on. Qualify and get 0% financing for 60 months on a huge selection of new Ford models. For details, visit PackyWebFord.com.
This segment is brought to you by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at TimberTech.com.
Protect your engine with Quaker State and save big money at Menards. Quaker State Full Synthetic Motor Oil is engineered to give your engine more power, more wear protection, longer engine life, and more performance with improved resistance to engine stress at high engine speeds or under heavy loads. Check out all of our Quaker State products in store and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
This is for all of my listeners who are struggling with hair loss. I'm sure you've tried the lotions, pills, creams, and potions. With so many options and doctors out there, who are you going to trust? What's really going to grow your hair back? The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair is an incredible breakthrough. Receding hairline, thinning hair, bald spots. Advanced Hair offers a simple, quick, one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And get this, Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow. It works for men and women across all ages, and Advanced Hair comes highly guaranteed to everyone. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. And don't forget to ask about that guarantee. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or for the incredible before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Potawatomi Sportsbook is the place where sports betting legends are made. We're ready for you. More info online. Must be 21 to enter casino.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. With the jam-packed NFL slate this weekend, eyes turn to Baltimore and Pittsburgh, the Steelers and the Ravens. Will Aaron Rodgers play his final game in the NFL? And is Lamar Jackson led an improbable dash to the playoff? That's the question, and the winner gets in, though they'll probably lose round one. I'm Drake Toll.
It is something that we stress, so I do think, I hope coaching does play a part of it, but I mean, at the end of the day, I've been a part of some staffs that have really emphasized it, and it doesn't come to fruition quite like this, and so I think the players have really brought it to life. The guys on defense, I've said all year long, they're very ball conscious of whether it's punching the ball out or making sure when they get their hands on it, they come down with the interception.
Bears head coach Ben Johnson there talking about turnovers. Obviously, the strength of this Bears defense, but how big a concern is that defense as we get ready for playoff football here in Chicago? 312-644-6767. That's so cool to say. Ryan Porth, our boss, was just in here during the break. I've been doing this radio thing for a long time, Ruthie, and lucky enough to be on the Score here for the last few years, doing some spots. I've never talked playoff football. It's just cool to say that, to say that's cool. We are heading into. I've never said that into this microphone here. I've never said we're heading in for some playoff football here. That's very cool for me as a lifelong Bears fan.
Yeah,
That's
I think
dope.
people don't fully appreciate like how hard it is to win in football, and that's sort of been a cool reality for me. I have lived all over the country covering, teams everywhere. I spent 3 years in New England, in Rhode Island, covering 3 seasons with the Patriots, who took me to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I was
spoiled.
that was my first
Yeah,
pro
exactly.
market. I had come from small town Texas, and I was living in New England, and it was like peak New England sports. And I was like, oh, this is amazing covering the NFL. Then I went to Miami and covered, 2 years of Brian Flores and the first year of Mike McDaniel. They went to the play, and then you come here, and it's like people are like starving for wins and like in playoffs, and like it's so cool to see such a loyal fan base in the best sports town in the country. I'll say that, like, to be rewarded with this season.
It's great. But if there's one thing that's like in the back of your mind that's sort of a red flag when it comes to this Bears team and this playoff run and what could go wrong, it's that defense right now, man. We've talked about it a couple times on the show here, and we just talked about it with Brad Biggs. Teams can move the football on this defense. And Ben Johnson was talking there about the turnovers, and that can be your saving grace. But this is a team that surrendered 880 yards in their last 2 games, Ruthie.
Yeah.
How big a concern is that defense as we sit, just about 2 weeks away from a playoff game here?
Unfortunately, I think that's going to, if and when the Bears lose a game here in the next month or so, I think that's going to be why, because the defense couldn't stop the other team, because this is the playoffs now. Like, you're not going to be playing backup quarterbacks and, going up against struggling, a Shedeur Sanders, as, Brad Biggs reminded us. Like, this is the real deal. This is the show. You're going to have Jordan Love probably for a whole game. Don't forget that he got knocked out of that last one. So, like, they're You may have to see Brock Purdy again, Matthew Stafford. Like, these guys are coming. Jalen Hurts, who just came off a Super Bowl run. Like, you're going to have to come up with big stops, and you can't rely on the takeaway every drive. So, listen, they've had their moments where they've been really good on third down, and they've been okay at, let's not forget, they did force the 49ers to punt for the first time since November. So that's okay. Woohoo.
Mm-hmm.
We love that.
Yeah.
But, like, they're going to have
punt twice. Yeah.
And, like, I think when the lights get brighter and the stage is, the stage that it will be, you think that, Tremaine Edmonds, Jalen Johnson, the guys who are your best, supposedly supposed to be your best players on defense, like, they're going to come up in those big moments. And every game, they're getting healthier and stronger. And hopefully they're pretty pissed off about what happened on Sunday in San Francisco.
Yeah, and the turnovers are great, and that's, like I said, has been the saving grace of this football team. But I was just, during the break, I was looking at the standings and what the playoff picture looks like more specifically, and sort of juxtaposing that with who leads the league in turnovers. And by the way, this Bears team has a chance to be just the fourth team in the last 4 decades to lead the NFL in takeaways and commit the fewest turnovers. That's only been done 3 other times: the 2011 Niners, the 2009 Packers, and the 1997 Giants, the only other 3 teams that have done that. But you look at the playoff picture, and you start, like, trying to put together the pieces of the puzzle, or what's the recipe for a deep Bears playoff run. And obviously, if they're going to do it, you would expect they're going to be able to generate some turnovers. The problem with that is, you look at the teams that are going to be in the playoffs and then look at the league leaders in the least giveaways, and I don't think it would surprise anybody to know that the teams that are in the playoffs, at least a bunch of them, don't give the ball away that much. Like, the Packers are among the league leaders in the fewest giveaways. The Eagles, the Rams, the Buccaneers, who might be a team that you could face at some point in the playoffs. All those teams in the top 10 in terms of the least giveaways. The saving grace is the Panthers are sort of middle of the pack in that category. And then the 49ers, and especially the Seahawks, they're in the bottom third of giveaways. We got the one last week against the 49ers on the very first play of the game, with the Jalen Johnson tip and interception return for a touchdown. But for the most part, come January, and especially if you're playing into February, it's going to be hard to get to generate the takeaways that the Bears have been able to generate for the most part.
That's why this 2 seed is massively important.
Yep.
And I would go as far to say as that this game on Sunday is a must win for a lot of reasons. Obviously, listen, I get it. You're in the playoffs. You're going to play another game. But you need to win this game so badly so that you have Brock Purdy coming to Soldier Field if need be. You have Jordan Love coming to Soldier. You have Jalen Hurts coming to Soldier. And guess what? You took the ball away from Jaden. I think it was the Eagles had the fewest giveaways before they faced the Bears.
Yep.
And then the Bears took the ball away, and then the Packers had the fewest giveaways, and then they faced the Bears, and the Bears, got some takeaways there as well. So the cool thing about this season with the takeaways and what the defense is doing is that they're taking the ball away from people who don't turn the ball over. And that's, I think, what's promising.
Yeah.
But having home field advantage as far as you can is why this is so incredibly important, so that these NFC West teams are getting out of that Cali sun and their domes, and they have to come to a chilly Soldier Field where you never know which way the wind is whipping. And, I get that Matthew Stafford has played in the division, and Brock Purdy, he gets the ball out quick, whatever. But, like, everyone else is cold too. Like, it's not just about the quarterback. Like, the other guys are cold as well. So,
yeah, balls bouncing off of guys' hands.
Yep, it's cold. You don't want to hit as hard. Like,
Yep.
it matters. And the wind is important. The kickers, like, the whole thing. Come to Soldier Field, win this game. You never know what happens with the 1 seed. You saw what happened last year with the Eagles, who were the 2 seed, and then the NFC champion, and then they hosted the NFC championship game. Like, let Soldier Field be your home field advantage. Richard Hightower talked about it yesterday. Like, it is as much as we make it, but having a guy like Cairo Santos and being able to use Soldier Field as an advantage is a huge part of what the Bears are going to be capable of this this postseason.
How big a concern is this Bears defense as we get into the playoffs here? 312-644-6767 is how you can get in on the conversation. And you look at Sunday's game, Ruthie, and it's a good offense that the Lions are bringing to Soldier Field on Sunday. Sixth in the NFL, almost 370 yards per game in that, and sixth in that category. Third in points per game at 28.9, and they're also among the league leaders in fewest turnovers. They're fifth in the league right now in the fewest giveaways. So while it would be nice to, bring that offense to a stop on Sunday and maybe generate a turnover or two and show that you can do that against a team that doesn't turn the football over that much, short of the momentum of that, and you talked earlier, and I agree with you, and a lot of people disagree, but momentum is real. But short of the momentum and sort of continuing the snowballing of this season, I don't know that I'm going to see anything necessarily on Sunday that's going to make me go, there it is. That defense is clicking now. They got it figured out, and it's a much better or different defense than what we've seen for 17 weeks to this point heading into the playoffs. I think we're going to go into the playoffs kind of going, this is what it is. And it's it's a very good football team. They have 11 wins already, and that's no fluke or no mistake that they've done that. But again, if there's one thing that's in the back of your mind as far as what could stop this run, it is the defense, and I don't think that there's anything they're going to do on Sunday that's going to sort of eliminate that red flag that's maybe in the back of your head.
The good
right
news is that this Bears defense is massively better at home than they are on the road. I think the point differential is almost half of points allowed. So I think it's like they're giving up 17 points at home and they're giving up 30 plus points on the road. So that's huge. And again, go out there, win this game at all costs, because that's how important it is to play at home.
Yeah, no, this is a big one, and with a win or an Eagles loss, they will have that home field advantage. And you're right,
but you have to win. I don't care if the Eagles lose. You have to win this game. I don't care if the Eagles lose. You have to win this game because of what it means moving forward. Imagine coming off of that San Francisco loss and then losing again to it's a meaningless game for the Lions. Don't lose this game. It's a huge opportunity to set the stage, get everyone excited, because otherwise you're going into the playoffs with everyone nervous. And you don't want to be nervous.
And the Bears and Eagles both play at 3. So, Ruthie, they both play at 3:25 on Sunday. You look up at the scoreboard at halftime.
Doesn't matter. I don't want it up there on the scoreboard. I don't want the players looking. I don't want anyone to know.
So you don't even care.
No.
That the result of that football game doesn't matter.
We can look, but it shouldn't matter to the guys on the field. It should not matter.
Really?
I guarantee you that Ben Johnson will never ask for an Eagles update during that game.
You don't think so?
Never.
See,
no,
I think
it doesn't matter. He wants to win the game at all costs. That's who this guy is. He does not care. He does not care. If this game was meaningless, if they had the 2 seed locked in, I still think he would put the starters out there for a little bit.
See, I know he's a maniac, and by the way, I love that about him.
He's a maniac.
Yeah, I love that. It's such a difference from what we had as head coach previous.
He's a lovable maniac.
Yes, absolutely. I love that he's a maniac, but I hope that there's got to be...
There's some responsibility that comes with it.
There is a rational side to a Ben Johnson, and I would think, you might be right, Ruthie, but I would think if he looks up at the scoreboard or somebody tells him in his headset, hey, Eagles are down 2 scores, it's the middle of the third quarter out there, I even if 4,000 yards is still hanging in the balance, which I went crazy in the last hour saying that's something I really, really want, he's at least going to pull a few starters off the field.
Maybe you pull like Grady Jarrett. Like, maybe. But why? You got to win this game. And I don't know. I don't see him unless you're up 3 scores in the fourth quarter and Caleb's already hit 4K and maybe you find out that I think if Ben Johnson had his choice, he would tell Soldier Field, do not put the Eagles score on the scoreboard. Because it's human nature to take your foot off the gas.
Sure.
Don't do it. Win the game at all costs. And Ben Johnson, again, he cares about a lot of things. And yes, he cares about the 2 seed. And yes, he cares about what happens with the Eagles potentially. He wants to stick it to the Lions. He said to the media on Wednesday, I remember vividly what happened in the fourth quarter in week 2.
Yeah.
Like, he got booed at Ford Field by the team that, guess what, looks like they miss him a little bit. He wants to stick it to him. And he doesn't care. Yeah, he wants the 2 seed. He wants to run up the score. He wants to show everyone I made the right decision. I am the king of the North, and I will keep it.
How big a red flag, how big a concern is the defense heading into this one? And let's open it up to that conversation we just got into as well, Ruthie. Bears are winning, or it's a close game in the second half, but you look up at the scoreboard, Eagles are down 2 scores. You pulling the starters?
It's not going to be on the scoreboard.
312-644-6767. Are you a local business owner or employee? How would you like to have your commercial air during Super Bowl 60 right here on the Score? Here is your chance. We've brought back the Score Big for Your Business contest, where you can enter to win a 30-second Super Bowl commercial on the Score's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 from Westwood One. And new this year, you can win a live broadcast for your brand. Log on to 670thescore.com/contest to enter now and learn more details. Deadline to enter is January 18th. Score Big for Your Business is sponsored by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC. That's a very cool thing that we do every year, the contest for local businesses. And this year, I heard Lawrence Holmes bring this up the other day, who's dubbed me the double agent. That you could have a lot of Chicago fans tuned in to the Super Bowl here on the Score if things work out right. Not to jinx anything, but you could have a lot of locals if you're a local business tuned in to the Score and to that game here on 670 The Score. So again, go and sign up your business to enter at 670thescore.com/contest and have your chance to have your commercial air during Super Bowl 60 right here on the Score. How much are you concerned about that defense? And let's say the Eagles are down 2 scores in the second half on Sunday. Are you pulling the starters off the field? Do you think Ben Johnson will pull the starters off the field? I almost gave out the Milwaukee numbers. It's been 2 hours and 43 minutes, and that's the first time that's happened. 312-644-6767. That's Ruthie Polinsky. I'm Rami Maklaw. In for Mully and Haugh this morning on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I was hurt, boys. I was hurt. I gotta admit, I was called a double agent.
Triple
by
agent.
my guys on the Spiegel and Holmes show.
Bears fans, the NFC North champion Bears are heading to the final game of the regular season against the Lions at Soldier Field. After getting crushed in their first meeting, can Ben Johnson flip the script and get revenge on his former team? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Lions right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen to a full day of reaction on Monday when we start to get you ready for the playoffs on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Spiegs. I'm so glad I decided to work with CertaPro Painters to get that hallway painted. My process was worry-free with the free estimate, great communication, super professional painting, all at the right price. You're not just hiring a service with CertaPro, you're getting trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painting.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me. but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them. During their preseason sale, you'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. In one day. I love mine, a Comer & Cross garage floor. That's the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. Call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMER, ComerCross.com.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Mornings with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh out this morning, enjoying their new year. Rami Makloff and Ruthie Polinsky in, also enjoying our new year with you, the Score listener, at 312-644-6767. We'll talk with Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk and NBC, coming up here at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Right now, asking you, though, how big a concern is this defense heading into the playoffs? And if you look up at the scoreboard on Sunday, second half, Eagles are down 2 scores, and the 2 seed is all but locked up. You pulling your starters? Do you think Ben Johnson will pull his starters? 312-644-6767. Let's get right out to the phones, and out in Grand Rapids, Michigan is Mark, listening on the Odyssey app. Mark, welcome to the Score. How you doing this morning?
Very good. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Enjoy listening to you both. You're
very good to listen to. And I'm a Lions fan. And
Thanks for
we
the
miss
call,
Ben
Mark. No,
Johnson.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
But as a Lions fan, one thing, Caleb is definitely, Ben's going to make him, he's just cracking the surface. But, 4,000 yards passing in the Windy City is not an easy thing to do. I don't think people take that enough into account. Trying to play there in November, December is not a fun task. And even though they went through 37 quarterbacks in the same amount of time the Packers had went through 3, it still has a lot to do with, coach, there's a lot of factors, but still it is the Windy City. But a couple other things real quick. I think that with Ben Johnson, no one ever talks about the fact that he brought in Jonah Jackson. I know everybody talks about Joe Thuney and what he's done with that line, but Jonah Jackson knew what he did in Detroit, and, they were together there. And Jonah's that leader of that line. But, I wrote an apology letter to Dan Campbell because I thought that, I was saying that when they got rid of Ben that it was not going to be good. And, it turns out I was right. I should take that letter and rip it up. Because, we should have paid Ben is what we should have done. And that's all I really got. And, the Bears, the Lions are out of it, so I'll be pulling for the Bears. And thank you very much. You guys have a great day.
Thanks for the call, Mark.
I don't think the Lions were going to cough up $14 million for an offensive coordinator.
No.
So
No,
I
you were
think
not.
it's tough. But yeah.
And you also weren't going to show Dan Campbell the door to promote Ben Johnson to head coach.
No,
that wasn't something
absolutely
you were
not.
do. No.
But I will say, and I'll tap myself on the back here for a moment, I did say in this offseason, I said, we're going to learn a lot about Dan Campbell this year, about Dan Campbell, the head coach. And he's got to figure it out. He's got a lot of interesting moves with his staff to make this offseason because, and he's talked about that he doesn't want to be the play caller. He wants to be the CEO, head coach. So he's got to find someone. The thing is like there's only one Ben Johnson.
Right.
So, you can try and replace him as much as you want, but good luck.
I'm not declaring the Lions dead yet by any means. They could bounce right back. I mean, we're watching the Bears right now in terms of how quickly things can change in the NFL, but they certainly miss Ben Johnson. And yeah, there's some figuring out to do for Dan Campbell and those guys up there in Detroit if they're going to get back to contending for the NFC North title and more. But that's still a team that's got too many wins and has put too much on tape here the last couple of years for me to go, well, they're in the rear view, like on to the next thing. You know what I mean? No, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And Ruthie, the NFC North is a tough place to play, and I don't think that's changing anytime soon. I think that the Vikings will get their quarterback situation figured out, and Kevin O'Connell is a very good head coach. I think Jordan Love is a very good quarterback, and they're going to get Micah Parsons back next year. It's going to be a dogfight for the foreseeable future in this division, if you ask me.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting with the Vikings. This is going to be a really interesting offseason for the NFC North because it'll be interesting. Brian Flores obviously rumored to have his contract be expiring at the end of this season. So does he take a higher paying defensive coordinator job? Is he back in the head coach conversation? That would be a huge loss for the Vikings because I think that defense has been such a part of who they are. With that being said, yeah, agreed. I mean, especially with the Bears and the young talent they have and all these guys who are now on rookie contracts, you're set up for sustained success if you can do it. You gotta fix the defense.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that the answers are there for all the teams. Like, they all have questions, but I think the answers are there for all the teams in the NFC North. And like I said, I don't think it's going to turn into a cakewalk anytime soon winning this division. It wasn't a cakewalk this year. I mean, you look at it, and potentially all three of the teams that are going to finish behind the Bears could have a winning record. Now, that would mean the Lions beat the Bears on Sunday, but all three teams in this division that can't call themselves NFC North champs, they could all finish the season with winning records, and the Packers could be getting into the playoffs simply by the virtue of a tie. If the Lions win this weekend and the Vikings beat the Packers this weekend, the only reason that the Packers are in the playoffs is because of that tie with the Dallas Cowboys.
Interesting. Hadn't thought of it that way.
Yeah, it's a tough division, man.
Yeah, it's tough.
And things could break for better or worse very, very quickly for any of the 4 teams in this division.
I haven't asked you this quickly. Do you want the Packers to be the Bears' first-round opponent?
That's a conversation that we should give more time to,
Okay.
Ruthie, and let's do
That's
that.
a tease.
And if you're very good tease, and if you're on hold, hang right there. We'll get right back to the phone calls after we talk with Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk and NBC. He'll join Ruthie Polinsky and me, Rami Makloff, in for Mully and Haugh this morning on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Coming up next.
Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever, with all of our shows joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the games. Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Join the Blackhawks this Sunday, January 4th at the United Center as the Centennial Seasons Banner Years chapter kicks off against the Vegas Golden Knights. The first 8,000 fans receive a Brent Seabrook bobblehead presented by United. Then Friday night, hockey presented by Modelo as the Blackhawks host the Capitals, and Alex Ovechkin returns January 9th. Puck drops at 7, and the first 2,000 fans score a Blackhawks Modelo hat. Get details and tickets at blackhawks.com/tickets.
Hey, is this the year you're finally going to pop the question? There's one name you need to remember when you start your diamond shopping. That's Rasny, as in Rasny Jewelers. Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. At Rasny Jewelers, you get personal attention, real expertise, and a family that has cared for generations of Chicago clients. At Rasny Jewelers, there's no hard sell, just the assurance that you selected a superior, beautifully cut diamond. Shop Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Oak Street in Chicago, and always available at rasny.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Your local Moretti's restaurant wishes you a happy holiday season with a $25 gift for you. Buy a $100 gift card and get a free $25 bonus gift certificate. Stop by Moretti's or order online at Moretti'sGifts.com to get your $25 bonus. Moretti's authentic Chicago-style pizza was voted best of the best pizza in the area's largest diners poll for 2025. Stop by your local family-owned and operated Moretti's and find out what everyone's raving about. Moretti's Ristorante and Pizzeria is pizza and so much more.
It's the year-end sales event with the Ford crew.
It's sales event time, Sam.
Temperatures are dropping, but the deals are just getting hot.
Time for our annual Ford Holiday Gift Guide.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to go wrong with great deals on trucks and SUVs from Ford, America's all-time best-selling auto brand.
Don't forget the first rule of holiday gift giving, Hank.
What's that, Sam?
Always remember to treat yourself, too.
Well said.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's 4 walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is your college football postseason update, presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. College postseason drama is heating up, and this weekend powerhouse programs delivered when it mattered most, with top seeds punching their tickets and surviving must-win matchups to keep their championship hopes alive. As the playoff picture tightens, every drive, every decision, every moment matters. Just like the athletes leaving it all on the field, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door, ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Time is ticking away. Don't let another minute pass. Plan your retirement now with Trajan Wealth for the future you deserve. Call Trajan today at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is where Chicago comes to talk about the NFC North champion Bears. Keep it here as the Score team breaks it all down. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards. And this segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, NBC Sports, Twitter.com/ProFootballTalk.
Day by day, we get better and better. So we can't beat me.
NFL insider Mike Florio with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
And Ruthie Polinsky and Rami Makloff in for Mully and Haugh this morning. And there is Mike Florio on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers, get the job done right the first time. Mike, Happy New Year. How are you this morning, my man?
Doing great. It's just kind of a weird work day wedged between a holiday and a weekend. Kind of have to get everything fired up for one day before we coast for a couple more, and then it's back to reality, a long cold winter. But for the hopes that flow from the Chicago Bears, it would be a miserable 6 weeks to come.
Yeah, honestly, Mike, it's taken everything in every fiber of my being just to know what day it is here the last couple of weeks. But it is Friday. It is a football Friday here on The Score. We're joined by Mike Florio. And you talk about the hopes that are coming from the city of Chicago. How much of those hopes, or how important is it, how important to those hopes do you think is it that the Bears lock up that 2 seed on Sunday?
I think you always want to have the highest possible seed. You never know how things are going to play out. And you earn that spot, you hold that spot. It gives you home field advantage. You get at least 2 home games in the postseason. That's the biggest difference between being number 2 and number 3. You're guaranteed 2 home games. And you're talking about January football. And if the 1 seed gets upset along the way, you're hosting the conference championship game as well. And look, hey, this is the home field advantage they want to give up by moving into a dome. So enjoy it while you have it, because January football in the elements, certain teams can rise up, certain teams can't, certain teams are built for it. And I would submit that the teams that have to play in it all the time are the most prepared to do it. So, we may see a little of it on Sunday when the Lions have to venture out into the cold, and maybe we'll see more of it as the rest of the postseason unfolds.
They want to give up the home field advantage for a dome in Indiana. No, I'm just teasing. Mike Florio, I wanted to ask you about some things going on around the league. Let's talk about the newest Dolphins headline that they're going to bring in Troy Aikman to help them with their general manager search. I was puzzled by it. Someone who covered the Dolphins for 3 seasons, they have Dan Marino in that building. Like, what are they getting in bringing in Troy Aikman?
Well, they're getting the benefit of the various contacts that he has developed throughout the league in a position where he's been handling the biggest games every week for more than 20 years. And this is one of the realities of the league tolerating Tom Brady being an owner of the Raiders and also a broadcaster. Once you stretch the rubber band that far, lesser stretches don't bother people. Troy Aikman is now working for a team, and he's working for ESPN ostensibly to broadcast games involving any team. Now, it won't matter because they won't have any Dolphins games on ESPN the rest of the way, but I'd love to know when they started talking to him. I'd love to know what the planning was to announce this when they did. Has this been in the works for 6 weeks? Did they know when the Steelers and the Dolphins were getting ready to play that Troy Aikman was about to be on the payroll for the Dolphins? How, if at all, would that have impacted the Steelers' willingness to be as candid with Troy Aikman as they would have been? This is just basic right and wrong. Standards exist or they don't. And back to Tom Brady, when they don't bat an eye at Tom Brady owning the Raiders and also working for Fox and calling games every week, and it's no big deal, you're going to tolerate a lot of other stuff that isn't as big of a deal as that.
What does this mean for Mike McDaniel's status? This was Troy Aikman on Monday Night Football a couple weeks ago that was absolutely bashing the way he handled that end of game.
Oh, absolutely. Now, look, he's going to be picking the GM, or at least consulting for the selection of the GM. Who knows what kind of consulting he'll do after that. But it really was a weird, bizarre kind of a situation where, are you trying to win the game? Are you just trying to make the final score look better? Like, what's really going on here? And it was a strange sequence, but this is what happens when you pluck voices who are there to serve as liaison between the game and the fans and make them employees of teams. Things that were said are going to come up, and how does this affect this? How does that affect that? The whole thing really is strange. I don't think it's an accident. It was announced on a fairly slow NFL day, a New Year's Day, when the football watching world was focused on college football. This is one of those that they don't want to make too big of a deal about, because I think the more people think about it and talk about it, the stranger it seems.
Whether we're talking with Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk and NBC right now, Ruthie Polinsky, Rami Makloff, and for Mully and Haugh this morning, whether we're talking about the Dolphins or anywhere, the Giants have a head coach vacancy, and I'm sure there will be more once the season ends. Who are some of the head coaching candidates, hot names that you're hearing out there? Is it some retreads, or are there some new names that you're hearing come up in the cycle this year, Mike?
Well, look, there's always 4 potential avenues. 1, coordinators who have never coached before. 2, college coaches who may be available if there's interest. 3, former NFL head coaches, and 4, current head coaches that you would basically try to work a trade for. And last year when the Bears were looking, I said on this station they should call the 49ers about Kyle Shanahan, and that created a big unexpected and unanticipated, but ultimately profitable for me mess, because it drove engagement and clicks. And that's why we're here, right? They call it clickbait. Yes. A worm on a hook is bait too. That's how it works. As long as you're being honest about what you're trying to get people to click, not some weird, crazy, made up duping someone to click. Anyway, I digress. The Giants are, I think, looking for someone with head coaching experience. They need someone on the offensive side of the ball, although they haven't narrowed that focus. I was told weeks ago they haven't ruled out the possibility of trying to trade for someone. They want to see who gets fired. We don't know who's going to get fired. That will dictate who's available. There was a report today from ESPN. Mike McCarthy is in the mix, Antonio Pierce, and they want to interview them coming up. You know, the weird thing is they already could have interviewed them. You can interview people who aren't attached to any team whenever you want. And there's a lingering question as to whether or not Joe Schoen is going to come back as the GM. I just wonder if, and I hadn't thought of this before, the delayed timetable for interviewing these coaches, have they not interviewed them yet because they're not sure that Schoen is going to be the person who's hiring the next coach?
How about, Mike, the legal issues and allegations going on in New England right now, and how that could potentially affect what they're trying to do this postseason?
It really was a stunner. And then you had it boom, boom, one day after another, first with Stephon Diggs and then with Christian Barmore. They are just allegations, and that's the posture that the team has adopted here. These are allegations and allegations only. There is no reason for anybody to think that these players won't be available. The league issued a statement saying that both players are eligible to play. There will be a point at which, when formal felony charges are filed against Stephon Diggs, if the season is still going on, the league's going to have to decide whether or not to put him on paid leave. The league has broad discretion, and the league hasn't really done this enough times that there's a reliable way to discern based on precedent what they'll do moving forward. For now, though, it feels like they're going to let both guys play. They don't want to disrupt the competitive integrity of the postseason. But, it's funny, the teams they may be facing are all very concerned about whether or not, the right thing to do. Maybe the right thing to do is to put Stephon Diggs on paid leave, not because we're going to be playing him next weekend, but because it's the right thing to do. And anytime something like this comes up, you automatically see the various teams slip into the roles that their competitive interests would obviously dictate that they take. It's like politics. We all know which side is going to go which way on which issue. It's whichever way helps me.
Talking with Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk and NBC Sports here on Mully and Haugh. Rami Makloff and Ruthie Polinsky in for those guys this morning. I saw comments by former Bears head coach Matt Eberflus, now the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys, almost downplaying the importance of pass rushers. And it's funny that it comes after they traded Micah Parsons to start this season. And that caught Parsons' eye. Did it not, Mike?
Well, what Eberflus said is basically, and I'm paraphrasing, it's hard to have a great defense when you have an impactful pass rusher who gets traded right before the start of the season.
Sure.
And remember, at the time, Jerry Jones, the owner of the team, said, we just need to worry about stopping the run. Well, you also need to stop the pass, and you also have one of the best defensive players in all of football on your team, and you've just traded him because you didn't want to pay him, and also you were frustrated because, he was playing chess with you contractually and winning. So Eberflus is in a weird spot because it's widely believed he's going to be fired. There's some chatter that maybe the Cowboys will try to hire Brian Flores away from the Vikings. His contract expires after the Week 18 game, so he becomes essentially a free agent. It feels like Eberflus is in trouble, and this is a way for Eberflus to basically say, hey, you know what? Don't blame me. Blame the guy that yanked Micah Parsons away from the roster 10 days before the first game that counts.
You brought up Brian Flores. I'm curious if you think his name has the lawsuit filed against the National Football League. Has that simmered at all, or would you say that he would potentially be a head coaching candidate this offseason? And Mike, would you say that sort of the downfall of Tua has essentially helped the name of Brian Flores as he sort of looks to get another shot?
Last weekend, I talked to a wide variety of high-level people throughout the league, coaches and general managers, and I came to the conclusion that he definitely will be a candidate. The scheme alone is good enough to get him interviews. The question is, does everything else line up? And what kind of due diligence do the teams do? What questions do they have? How things went in Miami, because it didn't go well and it didn't end well. The lawsuit is a weird little wrinkle to all of this because it shouldn't matter that he's got an active lawsuit against the NFL, the Dolphins, the Giants, the Broncos, and the Texans. That should never be considered as it relates to future employment decisions. But are we naive? Like, he's not going to be the next Giants head coach.
Right.
And they'll have 50 reasons. They'll have 500 reasons, if necessary, other than he sued us. But at the core, is any employer going to be thrilled when they have other viable options and it's all very subjective and we can go this way, we can go that way? Is anyone going to welcome into the building as the most important employee in the entire organization someone who has an active lawsuit against the team? It is wrong under federal law for it to be a factor, but I think we're all grown-ups here and we realize that the Giants aren't going to hire Brian Flores to be the head coach. I respected what he did at the time he did it. I thought he was giving up his entire coaching career. The Steelers did the courageous thing by making him a senior defensive assistant and linebackers coach in 2022. The Vikings made him defensive coordinator the next year. We'll see if someone takes the next step and makes him a head coach. But there are questions that would need to be resolved. The time in Miami, there have been, as I did this research. There's been some rumblings that maybe the Belichickian way doesn't mesh with Minnesota nice, and there may be some folks in the Vikings organization that aren't thrilled with the interpersonal skills of Brian Flores. So these are all things that would need to be resolved. But the scheme is good enough to get him in the mix, and there aren't a lot of no-brainer great candidates this year. He could come out of this cycle with another job.
Mike Flory of Pro Football Talk and NBC, our guest for a few more minutes here on Mully and Haugh, with Ruthie and Rami in for Mully and Haugh. Lamar Jackson came out yesterday and dismissed some of the reports about his leadership, his preparation as just noise. Mike, from what you're hearing, is all that just noise, or are there real problems in Baltimore when it comes to their two-time MVP quarterback?
Well, let's think about the background here. The Baltimore Sun had a column last week from Mike Preston, and it was kind of strange because it was a column and it contained nuggets of reporting that weren't couched as reports and didn't come from some other report. It was just a strange kind of a posture for this news to be dropped about concerns the team has with conditioning, nutrition, staying up too late playing video games, falling asleep during meetings. That all dropped into the Mike Preston column, and the gist of it, the message was the Ravens should consider trading Lamar Jackson. So yesterday he said he doesn't fall asleep during meetings. Coach Harbaugh wouldn't let him do it. Although I was reminded of Jimmy Johnson's line from 30 plus years ago as it relates to Troy Aikman. Somebody fell asleep during a team meeting and the guy got cut, and they said, what would you do if Aikman fell asleep during a team meeting? And Jimmy Johnson said, I'd get him a pillow. So I don't know. I always thought there was a separate standard for the superstars. But regardless, I think based upon everything that I've read, the people I know, the people I've talked to, and just my reading of the tea leaves and understanding of the patterns that I've seen play out over the last 25 years, I think the Ravens would like someone to call them and make them an offer they can't refuse for Lamar Jackson. They're not going to initiate it. They're not going to shop the final 2 years of his contract. They don't want to create the impression they want to move on. And Jackson doesn't want to create the impression he wants to move on. But if the opportunity arises, and I don't think it will, but if it does, that's something that the Ravens would seriously consider. They got 2 years left after this. Franchise tag is virtually impossible for 2028. They need to work out a new contract, or this question is going to continue to linger. Have they reached the point where it's time for the two sides to move on?
One more question for you, Mike. Curious what happens if the Steelers lose this weekend. What's the future of Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers, for that matter?
Well, I think Rodgers and Tomlin are tied together. Rodgers earlier this week said, hey, and he almost came out and said, I'd like to come back for a second season, by comparing his experience in Green Bay with Matt LaFleur when he arrived in 2019 as head coach, how much better Rodgers was in the second year in the offense. Well, you draw the dots. He thinks he might be a lot better the second year in the offense in Pittsburgh. But first and foremost, Mike Tomlin has to be there before Aaron Rodgers would be a consideration. I don't think a new coach is going to want to keep Aaron Rodgers around. And Tomlin can do whatever he wants to do. And I think it's interesting that we're starting to pick up the smoke of Tomlin maybe going to TV. Because I look at it this way. If I'm an executive that wanted to hire Tomlin, I'm making the phone call the day after the fire Tomlin chants, following the 26-7 home loss to Buffalo, where they got embarrassed and it all just felt like it was falling apart. I'm making my play for Tomlin. I mean, for all we know, somebody has made their play for Tomlin. For all we know, there's already a deal in place for Tomlin to go work for one of the networks after this season ends. It's just odd to me that there's all of a sudden this smoke that's filtering upward that Tomlin may go to TV. And, it all comes down to whether or not they win or lose on Sunday night. That's why I think that's such a great game to end the season with. You've got questions about both coaches. You've got questions about both quarterbacks. You've got no safety net. The Saturday night game between the Seahawks and the 49ers, the winner's going to be the one seed. The loser's still in the playoffs. Sunday night, it's win or go home. And for the quarterback and the coach of the team that goes home, it maybe go home for good.
Mike, no one knew you were such a good dancer in Maria's videos on Sundays.
Neither did I.
I mean, it's been a blast. It's awesome. I love it. Keep it up.
Yeah, you've been working on those moves, Mike? Where'd they come from? That takes practice.
Alcohol.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the time.
Happy New Year, Mike.
Happy New Year.
There's Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk and NBC Sports, and he joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911, local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. Why didn't I think of that? Just got married in June, and I was doing all this practicing for our first dance.
Yeah.
Just start drinking early.
Did you guys take dance lessons?
Yeah, we did.
So did I before my wedding.
I am bad.
It was fun,
Ruthie,
though. Wasn't that fun, though?
I mean, yes,
to take the
but
lessons?
also I wear size 13 shoes, Ruthie. I was all over her feet. I was
That's okay.
all over her feet. It was.
How did the first dance go?
I mean, pretty good. I had a couple missteps, but pretty good.
There you go.
And also, I think the area we were dancing in was a little bit smaller than what we practiced in because we had like a whole thing. We had like a whole routine.
Yeah.
So I think that threw us off a little bit. But all in all, I think I held my own.
It was funny. My husband wanted to do it, wanted to take the lessons, and I grew up I'm a dancer. I grew up dancing.
Yeah. So was my wife. Y'all got the inside track. Yeah.
And so it was fun. And what I loved so much about it, I would highly recommend to any people who are engaged or getting married, it was just such a fun once a week to not think about the wedding and just it was like a date, to go have a dance class.
Yeah.
And it was so much fun. I highly recommend. We had a blast.
You know what it reminded me of? And my wife chuckled and rolled her eyes when I said this. The learning the dance steps. I was like, oh, this is like offensive line drills from back
there you go.
I played high school.
This is like the Oklahoma drill.
And she was like, oh, you can make anything about sports, can't you? I was like, yeah, that's what I do for a living.
It's memorization, technique, fundamentals.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. Hey,
wrap up.
If you're going to the game or somewhere to watch the game and you're going to drink, plan ahead and take a ride share. The Score wants to help our friends at IDOT make the roads and you safer this year. So this holiday season, we're giving away ride share gift cards. Right now, the first 3 callers win a $50 ride share gift card. The number to call is 312-540-0670. That's 312-540-0670. And the first 3 callers to that number will win a $50 ride share gift card. Again, that number, 312-540-0670, if you're interested in a free ride this holiday season. It is a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Ruthie asked me a question in the last segment going into the break. Do I want the Packers? I'll tell you right after this. Do you want the Packers? 312-644-6767. Ruthie Polinsky, Rami Makloff in for Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Immediately after the Chicago-Detroit game, tune into the Score's postgame show featuring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manaway, and Mully from the Mully and Haugh Show. Win or lose, the guys take your calls and react to the game on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Aturo Tire.
This segment is sponsored by PackyWeb Ford.
I'm Webby the Elf at PackyWeb Ford. Get on your boss's nice list this holiday season. Tell them they can deduct 100% of the price on a Section 179 qualifying new Ford. Have your boss visit PackyWebFord.com.
Update your home for the new year with help from Menards. Organize your home with Closet Made. We carry everything you need to maximize your space in closets, pantries, laundry rooms, and more. Find the closet solution that's right for you and save big money. Check out all our Closet Made closet kits in store. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For so many, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown's disappearing. Hair loss can feel like identity theft. Well, there's good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It is the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They may sometimes help retain what you have, but they will never regrow hair that's completely missing. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or go to advancedhair.com. Once again, that's advancedhair.com.
Hey, y'all, this is Maggie Freeling, host of the new podcast, Up and Vanish Weekly. Tune in each week as Payne Lindsay and I are joined by other true crime experts to take a fresh look at some of the most puzzling crimes and shine a spotlight on the cases that have stumped investigators for far too long. So go right now and search Up and Vanish Weekly in your podcast app to follow the show. Listen for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Potawatomi Sportsbook is the place where sports betting legends are made. We're ready for you. More info online. Must be 21 to enter casino.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This year's Final Four in college football is absolutely awesome. No, there are no perennial blue bloods like Ohio State or Alabama or Georgia, but this is a super fun final grouping. Indiana, Oregon, Ole Miss, and Miami. And when the playoff expanded to 12 teams, this is the kind of stuff that you would dream about. This feels like college basketball. Absolutely love it, even if we don't get the name brand schools. I'm Nick Costos.
Mornings with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Ruthie Polinsky and Rami Makloff in for Mully and Haugh this morning. And before Chicago takes on Detroit, tune in Sunday from 12 to 3:25. Actually, I'm going to be shameless here and say start tuning in at 9 a.m. when I hit the airwaves. And then from noon to 3:25 for your local Ford dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kurtz, Patrick Manley, and Mully will get you set for the game. Then immediately following the game, they'll have instant reaction on the post-game show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire. All of it can be heard on the Score and the Odyssey app. And again, your local broadcast starts at 9 a.m. with yours truly right here on 670 The Score, taking you right up. So I got like pre-game on Sunday before that matchup with the Detroit Lions.
Fun.
And Ruthie, you asked me before we were going into the break, before we talked with Mike Florio, who we talked last segment, do I want the Packers? Was that your question? Do I want the Packers?
Or do you have
in
a
the
preference of who the Bears play? Obviously, you want the 2 seed, but you know what I mean.
I heard Lawrence say this the other day, and it was like he snatched the thought right out of my head. I feel like saying I want the Packers, I feel like I'm like almost summoning a demon or a curse if I was to say that. You know what I mean? Because let's be real. We've split the last 2 years, but the last 30 years or so, it's been all Packers for the most part in that matchup between those two teams. And as somebody, me personally, who's been living and working in Milwaukee for on and off 20 years now and being on the wrong end of that, there have been plenty of times in those 20 years, Ruthie, and really just the 30 years as a whole, where I've been like, here it is. This is our time. This is where we take the North and knock off the Packers and never look back. And spoiler alert, if you're catching up on the Packers-Bears rivalry, we didn't. We didn't do that. So I don't want to say I want the Packers. And if I'm being real honest with you, there's a part of me that would just like to not see that football team again this year, simply because we got the last blow in getting that miraculous overtime victory that we got a couple weeks ago and winning the North a week later with the Packers losing to the Ravens. That I would like to just close the book on that for the year, and we have the upper hand in the head-to-head and winning the division. And not have to even run the risk of them getting the last laugh in a playoff game and knocking us out and ending this run that the Bears are on here in year one of the Ben Johnson era. That's more the irrational side of my brain talking. The more rational side of my brain says I want the 2 seed, and that means you will get the Packers. I want the 2 seed for the advantages that come with it of 2, possibly 3 playoff home games. That's why I want it more than I'd say I want it because I want the Packers and I want to bury that football team or whatever the narrative might be going in.
And also, you don't want the prolific offenses of Matthew Stafford and Brock Purdy yet. Yeah. Like, you don't need to see that again yet.
No.
Like, I think you know the formula of how to beat the Packers. And it's to make them, it's bend, don't break. I mean, that's what they've done. And they're wounded, the Packers. I mean, they kind of sound deflated. LaFleur kind of sounds like he's spiraling a bit. I think that's, they would be coming into Soldier Field a little, maybe just uneasy.
They're limping in a little bit.
They're limping in.
Yeah.
Limping in. And I think to be able to have the advantage of playing that game here, favors the Bears by a lot.
Sure.
So I get it. I think probably the biggest reason why.
Let me say we have the last laugh right now.
The biggest reason I want the Packers to play the Bears in that first playoff game is so that Ben Johnson can beat Matt LaFleur twice this year. And that he doesn't look silly for saying that in his opening press conference.
I didn't even think of that. I literally did not even think of that until you just said it.
That's what I want. So that's it. That's all.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I do.
Is that loser talk?
I think that's a little meatball. That's a little meatball Bears fan in you. Like, that's a little.
Sure.
Yeah. Like, that's like, I'm wounded by the past a little bit. Like, I'm a little still scared. And I get that. I think there's sort of two sides to it. I think people are like, give me the Packers. Like, that's a meatball Bears fan take also. But then there's also like, I'm afraid of the Packers. We went out on top. Like, let us just have that. I think it's probably best case scenario for a lot of reasons to see the Packers because of the 2 seed and what that means. But as also with like, get rid of those demons, like, for good. Because guess what? You're not going to fear them if you can beat them in the playoffs.
That is
again.
true. That is true. I'll be able to rest a lot easier. I'll be able to sleep better at night.
Get your cheese grater hats.
They got one right over there.
I know we have one here.
Yeah.
I thought about putting it on. Get your cheese grater hats. Show up to Soldier Field. Go to the bars. Flood the streets. Beat the Packers. And those demons are gone. It's just that year where there is magic to like what's happening. And it feels
Ruthie,
like that
I've been there before. Remember, there was magic when you played them in week 7. There was magic that season you played them in week 17 and could have knocked them out and didn't, and then they came back and beat you in the NFC Championship. I felt like there was magic.
Okay.
I felt like there was magic that year, and again, I felt like here it is. This is our year. This is where the tables turn in this rivalry.
But this isn't the NFC Championship.
I know.
They're
know.
not an NFC Championship worthy team, in my opinion, right now. The way they're sort of limping here.
I'm not saying I don't want them. Like I said, I want the 2 seed. And you get the 2 seed, you're facing the Packers. Otherwise, it might be the Rams, right? That's the other. If you end up in the 3 seed.
It's the Rams or the Niners, depending on
what happens in the NFC West and the 1 seed. Obviously, the Packers, with the state that they're in right now, and you just look at the records and how consistently those 3 football teams have played winning football throughout the year, and the Packers definitely looks like the matchup you want. Again, using the rational side of my brain.
Yeah.
And you want the 2 seed, and you want the home field advantage that comes with that. I can't bring myself to say I want the Packers. I feel like... And maybe it's loser talk. Tell me at 312-644-6767. I can't bring myself to say
kind of loser talk.
I want the Packers.
No, I mean, it is.
Okay.
You know,
I
but
accept
that's okay.
that. I accept that. I understand.
You have trauma.
There's a lot of trauma talking here right now. That's
okay.
That's
We're going to heal you. We're going to get through this.
I think only the Bears can heal me, Ruthie. I think only the Bears can hear me.
That's what I'm saying. Like, let's see what happens in the next couple of weeks, because I think you may begin to heal.
Let's try to squeeze in a call or two on this before we're going to talk with the midday host today, filling in for Rahimi Harris and Grody. It'll be Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable. That we're going to talk to them in a few minutes. But let's try and squeeze in a couple here. Do you want the Packers? Is there somebody specifically that you look at and you go, that's the matchup I want right there in the playoffs? 312-644-6767. Aaron is on I-90. Now he's on the Score. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, everybody. Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I am a true blue January Capricorn, which means I hold grudges until the day I die. I want all the smoke. I want Green Bay for the 3rd time because I want to beat them twice. I want to look at their fan base. I want to drive this semi to Green Bay, hang my head out the window and yell, bear down, and watch them get drunk and cry. I want pain in their eyes. I want the San Francisco 49ers, too. I want the San Francisco 49ers for when they came to Chicago when I was a kid, and I learned that bad weather meant absolutely nothing because Jerry Rice and them kicked our behinds. I want revenge. I didn't want Ben Johnson to be the head coach because I didn't like the stumble bump, and I wanted revenge on that. So with this being said, I want all the smoke. If you ask me if I want the Packers, damn right I do. I want the Packers, and you should want them too, because you want to rub it in their fan base for the next 30 years, or at least the next 10, for everything we've went through. You should not want to run away from this at this time. This is our moment to finally get a little bit of revenge, just a little bit. And we should cherish it, and we should want it, and we should embrace it, and we shouldn't run from it. And anything that has to do with the Packers, we should want it. We should want it.
I love the confidence.
Off.
Aaron, I love the confidence, man. I love that you're hanging on to that grudge, and I hope you do get to drive through Green Bay and honk that horn and yell bear down at all the drunk Packers fans out there. That's what I'm hoping for. I wish I had that streak in me, Ruthie. Like I wish I had more Aaron, and I wish I had more of that in my mentality. But like I said, and like you said, this is trauma talking right now. This is a lot of trauma. Yeah, absolutely.
That's okay.
Absolutely.
We're here for you.
Like if we could, and it would mean that they lose on Sunday and the Eagles win and the Bears move into the 3 seed and probably have what's on paper a tougher matchup. But also if you told me like we just turn the page on this chapter of Packers and Bears and we got the last laugh in beating them miraculously the second time we played them and winning the division, like, I would be very content with that. You know what I mean? I'd be very content with that, and the fact that they don't even get a chance to say, yeah, but we ended your season. You know, because that erases it all.
Yeah.
To me, that erases the joy of winning the NFC North. And if I eventually get that T-shirt, if I eventually get my hands on that NFC North champs T-shirt, yeah,
Can
exactly.
someone let us know?
It almost erases the overtime victory a few weeks ago at Soldier Field. Like, if they were to knock the Bears out of the playoffs, it almost just wipes all that right off the slate in my mind, in terms of all the positivity that filled me up with. That it almost all just gets wiped away. No?
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. I hear you. But I think I'm sort of going back to when the Bears were going to play the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers was like maybe going to play, maybe not going to play, and it was like, do you want to see Aaron Rodgers? Like, do you want to beat Aaron Rodgers? I think you want, okay, maybe it's not really so similar because Aaron Rodgers sitting would give you the best chance to win. A lot of people were like, give me Aaron Rodgers. Like, I want to face Aaron Rodgers to, like, finally stick it to him. Whereas this is sort of a difference. I think this is your best scenario to win. And it's also it's also kind of the easier opponent, like, of the three.
You're right about
in this
that.
moment.
Yeah.
But again, I don't think any of these teams are unbeatable. So that's the beautiful part about the NFC right now. It's wide open. And that should really excite a lot of people.
I feel like I'm in the minority on this, and this is one where I'm good with being in the minority. Like, I'm glad Bears fans want the Packers and are a little more puffy chested
let's go
than I
meatballs.
am about it. Here's one from the 630. I don't care who the Bears play. It's all about Caleb and the group executing their assignments. This one from the 815. I want the Packers for an opportunity to really slay that dragon. I love that.
Slay the dragon.
I love that. This one from the 773 has nothing to do with past history, just recent history. That I love that Bears fans are feeling themselves and are showing no fear when it comes to the Green Bay Packers. I don't know even that what I'm expressing here is fear. I think it's more because I like our chances in a game against the Packers for everything that we talked about. I'm not going to sit here and say that we would lose that game. I just know that's a possibility, and just that possibility of losing that game, and like I said, wiping away all the good vibes of that overtime win, of winning the NFC North. That, like, I want to go into if nothing else, like, no matter what happens in the playoffs, if nothing else, as we sit here today, I can go into the playoffs with that, with knowing we got that win, with knowing we won the division. I would like to rest my head at night, at least with that.
I'll also be so curious to see how Jordan Love looks in that first playoff game because
it's true.
He's not going to play this week, even though he's healthy. He didn't play last week because of the concussion. I just want to know what version of Jordan Love, because sometimes he can turn into a pumpkin.
Yes.
In the postseason.
Yes, he can.
So you sort of wonder, does he have demons about the playoffs and the performance? Also, side note, let me just rewind and pretend that I'm not, rooting for the Bears to take down the Packers in the first round of the playoffs. But Jordan Love expecting a baby in the spring. Did you see that?
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, they announced it yesterday.
Congratulations. Even to a
so
Packer.
Maybe he's a little distracted.
To a Packer, I would say congratulations, but I do hope you're distracted and sleepless at night. Yeah, exactly.
Daddy
exactly.
love.
That's Ruthie Polinsky. I'm Rami Makloff. We've been in for Mully and Haugh all morning long. Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable are in for Rahimi Harrison Grody. We'll do a little transition with them coming up next right here on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The Bears have taken the North.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Caleb looking to launch. Goes to the end zone. Touchdown. Keep it here for wall-to-wall coverage as we start to get you ready for the playoffs. This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears playoff football on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Join the Blackhawks this Sunday, January 4th at the United Center as the Centennial Season's Banner Years chapter kicks off against the Vegas Golden Knights. The first 8,000 fans receive a Brent Seabrook bobblehead presented by United. Then Friday night hockey presented by Modelo as the Blackhawks host the Capitals and Alex Ovechkin returns January 9th. Puck drops at 7 and the first 2,000 fans score a Blackhawks Modelo hat. Get details and tickets at blackhawks.com/tickets.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Spiegs. Your home matters. Mine has become my happy place, but I've noticed scuffs, faded colors, peeling paint. That's why I got a free estimate from CertaPro Painters. It was detailed, and I got a quote right away. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The best way to service your Toyota is right off the Edens Expressway at the new Toyota on Edens. Stop in for our Saturday Express service special. $29.95 oil change with free coffee and donuts. Any Toyota all day Saturday. Visit the new Toyota on Edens in Northbrook.
Now we're in a transition a little bit.
Yes, we are. Rami Makloff, Ruthie Polinsky in for Mully and Haugh this morning. And our thanks to our producers all morning long on the other side of the glass, Baby T, Tyler Farringle, and Grant Leader, and everybody on the video team as we stream live on twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. And joining us now for a little transition, they'll be in coming up right after we wrap up here in a couple minutes for Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Pleasure to welcome in Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable. Morning, y'all.
What's up,
How are
guys?
Good morning, everyone.
Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year
out there.
I decided that because Baby T has done so much Mully and Haugh this week, he grew up a little, so I think he's toddler T.
You know, people have been trying to give him that designation for quite some time.
Oh, really?
Right now. But when just so you guys know, for those that are unaware, I am the one that dubbed him Baby T.
I know.
We were doing this night show together, but I told him the reason why is because it added a little bit of street cred. You know, it sounds a little more gangster, you know? So if you're riding around 670 The Score and you see him, he looks harmless.
Mm-hmm.
But with Baby T under the thing, you're like, ooh, okay, hold on. What does the T stand for? You know, you don't know. You don't know. Toddler T don't hit the same. What do you think, Baby T?
It doesn't.
What do you think, Baby T?
Baby T. I said that's his radio name. Who gave you that name?
It ain't a show with Gabe Ramirez and Baby T if I don't play that drop.
Yeah, you're right.
I want a radio name.
I could listen. Grody gave you Popo the other day.
Yeah, Ruthie Popo.
Popo's pretty good. Ruthie Popo's pretty good.
Ruthie, that doesn't. You need better than that.
I think so. When I worked for a certain baseball team that I don't speak about on these airwaves, I was nicknamed Baby Ruth.
Oh, that is good.
Which is kind of cute.
It. I like
Baby
it.
T, Baby Ruth.
You're kind of stepping on toes there, Ruthie. If you take the baby moniker, you're stepping. We already have a.
I know. Mine goes back to 2012. That nickname.
Also a great candy bar.
Also,
great candy bar.
Rami, what nicknames have you had?
Yeah.
Controversial, but I love that.
So many. I mean, the easy one is Mac or Big Mac, with my last name being Makloff. I get a lot of Rom Dog. Our boss here at the station, Mitch Rosen, he'll occasionally drop a Romalicious.
Ooh, Romalicious.
Romalicious.
After a few shots, I'm sure we'll see Romalicious.
I got the moniker on my station, my old show, The Big Show in Milwaukee, as the Big Selfish, because I will just tell you when it's about me. Like some people will hide behind ulterior motives and pretend, no, I'm being selfless. That's not. I will just tell you, look, this is about me right now, and I'm being selfish. And so I got that. I've had I don't know how many different nicknames in my time on the radio.
The Big Self-Aware. I like that.
It really doesn't get better than Chicago Gabe.
That one.
It doesn't get better.
Okay, you guys want to hear the story behind that? Okay, so obviously I started off, or not obviously, but I started off as a producer, right, working at Odyssey.
Sure.
And I hate it, and that's why I gave Baby T the name. This is getting serious. This is why I gave Baby T the name Baby T, because I hate it when people put producer in front of other people's names, right? When they're becoming characters on certain shows. So you hear, oh, producer Mark or producer Jeff. And it really minimizes what it is someone does, and to try to pigeonhole them into a certain job. And when you're called Baby T, right, you can be whatever you want to be. You're not necessarily just a producer. So initially, I was producer Gabe on B96 when I was doing the morning show there, and I hated it because I felt like it pigeonholed you. And I myself, as we can see in the present, thought more about my career than just being a producer. And so when I was changing my name over, because it was Hey Producer Gabe on Twitter and IG and all the sorts, and then I was like, nah, Chicago Gabe. They don't know what it is. They don't know. That was so long ago.
All-encompassing.
And then now you become like older, and then you're like, damn it, everyone calls me Chicago Gabe. They're like, Chicago Gabe. I'm like, oh. And then now I live in Oak Park, so it's even worse. It's just,
oh God,
it's horrible. Street cred.
That's the danger of giving yourself a nickname. That's
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Nobody called me that. I did it at all. Okay, what about you? Nicknames?
I don't have one.
Never had?
I mean, not a on-air nickname that I've been given. I mean, in college, I was Monstable, which kind of goes into Constable. So some people have found that out and started to run with it a little bit, but you can't self-appoint a nickname for yourself.
Right.
It has to come to you.
Totally.
Yeah. So, I mean, I
Kate
gotta
is
earn my
so,
credit first.
Kate, it's just,
Yeah.
And Kate Constable runs off the.
It does.
It's just easy. You
That's
know.
pretty.
It's a
Yeah,
great
that's
name.
that's pretty
It's
easy.
pretty
Yeah, when I was the first nickname I got in radio when I was a producer, because my host at the time also hated like pigeonholing his producer.
Love that.
So it was, and this might not come across on the air, but I'm a pretty polite dude. Like I do sir.
Self-aware. I love this. It's holding true. Self-aware.
I do sir and ma'am a lot. Like when I first meet somebody, so I was calling. I'd just gotten hired at the station out there, and so I was calling everybody sir. And my host was like, "Dude, why are you calling everybody sir? People should be calling you sir." And so I became Sir Rami Makloff. Like that was my first nickname in the business. I've had so many, man.
Yeah.
Giving nicknames is. Like, you got a knack for it, Gabe, and it's stuck with Baby T.
Well, now I got to come up with Kate. I got a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
and
you
Ruthie
got
wants one.
4 hours, yeah. What's coming up in the 4 hours here?
We got a lot of stuff that we're talking about today. Oh, side note, make sure you catch Ruthie and I later on today, the Chicago lead. She'll be on the Big Pro as well, but CHSN.
What time are we today? Are we 6 o'clock today?
I got to check the Excel sheet.
It kind of changes.
Me.
I think Big Pro 5:30, lead 6.
Sounds about right.
Yeah,
sure.
6:30.
On our show today, we have Adam Haugh coming up at 11 o'clock. We also got Kevin Fishbane a little later on at 1. And then throughout the show, we're going to ask some interesting questions. Like I said, we're going to put a positive spin on the show today. We've heard a lot of negativity across the airwaves throughout this week. I've been a part of it earlier in the week with Grody. But today it's, why you should trust the Bears defense in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Why it doesn't matter who the Bears play in the playoffs. A lot of positivity and a lot of phone calls for everybody.
So. We were definitely part of that negativity today.
I mean, I was too.
We're a little down.
All have been.
That's
at
why.
some point.
That's
but
why we
positive
need to...
about their ability to sort of overcome.
Exactly. And that's
Some
what we're
of
going to
those
push
negative
through.
Okay, I love that.
things that the Bears have had, yeah.
And that's Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable in for Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Coming up next, I am Rami Makloff. That's Ruthie Polinsky. Again, thanks to Baby T and Grant on the other side of the glass. This has been the Mully and Haugh Show on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now, through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Your local Moretti's restaurant wishes you a happy holiday season with a $25 gift for you. Buy a $100 gift card and get a free $25 bonus gift certificate. Stop by Moretti's or order online at morettisgifts.com to get your $25 bonus. Moretti's authentic Chicago-style pizza was voted best of the best pizza in the area's largest diners poll for 2025. Stop by your local family-owned and operated Moretti's and find out what everyone's raving about. Moretti's Ristorante and Pizzeria is pizza and so much more.
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been your one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Time is ticking away. Don't let another minute pass. Plan your retirement now with Trajan Wealth for the future you deserve. Call Trajan today at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This hour is brought by Jewel Osco and AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
This is where Chicago comes to talk about the NFC North champion Bears. Keep it here as the score team breaks it all down. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, 10-2 on 670 The.
Ramirez is here. Yo. Subsequently, it is a G&G show. That is what is happening here today. Caleb Williams, Gabe, needs 270 yards to top 4,000. He would become the first 4,000-yard passer in Bears franchise history, and it would also mean that every franchise will have had a 4,000-yard passer. That's right. The Bears are the only franchise.
We back, baby.
That has not had one of those.
Caleb, to be as mobile as he is, under duress as often as he is, to remain scot-free, knock on the wood, is extremely impressive, and that's what's allowing him to get as close as he has been so far to that 4,000-yard mark.
If I gave you the power to, if I brought this piece of paper over here, and it's a contract, and it says Caleb Williams 8-year contract, you'd say, yep, that's it, because that's 10 years.
I'm not worried about giving him money too soon, right? If you're asking me right now in the second year, am I giving him an 8-year extension? I'm not worried about him, feeling himself. He's already had a ton of money, right?
I agree with that.
So if I get a chance to lock you up, and Caleb Williams wants to be here, a member of Chicago, let's do it.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, morning in my world. It's afternoon in my world because I've been up since 5 in the morning.
Good morning in my
kids.
world.
Good morning in her world. Neither Rahimi, neither Harris, nor Grody here today. Instead, you get the dynamic duo, the reunion in the building, Gabe Ramirez and the wonderful Kate Constable. Welcome.
Gabe, it's so good to be back with you.
I know. Air horns needed for sure. Kate and I did many a show together on the BetQL network. I was somebody called it the Better Angle, and then there was another name though too, right?
No, we've been the Better Angle. Well, we initially did the college football stuff.
Right.
Ooh, that was
You bet. What?
No, that was BetQL way back in the day. BetQL Game Day. Yeah, I mean, it's been years. She's neither. I feel like one of us should be able to remember the name.
Fair.
We got 4 hours to do
The
it.
good thing is we're on the show right now together with some already built-in chemistry baked in. And so we get a chance to talk. Now, you and I, we've tailgated at Bears games together. Bear games together. So I know your love for this team and your husband's as well. And, I want to preface this whole thing that we are going to have a positive show today. We talked about it a little bit in crosstalk, but there's not going to be Debbie Downers today on the show. We're going to try to put a positive spin on everything Chicago Bears as we head into this game against the Lions.
I mean, heading into the weekend, too, like it's the first weekend of the new year.
Come on.
We got to have positive thoughts going into the new year. The past year is behind us. Old Bears seasons are behind us. And I think having the positive spin, Gabe, that's what this team needs going into a game against the Lions, in a game that is meaningless in terms of, Bears have already won the division.
Yeah.
But there is still a lot to this game, and positive spin, I think that's where it's at.
It's odd because, if we can validate the negativity for a second, right? This is a Bears team that is 11-5. Again, as you mentioned, walking away with the North. But there's this icky feeling lingering, whether it has to do with this last game and the need to have revenge, or going into a playoffs where you're not sure where you rank amongst the teams that are there. It's like this cynic nature that we have as Bears fans where we try to put this spin on it. But no, not today, baby. Mm-mm. We are out. We took the North. We're feeling good. We're going up against the Lions. But it begs the question, because when I'm thinking about this game in particular, I think back to week 1, and that's what everybody's been talking about, right? All the talking points this week. Oh, they put a 52 burger up on the Bears. But are you over the Lions' loss from week 2? Are you over it? Because I am. I'm over it. I could care less about that week 2 loss. But are you over it?
I've been over it.
Oh, you're over it too?
I'm over it. And I think everyone should be over it. I think there's a lot you can look at and take away from it. And I mean, obviously understand the result and not wanting that result to repeat itself in week 18. But that was week 2, Gabe. We've had 16 weeks of football in between the two. If you're not over it by now,
I think there's too many Bears fans that are holding on to it. You got to let these things go. You're letting the week 2 loss against the Detroit Lions linger too long, right? You got to let that go so that way you can, like me personally, when I think about that game, 52 points. Listen, I remember it. It was embarrassing, not only for myself. I'm sure, obviously, Ben Johnson felt embarrassed, but Caleb Williams, 19 for 30, 207 yards, 2 touchdowns. He had that 1 interception, was sacked 4 times. That's the most times he's been sacked all season. Mm-hmm. All season.
4 of his 23 this season.
Right. Hasn't been sacked the last 2 games. So again, like, do I want to remember that? Or is that am I like Michael Jordan looking at the iPad and laughing at it and saying that I took that personally 15 weeks ago?
Yes, there is some of that. I think that will be a part of the locker room conversation, right? There's no way that's not. But in terms of, are we going to dwell on this? Is this a revenge game? I don't think it needs to be a revenge game.
See, that's what I'm saying, Kate. I think a lot of people feel that way.
Oh, I agree with you. I think most people feel that way. And I mean, even just having conversations with people in the city of Chicago and Bears fans, that is the biggest headline. I mean, you Google Bears-Lions Week 18, and it's Bears getting revenge on the 52 points that Dan Campbell put up on Ben Johnson.
Gabe Ramirez, along with Kate Constable here on 670 The Score, filling in for Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. The phone lines are open. We got Sean Sears, Grant Leader, handling producer duties today. 312-644-6767. You hear us talking about it, but the question is true. Are you over the Lions' loss in week 2? Some people are saying no, Gabe. I keep hearing we're going to run up the score on the line. What?
Why?
Not why. What? What are we talking about? Why? Yeah, when you say why, is it because because you're still holding on to that loss. The Bears are in a different place right now.
This kind of feels like you go through a breakup and you're still kind of attached to the person for a little while, and like everything they post on social media bothers you for a little bit. And then you finally hit that point where you're like, I don't care. Nothing you do bothers me anymore.
It's just because even if they lose the game, right? I mean, yes, we know you can move on to the 3rd seed, but the Eagles are sitting people. I think the Commanders have a decent squad that they can handle that no matter, against the B team that the Eagles are putting out there. So you're kind of set in that. I don't know. I just don't like the narrative. I don't like the narrative that this needs to be a revenge game. The Bears need to put up 50 points on them. And then it's just, I think the Bears are in a better place. They understand where they're at. Why try to get fuel in that way? Just be the better team.
Well, what is a win? What is a 50 burger on the Lions prove this week? That the Lions aren't
Super Bowl, Kate. That's
but does it really?
You put up 50 on the Lions. I already people including myself feel confident that the game plan for the Bears is something that they can execute if they execute at a high level, can take them to the Super Bowl. But if you put up 50 points against the Lions, who don't want to get embarrassed, and then it says to me that the Bears are playing their best football in December, and this is the best. And then now what you once thought was a ceiling, they've broken through that to another level. What do you think if the Bears put up 50?
I mean, I think that's huge, but does that in the conversation of getting revenge on Dan Campbell for Ben Johnson? I don't think Ben Johnson necessarily cares. He thinks he got back at his former team in that aspect. I mean, in terms of what it means on field play and the Bears going into the playoffs with a ton of motivation.
Momentum.
Momentum. Thank you, Gabe.
I got you.
That would be huge, but I don't think Ben Johnson sees this as I need to put up 50 on Dan Campbell because he did that to me earlier on in the year, and that's what's going to prove that I am the better of the two, or the Lions are lost without me.
Yeah, the Lions put up 14 points in every quarter except the third when they put up 10. I mean, they ran up the score 28-14 at the half, and then of course 52-21 at the end of the game. Jahmyr Gibbs 94 yards and a touchdown. David Montgomery 57 yards and a touchdown. Amon-Ra, they had two receivers over 100 yards. Again, the explosive plays will hurt the Bears that first time around. Amon-Ra, say round 9 catches, 115 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, that's rough.
I mean, if I'm Nashawn Wright and Tyreek Stevenson, then maybe they can not be over that loss. Because they got
the defense maybe shouldn't be over the loss.
There you go. The defense shouldn't be over it, but the team should as a whole. I think, I don't know, it's just such new territory, right, Kate? I mean, when you're thinking about the Bears as a whole, we as a fan base, being 11-5, your team being 11-5, playing an inconsequential game, right? Realistically, I mean, yes, seeding, I understand that, but overall, you're in the playoffs, you're in the dance. I don't know how to act.
It's a luxury that the Bears have not had in decades. To be able to go into this game and say, okay, it doesn't really matter in terms of a positive, because we're being positive today, Gabe. It hasn't mattered for a long time because the Bears have been terrible for a long time. But to go into a game being winners of the North and kind of being able to say, okay, outside of the seeding, and yes, that is important, this game doesn't matter a whole lot. That's just uncharted territory.
And I want to be clear, both Kate and I agree that we want the Bears to win this game.
1,000%.
You want the positive momentum, as you mentioned. But again, I think the reason why you want to win shouldn't be revenge. You should want to win because you're just the superior team and you're imposing your will on the Detroit Lions. Shouldn't be because, you beat me up a week ago and now I got to see you after school.
Right.
So I can catch you now that I'm bigger.
I think also you have to look at that game in terms of that was week 2. That was the second game of Ben Johnson's head coaching tenure with the Chicago Bears.
Colston Loveland, not one catch.
I was just going to point that out. One target, that's it. Not a single catch. Yeah. You had Luther Burden, 5 yards, 1 catch. The run game hadn't gotten going yet whatsoever early on in the season. So, I mean, there were so many points of week 2 that have grown immensely, whereas it's a different ballgame.
Yeah. Well, I know you guys aren't over it. I know that because we hear it on the streets every single day. So I'm curious. Are you over this Lions loss from week 2, or does it still sting? Do you still want some sort of revenge? 312-644-6767. Gabe Ramirez here with Kate Constable filling in for Raheem Harrison. Grody, let's go to the phone lines. We got Aaron out in Milwaukee. Aaron, the Bears obviously lost in week 2, then went on a run. So I feel like they should be over it. But are you over it?
No, and they shouldn't be over it neither, because I'm still not over the 7 seconds that mysteriously got put back on the clock. That should have been a 14-21 ball game going into halftime. I think people tend to forget that, yes, they made a great catch on the sidelines, but when he came down with the ball, there was no time left on the clock. So, no, I want revenge. I want to rub it in their face. They rubbed it in ours. Why not? Why not? I mean, I hear you guys going, why? My question to y'all is, why not? If you got a wounded animal, you're supposed to kick it. The best time to kick something is when it's down. You're supposed to kick. Do I have to keep calling back in the score on every show and tell y'all that we should want the smoke? We should want all the smoke. We should get all our revenge this year, because next year isn't promised.
It isn't promised. Aaron, I think for me, right, listen, I'm here with all of that in terms of keeping your foot on their throat and winning the game. And, if they put up 50, fine, so be it. It's the revenge factor. It's the mindset of still feeling like you got to prove something to the Lions, where you've already proven to be the best team in the North. So if you just continue to, I want the reasons to be a little different.
Really? No. No.
Fair enough. I hear you, Aaron.
I think there also, Gabe, is like, at some point, act like you are the team that has been here, and they haven't been here, but like,
yeah,
you're here now. You've arrived.
Right.
That type of thing.
I think the game against the Packers, when I think about that one, right, there was a revenge factor there. There was so much at stake. They are the Packers. They beat you 2 weeks ago. You felt like they got away with one. That I understand. The Lions, they're not even in the playoffs. I want to beat the Lions. I want the Bears to beat the Lions. I just want the reasoning to be different. I just want you to be the dominant team. I don't need it to be I don't need it to be because of revenge.
You want to be the better team on the field this weekend, and you want to have the momentum going into the first round of the playoffs.
For sure.
Right, especially coming off the loss to the 49ers. Like, this is important for those reasons. It's important for looking forward into the future. It's not as important for looking back and being like, we got you back.
Yeah, exactly. 312-644-6767. Let's go to Jim out in Crystal Lake. Jim, what do you think about this one? Revenge the biggest factor here?
His seeding is more important than revenge. I mean, I think it's a bad take that we got to score 50, Gabe. That would be nice, and I would take that. But I think just getting the win for the second seed, because you never know what can happen in that first round. We could get 2 home games if we win the first and there's an upset with Philly. So
yeah, and then obviously, with the 1 seed, you're going up against teams that are very similar, right? They might be facing teams in the NFC West, so they might go down, and that could earn you. That's a great point, Jim. That when you're thinking about what the motivating factors are, well, we're saying it should be simply because you're the better team. You've already taken the North. Act like you've been there. You're pointing out the fact that the motivating factor should be seeding and then revenge, right?
Exactly, and I mean, I don't want to really play a West Coast team in the first round, even though they're not used to the cold. I think the Packers actually, and I hate to say this, are the weaker team, especially without Micah. So,
yeah, thanks for the call, Jim. I mean, we're gonna get into that conversation later. Jeez, I mean, speaking of revenge, they're gonna have revenge on their mind, and I think that's why some Bears fans don't.
The Lions or the Packers?
No, the Packers.
Okay, I was gonna say.
In the event that you face them in the first round.
1,000%.
Like, they're a team that's going to have...
Especially with the proximity of games.
Right.
Like, this isn't going back to week 2. This is going back to a couple weeks ago when we played the Packers.
That's a great point.
Like, that was week 16.
I mean, that's the one thing that obviously, I don't want to say scares, but, is in the back of all Bears fans' minds when they think about, a third meeting with the Green Bay Packers, or for anyone for that matter, is that, they're going to have just a tad bit more oomph or pep in their step because they're going to want to get back. But... they are a wounded animal. I mean, Jordan Love sitting out the last week, even though he's been cleared for the concussion protocol, says a lot about their team and what they're trying to do. Josh Jacobs, same thing. I mean, it's not. Listen, every team in the playoffs obviously is good, but having to face your division rival is tough.
And again, going back not only to week 16, but week 14. So third meeting in 7-week span? Yeah. And you go back to those games too. I mean, the Bears had a 4% chance to win that second meeting. Like, it's not like the Bears put up 52 on the Packers in that meeting, kind of like that Lions game. So I agree that the Packers are probably the weakest team that the Bears could face in the first round, but that's still scary to me. A divisional opponent that, really has had success against the Bears this season despite splitting the regular season.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one. Got some good text messages coming in. One from the 847. They say your nickname should be K-Con.
Oh, that was my nickname
Instead
in high school. K-Con. It was.
Akon?
Yep.
K-Con
and Young Jeezy.
I love it.
Yep.
I could just imagine.
That's when Akon was like hot back in the day. I mean, those were my high school years.
Listen, I can only imagine a young Kate Constable singing that song out loud
just
at Iowa University.
Oh no, go back to those Minnetonka high school days.
Is that what it is?
Just cruising the streets of the suburbs, listening to Akon.
Oh man.
Yep.
You guys are hardcore out there. You got to watch out for those people. Someone else just said, from another one from 847, the past is for losers. I just want to win.
Yeah.
Love that. Another 224, the Bears should try to score 80 to get as much offensive work in as possible. That brings me to my next question, right? Because the phone lines are open. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, filling in for Raheem Harrison Grody. Why? Why are Bears fans, why are you listening? Why are you so confident that the Bears are going to win on Sunday? And the reason why I ask that is the first meeting they put up 50 on you. Mm-hmm. Did something happen all of a sudden in your mind that just gave you this newfound confidence that Bears fans haven't had in years, where you walk into a game? No one's saying, 24-27, like when you're predicting scores, right. 21-20, 21-20. No one's saying that. People are like, Bears by 10. So my question to you is, why? You love your team so much. Aaron from Milwaukee, you can call back into, because you're talking about the Bears need to go ahead and get the revenge. Why are you just, what are the Bears doing? What about this team? What specifically about this squad has you so confident that the Bears are winning this game? Again, we're talking about positivity here on the show today. So I'm curious. 312-644-6767. You have the Bears winning the game, getting the number 2 seed. But the question is why? Look in your soul and answer that for me. All right, it's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, filling in for Rahimi Harrison Grody, right here, taking your calls next on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The Bears have taken the North.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Caleb looking to launch. Does to the end zone. Touchdown. Keep it here for wall-to-wall coverage as we start to get you ready for the playoffs. This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears playoff football on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Shop Jewel Osco for fresh bone-in whole pork loin, 17 to 22 pound average for just 99 cents a pound. Limit 2 packages. Plus, get select varieties of fresh express salad blends for only 99 cents each through the Jewel Osco for You digital app.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing, traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama. The legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection. 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. A world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. the Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
Tune in to 670 The Score every week for Football Fridays. Get the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's been widely assumed that Indiana's Fernando Mendoza will be the #1 overall pick in next year's NFL draft. But after watching the last couple days of college football, are we sure Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss, if he declares, wouldn't be the first overall pick? And don't look now, but Arch Manning was sensational in Texas's bowl win against Michigan. It would get a lot more interesting if Arch and Trinidad declared. I'm Nick Costos.
The Rahimi, Harris, and Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
And you said on Monday that you vividly remember week 2. What stands out in your brain on what's wrong?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's early in the season, and you're still getting to know your team a little bit, and you just being in that locker room after the game, and how that felt, and you don't always remember exactly what was said or anything like that, but you always remember how you felt in those moments, and so I know our players do too.
How do you describe what that felt like?
Yeah, it's never a good taste when you get beat like that, so handedly, and fourth quarter wasn't even close. So yeah, leave it at that.
And we still feel that way because most people, when they go to the casino, can tell you about their losses and not necessarily the wins. It's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable here on 670 The Score, filling in for Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on this January 2nd. And you're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday, presented by your local Ford dealers in Potawatomi Casino. Of course, Chicago taking on Detroit on Sunday, and you can tune in. That's happening from 12 to 3:25. The local Ford dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, and Mully, they're going to get you set for the game. Then immediately following the game, I was talking about the pregame show here on The Score, they're going to have instant reaction on the postgame show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire. All of it can be heard right here on 670 The Score and the Odyssey app. All right, so Kate and I, gearing up for this game on Sunday, we're talking to ourselves, and, I feel confident that the Bears are going to win. My mailman feels confident. The doorman at the restaurant I went to 2 days ago when we were talking felt confident. But I never get to the question why, Kate. And that's what we're asking you right now. Phone lines are open, 312-644-6767. You know the Bears are going to win on Sunday, but why? Why are you so confident all of a sudden?
I think a lot of it is what Detroit's looked like down the stretch, what they've looked like the last couple of games. It's not the same fear-inducing team that put up 52 on the Bears. This has been a different team at different points in the season, and right now it's the worst version of this team. So I think that's why Bears fans, they look at this and then they're like, okay, well, we can beat this version of the Lions, and people aren't going to come out and say this version. It's just the Lions as a whole, but it's different when they're playing their secondaries as banged up as it is. Jared Goff hasn't quite been playing like typical Jared Goff with the turnovers against the Vikings, things like that. So it's recency bias of the current iteration of the Lions that has Bears fans believing so wholeheartedly that they're going to come out and put the smack down on the Lions.
It does feel that way. It feels that way because, the reason why it's hard for me to swallow it, because I've seen bad Detroit Lions teams.
Oh, there's been plenty of them.
Plenty of them. And then all of a sudden, they find Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell, Jared Goff. They put together these wonderful pieces. Jahmyr Gibbs. They steal David Montgomery for us. And then all of a sudden, they become this feared Lion. Mm-hmm. And so it's hard for me to just say, oh, okay, they're done again. They went away, and the Bears are now this team that should be winning. But again, I'm curious. I have my thoughts. But I want to know what say you. Let's go to Dre out in Chicago. Going to let us know why he thinks the Bears are going to win on Sunday. Why is it? Why are we so confident, Dre?
Hey, how y'all doing? Happy New Year to y'all.
Happy New Year to you.
Man, I'm really confident about it because, man, I just feel like the Bears are just a better team. I feel like the Bears will come out this game, be the tougher team. Through the course of this game, we will be able to run the ball and set that up through play action. We've been playing playoff football the last 3 or 4 weeks, actually. The Bears have been gearing up to start this playoff run. And I feel like the Lions are kind of, no disrespect to the Lions, but they're kind of packing it in. A lot of injuries. They've been beat up this year, a lot of tough games. So I just think just the circumstances and the point we at right now, the Bears are ready to continue this thing. The Lions are ready for the all season.
It's interesting because, when you look at the squad, and you're thinking about them packing it in, it just seems so odd. And then when you're trying to stack the teams up against each other, they're still kind of close, right? You mentioned the running game, Dre. But if you were to put Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery up against DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monunga, I think we'd all say we'd lean towards the Lions on that. Yep. When you're looking at the wide receiver room, remember, Rome's not playing. Luther Burden's banged up a little bit. So, again, you're talking about comparable, if not better, on the Lions side. Quarterback is the only one that you might make a good argument for, but, Caleb's come on as of late. Again, it's interesting. It's an interesting conversation, Dre. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting to think that the Bears are just clearing away the better team.
Yeah. I think a lot of that has to do with the momentum we got going as well, too. I think a lot of that, that momentum carrying us this season, that can make or break teams.
Yeah, I agree with you. And, Kate, I think a lot of people underestimate what happened when they got rid of or when they were relieved of Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. Mm-hmm. Dan Campbell was a good rah-rah coach, but he was also good to hire the right people. And when you get to bring in Ben and when you get to bring in Aaron Glenn, those are your right people. When they leave, it's like to have to replace them immediately when you weren't necessarily sure they were going to be gone or not, it has an impact. And let's not forget, this is a squad that thought they were going to the Super Bowl last year. They thought they were the team of destiny, that this was it. This was the year. And, people talk about a Super Bowl hangover, but when you're a team that doesn't make it and then you lose your coordinators, how are you going to listen to two new guys where Ben Johnson's having the success he's having? When you're thinking about why a team crumbles, that's what I'm talking about. Why am I listening to you? My offensive coordinator's with the Bears, and they won the North. You don't know what you're talking about on this play call, or you don't know you're calling the wrong play on the wrong down. Things like that can make a team crumble.
Well, it's not just the offensive and defensive coordinator. They lost all sorts of position coaches as well. So like all of those relationships within the locker room that don't get talked about enough, like those are gone too. And what has Antoine Randall L done for the Bears this year? A ton.
Spark plug.
Exactly. And so you take that away from the Lions, like let's forget about Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. Like there are so many other coaches here that Terrell Williams went to the Patriots to be their defensive coordinator. I mean, JT Barrett, quarterback's coach here with the Bears. Like those types of things don't get talked about enough, but it doesn't have as big of an impact as the OC and DC, obviously. But for individual players and those relationships that they have and how they develop within the system, like that matters too.
Yeah, and you heard Ben Johnson say that, what is happening inside the locker room with this team and within the organization, it is special. Mm-hmm. Like it doesn't happen often, and he's been a part of some great runs in Detroit, so he understands that. And I think there is something happening within it, and it just goes to show when you don't have that, how quickly a team can fall apart. It's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable filling in for Rahimi Harris and Grody here on 670 The Score. Let's go back out to the phone lines, 312-644-6767. The question is, why do you feel so confident that the Bears are going to beat the Lions on Sunday? What is it about the team? What is it specifically that you're saying, right? Think about where you were in week 2 after that loss. Think about where you're at now, but what is it that's giving you that confidence?
The whys.
The whys. Let's go to Scott out in Highland Park. Maybe he has the whys. Scott, why are you so confident? What is it? What is it? What is it? What that's making you feel that way?
I'll tell you what it is. It's culture, okay? And Ben Johnson, they lost a ton of culture with Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, and we gained a ton of culture with Ben Johnson and the coaches that he picked to run this staff. There is no doubt in my mind, regardless of the Lions' health, playoff situation, the Bears are the better team because Ben Johnson has put them in a position to win every game, even the games they've lost, the San Francisco game, the Green Bay game. 8 games we had a chance to come back. 6 of them we won. I'll take those percentages any day. You cannot say enough about the way he's put this team in a position to win and the way that these players have responded. We're the better team. Thanks.
Thanks, Scott. I appreciate it. It's a great point, Kate.
I wonder if Bears fans would be as confident if this game were being played earlier on in the season. Like if this were a Week 15 game. And to his point, like the culture was still established in Week 15. So yes, I think that is a massive part of it, is that this is just completely different than what Bears fans have seen for, Gabe, go back 2018 maybe. Like there was culture there, but for a long time. And so it's more of, and what we've heard even just from a couple callers this morning, is it's less of the X's and O's and on-field play and more of like what everything else has changed for this organization.
It's true, right? And then when Scott talks about culture, we could feel it, even as fans.
Yeah.
There is this notion that the Bears won't give up on you, right? And it's not just the comeback victories. I more so mean like the coaching staff won't allow for shortcomings. No, you better play your best. He's held them to that standard since the very beginning. And I think that's what it is. And I think, listen, do I think the Bears are better than the Lions? Yes. But I don't think that they're winning 10 out of 10 games against the Lions. So that's where the hesitancy comes from. But I think overall, when you're talking about this squad, yeah, they should beat them. And again, the culture plays a lot into that. I think that's, it's interesting. All right, listen, Aaron called earlier today, and I'm curious to see what he has to say about the why, because he didn't answer that earlier. Aaron, I know you back.
Yeah, I thought I heard you say call back and
yes,
tell
I did.
Why. Well, so here's the why. They swept us last year. They beat us this year. You want to go into the playoffs with a win, and you also want to get – that's another monkey, another chip that you want to X. Everybody said, well, X the Packers and get a win against the Packers, and you want to check that. You want to check Detroit, too. They are in our division. It is a division game. It does help with seeding. And quite frankly, just right now, our offense is hot right now. That's why I believe we should win because our defense is trash. We can all agree our defense is not stopping the cold, but our offense is playing good, and it should want to continue to play good going into the playoffs.
Okay.
That's the why.
I love it.
That's the why. So, that right there. And again, it's Detroit, and you got to keep that whole city where it's supposed to be, and the garbage can where it belongs. There's us, and then there's them.
You're right.
Anything that's in our division is against us. So Minnesota, Green Bay, and Detroit are all garbage, and we should always want to get at least one win, if not a sweep, but at least one win a season.
I love it. Thanks for the call, Aaron. He's right.
He is.
Detroit is trash. No, I'm just playing. Shout out Robbie Triano. I know he's listening somewhere out there. Listen, the Lions in their last couple of games, okay, obviously the one against Minnesota, as you mentioned, ton of turnovers in that one, but they put up 24 against Pittsburgh, 34 against the Rams. They put up 44 against the Cowboys, 24 against the Packers. I mean, they put up numbers. So just like the Niners, you're going to have to put up some points in order to win. And, that Niners game was one of the few games throughout the season where the Bears offense looked competent for 4 quarters as opposed to just the fourth. So it's a tall task. That's why I asked the question, why, Kate? Because it's not a given that the Bears are going to win. I think they're better, but they're not going to win 10 out of 10 times.
No, and
I'm supposed to be positive today.
I know we're kind of switching gears, and it's hard not to. But we have to talk about all aspects of this game, right? I would feel so much more confident going into this game if I thought our defense could hold the Lions to 10 points.
Not going to happen.
Like the Vikings. Exactly. So, we could find ourselves in another shootout. It's probably not going to be same as last week against the 49ers, like that high of a scoring and back and forth. But I'm confident in the offense, and I think Bears fans should be extremely confident in what's going on offensively, especially over the last couple of weeks. But the confidence would come full circle and complete the circle if I knew the defense could hold, because there's still a ton of talent on this Lions offense.
Yeah, and the question remains with that offense and that shootout that could potentially be looming. Will Caleb Williams hit that 4,000-yard mark? And that's what a lot of people have been talking about. Bears fans have been buzzing, but the question is it a milestone like we think as fans, or is it just a number like Ben Johnson has stated? We're going to tell you what's real and what needs context and whether or not we think Caleb will reach that marker. It's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable filling in for Rahimi Harris and Grody, and we'll discuss QB1, number 18, after the break. Don't go anywhere. It's 670 The Score.
Your business could win a 30-second commercial to be aired during this year's Super Bowl broadcast on The Score.
The greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
And new this year, win extra exposure with a live Score broadcast for your brand.
It's the return of Score Big for Your Business, presented by People's Bank.
Westwood One's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 will be heard right here on The Score's 50,000-watt powerhouse. Imagine what that could mean for your brand. We produce your commercial, aired all week leading up to the game. Then, hear your commercial during the broadcast of Super Bowl 60.
Coast to coast and around the world.
Plus, get a live Score broadcast for your brand.
Log on to 670thescore.com/contests now to enter for your chance to win this historic prize. Score Big for Your Business is presented by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC.
Log on now and transform your business forever.
Gear up for epic football games under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. It's amazing. Dive into the 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in the luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and the private cabanas. Private cabanas. That's where it's at. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
Hey, it's Spiegs. I had waited way too long to get my hallway painted. It was scuffed, it was dull, and then I talked to CertaPro Painters, and they gave a free estimate quickly at a really good price. Never have to wonder about what's next with CertaPro Painters. I got reliable updates and communications. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you're betting and find yourself constantly thinking about gambling and you're losing more money than you have, are you really winning? If you're spending too much time with the slots or you can't stop betting on sports and you find yourself feeling overwhelmed, maybe lying, and probably losing more money than you can afford to lose, you're not alone and you can get help. It's available 24/7 and it's confidential. When your betting has gotten out of hand, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.areyoureallywinning.com. Sponsored by the Illinois Department of Human Services.
Our cousin Danny died at 4 years old from sudden unexpected death in epilepsy or SUDEP. In his loving memory, we started the Danny Did Foundation to protect people living with epilepsy. We help families find the care they need, including seizure alerting devices. If someone you love is impacted by epilepsy, Danny Did can help. Visit DannyDid.org to fill the gaps in your epilepsy care. Because when others can't, Danny can. When others won't, Danny will. And when others don't, Danny does.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The best way to service your Toyota is right off the Edens Expressway at the new Toyota on Edens. Stop in for our Saturday Express Service Special. $29.95 oil change with free coffee and donuts. Any Toyota all day Saturday. Visit the new Toyota on Edens in Northbrook.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I think for me, it'd be cool just in the sense of there's never been one here, and I think I was brought here for those type of things and those type of moments that things that haven't been done here, to try and be able to accomplish. And I think it, like I've said before, the self goals and all of that always gets swept under when you go for the team goals.
And the biggest team goal is still in front of him. Caleb Williams talking about his 4,000 yards. And we're going to chat a little bit about it as well. It's Gabe Ramirez along with Kate Constable filling in for Rahimi Harrison Grody here on 670 The Score. Now, when you're thinking about, listen, I am already satisfied. I want to be very clear. I know there's a lot of people out there that are like, 4,000 yards, got to get it. It's embarrassing. Bears are the only organization with 4,000. I get that. And I'm here. I want to validate those feelings that you feel embarrassed. However, sign me up for whatever he just did in whatever capacity, even if it was through 16 games. If it was like old school 16 games and I didn't need the 17th. I'm happy with what Caleb Williams has done in year 2. I want to put that marker out there. I'm happy with what Caleb Williams has done so far in year 2. Do I think he'll hit 4,000 even if he doesn't get it Sunday? Do I think he'll get it at some point in his career? Absolutely.
Yeah, this is not a happens this year or never happens type of thing for Caleb Williams. So if it doesn't,
he had 3,500 in his first year.
He's been consistent in back-to-back years. 37 right now, 3,700, a little plus that. And what do you say, 38, 3,500?
3,541 his first year.
Yeah, so he's right there.
Right there. Nothing's wrong with what he's doing right now. I love what it is. He needs 270 to get it on Sunday. I think it will be a certain level of shootout. I think a lot of yak will be involved there. 270 sounds right. Didn't he look I was in San Francisco for the game.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't covering it. I was just getting wasted.
You were having fun. You were doing it right.
I was tailgating out there. Which I want to shout out the police of Santa Clara. Usually, this is my 20th year tailgating with my family. And the first year was 2005. We went over it. 2005, me, my cousin, his best friend, and his brother-in-law, the 4 of us, in a small Toyota Corolla driving to Detroit 4 hours.
Oof.
And that was our
That's
first.
a packed car.
Back in the day, I said 20 years ago. I was young.
Okay.
I was a teenager. I was just like, get in the car, like, yeah, we'll do it. But, now you get out to Santa Clara. And so we've been to 20 years worth of tailgates. And typically they tell you to leave after the game. Like, you got to go, like once the traffic's done or whatever. And we'll always attempt to start up the grill just in case, we're a little wasted.
Might as well try it.
A couple burgers left over. So in Santa Clara, we do that. And the police are right next to us, our tailgate. And we were like a stomping ground for Bears fans because there were so many of us. So whenever people would see us, they would just stop by and we would congregate there. And so when the game finished, we start the grill up immediately. We're drinking, we're boozing, we're everything. And the cops are right next to us, and we're trying to hide the grill, which is stupid because there's smoke coming out everywhere. And then,
you can't hide a grill game.
I'm like, we're drunk. So I'm like, put it on the side of the back.
Get a blanket, cover it.
Blow the smoke with the. Yeah, that didn't work. So the end of the game comes, the end of the traffic, the mad rush to leave. And they're on like little bicycles, because it's California. And they get towards us, and I'm like, damn. And we all like, don't make eye contact. And they just drove right by us. They didn't care. Then, right, because they left. They were like the patrol group. Then they had like the cop car going through aisles with like a little golf cart behind it, like, telling people, skedaddle. Didn't stop by us.
Didn't say anything to you guys.
Left. They did it for everyone. And then it was us and one other group that were out there. So shout out to Santa Clara Police because they let us. And we stood there till like, oh my God, at least midnight. And mind you, it's 2 hours earlier back over there. So
the game starts at 5, right?
Game ended over at 8:30. We had a 4-hour
post-game tailgate.
Anyways,
maybe the Santa Clara Police have a soft spot for Bears fans.
Clearly, because we lost, so they felt
it felt bad
for us. But I was at that game, and it did feel great to see so much offense so early where they were able to answer every single strike that the San Francisco 49ers were able to put up. And so I could see something similar happening where, as you mentioned in the last break, right, the Lions are going to put up points. The Lions are going to score. How confident are you that because just that one game, right? It's not like they've done that consistently. But why are you so confident, if you are, that the Bears can pull that off again?
One, I think in this game, I mean, Ben Johnson has said in his press conferences the Caleb record doesn't matter. It's winning first. Ben Johnson is still a competitor, and he's like the ultimate competitor. He wants that for Caleb. He's never going to come out and say it, and he shouldn't, and that's fine. But I think he wants that. So I think you see a very pass-heavy offense on Sunday against the Lions, and so why wouldn't they be able to put up points in that, especially when you're passing against a Lions defense, a Lions secondary that's been garbage.
And what we have learned about Ben Johnson this season is that he does take things personally, and he will be petty enough to prove you wrong. Whether that's getting Colston Loveland the ball, making sure his run game is working. Even last game, I felt against the Niners, the Bears know their identity.
Mm-hmm.
They are a run-first team that plays and has opportunistic defense where they're getting turnovers and then allowing Caleb to manage the game at a higher level than a regular game manager, right? That's who they are. But then against the Niners, what do they do the first 3 plays? Pass.
Yep.
It's like, what are we doing? Because they want to prove it, because they want to prove that that's who they are. So I hope this game, and because in the second series they went out and did run on pass, and then it didn't work. So I hope this game they just come out and pound the rock and make sure that's just people know who you are. It's okay because you do it well and do it well enough to win the game handedly against the Lions.
In terms of if this
sustained drives also, Kate, is what I'm really thinking about when I think about the road to success and victory here.
Is that the road to success in terms of a win for the Bears or for Caleb to hit this mark in this game?
Both, right? I think the Bears, I don't know why I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't know why they've been shying away from who they are.
Yeah.
And they'll get there. They get there by the fourth quarter, but just start that way, right? Just run. It's okay. You don't want Caleb to throw the ball 35 times? Fine. We don't either. Run the rock.
It's not surprising anyone. Like you're not faking anyone out.
Right.
At this point in the season, every team knows their opponent's identity.
Give me a 7 or a 12 play, 8-minute drive for a field goal.
Fine. Well, okay, field goal. Let's pump the brakes. We need to find the end zone there.
We definitely don't want that. All right. What does our next guest think about the Bears offense? How sustainable this can be, and whether or not the Bears will put up, or how many points the Bears will put up against the Detroit Lions. Up next, we got Adam Haugh from CHGO, and he will tell us just that. He is inside the locker room. He gets to ask the questions, and he gets to see the confidence level of these guys up close and personal. So what does he think is going to happen against Detroit Lions on Sunday? We'll discuss after the break. It's Gabe Ramirez. It's Kate Constable filling in for Rahimi Harrison-Grody right here on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
The Illinois State Redbirds will play for the FCS National Championship for just the second time in program history when ISU faces the Montana State Bobcats Monday night. Cheer on the Redbirds with ISU alum Mark Grody and The Score at 93 Octane Brewery in Elmhurst for an official ISU watch party starting at 6 p.m. Go Birds!
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hi, this is Dave Musil, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. When emergencies happen, who do you call? Broken pipe? Power outage? Furnace failure? No hot water? The answer's always the same. Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day service and installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. That's why over 30,000 customers have given us a 5-star Google review.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, Listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1 day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's four walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sunshine and chilly this afternoon, high 26.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
This is where Chicago comes to talk about the NFC North champion Bears. Keep it here as the Score team breaks it all down. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Adam Haugh says...
Adam Haugh, Bears Insider.
What's up, everyone? My name's Adam Haugh. This is the CHGO Bears podcast.
Host of the Haugh and Johns podcast.
I've said this a few times. Ben Johnson does not seem like a first-time head coach. It's just like that's not the vibes that we've had with this coaching staff coming in.
Adam Haugh.
Adam Hoagie or Haugh, excuse me. I don't know how to pronounce the last name.
On 670 The Score.
Joining us now on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. He is the NFL analyst for CHGO, also the host of Haugh and John's Bears podcast. Adam Haugh, welcome to the show.
What's up, guys? Gabe, Kate, how you doing?
Hanging in there. Yeah, it is Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable filling in for Raheem Harrison Grody here. Let's just jump right into it, man. We're trying to have a positive spin on this show today, Adam. I feel like a lot of people in Chicago media this week, it's like, why don't you trust the Bears defense? Damn, that's what Rami said earlier, and I don't want to quote that specifically. But, why do they need to win this game? Like, it's just so negative. So I want to take a more positive spin, maybe with some of the questions that we're asking. I'll start with the Caleb Williams, right? Because the negative question would be, you talked about his growth, but what still scares you about his game when it comes to the playoffs? But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to ask you, you've talked about his growth, Adam. So what gets you excited and gives you hope with Caleb Williams' game when they approach this last game of the season and head into the playoffs?
Well, actually, I think the questions are whether positive or negative are related, because what gives me hope is that if you had asked me the negative version of the question, I would have said that nothing really scares me right now. I just think he's still got some areas to improve, and maybe you can get it, see an uptick in accuracy here and there on some throws, but I don't really see anything he's doing right now that's concerning. Like there's not an area of his game where I'm like, oh no, if you put him in this position, he's going to do something terribly wrong. He takes care of the football, all the pre-snap. I want to say all the pre-snap issues, but pretty much most of the pre-snap stuff, which coming into the season was a big concern, not just for us, but also inside the building, what he was going to be able to handle. And we saw that play out the first month of the season. It was rough at times, but that's pretty much gone away. Now, are there moments where, like, even on that last play of the game against 49ers, play call comes in late? Does a more experienced quarterback maybe get you into something better, or sort of just freelance and make the mistakes from the coach maybe better, or, make everything right? Yes, maybe a Matthew Stafford or something like that would do that because they just take charge in those moments. But that's a little asking a little bit too much of him at this point in his career, still in year 2. So I don't really have many concerns. I think he can put the Superman cape on at any time, be Iceman in the fourth quarter. I think that's one of the things you got to feel really good about, actually, if you're a Bears fan, that no matter what's going on defensively, no matter what the scoreboard might say late in any of these playoff games coming up, or even Sunday against the Lions, because I think it might be a close game, you believe in Caleb Williams to get you at least in position where you're going to have a play like you did against the Packers where they lost, or you're going to have a play against the 49ers where they lost. Even in the games where they've lost, he's put you in position to at least have a chance there at the end.
Adam, we've talked on the show a lot about Bears fans thinking that the Bears are just automatically going to go into Soldier Field this weekend and beat the Lions. And as someone who covers the team more objectively, like, do you feel the same way that this is a game? I mean, I guess you just said that you think it's going to be a close game. Like, why is it okay for Bears fans to feel as confident as they do?
Well, I think you should feel confident that this is a game you should win, and I do feel confident that they ultimately will pull it out, but I don't think it's going to be an easy game. I think the Lions, you can look at advanced metrics, you could look at like Vegas power ratings, why is the spread only 3 points, like however you want to look at it. I like to just turn on the tape and see that they still have plenty of good players who play hard and are going to play hard for Dan Campbell, especially going up against Ben Johnson in a Week 18 game where they're playing for pride. And pride and grit has been everything that Dan Campbell has sold in Detroit. So if you think that they're just going to lay down, I don't see that happening. I think they're going to play really hard. I think that the Bears are going to have their hands full at times, and I think that they have plenty of question marks on defense where you start looking at just from an X's and O's and matchup standpoint. You still got to find a way to stop Jahmyr Gibbs. It sounds like Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to try to go and play despite playing hurt, and he's got some things to play for, whether it's incentives or trying to be an all-pro this season. So I think individually there's still a lot on the line here for the Lions, and for the Bears, there's a lot on the line that you want to go in the playoffs doing what Ben Johnson's been preaching, which is playing your best football. And if you do that, where the state of the Lions are in, you should win the football game. But if you don't, then I think it does we'll be sitting there on Monday talking a lot about, okay, well, how well are the Bears actually playing going into the playoffs? Are they playing their best football, which is what Ben Johnson wanted? So that's why I think this is actually, while there's not a ton on the line and maybe the Eagles aren't going to play their starters and basically hand the Bears the 2 seed, there's still a lot on the line in terms of how you're playing going into what's most likely going to be the third game against the Packers, the rubber match next week, while they get to sit all their guys this week against the Vikings.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one having to face that team for the third time. This segment with Adam Haugh is brought to you by Four Seasons, your trusted local experts for heating, air conditioning, plumbing, electric, and generators. I know on your podcast, you and John's talked a lot about sustainability. What part of this team do you feel like is most sustainable in the playoffs when you're looking at, what this team has been able to do well in the last several weeks?
Oh, well, I think number one's coaching. I think when you've seen what Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen, and then that trickles down to the assistants, And that could change from year to year. I think the Bears are fortunately in a spot where they're not going to lose coordinators, but they might lose Al Harris this offseason, right? Like there's things like that are going to change from year to year. But when you ask me going into the playoffs, man, I feel pretty confident they're going to be able to the coaches are going to be able to put these players in position to have success. That's really been a constant all season. Are they perfect on defense? No, they're not perfect on offense, quite frankly. Like they've had very few games where they've actually put together 4 quarters of consistent offense. But you trust the fact that they're going to get in there, turn the page, usually some point on Monday afternoon. The coaches are going to be in there Tuesday on the players' off day, and they're going to be grinding away and coming up with a game plan that is going to put the Bears and give them a chance to have a chance to win the football game. That's one thing that I really like about Ben Johnson. I think he's proven as a head coach, still in his first year, that he really does believe that each week is its own thing. It's like its own season. And so if you're just going to be rigid and you're going to be like, no, this is what we do. No, you got to go into each week and understand the opponent and the matchups and how you got to change things because that's what this league really is. And I think that this coaching staff is proving that they've been able to do that. And that'll be the case no matter who they're playing in the playoffs. So that's the one thing that I think is a constant that you feel pretty good about going into the postseason.
Adam, how important is it this week that Caleb Williams reaches 4,000 passing yards?
I don't necessarily think it's super important. I just think it would be a really awesome storyline and kind of the cherry on top of what's been a really fun year. And honestly, we were talking about this on Hogan Johns this morning. The way this season's gone, I almost expect it to happen. Like it just feels like the way things have broke for the Bears this season. And some of the ways in which they're in a very important sense breaking through in the NFL. And what I mean by that is like as much as it sucked that they lost to the 49ers last week, I came away going like, wow, this just verifies what we thought. Like they have this head coach quarterback pairing, and that's what you need in this league to have success for a long, long time. And so sort of symbolically to get to 4,000 yards and not have that something, I don't think it necessarily hangs over Caleb Williams, but it would be nice to just kind of check that box so it's not something we're talking about again next year, because then all of a sudden it can turn into like something that is hanging over the offense. Like, oh, they just can't quite get over this hump. So to knock that out in week 18 right now so it's not a storyline going forward, I don't think it's the most important thing in the world, but it would be nice to have that happen. And 271, man, if you watch some of these games and watch some of the, watch the tape and some of the missed opportunities every single week, whether it's the receivers dropping the football or, even just Caleb like missing Devin Duvernay coming across the
touchdown,
the field that may have been a touchdown. I don't know if he scores or not. I know it would have been at least 20 or 30 more yards. And every single game has had like 2 or 3 plays like that baked into it where I'm like, man, he probably should have hit 4,000 yards 2 weeks ago. So, but I think it's on the table this week. I think it actually could happen.
Yeah, if Olamide Zaccheaus and Rome Odunze might have had some of those catches, it might have been there already.
100%.
Right, we're talking to Adam Haugh from CHGO here on 670 The Score. Gabe Ramirez along with Kate Constable filling in for Rahimi Harris. And Grody, you mentioned the wide receiver, so I got to talk about it. Obviously, Rome Odunze been out quite a few games now, and they're assuming he's not going to play this week. I often think about chemistry, right? And obviously Caleb and Rome have their own set of chemistry points there for this team. We've seen throughout the season. But the offenses look good in the last couple of weeks, right? Where you subtract a piece and then all of a sudden you see DJ playing better, Caleb moving the ball like he's always has. Any concern for you whatsoever, Adam, with Rome just coming back for the playoffs and things are supposed to just, fall into place as if nothing happened at all for the last several weeks?
My only concern is that I think it would be a little bit naive to think that he's just going to be 100%. I think really if you look at and I'm a huge Rome Odunze fan. I like the pick, and I still think he's going to be a really good player. Early in the season, he looked like that guy that was about to blow up and become one of the best wide receivers in the league. which should be something that we talk about and is on the table for a guy that was a top 10 pick, right? So, and then, whether it's injuries or just some of the lack of chemistry within the offense, because it seems like Caleb and Rome have chemistry. It's just kind of making it all fit together as a puzzle piece. It just slipped. It started slipping as the season went along, and then it was really the Bengals game for me where I was actually watching that tape going, I don't think he's 100%. I don't know exactly what he's dealing with, but something looks different to me in his route running. And then sure enough, he started popping up on the injury report. Remember, before he actually got sidelined, he was on that injury report. I think at one point it was called a heel. I think at one point it was just a foot, like whatever they were listing it as. He was dealing with it, and then I finally identified that, oh, this is a stress fracture. Then they rush him back a little bit too fast, suffers a setback. So it just seems like it's been one of those years that's sort of been lost a little bit when it was so promising earlier in the season. I think that they learned their lesson from trying to get him out there too soon, and on that really cold day, that probably wasn't the smartest thing to do, to have him out there, and he suffers that setback. So I think now they're being, overcautious in a good way. I feel like he maybe could even play this week, but they're not even having him practice so far. We'll see about today. And I don't think that they need him to play this week, but to also think that he's just going to come back against the Packers next week and be 100%. And, whether that's the foot alone or him just getting back into a groove, from a playing standpoint, that's kind of asking a lot to me. I do think, though, when you see Luther Burden take the steps he's taking, and I do think DJ Moore last week was really hampered by the flu. I mean, let's not forget, he was playing that game very sick. So I as a piece, putting it all together, especially with Colson Loveland, I think they're going to have plenty of firepower for the playoffs. But do I think Rome Odunze is going to come back and have 10 catches for 100 yards against the Packers? No, I don't.
Adam, I mean, speaking of all the different pieces that contribute to that offensive firepower, whether it's Luther Burden at times, Colson Loveland coming on later in the season, DJ limited time in some games, and then other games he has a massive, obviously against the Packers, play to win the game. All those different things offensively, whether it's the tight ends or the receivers. How much of a luxury is that for this Bears team to have? Whereas if Rome doesn't play this week or isn't 100% going into the playoffs, the Bears still have plenty of options to go to that you can really rely on.
Yeah, I mean, and I think you've seen that. I'll even throw OZ in there. I mean, Olamide Zaccheaus has had some frustrating moments this year, I know, but the fact that you have a guy that can play every position out there and is a veteran and knows the offense is a luxury to have, because not every team has that. I individually, all of these seasons have been sort of their own story and frustrating at times, but at the end of the day, this is a good problem to have when you're talking about, oh, we got to get DJ going more consistently, or we got to get Rome, ascending to be that number one pick he's supposed to be. Meanwhile, Colson Loveland and Luther Burden have come on really strong here while those guys have been battling injuries. These are problems like good teams have. This is the world you want to live in, where it's like, oh, they almost have too many weapons that they got to figure out how to get these guys individually going a little bit more. So I think that's one of the many positives that have come out when you really zoom out. Now, next year, not that we want to start talking about next year, I'm sure it'll be a priority of Ben Johnson within the second year of this offense to get these guys going on a little bit more of a consistent basis and having a little bit more rhythm week to week in terms of not necessarily a hierarchy, because I don't know that you need that defined, but you do want a little bit more consistency from a week to week basis and kind of knowing where you can go. But at the end of the day, Caleb seems to be finding somebody each week, and somebody is having a big game, and that's what you ultimately need. You don't want those games where the offense is just stuck from a passing standpoint across the board, and that's not really been where they've been at this season.
Yeah, where you're trying to force the ball to a particular player. It's just not the kind of football that Caleb Williams plays. You saw him kind of do a certain iteration of that with Keenan Allen last year. Felt like he had to get him the rock, but more often than not, it's that. But it's a testament to Ryan Poles, right? A far cry from where he was a few years ago, where he was just trying to get bodies in the building. And now he's actually able to build depth upon the talent that he has. And Adam, I know you've covered the team a ton. And, when I look at this season as a whole, obviously for Bears fans, we look at it and we're like, damn, this is what success looks like. You talked about it, right? That this is the luxuries that you have. But I'm curious, what are those differences that you see, right? Because we're experiencing it in real time. So maybe as fans, we're not really picking up what are the biggest differences. You can say the word coaching or culture, but you're there, you see things. What do you feel like is the biggest differences between this Bears team and the previous ones that you've covered?
Yeah, I probably can't cover that all in one answer. We did on Wednesday's episode of Hogan Johns. We looked at 5 different key words and characteristics of this team that are different from last season. But I'll give you 2 of them. I mean, one is, and it's one of those things that once you start to have, when you don't have it, you talk about it nonstop. And we did talk about it nonstop a year ago. Now that you have it, you almost take it for granted. That's accountability. I mean, they've had accountability across the board with this team really from day one of OTAs when you got Ben Johnson yelling at Cole Kmet, one of your veterans on the team, for lining up wrong, and having everybody re-huddle and going through those pains in OTAs and training camp to the point of frustration sometimes. But now you've seen the dividends of that. And you also have a head coach that's not afraid on Monday to be like, that drive on Sunday night that stalled in the field goal, that was on me. My play calling wasn't good enough in that moment. So you've had the accountability that you lacked the last few years under Matt Eberflus, and to the point that we just basically don't talk about it anymore, which is a good thing. The other thing that's really stood out to me, and it goes back to the coaching staff, but I do not remember a year in 15 seasons of covering this team where I've seen as much development within a season. And whether we're talking, these rookies that are coming on pretty strong, or we're just talking about, players like DeMarco Jackson and Deshaun Wright that were, essentially busts or cast-offs from other organizations, but were at one point draft picks that those organizations thought they had something. Well, now they come here and they have success. We're used to seeing those players leave Chicago and go somewhere else and have success.
Be cast-offs again.
It's happening, right. Now it's happening the other way, where they're coming to Chicago and they're finding, whether it's just past coaches that they click with, the scheme, whatever it is, we're seeing actual development in real time with players. And you can go down the list. You could talk about undrafted guys like Theo Benedict. I realize he's not starting anymore. That's still an incredible story. To have a guy go undrafted out of Canada and play meaningful snaps for you at one point this season at left tackle and do a pretty good job. So that's been remarkable for me, that development that this team has put together this season. And that to me is also sustainable and gives you a lot of hope going forward. And it's like, wow, wait till you give these guys another offseason and another season. Like, these guys are going to continue to get better and better.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's regardless of the sport. It could be baseball, basketball, football. Development is not a word that gets thrown around often in a positive way here in Chicago sports. Adam, I got to ask you before we let you go. You predicted Caleb having some growth. You predicted Jade Walker. What predictions you got for this weekend that we might be needing to pay attention to?
Yeah, well, I guess the thing I am curious about is how much does Ben Johnson dip into the bag of tricks this week versus saving it for the playoffs? I got to imagine that when he's lying awake in bed this week, he's maybe feeling a little bit conflicted on that because he is going up against his former team. He's going up against Dan Campbell. He's probably feeling that urge to get some big trick playoff this week. At the same time, do you want to save those things for the playoffs and the Packers a week from now? But I don't know if you guys remember when they ran Stumblebum against the Bears last year. There was some of the criticism that they actually faced on running that play was, why didn't you save that for the playoffs? Why did you waste that on the horrible Bears? So I don't know how much he actually cares about saving that stuff. In fact, he might want to get it on tape. So I just feel like at some point in this game, whether it's an offensive lineman catching a touchdown pass or something like that, maybe it's getting Tyson back involved out there with two quarterbacks on the field. We haven't seen that in quite some time. Something in this game, I think you're going to see a wrinkle like that should be pretty fun to watch.
I love it. It's a great prediction, Adam. Thanks for hanging out with us a little bit. Have a Happy New Year, all right, brother?
Yeah, Happy New Year, guys.
Happy
Enjoy
New Year,
the football
Adam.
this weekend.
Of course, Adam Haugh from CHGO. You can hear him leading the crew. My guy Corey Wooten's on the podcast over there on CHGO. Make sure you check them out. And then Hogan John's podcast talked about the 5 things that are really sticking out from this season. They talked about it on Wednesday, so make sure you go ahead and check that out as well. It is Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable filling in for Rahimi Harrison Grody right here on 670 The Score. And Kate and I got into a really interesting conversation because throughout the year, Kate, people have been trying to cast away DJ Moore. Like, we don't need him, right? We got Rome, we got Luther, we got Colston. We could trade him, or we could find something. Well, I've been seeing that they're trying to trade DJ Moore for Max Crosby, right? He's the hot name that's out there. But there's another name I want to throw into the mix when it comes to that trade scenario. And you might not like the name that I'm going to throw out there. So when we come back, who is that popular Bears player that I am considering trading for a Max Crosby in place of DJ Moore? We'll talk about it on the other side. It's Gabe Ramirez hanging out with Kate Constable, live and local, right here on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Circa Sports Illinois and The Score invite you to enjoy a special live broadcast starring the Spiegel and Holmes Show. Friday, January 9th from 2 to 6 p.m. at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village.
Lawrence Holmes here. Stop by to see Speegs and me. You can enjoy all the Chicago football playoff talk and more. Plus, you can win Chicago sports tickets from Circa Sports Illinois.
Live from Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Friday, January 9th from 2 to 6 on The Score.
Sponsored by Circa Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be. Check out the Circa Sports Illinois app today.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, you can save up to 95% on full mouth implants. A brand new smile is finally within your reach. Visit AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
Get organized and save big money with Dakota Closets at Menards. Dakota Closets can be installed in any room, from home offices and laundry rooms to walk-in or reach-in closets. Use the You Create Closet Planner, available in-store or online, to design a Dakota Closet system that maximizes your space and matches your style. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We're talking with Carol Walsh, the 2025 St. Patrick's Day Parade Queen, who's joining us to talk about her time as Queen, how it's impacted her life, and the search for the 2026 Chicago St. Patrick's Day Queen. Kara, tell us about the application process and a little advice for the winner.
Any Irish woman of Irish ancestry can enter ages 18 to 29, and we look forward to seeing all the lovely ladies there on January 11th. Applications applications are due January 5th, so please get your applications in as quick as you can. Advice for the day. So bring your family, bring your friends. There's drink, there's food, there's raffle tickets. It's a fun day overall. For me, I had 52 family members fly in for the parade this year. It's so much more than that, and it makes it so much more fun to be able to share it with the people you love.
Thanks again to Kara and the local 130 Plumbers. Applications for Chicago's 2026 St. Patrick's Day Queen will be accepted through January 5th. That's ChicagoSt.Patrick'sDayParade.org.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
Tune in to 670 The Score every week for Football Fridays. Get all the information you need before the next game. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Get 1 free set of brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or import direct pads for just $20 more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
What Kurt Signetti has done at Indiana is unprecedented, not just in college football, but in the history of sports. Indiana was terrible throughout my entire existence growing up. Hadn't won a bowl game since the 1991 Copper Bowl, and now the favorite to win the national championship, thumping Alabama at the granddaddy of them all, the Rose Bowl. Kurt Signetti, the greatest coaching job in the history of sports. I'm Nick Costos.
We're talking to play-by-play man Kevin Harlan. You're the best when it comes to play-by-play of life.
We're sending Marshall Harris to D.C. to run on the field.
Come on, Marshall. Bring it home, baby. We're ready for you.
The Rahimi, Harris, and Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
Third name, blitz coming. It's picked up. Oh, Williams has a man wide open. He's got it. Touchdown, Odunze.
So nice job by Caleb identifying man coverage. When he sees the safety's alignment over his tight end, that signifies man coverage. And what do good quarterbacks do? They find their most dependable player on a good matchup. Diggs slips after the quick jam, and that is way too easy right there. 5 yards of separation to the best receiver on this offense. That's as good as it gets for Caleb and Ben Johnson to start the game.
That is Bears stud receiver.
Yeah, did you hear that? Bears stud receiver. Their best receiver, Gabe.
I don't know about best receiver, my friends.
Tom Brady said it. You're going to say the GOAT's
The
line?
best ability is availability. It's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable filling in for Rahimi, Harris, and Grody here on 670 The Score. And the reason why we played that clip is because, Kate, a lot of people are saying, you know, from the beginning of the season and even now that Max Crosby's had this most recent blow up with the Las Vegas Raiders, that DJ Moore could be a perfect trade piece for the Las Vegas Raiders, DJ for Max Crosby. And I would say this, right, because I think DJ is the most important wide receiver on this Bears team, not just because he's healthy and he's a gamer and he wants to win, and I've hung out with him once, not
Is
because
it cool?
of that.
Cool guy? He seems like a cool guy.
Super cool. His wife is, or family, they're Puerto Rican.
Oh, that's awesome.
I believe so. Damn,
Okay.
I hope I'm getting that right. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
We'll go with that.
I talked to them. Anyways, the point is this. That's not the reason why I like DJ Moore. Think about the success of the Bears offense in the last several weeks. Think about how pivotal DJ Moore has been, how available DJ Moore has been. In the three most recent games without Odunze versus the Browns, the Packers, and the Niners, the Bears have put up 31, 22, and 38 points, 361 total yards, 400 total yards, 440 total yards, respectively. Caleb Williams, 242, 250, 330 passing yards, and 2 touchdowns in each game. All right? I mean, that sounds like some productivity there without Rome Odunze. Now, am I telling you to trade Rome Odunze for Max Crosby? Absolutely not. But I'm saying is that you just want to throw away DJ Moore when you have a Rome Odunze.
I feel like this has been Bears fans have wanted to throw away DJ Moore for the last couple of seasons.
They have, and that's the problem.
Like, what can this guy do to make Bears fans not feel that way?
So how about this? You got a couple minutes. I would love for you to make your case. I would love for you to make your case as to why you think the person traded for Max Crosby, if in effect it happens, that it should be either DJ Moore or Rome Odunze.
It should be DJ Moore.
Why?
I will make my case.
Because of his money?
Because of the money. You have to think about that. Because of where he's at in his career. And I know he's still very young. I mean, young-ish. He's not Rome Odunze young, but he's still within the prime of his career. Now, kind of going towards the back end of that compared to where Rome is at only in his second season. And I know you say that DJ has had a ton of production within this offense over the last couple of weeks, and we can give him a pass against that San Francisco game a little. He was battling the flu. Sure. Half the team had the flu. So those, 7 yards of production, not great. But okay, we'll cut the guy some slack.
He's had games like that for sure.
Yeah. But Rome was having big games early on in the season when he was playing.
Let me tell you something, Ronald. Here's an incredible stat for you. Okay, this is an incredible stat for you. Rome Odunze has already missed more games this season than DJ Moore has in the last 6.
Ooh,
think about that.
That's tough to come back from.
Think about that. DJ Moore has played in 17 games in 21, 22, 23, and 24. This season he's played in 16 of the 17. Rome has already missed more than DJ Moore has missed in 6 seasons. Like, you're trying to lay claim that Rome Odunze is. Listen, and I want to be very clear. I do not want to trade Rome Odunze because the phone lines are going crazy.
Sounds like you want to trade Rome Odunze.
No, what I'm saying is that I don't want you to just so freely want to get rid of DJ Moore. Granted, he's due $24 million. Granted, he's 29 years old. Who cares?
Well, okay.
I want both of them is what I'm trying to say.
So DJ has played 16 games. Rome's played 12. But if you look at the production, DJ has 5 more receptions. Rome has 8 more yards. I mean, they're receiving yards total 671 for DJ versus 6. Like, going through all of those, it's like he's played, 4 fewer games Rome Odunze has, yet the production is similar.
Yes, very similar. The only difference is when Rome Odunze was getting that productivity, it's because DJ Moore was on the field. So the safeties were cheating towards DJ Moore. Rome Odunze was the beneficiary of that. The last couple of games without Rome Odunze, DJ Moore doesn't need Rome Odunze. DJ Moore is DJ Moore. Rome Odunze has proven that he needs DJ Moore. We need a game without DJ Moore so we can get some more Rome Odunze. Let's go to the phone lines. This is great. Let's go to Steve out in Crystal Lake, who is a Raiders fan. Steve, I'm curious who you'd rather have on your team, DJ Moore or Rome Odunze.
Neither one of them for Max Crosby, guys. You guys have to understand this. Max Crosby is probably one of the top 2 or 3 premier defensive players in the entire league.
But you're not treating him that way. You're not. You're treating him like a side piece.
Hey, listen to what I'm going to say, guys, okay? They're not going to trade him to a team that is a late draft pick. It's going to have to be a top 3, top 5 pick before the Raiders trade him. And then they're going to have to give up next year's first rounder, maybe 3 first rounders for Max Crosby. The Raiders will not let him go.
I love it.
Doesn't
Okay.
matter if he's unhappy. he's not going anywhere for under a top 5 pick. And even a top 5 pick, I'll be honest, I wouldn't take it.
I know you wouldn't. Steve, I know you wouldn't because you want 5 first-round picks for Max Crosby. You sound like the Bears did when we were trying to get rid of the first-round pick some years ago. 17. If we trade all of our picks, we're going to have Justin Fields and 22 first-round picks. You remember that, Sean? You remember that?
Many episode show where we talked about
that. And then you could trade from the first to the third for 7 picks. And then you could trade the third pick for 17 more picks. And we're going to have 22
You just lost me within all of those numbers,
So
Gabe.
did Steve.
Micah Parsons was only 2 first-round picks. Granted, they threw in Kenny Clark, but 5 first-rounders.
Listen, take Dominique Robinson and Dominique Robinson.
Give him a Zach Pickens, maybe, you know?
Yeah, from the Kansas City Chiefs who's playing. Like, hey, bring him back, give him to you. You know, for a top 3 pick and some more first rounds is crazy. You'd be lucky to get a DJ Moore for a Max Crosby, especially you got a disgruntled player. The price has gone down. We know that. Mm-hmm. The price didn't go up.
And, the Raiders are going to be drafting a young quarterback, you would imagine, right?
Yeah.
Having a veteran receiver like DJ Moore would be huge.
And DJ Moore has never been on a winner, so he's used to it. You know. So 630 texted in and said, Gabe, when you mentioned this before the break, I said a Dunze, and a trade will make Rome's dad happy. See?
I mean,
we're here for the people.
I guess that's a win-win all around.
We're here for the people. Somebody said Rome has how many drops?
Yeah, that's what the text chat is over and over again. I've seen a couple of them talking about how many drops Rome has and the inconsistency in that.
Sean, I don't know. There's some people that are on this Rome Odunze getting traded thing. They don't want the drama.
Here's one. Does Rome make the winning catch against Green Bay, or is that a DJ Moore only type of grab?
I will say this, and I'm going to be very clear. Okay, prior to Rome Odunze entering the NFL, you know this, Kate, because we did the shows together.
Yes.
We were watching Michael Penix. We were watching Caleb Williams, Drake May, who I was a big fan. We saw this, and you know how much of a fan of Rome Odunze and Pac-12 After Dark I was. Yeah. And so I was a huge fan of Rome Odunze. I couldn't believe that the Bears got Rome Odunze. He was, to answer the question, a go-up-and-get-it guy at Washington. So I think he's capable of making that final touchdown catch.
Is there something to be said of, I guess this is more of my argument of keeping Rome is like you have this young receiving core where everyone's kind of growing together and they can develop together with a fairly young head coach. And I know eventually you have to pay these guys, and so the money doesn't always match up and someone's going to have to go regardless. But for those first couple of years where they're still on their rookie contracts with Burton and Loveland and Rome.
You can pat yourself on the back for having a great draft class.
However, it doesn't stick together.
When you got to pay the guys,
that's a little bit.
You might not want to be doing such a good job because then you're going to be running into so maybe that's another little caveat there. You get rid of him so you ain't got to pay him. You already paid little DJ Mora. And you should be, if you're Ben Johnson, you're the wizard of the offense, you probably could draft another wide receiver. See? Somebody said maybe Vegas could use Tyson Bagent.
I actually
don't. Get the agency out there, huh?
All right, fine. Steve and Crystal Lake. Tyson Bagent and Dominique Robinson for Max Crosby. We'll do it right now. All right, it's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable filling in for Rahimi Harrison-Grody right here on 670 The Score. We're having some fun today. If you didn't hear, we're trying to keep things positive about the Bears-Lions over the weekend. We're tired of the negativity that we've been hearing all week. So you know what? Let's switch things up. We're going to stay true to Rahimi Harrison-Grody. We're going to do a little halftime. All right, Bulls without Kobe White, without Josh Giddey, got themselves a victory against the lowly New Orleans Pelicans. And then they have to face an Orlando Magic team tonight. Can they duplicate their success? We'll talk a little Bulls for halftime next. Again, it's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, right here on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Well, it's because he's swerving, Bill.
34 years ago today, The Score signed on the air.
Welcome to an historic day in Chicago broadcasting history. The Score is the first ever all-sports radio station in Chicago.
Now, 34 years later, The Score is still the #1 sports talk station in Chicago. Now covering the Bears' NFC North Division Championship season.
Watching downfield, going for it!
Keep it here as we continue to follow this special season for the Bears on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, covering Chicago's biggest sports moments for 34 years.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. See you on
Seahawks and 49ers Saturday night showdown in the Bay Area with the number 1 seed in the NFC on the line. Expect plenty of points. I'm going to war for this Niners offense. They are a machine right now, and whether or not George Kittle plays, they will be the best unit on the field. I'm back in the home dog. Give me the 1.5 points with San Francisco to finish off an incredible regular season. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Kohl's new clearance markdowns are intense. Up to 70% off is the kind of deal that'll leave you feeling stunned and make you whisper things like, "Where have you been my whole life?" to a cardigan. Just take a deep breath, steady your cart, and try to act normal. But it's not possible. The savings are just too good. Shop new clearance markdowns now in-store and online at Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial for our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. That's Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Spiegs. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now, featuring the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai. With stunning new styling, 3 rows of luxurious seating, and the latest in safety technology, the 2026 Palisade is the SUV you've been dreaming of. Experience it for yourself. Scott Levy and his team are the best, and they invite you to be one of the first to test drive this incredible new vehicle. He has them ready for you at both Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 and Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin on Randall Road. Rosen.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is happening now with savings of up to 50%. It's the perfect time to get set for the year with great deals on clothing and shoes for the whole family, beauty faves for every style, toys that keep the fun going, and so much more. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Score incredible savings and keep the magic going during the clearance event, now in stores, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on 670 The Score.
What time is it? It's halftime.
Halftime here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable filling in. So for those of you that don't know, halftime is exactly what it sounds like. I feel you don't know what happened on the show so far. And then we break things up with a nice little topic. So on the show so far today, we talked to the people about whether or not they're over the Lions' loss in week 2. A lot of people feeling indifferent about that. Some people like Kate and I feel like, let's move on. And others still feel like they want to get this victory in the name of revenge. Then we talked about why the Lions are going to beat why the Bears are going to beat why the Bears are going to beat the Lions on Sunday. We're all confident across the city, but we got into the why. Then we had an opportunity to talk to Adam Haugh, and we tossed around the idea whether DJ Moore or Rome Odunze would be a better trade target for Max Crosby. But if you ask Steve in Crystal Lake, he'd say neither. You need 5 first-round picks for that because he's a Raiders fan.
It's halftime.
So, Bulls play the Magic tonight. They got a chance to go 2-0 here a little bit in this little run. What do you think about the Bulls tonight?
Interesting. Bulls taking on Paolo Banchero and the Orlando Magic. You know, I'm going to be talking about them later today. You can catch me on CHSN, the Chicago Lead, myself, David Haugh, Ruthie Polinsky. We'll be taking you right into Bulls pregame live with Cam Smith, our guy. Mm-hmm. Damn, there's some good connections.
There really are.
Cam Smith and Kate used to do a show together as well.
Cam Smith and my husband are working at some high school basketball thing right now. I just got a text them. So they're hanging out together. We're hanging out together. You're going to hang out with Cam later.
Good synergy. Yeah. So I will be leading you into Bulls pregame live on CHSN. Make sure you check me out, 6 o'clock, like I said, alongside David Haugh and Ruthie Polinsky. But I'll be talking about this game later. And listen, no one thought, including myself, that the Bulls were going to take home a victory against the New Orleans Pelicans. No Giddey, no Kobe White. And they still had Zion Williamson, Jordan Poole, and their draft pick, Derek Queen. But what the Bulls do better than any other team in the NBA is play team basketball. When there is no superstar on their squad, on the floor, they flourish because they share the ball. If you would have told me who's going to be the leading scorer for the Bulls against the Pelicans without Kobe White and without Josh Giddey, I would have said Matas or Vooch. Mm-hmm. Neither one of them. Isaac Okoro, if you watch the game, just good basketball. Right place, right time, layups, being aggressive. He ends up being the leading scorer after going 8 for 10 from the field. Something that he'll probably never do again, Kate. So, will they beat the Orlando Magic? They're only 4-point underdogs, which is wild to me. They were favored against the Pelicans by 1.5 points, and now they're only 4-point dogs against a team that could be sitting atop the Eastern Conference by the end of the season. So I am neither here nor there with this team. I don't want to put any money on it. I don't want to tell you what to do. I don't know if it's going to go over and they might score $130 like they did against the Pelicans, or it might go under because the Orlando Magic's defense might be too stout for them.
Gabe, if there's anything, it's just that this is going to be a high-scoring game tonight.
Okay.
I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of defense played because you made a good point that, this is a team. This is team basketball when the Bulls have their stars out. Neither of these two teams play defense. And the Magic are a team that typically you're like, okay, that's where they pride themselves on. Yeah. Past couple of years. Orlando's defense has been garbage this year. So the Bulls win when you least expect it, and they lose when you expect it. That's kind of the MO, right?
So wild.
I don't know what to expect in this game. What I do know is that there's going to be plenty of offense.
It's the reason why the Bulls are so entertaining to watch.
I mean, think about they had a back-to-back against a home and away against the Cavs a couple weeks ago.
I can't believe they won that.
They won both of those. They go to Atlanta, and granted, the Hawks aren't a juggernaut. You win both of those, that back-to-back game. Like, they win when you don't really expect it.
I don't get it. I mean, you're talking about a Pelican squad. Zion Williamson scored 31 points. He wants to be a Chicago Bull so bad. Zion Williamson, I feel like he shows out every time he plays the Bulls. And it's just like, get him here. Get him here, even though he's always injured. Get him here because I think he'd be perfect on this team. But, yeah, the Bulls, it's just interesting, right? You got guys like Trey Jones. Somebody tweeted out that he was the only player ever in NBA history to have the stat line he had and go 7 for 7, where he had 12 assists, 20 points, 12 assists, went 7 for 7 from the field. He was the only player ever to do that. Trey Jones, a phenomenal pickup. But again, who's going to handle the rock if Kobe White's not there? If Josh Giddey's not being aggressive on the offense? It's Trey Jones, 12 assists. I mean, this is a guy that was a throw-in with the trade last year when they sent everybody everywhere, Zach LaVine and such. So, like, to have him here playing meaningful minutes, Matas Buzelis, you saw him put up 17 shots leading the team. That's what he needs to do while both Kobe and Josh Giddey are out. He needs to be aggressive, and he has been. But damn, team basketball, you Bulls, damn you, winning games that you shouldn't be winning.
I love the Jones brothers. Like,
Okay.
they are oftentimes the throw-ins, but they are so consistent.
They are.
Like, Tyus Jones doesn't turn the ball over. His assist-to-turnover ratio, I believe, led the league last season. Of looking at the box score against New Orleans, like, all the starters were plus in their plus minus. I mean, Jalen Smith, he got sticks, a plus
So
21, a Okoro plus 31. The only player on the Bulls that really was like a bad negative was Dalen Terry. I need to see more from him. 10 minutes, 0 for 3. Dalen Terry, these are your opportunities, bud,
Dude,
to step up.
If Julian Phillips is not getting ticked, this is the time for you to go ahead and handle business. But again, Bulls tonight host the Magic at the United Center. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:45. Tip-off at 7 here on 670. The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network. Powered by Heli Forklifts, of course, Chuck Swirsky, Bill Wennington, and one of our favorites, Alyssa Bergamini.
Alyssa.
Will be on the call tonight, so make sure that you go ahead and check them out. Bulls, the line's already moved.
Yeah, 5.5 now.
It was 4.5. Now it's 5.5. I'm saying people are picking up the game's at home today. So the United Center, that's one thing I'll say, man. When I do the Chicago lead on CHSN, we open up the windows.
Yeah.
And so we get the crowd behind us. One thing that people don't do enough in the city of Chicago and just sporting events as a whole, getting to the stadium early.
Coming to watch the show.
They spend thousands of dollars to entertain you before the game. And then you're like, what time is it? 6:45? All right, let's leave the house.
Let's rush to our seats, get there right as the anthem's playing.
It's like, and you love doing. You feel like, because you know what it is. We feel like if we get there any earlier, we're wasting our life.
I mean,
God
the
forbid you
Chicago
get there 5
Bulls
minutes
experience, the fan experience, is among the best in the league.
Yes.
Go be a part of it.
Yes, and we are one of the best experiences in Chicago radio. And the moment, it is Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable hanging out with you here on 670 The Score, filling in for Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. And up next, we're going to stay true to their show and do 5 on it. All right, we got some questions about the Bears heading into this weekend against the Lions. And then we also have one question at the end that even you can answer, and it has to do with New Year's and maybe what you were eating on the couch yesterday. All right, 5 on it is next. Do not go anywhere. It's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, filling in for Rahimi, Harris, and Grody right here on The Score.
It's halftime.
Before Chicago takes on Detroit in the final game of the regular season, turn on The Score starting at noon for your local Ford dealers pregame show featuring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manilin, and Mully from the Mully and Haugh Show. Listen in as the guys get you ready for the game. Your local Ford dealers pregame show starting at noon on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeart Radio apps.
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And I want to guarantee you a breakdown-free winter. Did you know that a dirty furnace costs more to operate and can lead to higher utility bills and untimely breakdowns? Now is the time to schedule your Four Seasons furnace tune-up and save $50. A Four Seasons furnace tune-up includes a 35-point inspection, complete cleaning, and we calibrate every component of your furnace. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Officer, could I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been your one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Time is ticking away. Don't let another minute pass. Plan your retirement now with Trajan Wealth for the future you deserve. Call Trajan today at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This hour is brought to you by Four Seasons, your trusted local experts for heating, air conditioning, plumbing, electric, and generators.
This is where Chicago comes to talk about the NFC North champion Bears. Keep it here as the score team breaks it all down. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
It's time for 5 on. Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody bring you 5 topics on their minds today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Number 1.
All right, number one question here for 5 on it. What is your one piece of evidence that the Bears will beat the Lions? And our reigning question is the why.
It's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable filling in for Raheem Harris-Grody. Still doing 5 on it. The biggest piece of evidence that the Bears will win this game is simple. This Bears team is nothing like the Bears team that got blown out in week 2. Right, early in the season, we know the score. I don't want to repeat it. I hate the number. Jared Goff throwing 5 touchdowns. Lions, 500 total yards of offense. But you fast forward and things have changed, right? This isn't the Bears team that lost 10 straight last year. They've clinched the NFC North for the first time since 2018. They have Ben Johnson. The offense has climbed to the top. And in all, like so many statistical categories, they're near the top, if not at the top. Points per game, rushing, total yards. And they've cut down the negative plays, right? All the pre-snap penalties were hurting them at the beginning of the season. So what makes this especially significant is that Detroit isn't the same team they were in week 2 either, right? The Lions started strong, but they've been inconsistent. So this Bears team that leads the league in takeaways, or at the top of the league in takeaways, they have the evidence that it just isn't hope, right? It's that the Bears have fundamentally improved and they're playing meaningful football right now. And so when you aggregate all that, it equals the why that they should be winning in this one. And my prediction is 31-27, by the way. Just in case.
31-27. Okay.
31-27.
Obviously, Bears winning. One of our callers said this earlier today, but like, my number one piece of evidence is not exactly something you can like, not a tangible thing, but it's the culture shift.
Preach.
It's that this is an entirely different organization than what we've seen under different regimes over the last 10 years. Like, even in the 2018 Nagy season, like this still just feels totally different. And 2 losses coming into this one, or I'm sorry, if 1 loss coming into this one, coming up that 49ers one, that doesn't scare me. That does nothing. There's no reason to think anything is going to snowball, that this team isn't going to come out prepared, ready to go, or that they're not going to take this serious despite it being a Week 18 game and essentially being a non-factor in terms of obviously what the Bears have already accomplished this season.
Yeah, and if the Bears really want to take themselves seriously, they understand that, you won the North, but if you lose to the Lions, that shiny trophy is just a little bronzed.
Exactly.
It's not as shiny as it could be if you beat the Lions on Sunday. And so there is more to play for, and I do think we're both in agreement that the Bears will take down the Lions on Sunday.
Number 2.
Who is the best Bears rookie from the 2025 class?
I have to go, Gabe. I have to go Colston Loveland.
Really?
I think he's going to end up. Is this question, who is it this year or long term?
Let's go long term.
Yeah, I like long term.
Because long term, that's my answer. I think there's still a lot of development for Loveland and what he's able to do as a tight end with his blocking, right? With his ability to be a downfield threat. Like, it still needs to work a little bit on some of those yards after catch type plays that Tyler Ward, I think, has the upper hand on. And I know we're talking just Bears rookies, but I think Colston Loveland still has a ton of growth in him. And with what Ben Johnson has done with tight ends over in Detroit, like, there's a lot that he can still get out of Loveland. So I think, 5 years from now, we're looking at Colston Loveland as maybe one of the best pieces out of that draft class. And there's been some really good ones for Chicago.
Yeah, for sure. I remember the day of the draft. It was me, my dad, and my cousin Ben, who's a huge scorehead. And we're sitting in my dad's house, and we're talking about, who the Bears want. At number 10, who are they going to get? Who are they going to get? And we're throwing out these names. And I said, I like a lot of names. It'd be easier for me to tell you, and I'm talking to my dad and my cousin. It'll be easier for me to tell you who I don't want. And I said, I don't want Colston Loveland. And then sure enough, the Bears draft him. It's because I was such a big Tyler Warren fan. Well, you and I, Kate, we've done shows with David Dykstra, who works over at BetMGM, but he's a huge Penn State fan. And so we've been watching Penn State games for 3 years now. You and I, 4 years now, closely. So when I saw Tyler Warren dominate despite being the number 1 threat on Penn State's squad, I thought it was foolish for the Bears to pass up on Tyler Warren. Do you see the explosiveness of Colston Loveland? Sure. We all see it. His shiftiness, My brother, who I watched the game with, or we went to San Francisco with, was talking about how Colston Loveland hadn't dropped a pass and then did in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
Right? It's like he jinxed him. It was my brother's fault, by the way. But to me, it can't be Colston Loveland because he didn't put together a whole season. I need more from you to see it. Can't be Luther Burden for me. Has to be the number 56 overall pick in the draft, and that is Ozzie Trapillo from Boston College. In the next 5 years, imagine this. You start the season, you're a healthy scratch. Then they say, you know what? We know we drafted you, but we're going to put you on the right side. Maybe to supplant Darnell Wright. Possibly. We don't know. Mm-hmm. Then all of a sudden, you're the healthy scratch. Then all of a sudden, Theo Benedict becomes the left tackle in place of Braxton Jones. And then Theo gets hurt, and they say, hey, you know what? Let's throw this guy over there. And then now, he's getting pats on the back from Myles Garrett at the end of the game. Hey, great job. You haven't heard his name in games over the last several ones. Why? Because he's doing a fantastic job. The fact that you're not talking about Ozzie Trapillo is a great thing. So when I think about what the Bears have put in, which is a bandage in Braxton Jones at the left tackle position for the last couple of seasons, then now you have a bona fide guy that is handling business, and I don't have to worry about the left tackle position. This Bears team, who has two all-pro guy offensive linemen in the middle. Then you got Jonah Jackson, Darnell Wright, and Ozzie Trapillo. I think Ozzie Trapillo will be your best rookie in the next 5 years. Colston Loveland, shout out you. But there's a lot of talent on that offense. He might get overshadowed by some other guys. Where Ozzie Trapillo, at the most important position on that line, I think he could be that difference maker.
Number 3.
Who wants this game between the Bears and Lions more, Ben Johnson or Caleb Williams?
Good question. This is such a good question. Oh, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, or Dan Campbell?
Dan Campbell is what I meant to route here.
All right. It's funny because it's a great question because you have a Dan Campbell who is not in the playoffs, pissed, almost won the Super Bowl last year, and you're going up against a team that is coached by your former offensive coordinator, and they've won the North. That has to smart. I mean, to a level that we can't even understand. So Ben Johnson, sure, you'd want some get back, and you want this game, but you don't need the game. You don't need the game. Dan Campbell, I feel like, needs the game. They want to finish over 500 on the season. They want to still be able to hold something over the Chicago Bears. And Dan Campbell still wants to say that he's 2-0 against Ben Johnson in his first season, despite him winning the North and despite the Lions not making the playoffs. So for me, it is unequivocally Dan Campbell. And I hope that he feels that way so that he makes some mistakes along the way when going up against the Chicago Bears.
I could not agree with you more, Gabe. It has to be Dan Campbell, especially going into next season, even just momentum-wise of that. Like, you can't end this year on the note that the Lions have with so many questions about Dan Campbell's play calling and his coaching ability without Ben Johnson on his staff. You can't lose to the guy that everyone is questioning your worth without, right? And, I mean, even, like, what's the Lions' trajectory going forward here after this season?
I mean, you see people talking about, his job as a whole.
Exactly.
Right?
Like, this could be essentially coaching for his job is aggressive, but like, is this the downfall?
Let him be 8-9 next year.
Exactly. And then what does that look like? So, like, you need this win even just to make your, because if they lose this, they drop below 500 on the season.
They'll be 8-9.
Yeah,
they'll be 8-9.
No, this is all Dan Campbell. Ben Johnson doesn't not care, but he doesn't need this.
She's Kate Constable. I'm Gabe Ramirez, filling in for Raheem Harrison Grody here on 670 The Score. I mean, if you lose that game, because think about this too. In the next couple of seasons, you're probably going to lose Jared Goff. You're going to be faced with the idea of re-signing David Montgomery. There's money's going to be coming up, and if you're not replenishing that talent with draft picks, like, this thing could become a slippery slope quickly in this one. So he's going to want it. Benny J is good though. He's win or lose, he's in the playoffs.
Number 4.
So Indiana absolutely demolished Alabama 38-3. What was your guys' response when you saw that score yesterday?
The score was shocking. That's Alabama's first 30-point loss in a very long time. So the score was, I wasn't shocked Alabama lost. Like, Alabama had no run game. especially going into that game with the elements of the rain all day long. I know they didn't trickle into game time, but like you knew that game was going to be won on the ground, and Alabama just didn't have it. And this is not your father's Alabama team with Nick Saban whatsoever. So I was shocked that it was the manner in which they got run over and the final score, but I wasn't totally shocked that Alabama lost that game, Gabe.
I think that most casual college football fans, right? Like if you're in Chicago and don't care about college football a ton, it was a bit shocking. Even though they're the number 1 ranked team, even though they won the Big Ten championship, it's almost like you're waiting for the Cinderella story to end. And so when you see Alabama beat up on Oklahoma, and then, it was even a tough draw when you were looking at the college football playoff and seeing that, Alabama, Oklahoma gets Indiana in the first or in the second round. Even you thought that was a bad draw for Indiana in the moment, but Cignetti is a sick man in the best way possible.
He's a psycho. He's a Ben Johnson.
He is a Ben Johnson, and I love guys like that. And when you see that they beat Alabama in a major football game, it was one of those moments that just like reframes how you view college football, right?
Mm-hmm.
With NIL and the way that it is. The behemoths have moved on, and you get the opportunity to have new blood in that space. I mean, but Mendoza is a dog, right? He's Cuban. Shout out to the cubanito out there, hablando español, getting the Heisman Trophy, diciendo algo, talking to his grandparents. It was beautiful. For like he said, for all the Latinos out there, it did feel good. You want to know why? Because think about the transition when black quarterbacks started to be the majority in the NFL. Initially, it was like, oh, they're just running quarterback. Oh, it's just this, right? You have to change this sort of narrative. And black kids have to see themselves, right? Instead of being a running back wide receiver, they see themselves like, yeah, hold up. I could play the quarterback position too. And now what do you see? Some of the most elite talents in the game, right? Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Caleb Williams for that matter. So for Latinos to be able to see themselves in that role, right? Where maybe initially you might be like, I got to be a kicker. Right. For real, right? Yeah. I'm Puerto Rican, so you might be a kicker, or like you probably think you can't do it. But then you see Mendoza come in, and you're like, damn, he's Cuban. Hold up, maybe I might need to put my skill set to the quarterback position. So again, I love things like that, and he's having a great year. So, I mean, and they didn't just beat Indiana, or they didn't just beat Alabama, right? They
destroyed them.
They destroyed them.
Yeah.
They took their soul.
Do you guys think any Notre Dame fans took a little bit of pleasure in Indiana beating Alabama, a team that maybe got in before them?
No, because I think that they look at Indiana and they're like, we could beat Indiana.
That's the Notre Dame,
right?
Of course.
And Notre Dame is like, yes. South Bend, I'm down the block.
I think they could still be petty and be like, we deserve to be in there
of course they will.
over Alabama.
No, they wouldn't be petty, right? Not Notre Dame fans.
Notre Dame? Absolutely not.
No.
Number 5.
All right, this one's fun. What is your favorite New Year's Day snack, or what did you guys order on the couch yesterday? It's a common day to chill out after the day, New Year's Day. What did you guys have yesterday?
I love this question so much because no one works on New Year's, right? Like the station isn't working. People are chilling at the crib. You really don't want to cook. And so you really get the opportunity to eat whatever it is that you want. Now, yesterday, I tried to sell my wife on pizza, like early. I'm like, babe, I got an idea. Let's just order pizza.
What was the spot?
Now, there's a couple by my house, right? Because I'm in Oak Park, so I can't really get pizza from Oak Park. It just doesn't work. So I either go to Bertoli's over on Grand and Ashland. It's a nice little drive down to 290, maybe 15, 20 minutes away. Or there's a spot in Berwyn on Ogden. It's slipping my mind right now that for the life of me. But it didn't happen, guys. It doesn't matter. Because my wife was like, no. And so then the thing was, I cooked the night before. New Year's Eve, I cooked. We made some. I do this new thing now where I take chicken thighs, I cut them up, put some brown sugar on them.
Ooh.
The kids like them. The kids like it with a little bit of brown sugar. So
sounds delicious.
A couple of the seasonings, but put the brown sugar on it. Really makes it taste good. You put it over a bed of rice, fire with some veggies. Kids love it. So I cooked the night before, and I wasn't here for the cooking. But then my wife knows I love pork chops, rice and beans, and that's what we ended up having yesterday. So all that to say, if I would have had my way, I would have just got a pizza with some RC and called it a day, but I didn't. We had to cook.
Well, Gabe, I got the pizza for you.
Did you really?
I did.
I'm so jealous. And you didn't bring any pizza in for today?
There was none left. There is a fourth of a slice left. That wasn't all I got. See, Gabe, being pregnant in your second trimester.
I love this.
Everything sounds good to you. So we flew back from Philly. We had a New Year's Eve wedding. Flew back from Philly. The moment we landed, you hit the O'Hare Airport, there was McDonald's right there.
Oh.
And the smell just got to me.
What time did you land? Because this says a lot about your McDonald's consumption.
We landed noon.
Oh, okay. So midday. So you guys, okay.
Yeah, no.
Because sometimes you land at like midnight, and then all of a sudden you're trying to find some food.
Oh no, this was
Noon
new.
isn't bad.
So the smell hit me, and I'm like, I have to have it. I have to have it. But we waited until we got home. There's a McDonald's by our house, and I told my husband, I'm like, you have to go get that for me. So we had McDonald's for lunch.
You're a crappy person. You guys came from the airport. You made both of you come home. And then sent him out into the wilderness to go get
it's
it?
Across the street.
You couldn't get it on the way in?
It's across. Well, I didn't want the Uber driver to stop at the airport. Like if we were driving ourselves, we would have just gone through the drive-through.
As a man who's gotten many things from my pregnant wife, that's why I was a little triggered right there.
Yes, no. But he did run out and get it for me, so I didn't have to go out in the cold. But I said to him, I'm like, it's only noon. We can't eat McDonald's. This isn't going to keep me full. So we're going to have to order stuff later.
Oh, darn it.
Darn it. We ordered Giordano's pizza for dinner.
My God.
So I had McDonald's and Giordano's yesterday. And
you're living my dream. Kate Constable.
It's quite the experience right now.
She's Kate Constable. I'm Gabe Ramirez. We're filling in for Rahimi Harris and Grody here on 670 The Score. I have 3 kids. Kate is pregnant.
Yes.
That's why this conversation works, because we both can identify with one another. Have your emotions gotten the best of you during these Bears games? Have you cried? Did you cry after the Packers game?
I did.
Did you really?
I only cried because I knew my husband was at the game, and he is just like the biggest diehard Packers fan. And so I cried because I was thinking he's so happy right now, and I'm so happy for him that I just was bawling.
Biggest Bears fan.
He's the biggest Bears fan. Yeah. And so I'm sitting on the couch by myself. Yes. That was one moment where I had to stop myself, and I'm like, this is crazy. You're going crazy right now.
I cried, but I'm not pregnant.
But yeah.
I cried after that game for different reasons.
I cried for his happiness because the Bears won. It was, yeah.
Girl, boy?
Girl.
Do you have a name?
We do, but we're not
don't.
telling. But we got a name picked out.
I was just more so asking because I was curious about that kind of stuff.
Yep. Right. Name is decided. Girl coming in April.
I got some extra ones left over from my 5-month-old that I can give you over there. All right. We have been having quite the day here on 670 The Score. Just getting you ready for Bears Lions. Of course, Sunday, the whole thing's kicking off, but we want to make sure that you guys are ready for it as well. So before Chicago takes on Detroit, you could tune in Sunday from 12 to 3:25 for your local Ford dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Cruz, Patrick Manley, and Mully from Mully and Haugh. They're going to get you set for the game. Then immediately following the game, they're going to have instant reaction on the postgame show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Material Tire. All of it can be heard right here on The Score and the Odyssey app. All right, coming up next, we get the opportunity to talk about this Lions game and more specifically the playoffs. And the question I have for our next guest is, why should we be confident in the Bears when it comes to the playoffs that are upcoming? Kevin Fishbane from The Athletic joins us next, and we'll answer that question. If you have anything for him, you feel free to hit up the text line, 312-644-6767. It's Gabe Ramirez. It's Kate Constable filling in for Rahimi Harris and Grody. Kevin Fishbane joins us next right here on 670 The Score.
You're listening to Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday on The Score, where all of our shows and unprecedented team of football experts get you ready for the game. Presented by your local Ford dealers on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Shop Jewel Osco for fresh bone-in whole pork loin, 17 to 22 pound average for just 99 cents a pound. Limit 2 packages. Plus, get select varieties of fresh express salad blends for only 99 cents each through the Jewel Osco for You digital app.
It's time to get organized this new year with Menards. Update your closet system and add style today with Closet Culture. Choose from 2 closet finishes and 4 colors of shelf boards to create a functional yet stylish closet solution that matches your home decor. Check out all our Closet Culture closet kits or view our weekly flyer on Menards.com to see all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, And on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
Tune in to 670 The Score every week for Football Fridays. Get the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. It took almost 24 years, but Miami got revenge over Ohio State last night in the Cotton Bowl, and the Canes move on in the college football playoffs. We knew it would be defense winning the day, but most thought it would be the first-round loaded Buckeyes. They lost 2 straight to end the season and are denied back-to-back titles. I'm John Lund.
Kevin Fishbane.
I got Fishy Business, K Fishbane.
Bears beat writer for The Athletic.
Are you talking about how the Bears had 10 days off between games after their two best passing performances, in the first play from scrimmage against an all-blitzing defense was to let a blitzer come free?
Kevin Fishbane talking Bears.
Hey, Kevin Fishbane from The Athletic.
I love your name.
It's a great name.
Yeah, great name.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Gabe Ramirez, Cheesecake Constable.
Cheesecake Constable.
As they're calling her in the Twitch stream. She is Kate Constable. Maybe if I throw that in there, it'd be better. Filling in for Raheem Harris and Grody here on 670 The Score. And our next guest joins us now on the Circle Resort and Casino Hotline. Kevin Fishbane hanging out with us today, CircleLasVegas.com. And of course, this segment with Kevin Fishbane is brought to you by Four Seasons, your trusted local experts for heating, air conditioning, plumbing, electric, and generators. Kevin, Happy New Year, brother. Hopefully everything's going well for you. Welcome to the show.
Happy New Year. Happy Friday. Happy Bears playoff Friday.
I know. We're trying to take a positive spin on the show today, Kev. I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, well, the Bears defense, how's it going to hold up? Or, maybe the offense or whatever is going up. But I want to take the positive approach to this weekend's game, to the playoffs that are upcoming. So that's just so you know, that's the mindset that Kate and I have been in this whole show. So when we're talking about this Bears game, specifically on Sunday, I feel like the Bears season itself has been defined by, a number of close wins, right? Whether it's block kicks by Josh Blackwell against the Raiders or come from behind victories against the Packers. When you look back at this season, have you found a common theme or a common thread for this Bears squad?
Yeah, the fourth quarter magic is probably it, that they've had all these games where it's come down to the final minute or two, and there are two games that they didn't pull off, or three, I guess, if you count the opener, and the rest they did in somewhat incredible fashion. And then the other thing is just the takeaways. The takeaways on one side and the not giving the ball away on the other side. The fact that they are tops in the league in both categories is pretty remarkable, and it's kind of been the hallmark of what they've been able to do to win that turnover ratio week in and week out. That helps explain the 11 wins. So yeah, I think late game magic and winning that turnover margin, which is kind of an ironic, Gabe, because if you remember Ben Johnson's opening press conference, he talked about how the league has changed and quarterback passing numbers, passing EPA is more important than turnover ratio. And here the Bears are, and obviously their quarterback has improved a lot, but they're tops in the league in turnover ratio as opposed to quarterback play.
So, Kevin, how sustainable is that in the postseason? Like, sure, you can have a bunch of takeaways when you're playing the Browns and Shedeur Sanders, but as the competition week in and week out, assuming that the Bears can make a deep playoff run, like, is that something that is as sustainable as we've seen it become in the regular season?
Well, the thing about takeaways is statistically, it is not sustainable year over year, right? Like, you can go through plenty of teams that led the league in takeaways one year. They are a fickle thing, especially fumble recoveries. There's a lot of luck involved there. But within a season, there is that whole idea of it being contagious. And you could go back and look at TJ Edwards' pick 6 to start the game last week. So I do think it is something that has been this team's mantra. It's been the thing that they've kind of hung their hat on. So yeah, I do think they could find a way to do it against obviously really good competition. But what I think is going to be really important if they want to continue that is they've got to find a pass rush. Like, they have one QB hit in 4 of the last 5 games. Now, the outlier is the 13 or 15 quarterback hits they had against Cleveland, which was the most they'd had like in 25 years. But of every other game, just one time. Like, they hit Jordan Love once. They hit Jalen Hurts once. They hit Brock Purdy once. Like, you have to find a way to get to the quarterback in these postseason games to help your team get takeaways. The Bears 9-0 this season when they force at least 2 takeaways. So, like, there's your ingredient. There's your recipe to victory. But it helps if the opponent is on 3rd and long or 2nd and long, and that requires stopping the run. And a lot of things the Bears haven't necessarily been good at, and the takeaways have saved them more often than not. But, I mean, it is their best chance. They have to find a way to keep it up. So, yeah, I mean, Will it be sustainable next year? No, but can they find a way to make it a thing in the playoffs as well and keep rolling? Keep riding this turnover wave. I think it's possible.
Yeah, 3rd and 17 because of a sack sounds a lot better. It puts the team in a funky situation, allows Dennis Allen to get those guys up to the line and give them some unique looks on defense. They certainly need to do that. They've gotten so close. Like you saw the game against the Niners. How Brock Purdy had that miraculous throw on the second touchdown where he juked Austin Booker, then stepped in to throw the ball to Kyle Juszczyk. And it's plays like that where they're so close. And, speaking of the Niners game, Kevin, I was there. I was in San Francisco. And it seemed like everyone felt so positive following the loss. What do you think it is that gives the Bears the confidence that despite the loss, that they feel good going up against teams like the Packers and the Niners in the playoffs?
It's a fascinating thought exercise, Gabe, because I think fans of the Bears, observers of the Bears, like everything was pretty positive, similar to that loss in Lambeau, because okay, clearly they can play with the league's best. You went in that locker room, you went to that press conference, it was not positive. Those guys were ticked off that they didn't win the game, and that's a good thing. Right? You don't want them coming out of there being like, well, at least we almost beat them. They were upset
right.
because they felt that they gave one away. They felt that they had a chance and they couldn't finish off the 49ers. And I just think where the Bears are at in this arc, in this narrative, is right now they are still in the category of people don't really believe in them. They haven't been in this spot in so long. So when they go out on the road to play a 49ers team and they have to suddenly put up 40 points just to win, and they are 2 yards away from doing so, it's easy for us to come out of there and be like, wow, look where this team is at. Now, you look at Buffalo, for example, if the Bills lose a game in the regular season 45-41, that's not the narrative in Buffalo, right? Fans are not happy because they've already gone over that obstacle. They have arrived. They are a team that is supposed to contend for Super Bowls year in, year out. So they're not, they're not feeling good after a high-scoring loss. Here, it's so rare. We couldn't believe it happened, and it proved that this team belongs. So I thought, one of the best things about this team was sitting there after the game in the press conference room and seeing how frustrated Ben Johnson was and how frustrated Caleb Williams was. It's okay, these guys have this belief that they can win any game, and this was one that they felt like they could win, and they're not happy. And that's a really important sign of where this franchise is going.
You posted, Kevin, on X, an interesting fact that I was not aware of. The Bears have not won a season finale at Soldier Field since 2007. Oh, wow. And you did caveat that they've only played 4 season finales at home, but they did lose them all. So is that in the back of Bears' minds? Is that in the back of Ben Johnson's mind? And if they do win on Sunday, how do you see that playing out?
Hopefully it's in the back of nobody's mind because it's an incredibly meaningless stat that I just I was just sitting there, Kate, going through my years in the beat, and I'm thinking okay, season finale, have I covered a win? I'm trying to picture if I've been in a Soldier Field Bears locker room after a week 18 or week 17 win, and I couldn't think of it. So I started going through and I was like, oh my God, I'm going back 18 years. So it's just it's a quirky thing with the schedule. And, the Bears historically have requested, and these things are very soft and they don't always work out, but they usually are home around Christmas time. That's something that they've that's just kind of been traditional around here, and because of that, they're usually on the road for the finale. So that's why they haven't played it now. But what's interesting about those 4 games, Kate, 2 of those, 2013 and 2020, were win to get into the playoff games. Oh, 2013, they famously lost on the Rodgers to Cobb touchdown. 2020, they lost to the Packers and then backed in to the playoffs as the 7th seed, the playoffs that nobody here remembers for good reason. So again, it's just, I found it was quirky, but what's funny is for this team has been the Bears team that exorcises all these demons, right? So here's a very meaningless one, but it's one that they could say, all right, here's another one we have knocked off. We have finally won a final game of the season at home.
Yeah, if Ben Johnson doesn't care about 4,000 yards, could you imagine him going back into the almanac and being like, yeah, but I did see a game there that the Bears were trying to get this one. It's going to be tough, but I think you're right. I think we all, the fact that you talked about those were wins to get in, Kevin, that doesn't tough situations right there to be in. But obviously this one's different. Bears in the playoffs regardless and getting healthier, even on the defensive side, right? Obviously Rome Odunze and offense dealing with their quirks, but over the last several weeks, you've seen guys like Tremaine Edmonds, T.J. Edwards come back for this squad, and Jalen Johnson continue to get healthier. A lot of people are down on the Bears defense, but I talked about wanting to be positive. What are some reasons to be positive about the Bears defense, especially with health improving for this team?
It can't be worse than last Sunday night. So you can start there, right? Like, and now this team has done a nice job bouncing back all season long. They haven't lost back-to-back games since the first 2 weeks of the season. I just think they have the coaches have proven that they have what it takes to make these corrections, that you can feel good about them watching that tape from San Francisco and making the corrections to make sure that that doesn't happen again. The problem is that the personnel is what the personnel is. And yes, they're getting healthier. And maybe they Kyler Gordon back for the playoffs, which would be another boost. But at some point, you can't keep sitting here expecting X, Y, and Z to happen if it hasn't happened all year. So what I'll be watching for this team in the playoffs is, can Montez Sweat get on a heater? Can he get rolling? Can he give you a 2-sack game, maybe a strip sack? He is your best player on that front, and he had a great spurt in the middle in the third quarter of the season. Can he come through? I think Austin Booker's playing at a really high level. You need those guys to make game-changing plays for you. Because I said, the takeaways, I think that wave can continue, but you can't bank on those. You can't rely on those. And you just got to find that game changer up front who can find a way. And I think Montez Sweat is your best option. You go back to that last play in regulation against Green Bay when he just mauled the right tackle on his way to Malik Willis. And that was the only quarterback hit the Bears had in that game after the first quarter. Or since the first quarter. So yeah, I mean, that's what you're looking for from this defense is they still have guys like Montez Sweat, Jalen Johnson, Byard, Edmonds, Edwards, guys we all know are capable of making big plays. So the guys are there. So you just want to see them come through. And then just, hoping that the coaching staff is able to make the corrections from a game they'd like to forget.
So the coaching staff has obviously shown they're, can make those types of corrections. But in terms of front office, how much credit does Ryan Poles deserve for this season's turnaround?
Yeah, I mean, he deserves a lot. He helped land Ben Johnson, who's been the number one key to this whole thing. The way that he aggressively went and traded for Joe Thuney and traded for Jonah Jackson and signed Drew Dahlman, those three guys, that interior is one of the most significant parts of this team's success. Grady Jarrett hasn't been as productive probably relative to the salary, but he's been an important voice in the locker room, going and finding Sean Wright in April, a signing that most of us kind of, looked past and seeing what he was able to do. And then you look at the rookies. You look at Ozzie Trapillo, Luther Burden, Colson Loveland, Common Unguy, serious impact players in big time games. And those are players that Poles drafted. Yes, Ben Johnson was a meaningful figure in all of those moves. I mean, he had his fingers on all of those. But Poles is the one, making the ultimate call. And I think that if you're going to understandably and fairly blame Poles for the failures of past years, I think he deserves some credit for helping build a roster that won the NFC North.
Where are you at with the when the Bears season will end? There's a lot of people feeling different things, in terms of their optimism, Kevin. What is yours as the Bears head into this final week and then ultimately leading into the playoffs?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, it's a little bit of a cop-out. Nothing would surprise me, Gabe.
That's not a cop-out. That's a great answer, Kevin.
Yeah. It would not surprise me if they lose next weekend at home to Green Bay or LA or San Francisco, whoever it is. That wouldn't be surprising. It wouldn't surprise me either if they just pulled 3 wins out of their hat. And and you said they're getting healthier. If they get Odunze back, they get Kyler Gordon back, and they're just continuing to play better football. Caleb Williams keeps improving. I don't even know if they've played their best game yet on both sides of the football.
You said it earlier, right? You said it earlier. They haven't played perfect football.
No, so there's still that chance that they play that perfect game at the right time. So yes, them making a Super Bowl would. I don't have that on my bingo card. Like I still, but the thing is, because of what they've accomplished and what they've done and the position they've put themselves in, they got in the tournament, and it wouldn't surprise me just because like you can't be surprised by anything this team does anymore because they have won so many games that you could not believe they found a way to win. So, anywhere from losing in week 1 to finding a way to get back to Santa Clara, and anywhere in between. I mean, this team is, and it's credit to them that they have found a way. And that's in the playoffs. Sometimes it's all it takes to just find a way to get a win. And this team has experience doing that.
That's what makes them one of the most exciting teams in football because you just don't know. Kevin, I appreciate you hanging out with us today and giving us some of your time, man. Have a happy New Year.
All right, take care.
Of course, this segment with Kevin Fishbane is sponsored by Potawatomi Casino Hotel. It's meant to be. And of course, Kevin Fishbane, senior writer over at The Athletic. You can check him out on X at KFishbane. And he's host of Breaking In with Kevin Fishbane. Make sure you check that out. He has a lot of good guests on there talking about how they broke into the media world. It's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, filling in for Rahimi Harris and Grody. And when we come back, Kevin was talking a lot about the defense and its shortcomings, right? Can't get any worse than it did. But one player had a really good game. And, of course, I'm talking about Austin Booker. Had a sack, 2 pass breakups against the 49ers. Also had himself 5 pressures, multiple tackles for a loss, kind of disruption that you would want. So the question is, was that just a good night for Austin Booker? Or was it the start of something bigger, not just for him, but for the entire defense of the Chicago Bears that the Chicago Bears have? On the other side, we're going to answer the question why the defense is not going to be a crutch, why the defense is going to contribute to a Bears victory, not only on Sunday, but in the playoffs. All right, it's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable. We'll answer that question on the other side. Filling in from Rahimi Harris and Grody right here on 670 The Score.
Bears fans, the NFC North champion Bears are heading to the final game of the regular season against the Lions at Soldier Field. After getting crushed in their first meeting, can Ben Johnson flip the script and get revenge on his former team? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Lions right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen to a full day of reaction on Monday when we start to get you ready for the playoffs on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's Blackhawks and Bowl season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. That's Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Spiegs. I'm so glad I decided to work with CertaPro Painters to get that hallway painted. My process was worry-free with the free estimate, great communication, super professional painting, all at the right price. You're not just hiring a service with CertaPro, you're getting trusted local professionals with over 70,000 5-star reviews. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Paint.
When you're betting and find yourself constantly thinking about gambling and you're losing more money than you have, are you really winning? If you're spending too much time with the slots or you can't stop betting on sports and you find yourself feeling overwhelmed, maybe lying, and probably losing more money than you can afford to lose, you're not alone and you can get help. It's available 24/7 and it's confidential. When your betting has gotten out of hand, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.areyoureallywinning.com. Sponsored by the Illinois Department of Human Services.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Chicago 45, Purdy. The pocket look out from behind. Taken down the big first half for Austin. Booker continues. 2 passes deflected. And a sack, now 4.5 on the season.
I tell you what, Brock Purdy may have just stayed in the game by seeing at the last second Booker coming around there, because this was going to be a massive hit. Booker had full speed, and you had Purdy who had stopped, and at the last second, he just ducked down and probably saved himself on that one.
Pressure on the quarterback. And an imposing figure opposite of Montez Sweat. These are the things that people want in Chicago when it comes to the defense. But has Austin Booker, something that we saw in the preseason, Kate, and what he's done as of late, specifically against the 49ers, does that make you change how the Bears should think about their pass rush moving forward? Is it simply just fixing the interior when you got a guy like Austin Booker? It's Kate Constable, Gabe Ramirez filling in for Rahimi Harris and Grody here on 670 The Score. Austin Booker is impressive, Kate. And this is a guy who had a high motor, a lot of sacks. People were expecting great things from him coming out of the preseason. Then he got hurt. And like most players, you know, it takes some time for them to ramp it back up. Mm-hmm. But he's made an impact in the short time that he's been back. 9 games, Kate. 9 games he's played and he has 4.5 sacks. He's third on the team in sacks.
I mean, that's just consistency there, right? Like in those 9 games that he's been back. Sure, it hasn't been all that much of the season, but that's a pretty decent sample size for how we've seen him play. You also talk about the preseason. He was the star of the preseason, right?
Yeah.
Defensively. I mean, I think that the Bears have a great piece in Austin Booker, and you just kind of go towards that 49ers game to make most of that argument. I mean, 5 of the Bears' 10 total pressures from Austin Booker. Those 2 pass breakups batted down in the first quarter, like, kind of set the tone early on for the Bears defense. Like, he was the one, while the Bears defense as a whole kind of looked lethargic to start that game, he didn't at all.
And he's been the motor on this team, and we've seen it. And that's why we liked it last year when we saw it in spurts. And this is a guy who was a developmental piece. Remember, the Bears traded back in to, I believe it was the 5th round, to get Austin Booker, or 3rd, to get Austin Booker on this squad. They thought he could be a big component there. I mean, 4.5 sacks. You're looking at guys like Grady Jarrett, 1. Dayo Adengbo, 1 in 8 games. I mean, Grady Jarrett, like I mentioned, 1. Chris Williams, 1. Tremaine Edmonds, Jaquan Brisker, 1. You're talking about a Dennis Allen team that sends pressure. You see Jaquan Brisker in the backfield. It's about getting to the actual quarterback. And I think that's what Austin Booker has done well. Javon Dexter with 5 sacks on the season. I went back and I watched last night. I watched Eagles versus the Bills.
Yeah.
I just wanted, I like watching games against teams that Bears could potentially be playing. And you saw Jalen Carter up the middle, easy swim move, sack on Josh Allen. And I was like, damn, I don't know. Would you trade a Jalen Carter for a Darnell Wright now? I mean, I know we love Darnell Wright and what he's done. But damn, Theo Benedict could have been playing right tackle. And you would have loved a guy like, Jalen Carter playing up the middle. Obviously, neither here nor there. But Austin Booker, you want to tip your cap where the success is coming from. But you could see where the Bears need something more than that on that defensive line.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, certainly after you give up what you gave up to the 49ers and in a couple other games this season where the defense hasn't looked like a bright spot whatsoever. But Gabe, in our positivity show today, we're spinning everything positive.
Yes, it is. You're right. I forgot about that.
And so, yeah, I got to keep you in
Bears
check. You got to keep me in
sucks.
check,
wait,
right? Yeah, I know.
Austin Booker's
we
great.
did just hear from Kevin Fishbane that it can't get much worse than it already is, which means there's only up from here. And I think similar to the Austin Booker, there have been bright spots elsewhere on the defense that you can say, okay, we see what you can do.
Yes.
Now let's see that long term. Let's see that for a full, consistent season. I mean, Nahshon Wright has been phenomenal this season compared to being on the Vikings practice squad last year, Gabe. Like, that's a positive. You bring in someone like that, there's some development there. There's a belief in him now, and you see what he's doing in terms of the takeaways. You also have DeMarco Jackson, who was NFC Defensive Player of the Week a couple weeks ago and didn't play at all against the 49ers, which is a little head-scratching. But when he has been on the field and when he's had those opportunities, he's made the most of them to some degree.
You're right.
So there are, yes, there's a lot of holes to fill in this defense and a lot of work to be done. But we're going to be positive and focus on some of those brighter spots.
Can I interest you in a number of forced fumbles on the team and how many players have had them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 8 players have forced a fumble on this Bears defense. 8 different ones.
I don't know off the top of my head, and I'm sure maybe you do, but where does that stack up in the league in terms of volume of players on a defense that have forced fumbles? That has to be towards the top, right?
Well, they're towards the top in terms of turnover, so they got to be in that thing. But listen, we're going to discuss and tell you why you shouldn't be worried about this Bears defense on the other side. We're going to get to that in just a bit. But I do want to give an opportunity and shout out to all my local businesses that are out there. I know you've heard a lot of the score personalities talk about this, but this really is a big deal, right? We know small businesses matter. You should shop local. But here, and we know it's expensive. I tell people to call me up all the time, Kate, and they're like, hey, dude, can you get me on the radio? And I'm like, oh, dude, do you know how expensive that is? Right? I think don't people understand how expensive that is. But if you're a local business who's struggling with dollars and you want some free advertisement, well, how would you like to have your commercial air during Super Bowl 60 right here on 670 The Score? This is your chance right now that I'm talking about. So last year they did it, and they're bringing it back. Score big for your business. This is where you can enter to win a 30-second Super Bowl commercial on 670 The Score's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 from Westwood One. And new this year, you could actually win a live broadcast for your brand. That's where the team is going to head on out to your establishment, do a live broadcast from there, draw in the people. So to win, you got to log on to 670thescore.com/contests. You can enter right now. The deadline to enter is January 18th, so you still got a couple weeks, but get it in as soon as possible. Score big for your business. Sponsored by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC. All right, I am Gabe Ramirez. She is Kate Constable, filling in for Rahimi Harris and Grody here on 670 The Score. And coming up next, we're going to tell you why you shouldn't give up on this Bears defense. A lot of people are down and out, Kevin Fishbane included. But we're going to tell you next why you should not give up on this Bears defense and why it will be a key component not only on Sunday, but throughout the entire playoffs. Do not go anywhere. It's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable filling in for Rahimi Harris and Grody right here on 670 The Score.
Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever, with all of our shows joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the games. Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from just $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from just $57 a month, plus 6 years interest-free financing. Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 30,000 five-star reviews, we are Chicago's trusted local experts.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons. Your local Moretti's restaurant wishes you a happy holiday season with a $25 gift for you. Buy a $100 gift card and get a free $25 bonus gift certificate. Stop by Moretti's or order online at morettisgifts.com to get your $25 bonus. Moretti's authentic Chicago-style pizza was voted best of the best pizza in the area's largest diners poll for 2025. Stop by your local family-owned and operated Moretti's and find out what everyone's raving about. Moretti's Ristorante and Pizzeria is pizza and so much more.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or Sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1 day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's four walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Hey, is this the year you're finally going to pop the question? There's one name you need to remember when you start your diamond shopping. That's Rasny, as in Rasny Jewelers. Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. free. At Rasny Jewelers, you get personal attention, real expertise, and a family that has cared for generations of Chicago clients. At Rasny Jewelers, there's no hard sell, just the assurance that you selected a superior, beautifully cut diamond. Shop Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Oak Street in Chicago, and always available at rasny.com.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Congratulations to the Illinois State University Redbirds, who play for the FCS National Championship for the second time in program history. The Redbirds will face the Montana State Bobcats Monday. Cheer on the Redbirds at official ISU watch parties. Learn more at GoRedbirds.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk about the NFC North champion Bears. Keep it here as the Score team breaks it all down. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Purdy, and it knocked down. Austin Booker off that line of scrimmage, dropping back at 6'6", has good height.
Here's what I think about Book. You know, I think he's got some pass rush value for us, and the thing about him, he's tough, he's gritty, he fights. You know, he's a little undersized. You know, so there's some times where, you know, just from a size, strength, power matchup, you know, that you know, it's not advantageous to him, and yet he fights him. And he plays extremely hard. And so those are, you know, that's a good starting point for us.
It's Dennis Allen talking about Austin Booker. And we're asking the question, are we underrating this Bears defense just because they don't look dominant? Just because they're giving up? I mean, the Niners are one of the most prolific offenses in the NFC. So it's not like they gave up 42 points to a bum squad, right? I think the defense itself... Listen, the Bears will win games even if the defense doesn't get turnovers. So be very clear about that. And it obviously has a lot to do with what happens on the offensive side of the ball. But the way they play as a unit, and I'm not talking about just the defense, both sides of the ball, they lean on one another. It was unfortunate when the Bears took the lead 38-35 against the Niners that the defense couldn't hold on to the lead. They had themselves in a 3rd and 6. The Niners did. 3rd and 6, the defense couldn't stop. I think they got a penalty there. Had a couple of those where they just kind of ran into it. But, I mean, when you're dealing with Christian McCaffrey, right, Kyle Shanahan offense that's been in place for some time, Brock Purdy, the tactician, it's tough. And when you have a defense built on takeaways, people are going to say that. But I'm going to tell you right now, the Bears are going to win even without the takeaways. The defense is going to play well even without creating takeaways because – they're getting healthier. There's so many things that point in that direction of why you feel like the Bears, you know, can perform well. We know they're a turnover machine, as we said. They got, you know, they're at the top of the league in that. They're an opportunistic team, but what, 22 picks, 8 fumbles? Whew. And it's more about the threat of the turnover that that allows the defense to play at such a high level, right? Because people are assuming, okay, well, I got to make the cleaner throw. I can't just throw it into traffic. I can't just throw it to my wide receiver to just go up and get it. All the explosive plays we've seen throughout the season, they've been over the top. over Nashawn Wright, over Tyreek Stevenson. You know, if you're looking at Jaquan Brisker or Kevin Byard getting beat, that's when it is. It's never somebody mossing the Bears defenders in those situations.
I mean, how does it change the game plan for teams when they face the Bears, knowing that they have all the takeaways? Like, there might be stuff that is adjusted even prior to stepping on the field in how you play the Chicago Bears because of those takeaways, and that's kind of the impact of that. Going back to that 49ers game, also, like, there's a lot that you can't take away from it in terms of positive.
Tell me more.
But here's a positive for you. I mean, they forced San Francisco to punt twice. The 49ers had not punted entering the game since November. They went almost a month. And that's how good the 49ers are. So, like, yeah, they ran all over the Bears. They did whatever they want against Chicago's defense in that game. But they've been doing that to a lot of teams lately because of how dominant and just the offensive mind of Kyle Shanahan, what he's able to draw up play-wise.
I look at the teams that are in the playoffs, or they're still, obviously going to be in the playoffs. Like, if you go back, I also watched the Rams versus the Falcons. Went back and watched that again.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford, a ton of interceptions. Right? And so teams are susceptible to turning over the rock. The Bears Dennis Allen does a great job of putting the Bears in situations where quarterbacks have to make tough decisions. And you've seen it, right? When it comes to forcing pressure, the Bears' pass rush win rate is 28%, 32nd in the league. Terrible, right? But what does elite look like? The Browns got a 47% pass rush win rate. Vikings 46% pass rush win rate. So there's room to grow. But when you got guys like Montez Sweat, 9.5 sacks, 3 forced fumbles. We mentioned earlier Javon Dexter with 5 sacks, Austin Booker with 4.5. You have to be opportunistic in those moments, and that's where the D has to step up. But being healthy plays a big role where you can lean on each other, right? Jalen Johnson being out hurts the Chicago Bears, right? When you're talking about the pressure, Brock Purdy had a clean pocket. Jesus, what felt like 90% of the time.
All game.
Just drop back. I have time, and I am going to just wait for my guy to be wide open. But again, when you're talking about the other teams in the league, Jordan Love is prone to making mistakes as well. Right, he didn't have. I think he hadn't thrown an interception for quite a while, but then did against the Bears in that game. Yep. I mean, this is what I think Rudy Polinsky was talking about this earlier today with Rami Maklov, where the Bears make good teams turn the ball over. It's not that they're just getting turnovers against bad teams. You saw it against the 49ers with the pick six. I mean, they find themselves in that predicament. But there's other. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, for me, why you should feel confident about this Bears defense. Not only Sunday, but heading into the playoffs. One, they're getting healthier. You're not playing this weird rotation of who's healthy from the DBs. Jaquan Brisker and Kevin Byard being healthy all year. Geez, what a blessing that has been for the team. You get T.J. Edwards and Tremaine Edmonds back now healthy. And then when you're looking at the defensive line, listen, Grady Jarrett wants to play better now that he's in this playoff race with a healthy defense. It's just a matter of putting it together and keeping teams. Like, what would you say is like a number? Let's think of an arbitrary number, Kate, where if the Bears can keep, not just the Lions, but any team for that matter, like if the Bears can keep a team to X, then they will win because Caleb and the squad can get that done.
24? Under 30. I mean, the Bears are going to score, 27 a game? Maybe 21's more realistic. You give them 3 touchdowns. Is that too high for you?
No, I love to. Listen, 24 sounds right. I always like to think of offense in the NFL in phases of 10, right? So if you give the Bears the ball 10 times, you give the Lions the ball 10 times. Like, I need to know how many times the Bears, in my mind, I'm trying to think, I'm always calculating. All right, so the Bears should put up points 7 of those 10, right? So you need to stop the Lions from getting to that point. So if you got 4 scores, 3 tutties, and a field goal, that sounds right.
Yeah.
That's in that range that you need to be. It's just you can't be – it's tough when you're a bend, don't break defense, right? And that's what Dennis Allen has with his team, where they want to put pressure when you're in 3rd and long, but for the majority of the game, it's letting them win in front of you and trying not to stop them over the top. That's why the explosive plays hurt so much. 708 says, I think we're overreacting to one game by defense against the Hot Niners squad. Not saying they're not great, but they're not terrible either. They've been good enough for 11 wins.
I mean, that's a good point. They have been. You don't win football games by having a great offense and a terrible defense. You need a balance of at least good on both sides of the ball, right? And there are some points, I mean, especially at home. The Bears defense at home has been really good this year, averaging fewer points allowed per game. I mean, their opponent third down conversion percentage on the season has not been all that great. They're bottom half of the league, I believe 19th, but at home, they're top 10. I mean, 36% there. They're top 10 in fourth down conversion, opponent fourth down conversion rate at home. Well, having the number 2 seed, you're at home, Gabe.
That makes a big difference in that situation. I get it. I mean, I'm trying to think of, what are things when I watch opposing teams, right? What makes the defense better? Like what are the tangible, statistically significant variables that you can point to? I think that when the Bears have been the beneficiary of some good defense, it's because it's just purely bad quarterback play. I think we've seen a lot of that. The Bears have seen a lot of bad quarterback play where, 3rd and 6, it's a drop, or 3rd and 6, it's a, an overthrow. And there's been pass deflections. I wonder where the Bears rank in pass deflections on the season, because I feel like they've had their fair share
I
of
would
those.
think that would be closer to the top.
Right? I think that's what I'm saying. So like what am I seeing? It's pressure on the quarterback. Obviously, we know that, which is the Bears rank last in the league in that. Pressure up the middle. I'm trying to think, what are the Bears missing?
I mean, kind of like setting the edge, too. They've gotten burned a lot by not being able to do that. I mean, against the 49ers, that was huge. And again, granted, 49ers.
You know what it is, Kate? I'm such a homer that I am like, Bears defense isn't that bad.
Nah.
And then you watch the game and you're like, Jesus, there's no pressure here whatsoever. And so you feel like you're losing in that rate. Look at explosive plays. The Bears 5th in the league, giving up 9 40-yard plays. I mean, that's where the differences come in, right? When you're talking about a defense, it's those explosive plays that kill you. And then when you're talking about plays of 20 or more, 3rd in the league, the Bears are giving up 57. 3rd worst in the league, 57. Only the Bengals and the Ravens have given up more 20-yard plays.
And how do people talk about the Bengals and the Ravens defense, Gabe?
As of late, they've been struggling.
I mean, the Bengals defense has been the worst in the league, arguably the last couple seasons. Like, you don't want to be in the same company as the Bengals
Not
defense.
at all. The Bears are 3rd worst in the league in touchdowns given up. They've given up 31 touchdowns on the season. I mean, that's just... Listen, they're giving up a lot of points, but damn.
Yeah, the deeper we dive into some of these stats,
the
harder it is to be positive about this defense.
You're right about the pass breakup. So the Bears lead the league in 69.
See?
So
there you go.
How many do they have?
69.
Oh, just making sure it wasn't 67. Just talking about that.
Oh, God, no 67s.
But we left that in 2025,
yeah,
by the way.
that's over.
Completion percentage, 7th worst in the league, allowing just almost 67% completion percentage. I mean, that's damning when you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
So completion percentage, you're talking about pressure in the pocket, got to get more of that. That we do know. They've allowed a ton of touchdowns where we're talking about this bend, don't break mentality, which sucks because you're thinking that they're not breaking, but ultimately they end up, oh, man.
They end up breaking. Their run defense, I mean, they're 29th, allowing 5 yards per pop on the ground.
But we're doing positive, right? That's what we said. We're doing.
We're trying trying our best.
We're doing positive.
That was the goal, but I don't...
I'm trying to give you guys reasons why the Bears defense will be good against the Lions.
One thing that they do is, like you were talking about, they give up a lot of big plays, but when the Bears do shorten the field and get into the red zone, the numbers don't show it necessarily, but they do tighten up. And especially on 4th down, you've seen a lot of the Bears, I think are a top 10 team on 4th down, nearly 83%, something like that. So, I mean, when they can shorten the field and they aren't giving up the big plays, they do make some plays. They do make some stops. The Bears have had a number of goal line stops this year, but it's not been as consistent, right?
It's tough because, the Bears have won in different ways this season.
Right.
That we can agree on. And, the one way that we don't want them to lean is outscoring an opponent. Like, I don't want, somebody said, I forgot who it was, when they were watching the game, and they said, the Bears are in a shootout. This is weird. And that they were. And I don't know if they're going to win too many games. I don't think the offense is ready just yet to win shootouts against opposing teams. So that's where, I want to be able to win a game without turnovers. So you're asking yourself, what does that look like against the Lions? It's very simple, right? Jared Goff wants to get the ball out quick.
Mm-hmm.
So C.D. Gardner-Johnson, You've been getting lit up on man coverage, right? So it's playing a little bit better there from the slot. When you're looking at the linebackers, which I feel like TJ Edwards does such a good job. I was down on him his first season here, but then you realize when you've seen the replacements come in, Noah Sewell, Ruben Hippolyte, like there is a drop off from TJ Edwards in terms of the impact he makes on a game. So, I mean, somebody else texted in. Let's not talk about all the loss of yards on penalties the Bears have been cursed with. Whether you're talking about pass interference, just personal fouls, hits on roughing the quarterback.
That was a lot of those were early in the season, though.
They just had it against Purdy and Jordan Love.
I'm trying to be positive here, Gabe.
I'm trying to be positive too. I'm realizing it's harder
really
than
hard.
I thought to be positive about this Bears defense. It is really hard.
It also feels like Dennis Allen has kind of tried to deflect that in some of his press conferences, too. Like, for as transparent as Ben Johnson's been on his mistakes or where this team needs to learn and grow, like, I wish we could hear more from Dennis Allen on the specific points that he wants to improve, because he just kind of generalizes the whole defense as, needing to improve versus the pinpointing of where that action actually comes.
I'm looking at receiving. I'm trying to think what the Bears do particularly poorly, right? Because it's not receiving yards. They've given up a ton of rushing yards.
Yeah, it's on the ground.
So it's on
a lot.
the ground, right? It's on the ground, and it goes back to that defensive line, right, where you're not causing pressure, nor are you stopping the run. Bears giving up the 5th most rushing yards in the league, behind some pretty bad teams: the Bengals, the Commanders, the Giants, the Bills, who Saquon just ran all over, and then it's the Bears. So, I mean, yards per carry, they're giving up 5 yards per carry. I mean, like you mentioned. All right, so the run game. Yeah? A little bit of run stopping.
Little run stopping.
Little pressure on Jared Goff. And don't let Jahmyr Gibbs run for 120.
Easy enough.
Is it?
No.
No, he's really good.
It's not.
Then you go up against, I feel like the Bears have done well against the run in the last couple of games.
They gave up 100 yards to
Christian McCaffrey, 160?
100 on the ground to McCaffrey in the first half.
Yeah. Christian McCaffrey,
that might have been scrimmage yards, but
one of the best running backs in the NFL.
1,000%.
He is way more shifty than I thought.
And he's been way more active in the receiving game this year, too, and shown that he's a dynamic in that aspect as well.
So I thought they did well against Josh Jacobs, even though they put in Emmanuel Wilson. The Green Bay Packers did. It's midway through that game.
Yep.
And then before the Packers, the Bears played
Cleveland.
They
allowed 50 yards against
Quinshon Judkins
Yep.
didn't do well there. So that's what I'm saying. See, there's some games there. There's some samples you could point to that the Bears are efficient in run stuffing.
I mean, they stopped Philadelphia only 87 yards.
That's what I'm saying.
That's pretty solid for a team that's great.
For Saquon,
And they were hyped up that game. That's the thing. I think that's what I'm trying to say is I think this defense is primed for a next level. Where we talk about the offense playing their best football, I think it's the defense as well. This is not only is it you getting healthier, but there is something when you're playing for something, right? When the defense understands, damn, Caleb Williams put up 38 points and we lost. There's like that look in the mirror moment. I think the Bears defense is there. They'd love to have Kyler Gordon, but I think as a whole, like I mentioned, Grady Jarrett, Austin Booker, Montez Sweat has even had some flashing moments. I don't know. Am I wrong? 312-644-6767.
I wonder if you took out the outlier games, like the heavy outlier games, the 49ers.
Like the 52 against the 52 against the Lions.
Lions, something like that. What is it? Mean, median, mode, whatever those are, where you can take out the top ends.
And the bottom.
What would the Bears defense look like statistically?
That's deep dive. Now we're deep diving.
That would be deep diving, which we don't have the time to deep dive right now. But like a lot of what some of these numbers reflect are just the games where the Bears defense has gotten totally burned.
We're just tired of walking through the streets of Chicago and people being like, yeah, but that defense. And so we're trying to put a positive spin on it so that way, you can say Gabe and Kate told you so when you watch the game on Sunday.
One thing I will say here, looking at these numbers, the Bears do respond after getting lit up. Like that 87 yards against Philadelphia came after they allowed nearly 200 against Pittsburgh. So, I mean, they do respond.
The shoulder.
All right, so we can expect a good performance on Sunday.
That's the hope. All right, you're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday, presented by your local Ford dealers in Potawatomi Casino. I am Gabe Ramirez. She is Kate Constable. We're filling in for Rahimi Harris and Grody today. And quickly, Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. They came out to my house to fix my heat one time. Listen, I lean on all the advertisers here. When you own a house, you're like, shout out to Russ, the window guy. Did my windows in my house.
All right, Russ.
Yeah, shout out Russ. Russ was the greatest. If you needed some windows, you got to call up Russ, the window guy. And Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, they went to my rental unit. I had some problems, and I was like, you need Mitch. Who's our heating and air conditioning? I need that. And they came out and took care of us. Great work. So make sure you go ahead and check them out as well. All right. As we continue on this show, we got about 40 minutes with you guys before we hit some transition with Judson and Anthony Herron. We'll be doing that in a little bit. But on the way back, we talked about this defense. We tried to do some positive because that's what we're trying to do today on the show, Kate. Mm-hmm. Positivity is going to prevail here with Gabe and Kate Constable. So a lot of people have been curious about, who the Bears should face. Who's the boogeyman on the other side? Is it the Packers for the third time? Would it be the Rams and their prolific offense with Matthew Stafford? Or is it seeing the Niners again? Maybe the Seahawks for that matter. But when we come back, Kate is going to tell you why it doesn't matter who the Bears face in the playoffs. But what is her reasoning? Why does she feel that way? We will let you know on the other side. We'll take your phone calls as well, too, about this Bears versus Lions weekend. 312-644-6767. We'll take your calls next. It's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, filling in for Raheem Harrison Grody right here on The Score.
Immediately after the Chicago-Detroit game, tune into The Score's postgame show featuring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manaway, and Mully from the Mully and Haugh Show. Win or lose, the guys take your calls and react to the game on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Arturo Tire.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Tired of hiding your smile? At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, we can make a full mouth implants affordable. Save up to 95% and get your confidence back at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey Chicago fans, Patrick Manley here. It's time to kick off your deck project with TimberTech, a real decking all-star. TimberTech is the #1 brand in premium decking. It delivers real wood looks without the hassle of costly maintenance, and it will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. Plus, with industry-leading warranties, your deck will perform at the top of its game season after season. Discover why TimberTech is Chicago's MVP of decking and railing. Order free samples at timbertech.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Tune in to 670 The Score every week for Football Fridays. Get all the information you need before the next game. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, is this the year you're finally going to pop the question? There's one name you need to remember when you start your diamond shopping. That's Rasny, as in Rasny Jewelers. Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. At Rasny Jewelers, you get personal attention, real expertise, and a family that has cared for generations of Chicago clients. At Rasny Jewelers, there's no hard sell, just the assurance that you selected a superior, beautifully cut diamond. Shop Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Oak Street in Chicago, and always available at rasny.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. After that Citrus Bowl performance, Arch Manning needs to rethink his decision to wait until the 2027 NFL Draft. He'd be the number 1 pick in 26, and you can't do better than that. It's time to go right now. I'm John Lund.
What? Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The trio is getting you ready for Monday. They are resting, making sure they got a great show for you on Monday. Of course, I'm talking about Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. And we're the subs today. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, and you're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino. We are going to tell you right now why it doesn't matter who the Bears play in the playoffs. Don't be fooled by not wanting to play Green Bay 3 times, by thinking the Niners are going to drop another 40 bomb on your head, or that the Rams and Matthew Stafford could just wipe you out of the playoffs. No, Kate Constable is going to give you a couple. I'm going to give you a couple, and we want to hear from you as well. 312-644-6767. And you know who I want to talk to, Sean? Sean Sears producing today. I want to talk to the biggest meatball. I'm talking about sauced up meatball on a holiday meatball that wants to tell me why the Bears are going to win the Super Bowl. You look concerned.
I am a little concerned.
You don't like a sauced up meatball?
No, I like anything right now, okay?
Fair. The pregnant Kate Constable in the building. All right, so tell me, Kate, why you are so confident that the Bears, it doesn't matter who they play in the playoffs.
Well, I think we should be confident in what we've seen throughout the course of the season. You have 11 wins. I think anyone should be confident going into the postseason, 11, potentially 12 here. But, I mean, also matchup-wise, like, the Packers, they're not a good football team right now.
Love that. Say,
Right?
say it louder for the people in Milwaukee.
The Packers are not a good football team right now. You want to play the least accomplished team going into the playoffs, and if the Bears can win on Sunday, it's looking like they're going to play the Packers. Their pass defense, dead last right now.
Wow.
You can throw all over them. The Seahawks, you could play them depending on what shakes out between their game this weekend. So the options are either playing the Rams, the Seahawks if we fall to the 3 seed, or obviously the Packers if we're the 2 seed. Sam Darnold can be a problem sometimes. Now, Sam Darnold's turnover issues come when he is pressured more so, and we did just get done talking about the Bears and their pressure rate not all that great. They can't get a ton of pressure on the quarterback. Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. But I mean, you get to him once or twice, and he's a quarterback that has shown in those big time moments, and he's had a great season. Like he has. You have to give him a lot of credit. But think about the playoffs last year. Think about that Week 18 game last year. Vikings, when he was on the Vikings against the Lions, against the Rams this year, kind of crumbled in those big time spots. So that's a red flag for me, somewhat on the Seahawks. And then the Rams, I mean, that team, it's harder to find reasons to be a little bit more scared. They have the experience with the quarterback and Stafford and McVay. It would just be, you know, and this feels like such a lazy take, Gabe, but like a West Coast team coming to Chicago in middle of January.
Scientifically proven to affect them.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, there we go. I mean, Stafford having played in the division for so long, I think he is fine. But talk about the other players on that team. There's a whole lot more on the field. Some of those defensive players maybe don't enjoy the cold quite as much, don't like getting hit or hitting quite as much.
Yeah, I think
those types of things.
Rams defense certainly centered around finesse, right? They're a physical bunch, but you know they're you know those kinds of players. And I think the Bears handle speed up front well. I think Caleb, obviously, you know, doesn't get sacked much, is very mobile and can, you know, that gets frustrating to defensive lines when they're chasing people. Ask Micah Parsons. He said he hated the fact that he couldn't get a sack on Caleb Williams when they played him. The Rams, I think they rely heavily on their stars, whereas the Bears are a little more balanced attack. I think that's something that you can lean into them. I think the Niners, they already proven that they could score with them, right? So it's just a matter of, now that you've seen some stuff on tape, just kind of cleaning some things up. They're elite, that we do know. But when they lose, it's almost always turnover driven, and that's what the Bears do exceptionally well. The Eagles, that's the team I'm the most worried about in the NFC. Just because, you know, they strike me as a team that they don't put as much weight on the regular season, so that they didn't necessarily care that they lost to the Bears. That wasn't something that's not lingering and stinging in the background. So I would hate, and they have the championship pedigree, so that'll be tough. In terms of the game this weekend against the Lions, Dan Campbell just came out and said Penei Sewell did not practice today, and as for playing Sunday, quote, "I don't feel great about that right now." That's from X. They just put out the video.
I mean, that's a big piece.
Yeah, Penei Sewell not being there. You want to increase your pressure rate on opposing teams? Take out one of their best offensive linemen, and that'll do it. But the Green Bay Packers could be out there as well, Kate. And there's some people that feel like they welcome a third meeting with the Green Bay Packers because they would love. I want to remind people, if I'm not mistaken, Sean Sears producing. Correct me on this. When the Bears beat the Packers for the last game of the season, that was in 2025, right? That was
correct
because we kept saying the Bears are undefeated against the Packers in 2020. So the Bears have already faced the Packers 3 times in 2025.
That's right.
And the Bears are 2-1 against the Packers in 2025 already. So this would be a 4th meeting for them in 2025 that's out there. But certain people feel good about it. Certain people are weary about it. Let's go out to the phones. Let's go to Mike, listening on the Odyssey app in Florida. Mike, you got some thoughts about the Bears facing Green Bay. Are you confident in that, or are you a little worried?
No, I'm very confident. Because, like you just said, and it's what my thoughts are, is that they played them. Everybody's worried about them playing them 3 times this season. They played them 3 times this year already, and they won 2 of those. So, and I think that game last January is what really made Caleb start feeling that his confidence level. And all he needed was a coach, and now he's got one. And I tell you what, They're going to kick butt tomorrow.
No,
No two ways about it.
Maybe Sunday too.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. A couple days from now, but Sunday, tomorrow, it's all the same.
They want to kick some butt tomorrow too. We
It's
won't
all
stop
good,
them.
bro. I have no problem with that. Let's go back onto the phone lines. 312-644-6767. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, filling in for Rahimi Harris and Grody here on 670 The Score. Let's go to Lewis out in Hyde Park. Lewis, we're trying to say that it doesn't matter who the Bears play. Do you agree with that statement, especially how the defense is playing?
Well, I originally called in based on your previous question when you was like, what's your thoughts on the defense?
Okay.
This defense is the worst defense in Bears history, my opinion, because they can't stop squat. If you compare this defense to last year in the red zone, the Bears defense last year had a 44% defensive efficiency, meaning they only gave up a touchdown to scoring 44% of the times. This year, 60%. When teams get in the red zone against the Bears, they score 60% of the time. That's whether at home or on the road. So I'm not confident about that defense. It is horrendous from top to bottom, man.
Okay, can I?
I'm worried.
Go ahead, Lewis.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
Oh, no, I was going to give you some Bears defenses that were really bad. That's what I was going to do. 2014, Mark Trestman. Bears were giving up 30 points a game. They gave up 50 points twice. They allowed 21 points in 13 games. The 2013 Bears, same duo, Trestman and Tucker, on 29.9, 31 passing touchdowns allowed. There's been some bad defenses.
There's been some very bad defenses. Yeah. I don't think you can
I don't know about the worst ever.
Say that this is the worst ever. I would agree.
I'm here for it, though. I'm here for it. Thanks for the call, Lewis, by the way. It's a bad defense, right? In terms of expectations, money spent on the defensive line, on the defense as a whole, not just the line, right? They've given money to Jalen Johnson. They've given money to Kyler Gordon, to Tremaine Edmonds, TJ Edwards. These are guys that they've given money to that are still playing, you know? And then when you're looking at the defensive line, right, the dollars went to Dio Dangbo, Grady Jarrett. We know that it's an expensive defense that isn't producing to the level that we want them to produce to. And I think that's what makes it stand out even more, Kate.
Yes. I lost my train of thought right as you said that, Gabe.
The good thing is this, that I have 3 kids and I also know what happens when I talk to my wife and she'll be like, huh? Like you were staring right at me.
And I was staring right at you.
No.
I just received a text that said Rome is officially questionable for Sunday. Okay. And so that was going through my mind, but I didn't want to bring that up until I confirmed it via the actual Chicago Bears putting that out.
We like soft text messages that come in.
Soft launch on Rome potentially playing.
And we could say that later.
But I think we probably saw that coming, that maybe he had a questionable tag.
I mean, listen, we talked about this earlier. I would like and prefer if Rome Odunze was on the field prior to the beginning of the playoffs. Like, give me some game where everybody's in the mix. I don't know if there's been a game this year where the Bears have been completely healthy, right? Because if you're thinking about the beginning of the year, Kyler Gordon's out. Jalen Johnson gets out after that. There's Tremaine, there's TJ. DJ misses a game. Rome's out. Colston missed the game. I mean, there hasn't been a game. I'm almost positive where this entire 22 that was supposed to be the starters have played a game together.
I don't think they have.
This is good, Sean.
I don't think I have. No, even like offensive line issues too. Like, I mean, like, was it Benedict had to go out and then he had to play whoever was behind him, Trapillo eventually when become the starter. So I mean, there's been changes all over, but I don't think they've had a single game where the slate of 22 have been there.
That's why Kevin Fishman, when he says something like, it wouldn't surprise him if the Bears pulled off a perfect game in the playoffs to just advance a round. Because they've yet to play that, even without a full team.
They've been very sporadic in what unit decides to, not necessarily decides to show up for the day, but just is able to have some sort of success week in and week out.
Yeah. And the Bears, I think we all want them to win on Sunday just to solidify the 2 seed. You don't want the 2 seed to be handed to you, and then you lose to the Lions and the North has been handed to you. It starts to feel that way. And then all the doubts that Bears fans have. I mean, again, Kevin Fishman said it the best. If they lost on Sunday, I don't think it would be shocking. Not this Sunday. I'm talking about the first week of the playoffs.
No.
It wouldn't be shocking. You'd be sad. You'd be down and out. But it wouldn't be shocking. And equally as lackluster, like you wouldn't be shocked if the Bears made the Super Bowl because you can envision a stretch of games where the Bears just bore you to death and win at the very end.
Bore you to death, win at the end, Gabe. I mean, those are the exciting games. Well, it would be nice to not have those games in the playoff and just win.
You want a boring game.
And just win convincingly.
I remember saying that in 2006 when the Bears were in the Super Bowl after Devin Hester scored the touchdown and the kickoff, and I just thought to myself, that was enough excitement for me.
Yeah.
Can the rest of the game just be boring? I would love a snooze fest, but that didn't happen. All right, let's see. When we come back, we are going to get an opportunity to continue this thing because we got another segment before we hand it over to Judson Richards and Anthony Herron. But I do want to remind you guys that in the midst of all the games leading up to the playoffs and the college football playoffs happening out there, there's another big game happening on Monday. The Illinois State Redbirds will play for the FCS National Championship for just the second time in program history. Was the first time when Grody was playing quarterback for them? Maybe not. When they take on Montana State, you can join the Score and Mark Grody at 93 Octane Brewery in Elmhurst for an official ISU watch party starting at 6 p.m. to cheer on the Redbirds. Again, that's happening Monday at 93 Octane Brewery in Elmhurst. Make sure that
Did
you guys
Grody really play quarterback for ISU?
No, he's in the Hall of Fame at ISU, though. He's just there because he's Grody and he's amazing. Is there another reason? He didn't play sports for...
No.
He's an ISU
attended.
grad?
Did he play badminton at ISU?
I think club badminton.
That's pretty cool. That's actually cooler than playing quarterback.
I don't know. Okay,
former clarinet player Mark Grody. Yeah, he's a man of many talents.
Damn. See, at least I was
love
being
it.
funny. You were being for real. You're dropping real facts on Mark Grody there.
I made the mistake of assuming that the clarinet was a stepping instruments to the saxophone, and Mark gave me probably a 10-minute conversation about how wrong I was.
Grody is going to be mad at us for doing this right as we're doing it.
Tell Dave we say hi, Mark.
All right, coming up next, for those of you that don't know, Kate and I hosted a gambling show for many a years. And that's why the chemistry that you hear come oozing out of the radio is not, unfortunately, just natural on our first time hanging out.
Yeah.
This has worked over years. But what we do well is give out winners. That's one thing we were known for on our show on the BetQL Network is that we would give out winners. So when we come back, Sean has 5 bets that could be placed for this Bears game against the Lions. So we'll get a chance to dissect the game a little bit more. But if you're interested in some money, specifically as to whether or not Caleb Williams will hit his over-under on passing yards, we'll give you the number and our opinions on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It is Gabe Ramirez. It is Kate Constable filling in for Rahimi Harris and Grody right here on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, The Score is your destination all season long. Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Crew, Jared Payton, Patrick Manning.
On defense, it's Matt Bowen and Anthony Herron. Plus, former Bears head coach giving us the big picture on offense and defense, Dave Wanstead. And all the inside info from Mark Grody, Brad Biggs, Dan Wiederer, Stacey Dales, and many more.
Unfiltered opinions from the unprecedented team of experts on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan, which has over 300 live games per year. That's a ton. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Spiegs. Your home matters. Mine has become my happy place, but I've noticed scuffs, faded colors, peeling paint. That's why I got a free estimate from CertaPro Painters. It was detailed, and I got a quote right away. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Serta with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
More and more Toyota customers are finding out the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at the all-new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. Plus, Toyota on Edens offers extended service hours, including Saturdays and Uber pickup and drop-off. And every Saturday, all Toyota oil changes are just $29.95. See why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
What defines tough? It's an arrhythmia, a dangerous disruption, your heart out of sync. What defines tough? It's a cardiac specialist delivering pulses of energy, pinpointing the disorder, turning chaos into steady calm. What defines tough? At Loyola Medicine, it's more than what we do. It's who we are. Visit loyolamedicine.org/tough to learn more.
Buying a diamond today can feel like navigating a maze. Corporate jewelers push pricing games. Lab-grown diamonds flood the market, losing up to 80% of their value in 1 year. Online outlets push poorly cut stones that lack brilliance. It's risky, and your investment deserves better. That's why Chicago turns to Rasny Jewelers, Chicago's trusted family-owned diamond experts for nearly 75 years. We're your safe haven, offering only natural diamonds that hold value. Every Rasny diamond is hand-selected. And here's the Rasny promise. When you're ready to upgrade, we'll buy back your Rasny diamond for 100% of what you paid. That's not just confidence, that's integrity. Choose Rasny Jewelers for a diamond purchase you can trust. Backed by 7 decades of expertise, transparency, and integrity. 4 Chicagoland locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, Chicago's Gold Coast, and online at rasny.com.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Struggling with no hot water in the mornings? A backed up clog drain flooding your space? Or a persistent dripping sink? Trust Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric. Four Seasons professional, fully licensed team handles it 24/7 without added costs for after hours, weekends, or holidays. Four Seasons proudly earns over 30,000 5-star Google reviews and the Torch Award for Marketplace Ethics.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Listen to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
I am the smartest man alive!
Sean Sears talking about himself as he does the intros to the... That's something else, bro. I've heard of narcissism, but that is wild.
He's not wrong. Sean's smart.
Sean is smart.
Look at the show he just put together.
That was very nice of Kate.
Yeah.
He did go to,
I'm new here. I got to say those things.
did go to ISU. So
Oh, I forgot about that part.
Oh, wow. I was going to say
The
smart.
other ISU, actually.
The other one, Iowa State.
Not the cool one like Mark Roddy.
It's all right. It is Gabe Ramirez. That is me. She is Kate Constable. We are hanging out with you guys, of course, on a Four Seasons heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electric football Friday, presented by your local Ford dealers in Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Man, that was fast. Filling in for they got a cake job. 4 hours is cake.
That's nice.
What are they
This is
doing?
flown by.
You know what I'm saying? The real work comes up next. I guess they got 4 hours too, but we'll be joined by Judson Richards in just a second for a bit of transition. But we've been talking about this game, try to put a positive spin on Bears Lions. A lot of people have been being Debbie Downers. I feel like, dude, they're 11 and 5. They're going to the playoffs. Like, this is good. Why am I speaking so negatively about this team or having to listen to that? So our last little bit of positivity, Kate and I, we used to host a gambling show for several years together weekly. And so we thought it would be fitting to end the show, kind of a little throwback.
Yeah, why
Kate,
not?
You still making money out there?
Make the people some money.
You still making money on the apps?
We're trying. We're trying.
I'm curious. I know what your units are. Big over there. All right, what you got for me over there, Sean? What's the first bet you got for me?
So, Bears-Lions, over under 50 points in total for the game.
Now, it's interesting because, when I saw the over-under for the 49ers, I thought, when you see games like that, you should bet the under because both teams are going to be playing. But then you're watching the game and you're like, duh, why didn't I bet the over? 2 teams, bad defenses. This makes sense. And so I'm going to go with the same logic there, that I think it's 2 teams that are going to put up a lot of points. 50 doesn't seem like a ton to me, so I'm going to bet the over there. Kate, what you got?
I'm going with the over as well. You mentioned the defenses. We just spent a lot of time talking about them. I mean, for both teams, not great. And if Caleb Williams is going for this passing yard record, 4,000 this week, you might be airing the ball out a lot.
Not a lot of Cairo Santos.
Yeah, I think you might be going for some touchdowns more so than the field goals here. Yeah, we're going over.
I love the over.
Okay, next one here. Money line here for the Bears. The Bears at minus 154, Lions at plus 130. The Bears have been favored on the money line 6 times this season and won all those games.
Ooh. I love that. That's a great nugget right there. Bears minus 154. It seems obvious.
Yeah,
right?
it does.
But we've been saying this all game. I don't think if the Bears play the Lions 10 times that they win 10 out of 10. And 154, that is a little long, a little stretchy for the money right there. Lions at plus 130, I still don't think that's enough juice on the other side. But, of course, I'm taking the Bears. I think this is not, without question.
Yes. I mean, if we're confident that the Bears win this game, I know it could end up being close, but
take the 3?
Take the 3.
I knew you were
right?
going to say
Why
that.
not? You get a much better price. You don't have to lay the juice, and Bears can obviously, if they're covering the 3, they're winning the game.
Right. You might as well just get to the 2.5 and give you some more stuff. All right, third bet. What you got for me?
So Caleb Williams over under 228.5 passing yards. He does need, I think, 270 to break the 4,000. I think it's 108 to break the Bears single season record.
All right, so Kate, you and I often talk about this. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable here on 670 The Score. We often talk about this where Vegas is telling you a story, right? And it's like, what story are you telling me if he's averaging 233, his over-under is set at 228, and he needs 270 to break 4K?
Over.
Is that the story you're telling me, or are you baiting me? You're baiting me into taking 2. Like, he's not going to throw that.
The story is that he's not hitting 4,000.
Right.
That's what the books are telling you.
That's what the books are telling you.
Especially when you consider the deficiencies in the Lions secondary and
just
what that could look like.
And everything else that could happen, right? They could take guys out of the game.
Yep.
They could sit Caleb in the second half if they're up a ton. Like, there's things that could happen. And you heard Ben Johnson say it's an arbitrary number. It does not matter. He's like, I bet a lot of teams haven't had a 5,000-yard passer.
So here's a workaround for you, Gabe.
Okay.
The number's not out yet, and it likely won't be until Sunday. See if you could get like a first half passing yard.
Oh, my God. I love that bet.
And as I'm saying that out loud, I don't know if I've ever bet one of those, but I would imagine there's going to be a number for that, especially with this record being in reach. But like Caleb could throw a bunch in the first half, and you don't have to worry about if Ben Johnson takes him out in the fourth quarter, sits him, anything like that.
And you also want to think about maybe who's going to be the recipient of those passes, right? And think about some overs there. All right, we got 2 more. What you got for me, Sean?
All right, so Bears have hit the second half money line in 11 of their 17 games. Do we see them doing that against the Lions?
I would be careful with that one.
Yeah, I'm fading that one. I don't even want to bet that. I don't want to bet second half anything. Matter of fact,
yeah, right.
It's in a Week 18 game. I'm not second half, so let's just stay away.
Sneaky. All right, last one. What you got from Sean?
I've got 2 prop bets here. I've got Colston Loveland has hit receptions on 9 over his 12 games here. Are you expecting him to do something like that? As well as Luther Burden has hit his longest reception of 8 reception over in the last 8 of 10 games. Do you see either one of those guys?
Luther Burden, having Luther Burden back at the practice has been good. I'm gonna go check out his prop bets right now for what his catches are.
I think you could go with either of those two. I think Loveland. I mean, I told you earlier on the show. I think 5 years from now he might be the best rookie the Bears drafted out of this class. And you look at his snap count, his percentage over the last couple of games, like the ball's going towards him more than it is Cole Kmet.
Okay.
I think Colston Loveland going over his passing. His receptions.
Luther Burden gets you 5 catches is where he's at right now. You think he'll get that? Luther Burden?
Yeah.
No Roma
I would go over his longest reception.
Colston Loveland's about the same too, about 4.5. So
rather than the catches, because he could do that in, 2 targets. He takes one of those 20 yards.
It goes back to is Caleb playing in the second half? And the 4.5. Nobody. This
right.
is tough. This is where we're going to make the money. All right, we're going to talk about it a little bit more during the break, but the answer is Luther Burden, yes. Colston Loveland, yes. And then Caleb Williams, under 228. That's a dirty bet.
That is a dirty bet.
All right, I'm going to discuss it some more. All right, we got some transition coming up in just a second. Kate, we're going to hang out for one more from me, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I'll transition with Justin Richards. We'll get his thoughts as we head into the weekend. Lions versus Bears. Does he think the defense is good enough to take the Bears where they need to go? We will have him join right after the break. It's Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, filling in for Rahimi, Harris, and Grody right here on 670 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Struggling with no hot water in the mornings? A backed up clog drain flooding your space? Or a persistent dripping sink? Trust Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric. Four Seasons' professional, fully licensed team handles it 24/7 without added costs for after hours, weekends, or holidays. Four Seasons proudly earns over 30,000 5-star Google reviews and the Torch Award for Marketplace Ethics.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been your one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Weddington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network powered by Heli Forklifts. Bulls win! What a ball game! See red, Chicago.
This is where Chicago comes to talk about the NFC North champion Bears. Keep it here as the Score team breaks it all down. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Okay, Judson, thank you.
Yes, we will get to him in just a second. But it is Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, or what did they say? Cheesecake?
Yeah, they call me Cheesecake.
Because I said Cheesecake Constable. Sounds like Cheesecake Constable.
Chat thought it was Cheesecake.
But filling in for Raheem Harris and Grody today. And a sort of reunion between us, Kate. And I'm so glad that we were able to do this here.
Yeah, it was fun, Gabe.
On your first time actually
filling in on the score, an actual score.
Because we were on the score all the time, but it was by way of
syndication.
BetMGM. Yeah, syndication. But did it feel different today?
No.
No?
It felt different to talk for 4 hours about one topic, one Bears. Where like we bounce around other teams in the NFL when we've been on before.
Talk about college football.
College football, some NBA.
We play the hits here.
Yeah, we do.
On the score.
No, it was fun.
And the number one hit record, the Chicago Bears.
That's right.
Want to thank all of our producers today. Of course, Sean Sears handling business today. No sounder? Got it. Also want to thank Grant Lederer for helping out earlier. Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis for getting us ready over there on Twitch. Had a couple people hanging out over there.
Mm-hmm.
And now we get to welcome in for transition one half of the show today so far, Judson Richard.
Hi, gang.
What's up, man?
How we doing?
Where's my homie? I thought for sure I was gonna get some daps from Aunt Heron today.
You might at some point. He should be making his way over. Big Aunt Heron. He does have some Fox 32 duties.
Of course he does.
And then he will join us, and we will dive deep into this thing. He should be here by start time by 2:30. So
he's a busy man today.
Daps are coming your way.
Yeah. So Aunt and I, we did Bears Unleashed together on Fox for a couple of years, and we used to run into that situation often on Fridays where either he or I was filling in. And here on the score, and so we'd be recording on Fridays early, and then we'd have to tell everybody like, yeah, listen, it's just not going to work out. This is what it's going to be. So you understand, and Ant is a guy of many talents. Big Ten, gets the radio, TV, comes over here. So we're fortunate. You're going to have a great show today. Have you worked with Ant before?
I've not. I think I may have done a transition with him. Although, as I was looking up Anthony Heron just to make sure, because he's had a busy resume, football and otherwise. But I did see that Anthony and I have the same middle name.
Oh,
yeah, he is Anthony.
What
Glenn.
Is that? Glenn. Okay.
Glenn with 2 N's.
2 N's.
I am Judson Glenn with 2 N's. So it's going to be a fantastic show.
I love that.
Just because of that.
Glenn, where does the Glenn come from?
My grandfather.
Okay.
Yeah. Where it came from for Anthony, maybe that'll be your lead.
Grandfather.
I don't know.
If it's grandfather, that's going to be cool.
Built-in chemistry already.
Yeah,
That's going to be great. But that's the beauty of this time of year, right? We all get kind of put together with some others. I know Ruthie had never worked earlier today with Rami. And then
she had not worked with me ever on Wednesday.
Right, on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So
oddly, I had worked with her. No. So we worked together for the first time Wednesday, and it'll be great. And Anthony is going to have to explain to me, as a former defensive lineman, about how they can get home a little bit on this defense as we get moving forward. Was that the gist of your show today? You were able to discover that this actually is a great Bears defense.
That's what we were trying to sharp on Sunday.
Yeah.
We were trying to be positive. We started with Austin Booker and obviously his performance against the 49ers, right? 2 pass deflections, the sacks, several pressures. And then
I liked his game against the Packers.
As well. I mean, he's made an impact since coming off of injury, and I think that's what the Bears missed at the beginning of the season. Certainly could have helped, right, if they were dependent upon him. But as you know, if you have somebody good on one side, you make the other side better. And I think this is a team, when we've talked about health, not only for the defense, but for the entire team as a whole, they have not been healthy. And so as these guys get back together, and let's not forget, this is also a team full of guys that have had nothing to play for the last couple of seasons. So we get to see a different side of these guys' mentals, right? Like a Jaquan Brisker when he steps up, T.J. Edwards being there, Jalen Johnson finally heading to the playoffs in this moment. So, yeah, we were trying to figure out the conundrum that is the Bears defense, but we're just hoping they show up. We were trying to think of a number. There you go. We were trying to think of a number of where the Bears need to be at for this last game of the season and the playoffs, of what they need to allow. Kate said 24 points. What say you? Where do you sit on that?
Yeah, 24 is pretty good. I couldn't find the exact number that I wanted, so I sat down and I went over my math, and I looked at it because I'm not great at math.
Oh, you're preaching to the choir.
But it felt like it was a huge disparity of road versus home. And a big part of that has to do with the Lions game, and has to do with the Bengals game, and has to do with the 49ers game. But this is a defense that allows 30.4 points per game on the road, 17.4 points per game at home. Like that, I mean, that is a world's different. That is why them playing a home game is massive. That's why them being the 2 seed is massive as well.
Yeah, we talked about that too, is that this defense gets a little bit better at home, right? I don't think you can say they take a significant jump up, but I mean, even you look at their opponent 3rd down conversion rate, 4th down, those types of things, those numbers all go up when they're at home. And I mean, maybe give a little credit to the fans. Soldier Field's been rocking this year. I mean, the energy there, I don't know if you've been to a game in person at all, but like the one game I've been to, it was pretty crazy. So that's got to obviously help a little too. And then
12th man is a huge part of this.
Yeah.
Absolutely huge. And I still say, before we get off the defense, the takeaways, right? Mm-hmm. We've kind of gone back and forth, I feel like, all season. It was like, well, you can't live and die by the takeaways. But it's like, well, after you run the gauntlet of about 17 games and you're the best at doing it, whether takeaways or interceptions, it's just kind of a part of your identity. They did it against the 49ers. I mean, they virtually started with a 7-0 lead. They just couldn't stop that offense. But I don't know, is it you can't rely on takeaways when we get to the postseason, or have the Bears just proven that it's part of their identity and they're going to get it? If they get an opportunity, they're going to do it against whoever they play.
Yeah. I think for me, when you're looking at this team, right, not only turnovers, but it could just be, turnover on downs, right? Or a 3 and out, an early 3 and out. Like, I don't need the turnover. If I can stop
you kind of feel like you do. I mean, the takeaways.
I don't necessarily feel that way. And we were talking about that earlier on the show. I think this defense, because as I mentioned earlier, them getting healthier, you're talking about a team that had to rely on that, throughout the season. I think where they're at right now, they're a different defense and a different offense than they were earlier in the season. So again, I think if you were to ask this Bears team, sure, they would like a turnover, but I'm sure that everyone on this defense feels as though that they should be playing at a higher level, not only this Sunday, but heading into the playoffs. The defensive unit as a whole, I think they're going to want to get more pressure than being 32nd in the league in pressure rate. I think, I know it's rough.
Yeah.
It's rough, right? But I think these are things that they all understand as well.
Here's what, if I were going to have a sleepless night about the playoffs, not so much against the Lions, although I do think pretty highly of Jared Goff. But what gives me sleepless nights is who they've beaten at home. Again, 6-0 in their last 6 at home, 6-1. And we went over the point differential. But you do also need to recognize the quarterbacks that they've beaten. Like, if you look at Tier 1 quarterbacks that they've beaten at Soldier Field this year, it's like 1.5 quarterbacks. Because Malik Willis came in and almost beat them once Jordan Love went out. And then Dak Prescott is the other one. You've got Spencer Rattler. You've got Mason Rudolph. You've got Shedeur Sanders. I think they were missing 4 of their 5 starting offensive linemen. To that stat you just mentioned, Gabe, when you get to the playoffs, if you let a Jordan Love, a Matthew Stafford or a Brock Purdy camp out in the pocket, that is the quickest way to exit the playoffs. Like changing who actually, and this is why it's the playoffs, because everybody gets a little bit better. Changing the actual skill set of the quarterback that is coming to Soldier Field versus what we've seen all season and not getting to him. And this will be Dennis Allen's greatest gift if we're going to get more magic from the season about how to create some disruption of what's happening in the pocket. But the skill set of the quarterback is about to drastically change, whether it's the 7 seed or otherwise. I
think also, you left one name out. Caleb Williams, baby. You talking about him getting better, him being a better quarterback too. So
I would love Caleb Williams to play against the Bears defense.
Well, I mean, that would be kind of nice. Playing against the opposing teams and being a factor in these games where you're not just reliant on the defense getting turnovers. Now you have a better Caleb Williams, a better Bears offense that can mask those inefficiencies that they might not be able to get to. And speaking of Caleb, he's averaging 233 yards a game. The over-under, we were talking about gambling. Kate and I used to do a gambling show together. It's set at 228. Now, we know he needs 270 to get to 4,000, but the over-under set at 228. What story is Vegas trying to tell you? What lie is Vegas trying to tell you there?
Kate, do you care if he gets 4,000 yards passing?
No.
In 17? Not at all?
No. I don't care. I think it'd be great. I think it would be another step forward, quote-unquote, for the Bears just in terms of checking off those milestones. But like Ben Johnson said, and Caleb alluded to as well, like priority number one is to win. I would prefer them to win on Sunday, go into the playoffs, coming off of a division win at home, then Caleb to hit 4,000.
Now, petty? Is anyone petty enough to say game's out of reach, 40 yards away? Bears have the ball.
Keep him in for one series. See if he can do it.
It's not that it's not that the Lions ran up to score. The Bears just couldn't stop them.
Yeah.
And so I would apply that to this scenario. It's not that they chased 4,000 yards, the only franchise that doesn't have it. It's not that they chased it. It's just that the Lions defense couldn't stop them.
I mean, that's one way to look at it.
One way to look at it for sure. Make sure you ask Aaron that question too. I'll be listening for his answer. What do you got on the show today? Speaking of,
by the way, do you think Caleb Williams has a big moment coming? Do you think he has one coming in the playoffs?
I think he's already had one.
Yeah.
I think he's arrived. I think we're only going to continue to see what's happening for him.
Let's see. How would that change the regular season moments if there isn't one in the postseason?
Not at all. It'll be his first postseason. It'll be an opportunity to learn. I think that's all. If you're a Bears fan, a real Bears fan, that's all you really want. You want Caleb to taste the playoffs, and he's getting a chance to do that. I don't need a spectacular play from him to then change my opinion of what I already think about Caleb.
All right. Okay. All right. I mean, that haven't had a playoff win since the 2010 season.
Yep.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
It would be nice to see a Bears quarterback do it. Coming up with us today, Dan Wiederer will join us coming up at 3 o'clock. Olin Kreutz will join us coming up at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And then at 5 o'clock, Ben Johnson had a great quote this week. They're just playing to win the game. Herm Edwards will join us coming up at 5 o'clock. And, by the way, at 3:45, Tom Sherrod, the first voice ever heard on WSCR, ever heard on the Score. It is, of course, the 34th year since the Score hit the airwaves. We will celebrate that moment with Tom Sherrod, the first voice ever heard at 3:45. And at some point, Anthony Herron will join me, Judson Richards, in for Spiegel and Holmes. That's coming up next.
Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever, with all of our shows joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the games. Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
It's the year-end sales event with the Ford crew.
It's sales event time, Sam.
Temperatures are dropping, but the deals are just getting hot.
Time for our annual Ford Holiday Gift Guide.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to go wrong with great deals on trucks and SUVs from Ford, America's all-time best-selling auto brand.
Don't forget the first rule of holiday gift giving, Hank.
What's that, Sam?
Always remember to treat yourself, too.
Well said.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
Estwing, your go-to tools for tough jobs. Trusted around the world for unmatched comfort and durability. These USA-made hammers are built to last. For a century, Estwing has supported American workers, delivering reliable tools to get the job done right. Experience the power of American craftsmanship with Estwing's brand new titanium hammer. This new 14-ounce titanium hammer offers our superior shock reduction grip and all-steel face. Choose the tools the pros use. Estwing, made in the USA for 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Officer? Can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is
is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Indiana becoming the most dominant team in college football. That might be the craziest, wildest, unbelievable turnaround I've ever seen. The second losingest program of all time. And now they're the team that no one wants to play. That's not a rebuild. That's unbelievable. I'm John Lund.
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on the Score.
Your guys' show starting is the beginning of a new era.
So glad you guys are able to team up together for the afternoon show.
All right, well, we navigated that pretty well. I was worried, but I'm always worried. Yeah, that's my bit.
My bit is good vibes.
I think those are good vibes, babe.
Who would dare interrupt me during my midday bath? Yeah. Oh, that's the Spiegel and Holmes show.
I might swerve in that corner.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
See Matt Spiegel over there.
We love Coach Spiggs.
Are you noticing that?
Well, I will tell you, Spiggs, if you've noticed it, I've noticed it.
Lawrence Holmes, put a star on it.
I have the driver in my bag. Today's a day for the driver.
Now watch this drive. Nice one, Lawrence.
How will we handle?
Greg Council joining us.
All right, that was fun.
Nico Horner.
It's good to be back. It's been a while. Yeah, it has. Missed your voice.
Oh, that's nice.
See,
you were supposed to follow that up with
Mr. Musk.
Picked off by Jalen Johnson. Touchdown. Jalen, this is Lawrence Holmes. Jalen, are you muted?
He's muted.
Bringing your rookiness to me.
That's on me, man. That's on me.
Forget about it, Cub.
Bob Costas.
Matt, thank you very much. And Lawrence, stop dominating the conversation the way you have over the last several minutes, really.
Joe Buck.
This is a one-way relationship. I don't think I've ever asked anything of Matt. I think the last time I was in this imbalanced of a relationship, I married her.
Hey, man.
I don't care who they put on. Joe Buck's on, I turn the sound down.
Holy Chicago.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Lawrence, everything's fine. Matt, everything's fine. Tanny, everything's fine.
It's like doing radio, right? You're only as good as your teammates. So, Tanny comes in and he's a magician with his sound, and then you guys come on, and your guys' team is great there. That's why your show is good. Football's like that, too. You can't be good by yourself.
I mean, goosebumps. Let's kick off this show with a bang. Let's go.
Well, what a great trip down memory lane that was for the Spiegel and Holmes show. Although today you have Anthony Herron. I am Judson Richards with you for the next 4 hours. Looking forward to it. Big Ant, it's a great time. Happy New Year to you, by the way. And it is a tremendous time to be covering the Bears, and we'll be doing plenty of that today. Good to see you.
No doubt, Judson. Yeah, I've been looking forward to an opportunity to do a show with you. I know you do a bunch of evenings here just like I do, and being able to talk the Bears, being able to talk Chicago sports in general as the calendar turns. There's a lot that we'll have a chance to get into, but first off, man, Happy New Year. When I was on the Big Ten Network earlier today doing a show, it's first things I said, Merry New Year. I know everybody who's watched the movie Trading Places in years past would know exactly what that reference is. But yeah, I think the 2nd of January is still more than fitting to wish folks a Happy New Year.
We have a loaded show today. Dan Weeder will join us coming up at 3 o'clock. We will have Olin Kreutz at 4 o'clock, of course. Then the great Herm Edwards will join us at 5 o'clock. Much to discuss. But at 3:45, Tom Scherer, the Chicagoland Sports Hall of Famer and the first voice ever heard on these airwaves on 670 Score. Tom will join us. We will talk about that moment. I love kind of going down memory lane of radio where we all are today, including streaming. So you can watch us as much as you can listen to us.
Twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score.
Well done. 34 years. A young Anthony Herron driving around in the car, listening to The Score back in 1992.
No doubt. I'm trying to think of the main, jigs, like listening to Dan Jiggett's driving around and Mike North. And I'm saying driving around. I mean, I guess when the station first launched, didn't have a driver's license quite yet. But then as the station grew in popularity and as sports talk, as I got into my teenage years and just playing more sports in the Chicagoland area and being really passionate about the Bulls as they were in their heyday in the 90s and about the Bears and just wanting to hear constant affirmation of my thoughts. And then if the folks on the air, on the score, weren't affirming what I thought, then I wanted to listen and yell at the radio and even try to call in a few times. And the phone lines were just always lit up with folks in there and having folks screening the call as you try to get through to the station back then. But knowing now that was just sort of the infancy of sports talk and how now radio sports talk has basically infiltrated the television space, and there's so much of sports chatter and sports debate on all these different platforms, and the Score being on the cutting edge of that over 3 decades ago, and what this station has meant to this city, what this station has meant to me as a youngster who was just so passionate about everything related to Chicago sports back in the 90s. This is like a dream come true to be able to be a part of this as extensively as I do now.
I'm right there with you.
That's right.
There it is.
You tell him.
Well done. Tyler Butebaugh on the other side of the glass today. From Who You Crappin' to Pat and Ron on the call for the 2016 Cubs right here on The Score. Tom Scheer, looking forward to that coming up at 3:45 this afternoon. Well, Anthony, let's begin with Sunday's matchup.
Okay.
And in fact, can we begin with week 2 of the NFL season? A 31-point drubbing, the Bears at the hands of Detroit Lions, who a lot of people thought were perhaps heading to the Super Bowl finally.
And it felt worse than that, right?
It
felt even more than 31. It felt like it was like a 310-point drubbing that Detroit could have put on Chicago that day.
Was it the booing of Ben Johnson as he took the field? I could feel how poorly that game set up. Remember, they got someone embarrassed by the Packers in week 1. It was the first time the Lions were at home, so it was their home opener. And that was just an absolute pummeling. In fact, it led to this very notable quote by Ben Johnson the following week when Ben Johnson talked about the team's practice habits.
I think our practice habits are yet to reflect the championship caliber team.
Anthony, we fast forward to today, and it is the Bears who are 11-5. It is the Detroit Lions who, it's not like they're 2-14. They're 8-8, but they are missing the playoffs. And I look back at that game. It's certainly not the best game of the year that the Bears play. I see that as the most important game that the Bears played because of what it feels like, what the coaching staff was allowed to implement and how they were able to coach them, and then the way that this team responded. I think they followed up with the best game they played maybe this season against the Dallas Cowboys. It's hard to believe from 52-21 to now where the places have been flipped between the Lions and the Bears.
It was embarrassing. The Bears showed up in Detroit at Ford Field against a divisional foe who they knew they were going to see multiple times, who the coaching staff in Chicago in place knows everyone who's there with Detroit, the players, the coaches, all their former co-workers and guys who they've trained. And they went out on the field, and Detroit just mopped the floor with the Bears for the most part in that game. So that bitter taste that was in their mouth afterwards, Ben Johnson stepped to the mic and addressed that for the bitter taste that it was. And these current Bears players who were still kind of in the formative period of really getting to know Ben Johnson. But, of course, we know how last season went, where it was such a big talking point for those in the locker room wanting to be coached hard, wanting to be held to account. And that performance, there was a lot of accountability to go around for what that looked like in week 2 at Ford Field against Detroit, because neither side of the ball played well. Now, for me, I came out of that game grading the offense on a little bit of a curve because the Bears defense, even though the schemes on both sides were new, but the Bears defense put up no resistance to the Lions offense. Bears offense with, second-year quarterback, first year in the system, and Ben trying to get all this stuff figured out. The offense did make some plays in that game, but it wasn't anywhere near keeping pace with Detroit. But everyone should have felt and did seemingly feel embarrassed coming out of that. And there's a lot of teams who will have performances that are not to the standard they hope to set, but then how do you respond afterwards? There's some coaches who come to the mic with tough talk and coach speak about how the team will be better afterwards because of a negative result. But the Bears, and especially now with the advent of review, being able to look at it and revisit that game to see what the team became after that moment, so much credit from top to bottom, starting with Ben Johnson, and everyone associated with this squad deserves a lot of credit for coming out of that, because not everyone does. You can use that negative stimulus to hope you grow from it, but not every team is able to respond in the way that Chicago has.
Let's hear from Ben Johnson about what that game, he spoke about it today, in fact, what that game felt like afterwards.
The message after that game was how much we as a coaching staff believed in the guys in that room, and it's one thing to say that, and particularly after a game like that where you feel a little bit of despair, potentially. And yet I think the coaching staff, we felt that way though. We felt strongly about those guys. We've seen them go to work through the springtime and all of camp. We knew it was a talented bunch, and it doesn't take a whole lot to get a few things corrected and turn this ship the other way. And so that's what they did. And it's a credit to all of them to do what we did in terms of, I think at one point it was a 9 out of 10 games. That I think that's pretty good. I can't even think back to the whole season yet. I'm just not there. But I do think it's a great lesson to be learned. You don't jump to conclusions too early. You just keep putting your head down and going back to work and keep chopping away, and hopefully the results come.
The math I've been looking at, the Bears have won 11 of 14 games since that loss. And I actually look at it, but Anthony, I just had a pretty big birthday. I turned 45 about a week ago.
All right.
And so
Mazel tov.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. Yeah.
And so you've been around for a little while.
About a week ago. So wait, what's the exact?
Well, I didn't want to make it about me, but it is Christmas Day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I turned 45 on Christmas. And, if you've done this long enough, and you look back enough times, you can say, you know what, that moment of rejection, that moment of failure turned out to be a gift. And you use the word that I've been thinking, because I look at week 2 as an absolute gift for the Bears. They were embarrassed, but then they also got the blueprint of what it felt like on the field to be kind of why the Bears hired Ben Johnson. And that's to capture what's happening in Detroit. And it's getting really specific. I think we can probably look at Colston Lovin and go, okay, there's his Sam Laporta. You can look at Luther Burden and go, okay, there's his Jameson Williams. But from a physical standpoint, from kind of everything that we celebrate what Dan Campbell has been able to do, like they not only got an idea of how they perhaps weren't putting in as much work as they need to, like the quote we played there from Ben Johnson, but ultimately what it feels like on the field for that great Detroit Lions team that isn't happening right now, for what we wanted Ben Johnson to kind of capture here, they've really kind of skyrocketed since that moment to win 11 of 14. And you may beat them, but damn it, it's not going to be easy with what we've seen from this team.
And accountability can be a tricky thing when you're dealing with professional athletes because, these guys are paid a lot of money. There's an expectation that due to the compensation, due to this being their livelihood, that they're going to show up prepared regardless of what the coaches are saying to them or how the message is being delivered. And that's just not always the case. You're still dealing with human beings. You're still dealing with circumstances where there can be other distractions, other stimulus that might take your focus away those other 6 days of the week. And to have it be such a topic in 2024 with the previous regime, to come in 2025 and hear the reports about training camp and all the hard coaching and the volume of the staff and everything else. It sounds good, but then you start 0-2 and folks start to look like, okay, Ben Johnson, what you got? Hey, Bears players who were claiming you wanted to be coached hard last year, apparently you're being coached hard, but the results aren't there on the field. And for everybody to be able to look internally and get better week in and week out, even as they started winning, like the Dallas game the following week was impressive, but then, the Cowboys weren't necessarily a hot team at that point anyway. Their defense was already struggling. But week in and week out, the storyline that became for the fortitude the Bears had, it wasn't apparently there in Detroit in that second game, but it showed up a lot. And we didn't know a lot about Ben Johnson as a head coach yet. We knew he was this offensive wizard and that he had a scheme that he really ran well, but he's never had the big whistle before. So that was really the first, training camp, I guess, was the first glimpse of what it could be, but then actually in regular season mode, to come out of that embarrassment in Detroit and see how Ben Johnson can guide this team, that was really the first big example, the first headline example of what this guy could be, not just as an offensive schematic genius, but as a leader. The type of leader that this franchise needed between the white lines, it showed up there in the time since that Detroit game.
In the life comes at you fast category, Dan Campbell this week, this is what Dan Campbell had to say about his Detroit Lions.
How does this season fuel you going forward?
Well, I think that's exactly what it does. I think that's exactly what it does. Sometimes you got to hit rock bottom before you can work your way back up. And relative to where we were at, this is rock bottom, But as bad as it looks, I said this the other day, it's not as far away as it may appear. We just got to get a few things back in line here. But it does apply to the coaches, And no different than the players, that's what you look for. I do as a head coach, man. How do the coaches respond to what we're going through here? We got one more, and what are we willing to do to try to get this win?
Rock bottom, Anthony. 8-8.
He's been there before. He's been certainly worse than this before.
He has used rock bottom before.
Yeah.
2022, I saw another clip pop up about rock bottom. I think it probably gives us an indication about the message that he's sending to his team. I don't really know what I'm going to see on Sunday from the Detroit Lions.
Based on the players who will be available, based on how attacking either scheme will be offensively or defensively, or just how engaged they'll seem? Is that kind of I guess the curiosity?
All of the above. Penei Sewell, there's still speculation about his ankle. If it's a high ankle sprain, he probably won't go. I saw an interesting one about Alex Anzalone, who had with the concussion.
Yeah.
The Lions haven't had a player play 9 days or less in 3 years coming off a concussion. Probably worth
interesting factoid. Yeah,
right. Probably worth applauding the Lions for the way that they handle the concussions. And then Amon-Ra St. Brown, that one I kind of feel like they're using, to kind of dangle out there that he's going to go. Ben Johnson said today he expects Amon-Ra St. Brown to go, but he's got a knee and an ankle. So, yes, health-wise, obviously that's a lot of really talented players that may or may not go. But they are decimated with injuries. And, yeah, I guess I'm also curious, can Dan Campbell still kind of play that card of getting him to play as what's looked like one of the hardest playing teams in the NFL for the last number of years? Or have they kind of lost that magic, at least for the 2025 season?
I mean, Dan Campbell seems to have one gear, and I mean that in a positive way, where he seems to be a guy that continues to steer the ship toward competition at all times, towards showing up and being ready at all times. And if you don't handle it correctly, maybe a locker room can maybe grow a bit tired of someone who's constantly trying to force you to be on the go and at the ready. But it's required. You only have so many data points available to you in pro football. You get 17 games to be at your best. You get 17 opportunities to prove you should be around next season. Because I guess unbeknownst to a lot of sports fans out there, there's only a few guys with guaranteed contracts where a bunch of money is really available to them. So whatever the motivator might be. I mean, there's folks in the Twitch chat already asking about, is Dan Campbell on the hot seat? I don't think immediately that's the case, but I think as you move forward and look towards next year, like, everyone is kind of on the hot seat from a coaching perspective season to season. And now this big sort of billboard of Ben Johnson not being there, Detroit takes a big step back. A lot of us have been curious about that, and right now the evidence for this particular season has been that the Lions as a franchise are winning less games. The Lions as an offense, it's been a roller coaster ride for them. And Campbell, when he first took the play calling, and he's done it before, but out against a porous defense, looked good for a week, and now you get back to where Detroit just looks like this offense that can't get out of its own way sometimes. So could he be on the hot seat? I suppose looking beyond next season, that could be the case. So even for him, this continues to be a proving ground. And I do think that as much as Ben Johnson seems to be this guy who's like pragmatic and logic-based, he seems to combine both sides of his brain in a quality way where, yes, there's the creative end, but then there's also the analytical end. And not every coach does both at a high level. Some win at a really high level being either left brain or right brain thinkers. Ben Johnson seems to be this really quality example of both.
Yeah.
But I think he wants to beat Detroit. I don't think he wants to go 0-2 this season against the Lions, but his old boss, Dan Campbell, knows that as well. So both guys are uber competitive. I think for Detroit, kind of to your question, the guys who are healthy and in the lineup, I think Dan Campbell is going to coach them as hard and prepare them as hard as he can, but will they take a risk with Penei Sewell for an offseason that might not be healthy if you risk him, if you risk Amon-Ra St. Brown? I think from a health perspective, the lineup could be impacted by it, factoring in that there's no playoff future for them right now. But the guys who are going to be available for the game, I think they're going to be engaged in trying to win.
Yeah, and also maybe it shouldn't matter how the Lions are feeling, or at least health-wise, because they're decimated by injury. But this whole point is the Bears are the ones that kind of have in this moment what the Lions have had in the NFC North. And by the way, you'd hate to see the Bears go 2-4 in division if they were to lose this game, because right now they're 2-3 of their own division. But I kind of like to see that same show up that we saw against the Dallas Cowboys after the game against the Lions of what they put on them, right? Like this is a team that is playing for so much. 6-1 at home versus 5-4 on the road. Anthony, whoever ends up with the 1 seed in the NFC, pick a team, whoever it is, I could definitely see them lose in the divisional round.
Yeah, right.
Right, whether it's the Seahawks or otherwise. So that 2 seed arguably could lead you to a home game in the NFC Championship. and I'm not going to say I'm getting ahead of myself. If you're in the dance, then strategically when you get to that dance, I think 2 seed is a major better spot than the 3 seed is.
The teams from the NFC West, they certainly concern me more than Green Bay. I wouldn't go into a game against the Packers again and think that anyone should take that lightly either, especially if you get certain guys like Jordan Love and others back healthy, and as well as both franchises really know each other at this point. But as far as teams that I say, all right, that's a team that could win it all, I think all 3 of those squads from the NFC West you could put in that conversation, and all are scary for their own individual reasons as I evaluate them. So for the Bears, they're certainly not going to take the field fearing anyone once they get to the playoffs, but to have that possibility of just not leaving home until they perhaps make the Super Bowl, yeah, they love playing at Soldier Field. And as much as Bear weather has become a bit of almost a comical sort of talking point, but this quarterback with this passing attack, yeah, Caleb's from D.C. He had of course, his Heisman success at USC playing in Cali, but Caleb can cut through that wind with his arm, not only arm strength, but with his arm talent. He doesn't seem impacted by any of the remarkable weather conditions they've played in at Soldier Field. So is Bear weather worth kind of scoffing at? I think because this offense and this quarterback have shown that they can still thrive in inclement weather and in wild weather conditions, not everyone is going to bring a quarterback here to Soldier Field who you can say that about. So as many bites at the Soldier Field apple as they can get will be good.
Caleb Williams has changed my opinion on what bear weather actually means, right? I think previous to this season, I saw it as, let's play a muddy game. You're looking at it as the Bears traditionally have a much better defense than perhaps they have as an offense. And then I watched Caleb Williams against the Cleveland Browns go 9 for 9. He threw back-to-back 25 and 40-yard passes in what was negative wind chill. And when he said it wasn't going to bother him leading up to the game, Anthony, I didn't believe him.
I guess it's just bluster from a young, confident football player. You know?
He said on Hard Knocks he didn't get nervous, and then I watched him sail go routes for an entire season, right? Or especially early in the game. He looked overly juiced, and to me that's nerves. Yeah. But Caleb Williams and that arm strength of what you just said has drastically changed the way that I see bear weather. Now,
even the game in Philly, where the wild wind that was there when they played at the Eagles, and yes, some balls just tailed off all over the place.
The Packers game at Soldier Field, that was not a 70-degree evening.
Yeah, the goalposts just swaying back and forth at key moments. And
Cairo Santos bending it as well made me think about offensively differently. Yeah, when I say bear weather now, it's not let's make your offense lesser because of our great defense in bad weather. It's I think our offense can perform better in this kind of weather than your weather can, as opposed to being in Santa Clara or opposed to being, in a dome in Los Angeles or, even in Seattle, which, okay, it can be bad there, but certainly not like it's going to be here. I'm right there with you. Like Caleb's arm strength and accuracy, just outright arm talent, has made me feel very differently about why you want games at Soldier Field in the playoffs.
And then what's great is to enhance the growth of the offense, because seeing them still be able to pass the football in key moments for Caleb to be able to cut through the wind in impressive ways. But then you get to good weather against San Francisco last week, and so now the growth of this passing offense isn't just they can find a way in key moments when the wind is all over the place or when the temperature is dropping. But, all right, in nice weather, this is a modern offense. This is an explosive and a more consistent passing attack than we've seen from the Bears for the majority of the season. So there's just these continually growing and compiling data points of how they've grown in that regard. So whether it is bad weather, good weather, this feels like an offense that now we can begin to count on week in and week out, performing at a really high level.
Spiegel and Holmes are off today. He is Anthony Herron. I'm Judson Richards with you all the way until 6 o'clock this evening. Again, Dan Weeder of The Athletic will join us coming up at 3 o'clock. Olin Kreutz will join us at 4. We'll break this game down. We'll break this team down with him coming up shortly. And then Herm Edwards, the great Herm Edwards, longtime player, longtime coach. You know the man from ESPN. He will join us at 5 o'clock. Tom Scherer, the first voice on the Score as we celebrate the 33rd birthday of the Score. Tom Scherer will join us coming up at 3:45. We have some news on Roma Dunze. Anthony will get to that. Also, has the shortcomings of this defense been exaggerated? How fixable is this Bears defense, or are they simply void of talent? We'll get into this Bears defense coming up next on 6-7 The Score.
Immediately after the Chicago-Detroit game, tune into the Score's postgame show featuring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manowitz, and Mully from the Mully and Haugh Show. Win or lose, the guys take your calls and react to the game on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Turo Tire.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. In pro basketball tonight, San Antonio, a 5.5-point road favorite against Indiana. And the betting market moving towards Indiana because San Antonio's star center is out for tonight's game. Personally, it doesn't really bother me that much. San Antonio's guards are awesome. San Antonio way better than Indiana. I will lay it with San Antonio. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20 more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. More and more Toyota customers are finding out the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at the all-new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. Plus, Toyota on Edens offers extended service hours, including Saturdays and Uber pickup and drop-off. And every Saturday, all Toyota oil changes are just $29.95. See why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Hey, it's Coach Wanstead. When I need a perfect getaway, I hit the Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. My wife and I love the first-class treatment they give you. The staff, from the valet to the dealers, are absolutely incredible. The hotel rooms are first class, the live entertainment is next level, and the food is out of this world. Whether you're playing your favorite table games or just watching the games at the sportsbook bar, it's always a guarantee win. Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment and sports escape. Tell them Coach Wanstead sent you.
Hey, is this the year you're finally going to pop the question? There's one name you need to remember when you start your diamond shopping. That's Rasny, as in Rasny Jewelers. Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. At Rasny Jewelers, you get personal attention, real expertise, and a family that has cared for generations of Chicago clients. At Rasny Jewelers, there's no hard sell, just the assurance that you selected a superior, beautifully cut diamond. Shop Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Oak Street in Chicago, and always available at rasny.com.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs. It's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's Winterfest at Old Republic in Elgin. All January, enjoy the games with a mountain of wings. Bone in, boneless, KC Wild plus fries for just $18. Old Republic is an official Miller Lite Bears headquarters. Old Republic off Randall Road and Route 20 in Elgin.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Good vibes, baby.
Afternoons on the Score.
Well, what did you see on tape as you went back on Sunday night?
Yeah, and look, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about last week. I mean, we've kind of moved on, and we're moving on to Detroit. I'll say this: I don't think I coached well enough last week. I don't think we played well enough last week, and so you learn your lessons. You go back and make the corrections that you need to make, and now we move forward and we're getting ready for Detroit. And I appreciate any of the questions about last week, but at the end of the day, I've been through it plenty of times, and so I'm ready to go ahead and move on.
All right, there he is, Dennis Allen, defense coordinator of the Chicago Bears, coming off a 42-38 loss. He's Anthony Herron. I'm Judson Richards. Ready to move on is right. I'd probably be too as well.
DA is always really eager to move on after a really bad defensive performance, by the way, which I get. It's human nature.
Gosh, spotted
Y'all
7.
still bringing up old stuff? That game was like 4 days ago. Come on.
Yeah, it's like... To be fair, I don't know what day it is either. I think it's Friday, right? So, Dennis, this will be the one time be like, who even knows what day it is? And be like, I don't really know either. But we do remember being spotted virtually 7 points. I mean, have you ever? It's hard to think of a game where you kind of show up with a 7-0 advantage, and then the Bears still lose 42-38, the final score in Santa Clara. We'll get to Rome Odunze in just a moment. Anthony, you know something about going after a quarterback. I don't know if it's more about DA figuring out how to get home, rushing 4, or it's more about his creativity coming up with blitzes. I still look back at Jordan Love's success against the blitz in Green Bay, and I don't know if there was a course correct there, but, man, there was just so much green grass around every receiver that Brock Purdy threw the ball to.
So the Niners had been maybe the hottest offense in football over the month leading into that game against the Bears. So I'm not shocked that they put up points consistently. And if you just want to look at the macro of it versus what other defenses have been doing against the Niners, they at least forced them to punt twice. They had the pick 6. So you're like, you know what? All right, that's more than anyone else did in December against San Francisco. But still, when now we're judging the Bears off the standard of how deep a run can they make in the playoffs against these playoff quarterbacks, whether it is Jordan Love or the QBs and offenses from the NFC West. We know they saw the Eagles recently, but Philly seems to be getting some things figured out too. They're going to get quarterbacks with pelts on the wall who they're going to face in the postseason. And how does this defense stymie them? Or is it just this track meet that the offense has to be able to perform in? So that, to me, is a part of that standard to judge the defense by right now, and why the concern is valid. I didn't expect the Bears defense to go in there and shut down San Francisco. They haven't been that level of defense the entire year. So there's no reason to think they're going to do it against maybe the best offensive mind in football, a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback, and a system that the two of them have been in together for years now that Brock Purdy is just really executing at an exceptional level. How do you figure that out? The great thing would be if you had a true personnel advantage that showed up anywhere, at any level of your defense in the defensive front. Even after Trent Williams left the lineup, D-line didn't take the game over. Linebacker position, I would say with Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards back in the lineup together, that's a net positive for the Bears in the macro. But as of right now, where each of them have missed significant time this season, they looked rusty to me with their eye discipline. There seemed to me to be a lot of eye violations at the second level of the Bears defense because of all the window dressing and misdirection. When you look at the end zone copy, where to me the main bugaboo for Tremaine Edmonds in the couple of years he'd been a Bears linebacker prior to now was that he wasn't operating downhill as consistently with the force against opposing run games as I felt like he was capable of. And this season, there was so much growth in that regard, especially moving from Mike to Will. So he gets a lot of opportunity for his athleticism and space to show up. And then also to be able to be just at a slightly different alignment, to have his teammate, TJ Edwards, be the one sort of making the decisions. And then this version of Tremaine Edmonds before the injury was as decisive, reading the run, getting downhill, peeling blocks off the Bears' defensive line as I've ever seen him. That wasn't there against San Francisco. And it's a difficult offense to diagnose and to do that against. So my hope is that just the two of those guys being next to each other at the second level of this Bears defense over and over again, it is going to be a Lions run game with the talents they have in the backfield that will present challenges yet again, even though Detroit hasn't run the ball consistently. But we know what Jahmyr Gibbs is capable of. We know what that Lions run game is capable of. So I'm hoping that we'll see the Bears LBs knocking the rust off, and perhaps that does become more of a personnel advantage that they can start to showcase against any of the offenses they'll face.
Can I give you a wild Detroit Lions stat? Maybe not wild. I'll let you decide.
I mean, in 4 hours, I feel like we're off to a good start with the amount of really interesting stats you're presenting already.
All right. Well, your reaction will tell me if this is a legit wow stat.
Okay.
The Detroit Lions this year, they are 8-0 when they have 100 rushing design yards.
Mm-hmm.
They are 0-8 when they rush for less than 100 design runs in a game. It's not that simple, but it's kind of that simple, right?
Yeah.
So, and that, by the way, that's, what did the Lions lose without Ben Johnson? Well, I don't know how much it is about Ben. Of course it is about Ben, but the offensive line drastically changed, and there's a reason why the Bears spend so much with their offensive line. But that two-headed monster, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, that's the 15th best rushing attack in the NFL. That is drastically different than years past. And if you can stop that on Sunday, Anthony, it kind of feels like that's simply the blueprint for beating the Lions.
The Bears went out and spent over the offseason, to your point, and you have an offensive line, especially the interior three that's been intact the entire season, but then also Ben Johnson as a play caller. And that's where, to me, him missing from Detroit shows up, because there's a way that a play caller can operate pre-snap to put hesitation in the opposing defense, to put second and third level defenders in conflict, as San Francisco did to the Bears last week, but then also to take pressure off of your offensive line, to have your offense and your run game specifically operate in a way where, yeah, you'd love to have your starters out there, but to sequence plays in a way where you make similar concepts feel like the same plays being run to the opposing defense, but then they can't trust themselves because they don't know. This formation meant one thing in the first quarter, and now in the third quarter it feels like it means something else. Or I'm guessing wrong because I do assume it means one thing, and now the sequencing of plays is ended up with a different result for me. And that's where Ben Johnson and Kyle Shanahan and Matt LaFleur and some of the guys who are just the best in the business in doing that and pairing the run game with their passing concepts, it's really difficult to consistently contain them, even when you have personnel in and out of the lineup on the O-line. So to me, the Ben Johnson effect still shows up with him missing from Detroit because, yes, injuries up front matter, but a great play caller enhances how dominant an offensive line can look.
One note from what happened today over at Haugh. Dan Wiederer tweeted regarding Rome Odunze that he was limited participant in today's practice. He is now questionable for Sunday, although Rome did speak at his locker today. And I think it gives us a better indication of will he or will he not be playing on Sunday. So let's ask the man that was right there. Dan Wiederer will join us coming up next. He is Anthony Herron. I'm Judson Richards in for Spiegel and Holmes. Anthony, why don't you tell us about something?
Well, you're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel.
That's coming next on The Score.
The Bears have indeed taken the North, but now their sights are set on the regular season finale against the Lions. Will Ben Johnson and company get revenge on the Lions and lock up the 2 seed in the NFC? Mark Grody here from the Rahimi, Harris, and Grody Show, middays 10 to 2. Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Lions right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday when we start to get you ready for Bears playoff football. On Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hi, this is Dave Musil, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. When emergencies happen, who do you call? Broken pipe, power outage, furnace failure, no hot water? The answer is always the same. Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day service and installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. That's why over 30,000 customers have given us a 5-star Google review.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume. Imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Time is ticking away. Don't let another minute pass. Plan your retirement now with Trajan Wealth for the future you deserve. Call Trajan today at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is where Chicago comes to talk about the NFC North champion Bears. Keep it here as the Score team breaks it all down. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Lickety-split fashion.
That's what they call me on the beat. Lickety-split.
Lickety-split Weeder.
Dan Wiederer.
We'll mention this mainly because Dan Wiederer said we would mention this nugget.
Bears beat reporter for The Athletic.
You're going to have to win occasionally without sending extra pressure. And then if you do send the extra pressure, you got to get there. And there were a couple times that they sent everybody and they didn't get there. And Jordan Love made them pay. And then there's a celebration in the end zone and they're playing that song that they play up there at Lambeau Field. And you're totally dispirited, right? They're banging on their drum all day and you're going back to the bench trying to find answers for what you need to do to get to that quarterback a little bit more effectively. And so I have not trusted a Bears coaching staff in my time on the beat the way that I trust this one to put together a plan that positions their team for success.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast.
I call my O-lineman the Avengers. I call Drew Dahlman the Hulk. Ozzy is Wolverine. Doctor Strange as left guard with Joe. The Red Hulk is Jonah. Darnell's Bucky because he has the one arm.
So if they're the Avengers, are you Samuel L.?
I don't know who I am. They'll figure that out, but the Bears.
Dan Wiederer.
Man, you guys are good on Fridays, aren't you? You phrase the questions a little bit different.
With Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
This segment with Dan Weaver is sponsored by Potawatomi Casino Hotel. It's meant to be. Spiegel and Holmes off today. He is Anthony here, and I am Judson Richards, joined now by the Athletics' Dan Weaver. Dan, the press conference was good again today. I know that Ben kind of felt like, man, you guys are really digging deep, but he used the word despair when talking about week 2 coming off of that Lions loss, right, 52-21. What's most remarkable to you about the way that the team responded as won 11 of 14 games since that loss to the Lions?
It's really crazy to reflect on where everyone's headspace was walking into the Monday of week 3 and where we are now heading for the season finale. It's just, I think, probably the buy-in that Ben retained after 2 rough games to start the season.
Dan was cooking.
And his ability to get that was a big deal. And then I think to get the belief of the win in Vegas was a big deal for that team to understand, okay, let's take a breath here, catch our breath, get our feet under us, and then get rolling. And they've gotten rolling, obviously, since the bye week with the success that you mentioned. And it's just it's crazy to reflect on what that game was in week 2, because neither of these teams resemble that at all as we walk into week 18. And so we'll see what we have in store Sunday at Soldier Field.
I was talking to Judson a bit earlier, Dan, just about sort of this being our first season in Chicago, getting to observe Ben Johnson closely as Bears coach, and you're obviously as well-sourced as anyone in the industry. It's one thing to have this image of what he'll be like as a head coach after being so impressed with him as an offensive schematic mind, but that game, that Detroit game, and coming out of it, that to me was sort of the first legit test for Ben Johnson, was it not?
Huge test, too, because and you've lived it. You know what it's like here when you get in these prolonged stretches of failure and the sort of contagious nature of the woe is me mindset. And that was there within the fan base for sure. Walking into week 3, it was like, this is just a continuation of everything we did last year, just with a new leader at the front of it. And so it just felt like, it's not like people were giving up on Ben at that stage. It just felt like the Bears were further away than anyone wanted them to be. And so, the ability to handle that, to be very, very patient and yet persistent with the things he was demanding. And then you got to get some results, and they got a few results that then were able to get the radar of everybody in the building up a little bit. And then when you continue to build on it, the snowball just gets rolling really quickly. You win 9 out of 10. And now everybody in the building believes in everything you say. And that's what, again, I've said it several times here over the last month, that swell of belief has been the engine of this whole thing. It's what rescues them late in games. It's what has allowed them to win the NFC North when they were the only team last year from the division that didn't make the postseason. There's a lot of belief that has happened inside this building that's very unfamiliar to those of us who have been here through long stretches when there's none of it.
Dan, what can you tell us about the status of Rome Odunze?
Well, he's officially, Judson, listed as questionable. Back at practice today. It was just a short Friday practice, and Rome was limited in that practice. So I would imagine that they will play it cautiously on Sunday. I don't think he plays. If he does, it'll probably be on a very limited rep count, and you start trying to get him on the runway for the playoff game next week. Good to see Rome back on the field. Even better to talk to him after practice and feel him being a little bit encouraged at the direction things are headed with that foot and trying to get over this hurdle of, this impatience that he's had to have through the whole month of December where he hasn't been able to play football, and that hasn't been easy on him.
What do you anticipate seeing from Detroit? Because there's the one prevailing assumption that Dan Campbell is just this hard-nosed coach and everybody's going to be out there all bloodied regardless of whether or not they're in the playoff picture. But then there is a reality for their franchise of Penei Sewell having a healthy offseason, Amon-Ra St. Brown having a healthy offseason is better than trotting them out there if there's not a postseason on the line. So how do you see the Lions approaching this?
Yeah, look, like no one knows more about the pride of that team and from the top than Ben Johnson, right? He knows how Dan Campbell is wired, and there's going to be some decisions that they have to make, as you reference. I would expect them to be the same sort of feisty, gritty football team that we're used to seeing there. Now, this is not the team that won 15 games last year. The interior of their offensive line hasn't been the same. The secondary is very beat up, and they're very vulnerable. And so even the guys that do play, you wonder the psychological component of, Grody and I joked about it on the podcast this morning, when do you get into Cancun formation, right? And say, okay, I've played enough football this year, and it's time to just start thinking about what's beyond Sunday night. And so it'll be fascinating as you see the vibes in the building. I also think this is a weird spot where the Bears have played so many big games really since Thanksgiving weekend.
that even though this one's got things at stake, it just feels like it lacks some of that, extra buzz that we've felt leading up to the last 5 or 6 games here. And so it'll be really interesting to see kind of how they kind of manufacture and find the energy early in that game to play with the purpose that we're so used to seeing them play with.
This segment with Dan Weaver brought to you by Four Seasons, your trusted local experts for heating, air conditioning, plumbing, electric, and generators. Dan, you're so right. Anthony and I, we were talking about, other quarterback potentially that the Bears could face. And I was talking about Brock Purdy and Matthew Stafford and Jordan Love. And then he mentioned Jared Goff. And I'd kind of in the conversation forgotten that there was still one more regular season game to get to before we get to the postseason. But then that leads to the defense, right? Like whether it's Jared Goff or any of those other quarterbacks, that is drastically going to change who we're used to seeing at Soldier Field. I don't want to take anything away from the 6-1 record that they have at Soldier Field, and they've won 6 straight. But Spencer Rattler ain't Matthew Stafford or whoever it ultimately could be. Did Dennis Allen have any real good answers this week about how they're going to fix his defense?
Nothing specific, which is not unfamiliar to us. I think they're very aware of where they are vulnerable, where their vulnerabilities lie, and how they need to kind of compensate going into the postseason. I think everyone knows that you can't bank on getting multiple takeaways in every single postseason game you play. The level of quarterback play is going to be elevated. The game flow is going to be a little different in spots. And so you have to find ways to change games without necessarily getting the takeaways, And so I think finding ways to get more disruption on the quarterback is going to be huge. They haven't been able to find that answer for most of the last 4 months. And so it is one of those Achilles heels that you look at going into the playoffs and go, man, like if the Bears lose, there's going to be ways that they lose that won't be surprising to us, right? And one of them will be getting picked apart by an opposing quarterback that isn't pressured enough and just goes about doing what high-level quarterbacks in the playoffs do. And so the Bears have to be ready to take that challenge, and it's coming really quickly, and it'll be here, next week at this time.
So, Dan, from a milestone perspective, it would be surprising if Caleb isn't at least the Bears' single-season passing yardage record holder by the end of the game. But to be able to hit 4,000 for the first time in franchise history for a quarterback is a milestone that I think a lot of us have been talking about for years. But what's the impression you've gotten from Ben and Caleb and how important it is to them?
Well, 2 different impressions from those 2 guys, because Caleb told us on the first day of training camp in July that it was a box on his checklist. Individually, that's something that he strives to do because he knows what it means here, right? And he has that awareness of trying to become the quarterback that accomplishes things that none of his predecessors inside this franchise ever could. And so I appreciate that about him. I appreciate that is part of his wiring and what sends him, down the direction of identifying the targets that he wants to hit. Now, Ben was very forward earlier in the week at saying this is an arbitrary number. It's not something on the forefront of his mind. Primary goal number 1 is to go out and win a football game. And if things happen within the flow of that, then great. But I do think that if the opportunity presents itself and the Bears are, in a situation where they can choose whether to run or pass, or they can choose to go after this record with a little bit more aggression late in the game Sunday, I think Ben will give his quarterback an opportunity to do so as a little bit of a reward for all of the investment that Caleb has given him throughout the season. And so, yeah, I think that's a little fun subplot to Sunday for all of us, because it is a milestone that I think all of us would prefer not to talk about again after this year.
It kind of seems like an easy way to rally the troops too, right, Dan? As we were kind of talking about, looking past Week 17 as they headed towards the playoffs. And listen, this coaching staff, I think this is a team I think they'll be ready to go. But as far as throughout the week and Ben Johnson trying to create major moments for this game, I feel like that would kind of be an easy one to rally the troops to go and get that for your teammate, because we know that this is a close bunch.
Yeah, no, it is a close bunch, and I think it would be a moment. Like, I think we all agree that it would be a moment Sunday if it were to occur. Ant brings up the Eric Kramer record from 1995. That could fall in the first half, and that could create a little bit of that buzz that we're talking about, where the stadium will come alive if they put it on the video board, and then all of a sudden, teammates will understand where they're at, and it does create some of that enthusiasm that's helpful on a day like Sunday. And so, look, there's a bunch of milestones waiting out there Sunday for the Bears. A small one, I'll give you one small one. DeAndre Swift, 3 yards away from his personal career high for rushing yards in a season. I think that would mean a lot to him. And the Bears offensively have a chance to break franchise records for total points and total yards in a season. And that's a crazy thing to talk about given the history of this franchise.
Those teams from the NFC West, they've got a lot of high-level quarterback play. And then, of course, the Green Bay Packers know the Bears as well as anyone. As you just kind of look at what the playoff picture will hold for the Bears, do you necessarily have much of a preference, or is that almost too specific of a desire for where this team is at right now?
I think that those teams in the West feel more complete, and they feel a little bit scarier. Now, I will say this, like I think for the city, the matchup with Green Bay is very dangerous, because if the Bears were to lose a playoff game to the Packers, it would remove too much of the joy that's been attached to a season that has rightfully established itself as being joyful, right? Like, this has been a really fun ride for 4 months. And I think too much of the shine would come off the season if they lost to the Packers. It would just feel like such torture and such torment to have the season end to them, And so, like, that's where, like, for the outsiders like us looking in, you're like, this is dicey. It really is dicey.
But what if they beat them, Dan? What if they take down the Packers in the postseason?
And that's what I said earlier in the week. For a season that's been sort of built around the fearlessness that Ben Johnson has instilled in this building, that's the fight you want. That's the one you want to come down, the row, climb between the ropes, and go and take that fight, because that is your proving ground. And it would be a huge statement win if they were to beat the Packers on that stage. It's just you got to be prepared for what's on the other side of that too. And oh, by the way, as fun as that win a couple weeks ago was at Soldier Field, the Bears played 125 minutes of action against the Packers during the regular season and didn't have a lead against them until DJ Moore caught that touchdown. So, be careful what you wish for, I guess, and then just be ready for what comes your way next week.
The NFC is very deep, I think, is probably just the moral of that story. So as I've been kind of evaluating this Bears defense, discussing it and describing it throughout the week, and I guess looking for a glimmer of hope for what could be in the postseason, one of the things that strikes me is that I feel like, because of the amount of time that Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards have missed, that there's growth that can still be there just in knocking the rust off for the linebacker core. Secondary, with guys still in and out of the lineup. I think Jalen Johnson, as long as he's intact physically, he should keep getting better on a weekly basis. So that, to me, is almost hope speak and wish casting. But I do feel like there's a world where the Bears defense is at least better because guys are just in the lineup more. Does that hold up for you?
Yeah, and those are experienced guys that you're bringing up, and you watch it on the first play from scrimmage Sunday in Santa Clara, and you watch Jalen anticipate a route and drive on the football and get a pass defense that then ricochets up into the air that TJ turns into a touchdown, and you're like, okay, that's what it looks like. Those are the types of game-changing moments that are going to be required in January from this Bears defense. They just need to come more consistently and not be surrounded by so many explosive plays by the opposing offense. And so you've got proven playmakers in this defense. You've got guys that can play at that level and have proven that they are difference makers. Now they just have to do it consistently. And that's really the secret to this league. And it only gets more difficult in January football, which for us over the last decade has just been like, one final regular season game as we kind of wish the end of the season away. And now we've got a fun finale Sunday, followed by a home playoff game next week. That's going to have this city alive and electric for what's to come.
Dan, what about Kyler Gordon?
Great question, Judson. That's one that we haven't really circled back on this week. Probably a good Monday question for Ben on what the status is and whether they have any outside hope that he could return. I know that when he went down for, I guess it would have been the third time here a few weeks ago, I just kind of wrote it in the books as like, he's not coming back this year. We'll see if he changes that script at all in the coming weeks, but don't have anything concrete there to say one way or the other.
There's been, I guess, some resurfacing, and some of it is just sort of folks reveling in the success that Caleb Williams has had and the growth that's been there, with some of the articles that were there from the offseason and early in the season here. The regular season isn't over yet, but as we kind of look back on some of the reporting that was done and interviews that were conducted and articles and books that were written, how do you sort of evaluate this arc, this ascension that Caleb has been on, not only in the production on the field, but the perception of the Bears quarterback seems resoundingly different now than it was just a few months ago?
Well, I think that there has been a bond between Caleb and Ben that has strengthened since Ben got here in April, and really over the last several months, as they've gotten some of the results that they desired. We've had a chance the last couple of weeks to talk to a handful of people, Ben and Caleb included, about the evolution of their relationship. And you heard last week Caleb admit that there were points in training camp where his struggles were so pronounced and Ben's irritation was so obvious that he felt that their relationship was fragile and that he didn't know if Ben liked him, right? Like, and these are outward acknowledgments from the quarterback himself. And so then you just see this thing start to come alive where Caleb understands that Ben has his best interests in mind and he's coaching him hard because he was asked to coach hard and that's what their goals demand. And then all of a sudden you start to get results and you start to get growth. And now all of a sudden that connection becomes stronger and it's allowed them to have the results that they've had. I think we'd all agree that Caleb's got a long way to go to get himself to tier 1 of quarterback play in the NFL, but he's also checked the boxes of growth across every key category this season to give you reason to believe that his career is headed in the right direction. In this building this week, there's been a lot of praise for all of the pre-snap stuff, the huddle command, the operational stuff, all the things that you do before you have the football in your hands. That's night and day from where it was when we were in the second week of training camp. And so it's just a testament to hard work and vision and being able to be on the same page as your head coach. And so that part of the 2025 Bears is really notable because Caleb has found a way. And that's really what this league is about a lot of times, is find a way. And he's found a way to make progress. And now all of a sudden he's going into the playoffs with a chance to write an even happier chapter to what his legacy can be here.
Dan, is Grody behaving himself on the Take the North podcast?
For the most part, when he doesn't behave himself, that's enjoyable to me. I like it when Grody gets a little stirred up a little bit and we get a little bit off the rails and can take some things down some fun roads. But man, it's been a lot of fun this year to do that show through a whole different sort of perspective and mood, right? Like it's been a different mood for the last 4 months than we've been used to since the podcast began in 2022. So it's been cool to be part of that ride.
Winning, Dan. It's called winning.
Wait, what is that? What is that? Spell that, Anthony. Use it in a sentence.
Dan, great stuff. Enjoy the game. Thanks for your time. Look forward to it. Look forward to Sunday. Thanks again.
You got it. Happy New Year, fellas.
Thanks, Dan. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to Dan Wiederer. You know what? We're going to keep it on the quarterback. By the way, I do want to remind Score listeners, Bulls, Magic tonight at the UC. Our pregame coverage begins at 6:45. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock on the Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. Can the Bulls knock off the Magic? Gosh, you talk about injury. No Zach Collins, no Josh Giddey, no Kobe White. Can they get it done tonight against Orlando Magic? We'll have that for you right here on the Score. But Anthony, let's go back to that quarterback question that you asked Dan Wiederer. Let's use the F word. Franchise.
Okay.
Has Caleb Williams solidified himself as a Bears franchise quarterback?
For a second.
We will. Yeah, I know.
Get him, Tyler.
On the Score's 34th birthday. Probably not the best idea. We will open the phone lines to you, 312-644-6767. Text calls as well. Are we comfortable in that space? Franchise quarterback of the Bears, Caleb Williams. We'll tackle that coming up next.
Excuse me, I was about to cuss.
You're listening to Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday on the Score, where all of our shows and unprecedented team of football experts get you ready for the game. Presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is brought to you by IDOT Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over.
Chicago tight end Cole Kmet here. Quick timeout. If you're drunk or high, call a rideshare or grab a sober friend. Protect yourself, protect your crew, make the right play call. If you feel different, you drive different. It's not a game. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com to learn more.
Gear up for epic football games under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. It's amazing. Dive into the 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in the luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and the private cabanas. Private Cabanas. That's where it's at. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
It's the year-end sales event with the Ford crew.
It's sales event time, Sam.
Temperatures are dropping, but the deals are just getting hot.
Time for our annual Ford Holiday Gift Guide.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to go wrong with great deals on trucks and SUVs from Ford, America's all-time best-selling auto brand.
Don't forget the first rule of holiday gift giving, Hank.
What's that, Sam?
Always remember to treat yourself, too.
Well said.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Flame Bearers goes beyond scores to bring real stories from women Olympians and Paralympians who've beat the odds. Hear from legends like Sue Bird, Caster Semenya, and more about what it takes to be a champion. Tune into Flame Bearers wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Is this finally the end of the Aaron Rodgers career tour? If the Steelers lose to the Ravens on Sunday night in Game 272 and miss the playoffs, what's next? Another vagabond stop, retirement to a quiet retreat, or a TV near you? Sunday night will decide it all. I'm John Lund.
Spiegel and Holmes.
You know, we call today Feel Good Friday, so I'm trying to stick to that, you know?
I like it.
Afternoons on the Score.
You're 270 yards away from getting to 4,000. To what extent does that matter to you?
Yeah, I think for me, it'd be cool just in the sense of there's never been one here, and I think I was brought here for those type of things and those type of moments, that things that haven't been done here, to try and be able to accomplish. And I think it, like I've said before, the self goals and all of that always gets swept under when you go for the team goals, and that's winning ball games. And so that's first and foremost on my mind. That's first and foremost for this team, because the most important thing is winning ball games and heading into the playoffs with some momentum and some good energy heading into the playoffs.
That's Caleb Williams on the approach and going after 4,000 yards. He's 270 yards shy. He is Anthony Herron. I'm Judson Richards. Great to be in for Spiegel and Holmes today on the 34th birthday of 6'7" The Score WSCR. In fact, the man whose voice you heard first, Tom Scherer, will join us coming up in just about 20 minutes. Anthony, what did you make of the way that Caleb Williams approached that?
I really respect him being willing to be just sort of open and honest about how he perceives it. It would have been very easy to, and I don't think anyone would have necessarily batted an eye if he just said, I don't really think about those types of things. We're winning games, and that's kind of my main focus here. Quarterbacks get judged by wins and nothing else. But
he's also right.
Yeah.
It is why he was brought here.
Right.
Say it out loud.
He's brought here to win. He was brought here to rewrite the QB record books, and he's on his way to at least having some of these initial milestones that show what he's capable of doing and the production that he's obviously having right now. So to be just sort of open and honest about it, I think is a good thing. I don't think either he or Ben Johnson will lose a lot of sleep over it if it doesn't quite happen. If it's a game where they've got things in hand in the fourth quarter and they've run the ball successfully and Detroit's been milking the clock a bunch somehow and the Bears don't have the ball. But you know what? If we leave them in for a few extra series, we can try to get those last 70 yards. I don't think that they would necessarily put Caleb in harm's way in that scenario. But a milestone is a milestone. Individual accomplishment matters to competitive people, as Caleb obviously is. And I think his coach, Ben Johnson, I think it matters to him as well. Ben blew it off a little bit more than Caleb did, but this milestone for this franchise, that's something that matters. And even Ben ripping his shirt off for the Wiener Circle hot dog, like all those things indicate that, yes, he knows these things are there. Are they on the periphery? Sure, because there's a task at hand here that gets more of the focus day in and day out. But Caleb getting 4,000, the Bears having that milestone for the first time in their franchise, I think they would both get something out of it.
Also, one of the reasons why it doesn't matter is because the identity of this team is running the football.
Yeah.
They have the third best rushing attack. They have the third best overall offense, and the reason why they're there is because of running the ball. And Caleb, to me, I think he's been very much a team guy. If they ran it 50 times and won, I would legitimately believe him if he said, I didn't care about my stats. I just wanted to win this game. But, yeah, it is why he's brought here. And so it begs a question. The F word, franchise quarterback. Is Caleb Williams already there? Do you see this relationship for hopefully the next decade plus between Caleb and the Bears? 312-644-6767. We'll take your texts and your calls. Anthony, this text kind of stopped me in my tracks a little bit from the 708. It says, until Caleb signs a second contract with the same team, he's not a franchise quarterback. Is that a rule? Can I not franchise a guy until he's been given that second contract? Because I kind of feel like the Chiefs thought they had their guy in Patrick Mahomes before he was anywhere near that major second contract they gave him.
So I think a lot of people will have their own individual sort of arbitrary guideline for what they view as a franchise QB, where Tom Brady was winning multiple Super Bowls before he was truly respected as a franchise quarterback because he wasn't the one statistically carrying the day for the Patriots offense, for the Patriots team, but he eventually turned into that and became one of the most statistically spectacular quarterbacks we'd seen. But he wasn't that early. Right. It was about Belichick and the process and everything else.
And a top 5 defense year in, year out.
Year in and year out. Now, Kyler Murray, he's gotten that first bag from the Cardinals. I don't think a lot of folks would perceive him as a franchise quarterback right now. Trevor Lawrence, who was another one of these guys very similar to Caleb, #1 recruit in the country, going to the college football landscape with all this individual success and team accolades that he had at Clemson, and then comes into the NFL as the #1 overall pick. And yes, he got his bag with the Jags, and then there's been sort of middling individual success and team success since then. Now we're seeing Trevor Lawrence ascend again, but like 2 months ago, folks wouldn't have been calling Trevor Lawrence a franchise QB. So I think as an arbitrary guideline, I don't think that's a crazy one. I'm sure there's a lot of crazy arbitrary guidelines out there, but getting the second contract from your team, that does mean that you have established yourself as a guy that franchise wants to continue to build around moving forward.
But even times in that second contract, it feels a little bit like the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know, right? I think Kyler Murray may be a great example of that. It's like what else do we do? Who else are we going to pay? Because if we don't pay him, somebody else will, because somebody else find themselves in a great spot.
Tua Tagovailoa probably isn't going to, and I don't know the guaranteed money left on his Dolphins deal.
Too much.
And so at the moment, then, he's probably not going anywhere else to be able to get paid big time. But unless he really recaptures something next season, then he could be on the outs in Miami after a little while. It goes like, oh, as long as he's healthy, he and Mike McDaniel, that's the duo that's going to lead the Dolphins into the future. So, and I just full disclosure, I come at this from the perspective of a guy who, when Patrick Mahomes finally became, well, not finally, his second year in the league, became the starter with the Chiefs, Alex Smith had success. Andy Reid has won and been productive with so many different quarterbacks. So as incredible as Patrick Mahomes was, an MVP that first season as a starter, I got Jason Goff, I did a bunch of radio with here and Big Ten radio. We used to argue about it all the time because he was immediately like, okay, that's the best quarterback in football. I was like, let me watch him do it for a second season. Like, I'm just slow to the party of kind of being willing and ready.
Jaden Daniels may lead you down the path a little bit.
Right.
I mean, his more injury related.
Yeah, for this season. Right?
That also may be another case to make for Caleb Williams, because I think like his durability. I look at it, Anthony, a little bit as like take all the quarterbacks that have hurt this season so much. Take Brock Purdy. Take Jaden Daniels. Who else has missed? Take even Lamar Jackson. Which one of those guys would you like to not run into at full speed if you add Caleb Williams into that mix? Like, he is kind of a stocky, durable 6'1", 230 pounds,
really
right?
Thick lower body,
yes.
Powerful.
Yes.
Right.
And part of it is luck, sure, but I do think that the way that the quarterback is built is another reason why I'd be willing to make an investment and to call him a franchise quarterback for the Bears moving forward.
So for you, by your standard, Caleb is a franchise quarterback right now.
He absolutely is to me.
Okay.
I am 100% in on Caleb Williams. It does not mean that I do not need to see to make improvements. Yes, we can talk all about the completion percentage. But as far as the text, and he's not a franchise quarterback until you give him that second contract. There's a lot of men that probably are going to propose to the woman that they believe is their lifelong partner, but they can't afford the ring just yet. When
I've been there. Hand up, by the way. Yeah.
When
I was on the practice squad in Green Bay. Like, all right, let me get a couple of checks in here because I kind of stretched myself a little thin with this ring I got.
Thank God my diamond ring was a hand-me-down.
Okay.
And the wife just happened to like it.
Legacy ring. There we go.
When you know. Caleb Williams, to me, it is the intangibles that he has that is so evidently clear to be some of the best in the league. Where, yeah, sure, Chris Collins can take issues with a 10-yard dump off pass that isn't accurate enough. But when I watch him win the way that he does, when I watch outright arm talent. Because arm talent is not just arm strength. Arm talent is not just accuracy.
Right.
It is everything that is involved.
Yeah.
So yes, the F word, I am more than happy to use it on Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Does it feel a bit premature? Maybe. But the reason why I would give him that ring, and I'm not saying give him that big money now. Let's live on this rookie deal.
Yeah.
But it's because of Ben Johnson as well. It's that skill set. It's a guy I think is willing to put in the time, that wants to be great, that wants to have an ultimate legacy. His skill set with Ben Johnson, I think the Bears are in a really, really great place.
I like that. And, you think about Kirk Cousins. Like, there were multiple teams that he got multiple contracts from, and I'm not sure anybody ever, sort of anointed Kirk Cousins as a definitive franchise quarterback, but he was certainly a guy who was really productive every stop he was at in his career, and has now just kind of gotten to the point where he's aged out of people thinking that he can be someone who could lead you to a championship.
And Achilles tear would do that for an older athlete.
Yeah, that's certainly a part of the mix for his perception. But, for a lot of the other quarterbacks who are in this sort of conversation, like C.J. Stroud, he'll be eligible for a deal coming up here, and he continues to win in Houston. And this is another season where it's like, well, it didn't look as easy as it did his rookie year.
It did not.
But you just continue to see the Texans and him being a key part in winning, and a lot of it is defense and DeMeco Ryans as a defensive head coach and being able to have that side of the ball shored up. But then you've got this really talented QB that they just have this mix, this structure that works. But is C.J. Stroud a franchise quarterback because he's not throwing for as many yards as he did his rookie year and making it look as easy? There's sort of a number of different ingredients that can go into that gumbo, that make up that stew to really kind of decide what makes up a franchise quarterback. I've talked about Donovan McNabb on this station. Chicago's very own, a decent bit here where until he got Terrell Owens to Philadelphia, he was never a guy who put up huge stats, but he always won at such a high level and had so many key plays that he made during his Eagles run that led to their wins. And he's in the MVP conversation, even though the passing numbers weren't always there, but between the legs, the running threat that he was, and the critical moments, like, Freddie Mitchell on whatever it was, 3rd and 17 or 3rd and 27, whatever that was. But he had so many of those moments in his career. Well, yeah, that's a franchise quarterback, even though he wasn't necessarily a guy who had the same type of statistics that Phillip Rivers was having, during his time there with the Chargers.
Right. Although oftentimes with a losing record. I believe a losing record. You can have a franchise quarterback, by the way, and never get to the promised land. So that isn't guaranteed just because you're willing to put the franchise record on. If you want to jump in, by the way, do so. 312-644-6767. Happy New Year. Happy birthday to the score.
Merry New Year.
Year 34. Tom Scher, the first voice you heard on these airwaves. He will join us coming up at 3:45. He's Anthony Hare, and I'm Judson Richards. Franchise quarterback or Caleb Williams. Am I too early to it, or have you seen enough? We'll get to the text as well. The durability, I think, is something that we can very easily overlook. And I get it, the completion percentage, 57.9%. Not good. But damn it, I look at that number and I say he is also the first to throw 1,000 passes and have only 12 interceptions.
Yeah.
So as inaccurate as he is, a lot of it has to do with him throwing it away, so nowhere near the sacks he took last year. I think they have the 6th most drops in the NFL. With
and
some
apparently
of those,
he's got the highest dropped yardage lost, I think, of any quarterback.
So he should be
in
at 4,000, Anthony.
He could have had 4,000 already, right? Between his inaccuracy and receivers having drops, he could have been over 4,000.
So if you want to scream at me about his completion percentage, well, he ain't that inaccurate where it's landing in the hands of the opposition. I mean, Brock Purdy pass to interception is far more higher than Caleb Williams. And it's one of those things that will cost you a game in the playoffs. Now, will I feel different about this conversation once we watch some playoffs football? If that statistic about how few interceptions he throws is a great reason why you can win tight football games.
The Bears have both ends of that spectrum, right? Not only do they lead the National Football League in takeaways, but they have the least turnovers in the sport. And with a quarterback, especially when you factor in that Caleb improvises on so many different plays. Now, he's getting better and better from the pocket, but he's still this improvisational wizard. And a lot of times when you have guys who are willing to scramble around and try these high degree of difficulty throws, it tends to lead to more turnovers. They tend to take more sacks and have strip sacks and forced fumbles. And he doesn't fall victim to that. So there's enough tangible evidence at this point for us to look at and say, yeah, he protects the football at a really high level, especially when you factor in that he's not one of these guys who just operates within the structure of the way the play has been designed.
So have you declared it? I feel like I declared it. I don't know if you've. Are you good with the F word?
No, I don't view him as a franchise quarterback yet.
Exactly.
I think he's on that trajectory.
You're beating around the bush there.
Oh, I love the direction he's headed, but no, I am slow to the franchise quarterback party. I'm not there with him yet.
Listen, I don't want to throw my own Danny Parkins QB1 party with Justin Fields. I felt very premature about that party that I watched thrown in here.
Uh-huh.
You feel similar to the way that I felt about that one.
No, because I think he will be.
Is it just simply
I think
too
he
early?
will be
is
a
that
franchise
what you're
quarterback.
saying?
For me, it is. This is a very subjective thing. So I'm not gonna
absolutely.
I'm not gonna begrudge you feeling like Caleb Williams is already a franchise quarterback. I did begrudge my guy Jason Goff when he was already proclaiming Patrick Mahomes the best quarterback in football because it was 1 year of that degree of production. Now I eventually agreed with him. It just took me another year to get there. So I'm slow to the party.
This is year
this
2,
stuff.
Anthony. How many years is it going to take
with Caleb?
Yeah.
I mean, I was impressed by his rookie season, but he didn't prove to me he was a franchise quarterback as a rookie.
No, I certainly wasn't there.
I want to see a couple of years of him executing at this level. So I could get there somewhere in the midst of the 2026 regular season, perhaps, but I'm not there yet.
You know, success is an interesting thing too, and success. Maybe that's going on and winning a Super Bowl. Let's just say, for argument's sake, that the Bears win one playoff game. They win on Sunday, they win a playoff game, then they lose. So they get to 12-5, and then they win a playoff game. That to me would be a successful season.
Agreed.
It's you now become the hunted, right, as the hunter, as the number 1 seed in the NFC North. And then there's the question about the offseason, right? I mean, the thing that I love most about Tom Brady is the more famous he got, you felt like the more dedicated to his craft that he got.
Yeah, agreed.
That is a special human, and that is why he is the GOAT. That is why
he was playing better football at 45 than he was at 25. I mean, it's a rare thing to be what he was throughout his career.
The argument of Tom Brady versus Bill Belichick, Tom Brady went to Tampa and immediately won a Super Bowl. Immediately.
And I guess he only played to 44, I think. So he was playing better football at 42 than he was at 22. Something like that.
The Detroit Lions have never been to a Super Bowl. Tom Brady goes to one team and immediately goes ahead and wins one. It's pretty spectacular. But you're not there yet.
Not yet. I see it coming. I can see it in the distance.
Like you were there. I thought we were together, Anthony.
I haven't crossed that hill yet, but I can see it in the distance. I can see myself.
Party, Chicago!
That was a moment. Yeah, and it was funny watching Spiegel too, because Spiegel was like, "Am I invited to this party? Should I be in this party?" But good on Danny for going to all in. Hey, 34 years ago today, Anthony, the score came through your speakers. Well, we'll celebrate that day with the first voice ever heard on WSCR. Tom Scher joins us next. Judson Richards, Anthony Herron, in for Spiegel and Holmes on 6-7 The Score.
Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever, with all of our shows joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the game. Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, it's Spiegs. You waiting for a new Hyundai? Your wait is over. Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai is clearing models during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get rebates up to $11,000 or 0% financing for 72 months on select vehicles. These offers won't last. Don't miss your chance to save big. Stop by Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 or Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin, 10 minutes south of I-90 on Randall Road. Rosen Hyundai, where you always save a fistful of dollars. Find your ride at buyrosen.com. Financing to qualified buyers.
What defines tough? It's a brain tumor that steals your control, but never your courage. What defines tough? It's a surgeon, steady and exact, navigating neural pathways, removing a mass to restore fine muscle control. What defines tough? At Loyola Medicine, it's more than what we do. It's who we are. Visit loyolamedicine.org/tough to learn more.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lenseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, it's Coach Wanstead. You know I love the win, and that's why I love Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. This place is a total package. A gaming floor with your favorite slots and table games, luxurious hotel rooms, and incredible restaurants. My go-to is the Copper Rock Steakhouse. Steakhouse, everyone is treated first class. Whether you want a weekend of gaming and entertainment or nonstop sports at the Sportsbook Bar, there's something for everyone to enjoy. Head to Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend, your entertainment escape.
At Rasny Jewelers, it's the same family for 75 years.
Stan Rasny, CEO at Rasny Jewelers.
To be owned and operated by the same continuous family for 75 years is something that is very powerful and unique.
Daughter and third generation owner Christine agrees.
Rasny Jewelers is truly a family business. You can be in any one of the 4 locations and typically always find a Rasny somewhere in the building.
Indeed. In an industry that's been taken over by corporate stores and online retailers, it's refreshing to know there are still local family jewelers who are still providing exceptional quality, personalized attention, and true expertise.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of, when my kids are waiting on great grandkids of the same family. We're a family business developing the future with the next generation.
Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicagoland locations, suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, and online at rasny.com.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Enjoy the music in the heated igloo at Old Republic in Elgin. Friday features soda. Saturday, catch Seventh Heaven during Winterfest. Get a mountain of wings plus fries for just $18. The official Miller Lite Bears headquarters. Old Republic off Randall Road and Route 20 in Elgin.
Spiegel and Holmes. We cook through a hot grease now, man.
Afternoons on the Score.
The Score Sports Radio changed how sports is covered and talked about in Chicago. We were the first ones to really get out there. And I think I changed along with it, and we had people who had nobody ever heard of them before, and they came on the station and carved huge, not a niche, a path for themselves and for the station.
Well, that is the voice of Tom Scherer, the Chicago Sportsland Hall of Famer, also the very first voice you heard on these airwaves. He is Anthony Hare, and I'm Judson Richards in for Spiegel and Holmes today. Tom, thank you so much for a few minutes of your time celebrating the 34th birthday of WSCR 670 The Score. Tom, what do you remember most about that first time? I know it was a 4-month late start before finally cracking those airwaves, right?
Yeah, it took some time. FCC delays. There were a lot of issues with that. The Federal Communications Commission. So we thought we'd be on at the start of the Bears season, and we didn't get on until 4 months later. But I remember that it was a difficult path, and it was almost as if, the old pioneers going out west, because there were not a lot of all sports stations in the country. There had never been one in Chicago, of course, and nobody had ever done more than a couple hours at a clip, a show here, a show there. So we were starting something brand new, and there was a lot of skepticism everywhere except within our building. We always thought we would succeed. It was just a matter of how much would we succeed.
What were the early days like of even just trying to build awareness for this and be out there amongst Chicago sports fans, letting them know that this can be the home that everybody can come to and experience these teams that we're all so passionate about?
Well, Big Ant and Judson, listening to you guys talking about the Bears and things developing, and it's easy to forget this is the first year of Ben Johnson. Mm-hmm. But when we were out there in the first year of the Score, the first months, it was exhilarating because I was told when I got hired by Seth Mason and Danny Lee. Danny owned the station, Seth ran it, along with WXRT and a couple of other properties. I was told we want to hit a clean single. We don't need to hit a home run. This is going to be a station that has a certain niche, and it will complement the advertising sales of WXRT. That was the goal. And I knew that we could do that, but all of a sudden, right out of the gate, man, we hit a double. It didn't take too long before we were hitting triples, and then, within a year or so, we're hitting a home run. So it was exhilarating because really, honestly, guys, it took all of us by surprise how fast we succeeded. I mean, within weeks, months, everybody was talking about us, and there was a issue with the ratings company had screwed up the ratings, and they gave us either a 0 or a nothing. It was crazy, and we knew that wasn't true because everywhere we went, people were talking about, in the sports world, fans and everybody were talking about the score. And I was on Channel 5, so people recognized my face, and they would say, oh, yeah, I saw you on Channel 5. Hey, how about this radio show you're doing? They wanted to talk about the score. So the ratings mistake got corrected. The company wrote a letter of apology, the ratings company and all that. And we knew that we were really flying. And it was pretty exciting, I'll tell you.
Speaking of flying, Olin Kreutz will join us coming up in just about 8 minutes on The Score. Tom Scherer, who hit leadoff on WSCR for the first time back in 1992. He is with us now on 670. So, Tom, 34 years later, what still sounds like and reminds you of the first few months, even the years of The Score, that you still hear today? I know the teams, right? But what else can you still hear through those airwaves that reminds you back in 92?
Oh, it's great. Nothing changes. We're talking about ownership. We're talking about new stadia. We're talking about coaches. We're talking about who should be the national champion. That was the first topic on my show that January 2nd, 1992. Our first guest, Ed Sherman from the Tribune, we talked about, who should be the national champion. I was watching that game last night, Georgia and Ole Miss, and I had watched the Rose Bowl and everything. I'm thinking, this is just like it was, 34 years ago. So, but what really hits me is the personalities, how The Score is really part of people's lives, and it has been since day one, and how the listeners connect with the people on the station. And hosts have come and gone, but the station is still part of the fabric of people's lives. And that, every time I listen to The Score, and I'm a regular listener, I find myself saying, you know what, this is just like it was, back when I was doing my show, or McNeil was on, and Boers and everybody. And, Mike Greenberg and Dan Bernstein got their start at The Score, and other people got their starts there as well. Matt Spiegel is a perfect example, Lawrence Holmes. So it's pretty cool to see the generation continue. And I hear people call and say, wow, we used to listen to the station driving around when my father was driving me to school in the morning, or my mom was bringing me grocery shopping. And now these are adults with their own families and their own kids, and they're calling in and they're talking about Caleb Williams, or the White Sox getting a player from Japan, stuff like that. It's wonderful. It's really wonderful.
And before we let you run, Tom, I'm just thinking about just being a teenager, driving around, listening to Boards and Bernstein and so many other the amazing personalities that were on the station as it really, the popularity began to mushroom. And now the sports talk industry, it feels like, is just a big part of the television sports landscape too. Just what have been your observations of just seeing the way that sports talk is now not just a radio medium, it's now really the main thing that kind of drives television sports convo?
You know what? I think that's the biggest change we've seen, because back in the day, the newspapers set the agenda and drove the bus. We would react to some of their coverage, but the fans were kind of led in a certain direction by what the other media was talking about. Well, sports talk has now, we drive the bus now, and everything is integrated. Look, back then, the TV guys were jealous of The Score because we were more embedded in people's lives. And it was the Chicago Magazine did a piece about sports pundits and who has the platform. And the TV guys weren't included. I think Tim Weigel might have been in there, because they didn't it's nothing against their skill. They were very talented men and women, but they didn't have 4 hours of live radio 5 days a week. They had 3-4 minutes at a clip a couple times a day. So there was a little jealousy that we were becoming such a big deal with a station at the time had a daytime signal. What I do think is a big part of this, and that's why your question is such a great question, is the writers went from hating sports radio to trying to be part of it. I sat in Brian Harlan's office. He was the PR director of the Bears at the time, and a well-known local sports writer who I will not name, he is still active in the industry, was bemoaning the fact that when he wrote a piece and it appeared in his paper, people would then call the Score and talk about it and critique it. Well, yeah, but they didn't like being criticized the way the players and coaches got criticized, you know? Well, now, but over time, the writers got smart and they realized, look, if you can't beat them, join them. And the writers became more important because they were on radio and television. And now it is, as you said, it's a big mishmash. Everybody's in bed together. Everybody's getting along, so-called. But back then, there was a very thick bar of competition, and it's been changed by sports talk, and even TV is in the sports talk business now, all these hot takes and everything else. You know, you can have a complete fraud like Stephen A. Smith, but you can also have a legitimate person, and there are many of them out there who have great background and they do their research and what they say is informed and not designed to just get, a click. So I think sports talk radio, this is probably the longest answer you've ever heard, but I think sports talk radio really changed the landscape. I know this, as I said in that clip you played going into the interview, it really changed how sports was covered in Chicago, and the Score started that. We did it.
It absolutely was. Tom, thanks so much for taking a trip down memory lane with us today.
Well, I appreciate the chance. It's very nice, and I'm glad. It's nice to be remembered. And I want to say this. Every time I'm on, I say the same thing, but I have to say it again, Judson. It is true. The Score has never sounded better than it sounds now. It's never had better management than it has now. I did the morning show. I think I did a pretty good job. I think the morning show now is better than the morning shows in the past, including my own. So I give a lot of credit to the people on the Score now and the leadership, whether it's Mitch or Kevin, whoever is relied on to do X, Y, Z. The station is very poorly run, very well run, rather. It's very well run. There were times in the past, frankly, when it was poorly run by previous management teams. And the management now has been in place for years and years and years, and I think Mitch has a lot to do with that. And I just really give a lot of credit to how well run the station is and how talented the people on the air are now.
Tom, all the best. Happy New Year.
Thanks, Tom.
Oh, okay, buddy. We'll see you.
See ya. By the way, most important thing is to thank all of our great listeners. I mean, whether you're on year 1 or year 34, this is all because of the listeners. Otherwise, it's just me and Ant at a bar stool talking sports. But thanks to the listeners out there.
Tom did say this moment right here is the best the station has ever sounded.
That's what I heard.
Judson Richards, Anthony Herron, I think we're in good shape.
You are listening to Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday, presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Much to discuss. Olin Kreutz joins us coming up next.
This is where Chicago comes to talk about the NFC North champion Bears. Keep it here as the Score team breaks it all down. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game him with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And I want to guarantee you a breakdown-free winter. Did you know that a dirty furnace costs more to operate and can lead to higher utility bills and untimely breakdowns? Now is the time to schedule your Four Seasons furnace tune-up and save $50. A Four Seasons furnace tune-up includes a 35-point inspection, complete cleaning, and we calibrate every component of your furnace. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, low 19.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
There's a man who came in from Hawaii. I'll bet you that's an Olin Kreutz fan. No question about that.
Olin Kreutz.
I always live by this. Who much is given, much is expected.
6-time Pro Bowler and 4-time NFL All-Pro.
Where do you want to go? I want to go at 56.
How about that? Prior to the snap, you could hear Kyle Orton ask Olin Kreutz. He said, where do you want to go? Oh, he said, I want to go at 56. That was Nick Barnett. It's now 2nd and goal.
Yeah, and the reason that he's asking is it's not so much important on running plays, but when you get into passing plays, protection is established based on who is designated as the middle linebacker. So Nick Barnett is that guy.
I want to go at 56.
So now when they get in that situation on a passing down, they're not giving it away because they're not only asking that on passing down.
2nd and goal. Back in the end zone. Clark wide open. Touchdown. And it's an upset win for the Chicago Bears, big over the Green Bay Packers.
Football analyst for 670 The Score.
Mully, he would cook it in the steam room and the sauna, and he had a certain amount of time. He would go back and forth in between, and when it would come out, it literally was like a watermelon. So when I would grab it, it's, thank goodness I had big hands that I could...
Oh, pause.
Olin Kreutz with Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
This segment with Olin Kreutz brought to you by Four Seasons, your trusted local experts for heating, air conditioning, plumbing, electric, and generators. He is Anthony Harrod. I'm Judson Richards in for Spiegel and Holmes on your Friday, January 2nd. Olin, before we dive into this Bears team, what's coming Sunday, and maybe perhaps after that, congratulations to your son, to Illinois. A big win, a thrilling win in Music City Bowl. First time Illinois back-to-back 9-win seasons, Olin. You had to, your son had to be thrilled with the season they put together.
Yeah, my two sons, both my sons play on the team there at Illinois and at the Music City Bowl versus Tennessee. Tennessee obviously gave them a big challenge, and it's the first time I think Brett Bielema is the first coach to win back-to-back bowl games after beating South Carolina last year, also in the Citrus Bowl. So the Illinois program moving in the right direction. They went out there and had a good performance. Nashville, a great city. I'm sure maybe you guys have visited it, but had a lot of fun there at the Music City Bowl. Me and my family got to go down there and watch that game. And Illinois just really, Josh Whitman, the AD, he done a nice job. Ant knows that. Ant is gets to meet with them with the Big Ten, do games also. So Illinois doing a good job. 2 back-to-back bowl wins. Really fun for that program, and we really did enjoy ourselves down there. Appreciate you mentioning that.
Yeah, man, and just to watch where, got the comparison, obviously, where Indiana and Kurt Signetti, where it's like they just microwave to the moon and they might win the national championship in 2 years. But what Brett Bielema is doing in Champaign is kind of the standard way to build a program, and it might take a few years, but it feels like something special, especially with your sons and Luke Altmaier and guys who may be taking some lumps, but have this way to punctuate the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, Big Ant, I'd be interested, eventually one day we got to sit down and talk about how much the 6th year has affected college football, right? And these players and this is the year it all ends. And no one really seems to mention that much, right? That all the quarterbacks who got an extra year and all these kids who got to play next year. If you look at Indiana's offensive line, a lot of 6-year guys on that unit, right? And then, of course, they go get the quarterback from California, Mendoza, who ends up being the best quarterback in the NFL. It's really changed the landscape of college football, but it's about to change again. I wonder if the NCAA would ever consider just giving everybody 6 years, since it's helped so many kids along the way. But this is the year that it ends, something I don't hear people mentioning a lot of, and something that Kurt Signetti has obviously benefited from.
That's a great observation. I know we're transitioning some Bears convo, but even like the Northwestern coach, Judson, David Braun, his case is like, if we're going to have 5 potential years, don't worry about the red shirt. Just give everybody 5 years to play 5 years, and whatever happens, injuries or anything else, let's just do that. So there's like, some uniformity in it, as opposed to applying for this year, 7th year tight end over here and all this other stuff.
Who can keep
up? Even the New Orleans quarterback, I think he's 26, right? I mean, I think his name slips me now, but he played a long time and really helped him develop his career, developed his game, got to go to school, got to learn a lot. So it'd be interesting to see what the NCAA finally decides to do with all these rules. And like you said, I've heard about this 5 for 5 and all this stuff in the courts and going through all that process. So we'll see where it ends up. But it's really made football interesting and changed a lot of the landscape.
Oh, and speaking of changing landscape, it is changed in Chicago for the Bears. I can, a lot of these post-game shows with you and Patrick and Mully, you can legitimately hear the joy in your voices. Well, probably because 6 of those wins, it felt near impossible. But to also get to flip the script and be covering an 11-5 win team, a chance to get 12 wins on Sunday. The offensive line, we know how much they invested in free agency. It doesn't mean it's immediately going to work. I mean, how impressive is it to watch what the Bears did in the offseason and now see the run game where it is really the identity of this Bears team?
Yeah, and it didn't immediately work, right? If you talk about the first 2 games of the season against Minnesota and Detroit, and they had to get all the way to the bye week. And in the bye week after the Raiders game, they said, look, we got to fix the run game and we got to fix stopping the run. And they really went into their bye week. And I thought to myself, I don't know what you guys thought, but I wondered, how do you fix a run game and a run defense without the pads, without the practices that they have nowadays, with the way they've changed the rules with the new collective bargaining agreement? But they did, man. And this offensive line has really gelled, and Dahlman and Jonah Jackson and Darnell Wright and Joe Tooney's been fun to watch. And, they started with Braxton Jones. They're left tackle. They went to Theo Benedict, and now they're on to Ozzie Trapillo. But that offensive line, man, Coach Dan Rochar's done a really nice job getting those guys to work together. I thought early in the year, they had some troubles with their combo blocks, but I mean, 2 O-linemen working together at the line of scrimmage up to the second level, get to the linebacker, get on the right guy. Didn't look like the receivers knew who to block sometimes, who the O-line was blocking. But now, man, with Coach Eric Bieniemy and Coach Ben Johnson and Coach Dan Rochar and Gray and all the tight end coach and all these guys, this run game, guys, you turn the film on, it is fun to watch. It is humming, man. I mean, these guys know who to be on, who to block, how to get movement. Last game, Darnell Wright and Jonah Jackson, man, some of the movement they got, some of the blocks they made, I was really enjoying watching that game. Drew Dahlman goes to his first Pro Bowl. Joe Thuney, I mean, the next time I see him have bad technique on film will be the first time. And the guy's unbelievable to watch on film. Swift's run, obviously, in that game, made a few guys miss, scored a touchdown. Manungai, man, if you don't like to watch him run the football, you just don't like football, right? That kid comes downhill. He's going to try to break your helmet, try to run over DB. Those guys I know, Big Ant, they're like tightening their shoulder pads when Manungai comes in the game because they know the action is about to start. So really fun to watch these guys grow together. Credit Ryan Poles putting this group together, going out, getting Jonah Jackson, getting Thuney, signing Dahlman. Darnell Wright's continued to develop, getting the one position I questioned was left tackle. Why wouldn't you go get a left tackle? But it's worked out for them. Ben Johnson doing a nice job chipping over there, helping the left tackle a lot. Offense has really been fun to watch grow, the O-line grow together, and the run game on film. One of the funnest things I do all week is turn the Bears film on and watch their run game versus whoever they play against.
Bears great, future Pro Football Hall of Famer Olin Kreutz, our guest here on Spiegel and Holmes on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. You can check out on twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score as well if you want to see him there. And I can kind of hear defenders in my mind's eye right now, like, 25's in the game, just letting them know to the point that they got to strap it up a little bit when Manungai's in. And hand up for me, just thinking about going back to the offseason, and I was surprised that the Bears didn't find some other way to invest in an additional running back. And not because I didn't think DeAndre Swift was talented. I think he's shown throughout his entire career he was a talented back, but he's always struck me as more of a finesse back. And so I'm like, all right, so how do you pair a guy with him? I've really been impressed, even more so than I thought, with what we've seen from DeAndre Swift. There's a seemingly an enhanced detail to the way he's running, the footwork and timing, and a physicality that I don't think we've necessarily seen before from him. It feels like it pairs well with this Bears run scheme. What have you seen from Swift?
Yeah, that is a great point by you, because DeAndre Swift, you can just kind of gloss over the year that he's had, right? And I think those guys, like, you've been in a room with guys where like your teammate eventually starts to push you a little bit, right? It's like, okay, he's going to run downhill like that. I'm going to feed off of that too and run downhill. We've all known Swift over the years to be the kind of back, catch the ball in space, make a guy miss. You get him a lot of room. He'll make a guy miss. He'll go a long way, say on screens or swing passes or tosses out of the backfield. But like you're saying, this year, really fun watching him square his shoulders up, get downhill, hit the hole hard, right? And I think you got to tip your cap a little bit to running back coach Eric Bieniemy, right? And the way he coaches that room, the way he harps on details, the way he wants the ball run. All these guys, I think, are they say there's truth tellers up there. And I think they turn that film on and they tell the running back, like, look, man, you got to hit the hole here or we'll get the young running back in. But to Swift's credit, he didn't take that personally. He didn't say, oh, no, that's not the way I run the ball. He went out there and he started running the ball like that, getting downhill, getting his shoulder square, running through tackles, running guys over, driving his legs for extra yards. He's been fun to watch, too, in that backfield. And that's why I say, man, one of the funnest things I do in the beginning of the week is turn on that All 22 from NFL.com and watch the Bears run game, because tight ends, running backs, wide receivers, offensive line, the quarterback, under center, his game has grown so much. His details in handing the ball off, selling the boot when he doesn't have the boot, or running the boot and threatening the defense, getting the safeties out of the box. Right now, the way that game's all working together, these teams, they come in. First thing the defense coordinator puts up on that board Wednesday morning, right? First thing he says, guys, we got to stop these guys' run game or it's going to be a long day for all of us.
Olin, Caleb Williams has changed a little bit the way I think of quote-unquote bear weather, right? I used to think of it as such a defensive advantage. Then I watched that Cleveland Browns game. We know the arm strength of Caleb Williams. Does this team have a real offensive advantage in bear weather?
Yes. Yeah. I think because, like, you're talking about his arm strength, right? I played in 2010 against Tom Brady. And you guys can go back and look at it. And we were in the locker room and it was a blizzard. And we were like, hey, man, mile per hour winds, snow. There's no way the offense can throw the ball there. Well, guess what? I think Tom threw for like 4 touchdowns with 300 plus yards, right? So, the bear weather with a good quarterback, yes, and he gets to practice it, and he's not worried about it. I mean, you guys, I don't have to tell you guys and the listener, you've seen the throws he's made the last couple of weeks, but this has been going on for a while now. That the tempo he puts on the ball, the way he throws the football, but now with the deep pass has been touched the last couple of weeks with his arm strength, with the things he does out of the pocket. And I don't have to tell you guys hear defensive coordinators, head coaches go to the podium week after week and rave about Caleb Williams' athleticism, gets out of the pocket, he can attack the field from anywhere on the football field. I mean, last week he rode out and hit Luther Burden rolling to his left and just made it look normal, but it was about a 30, 40-yard run where he had to flip his hips and sling his side arm right to Luther Burden. And it's just like, man, as a defender, well, how do you deal with that, right? Okay, well, I can't even rush. I just got to keep him in the pocket. Our whole defense is in trouble. So, yes, when you have, strong winds at Soldier Field, which is known to get that way, the guys talk about Cairo's kick, right, against the Packers, right? Unbelievable. Unbelievable to make that kick in that weather. But those kind of things does give you an advantage when a quarterback has an arm like that where the elements can affect him or he can overcome the elements.
You play with so many quarterbacks, snap to so many of them, and I would imagine that few of them, if any, were as physically gifted as Jay Cutler. The personality of Caleb and how that might develop or any concerns that were there, that was such a big part of the storyline from the offseason coming into this year, from kind of various people with books and articles and everything else. For you, when you look at what Caleb has shown both on the field and just the public perception of him, what do you see just as a leader, as a guy who's developing, and whether or not that's the type of guy you could rally around?
Definitely the type of guy you can rally around, because what you see when you turn the film on is, you remember early in the year we talked about the cadence problems, right? And the guys in motion. I remember even they fumbled a jet sweep in preseason. By jet sweep, I mean the receiver coming across, takes time to get the ball from the center, hand it off to the receiver. All those kind of things fall in the quarterback's laps. He has got so much better at doing all that. And I'm watching him work on his details. I talked about a little bit earlier how much better he got under center. And it looks like even sometimes in the pocket, right? He's getting the ball out. He's not taking sacks. He's becoming a multiplier, right? But we talk about when you take a guy number 1 in the draft, you want it to be a multiplier. What do I mean by multiplier? You want it to make his teammates better, right? Think about the touchdown pass to against the Green Bay Packers in overtime, right? To DJ Moore. Durham Smythe gets beat. Caleb off of 1 foot throws a touchdown pass. He just made Durham Smythe better, right? And then this past week, I think a touchdown pass to Luther Burden in the first quarter. Joe Thuney beat, right? And the guy is hitting Caleb, and Caleb gets the ball out and hits it for a touchdown. He's making guys around him better. He's making the coaching staff better. That's the kind of guy you can rally around. As you know better than anybody, Big Ant, people make too much of personalities and all these things in a locker room. Do your job, work on the details, help everybody win football games. And then all of a sudden, it's funny when there's a lot of winning going on, the locker room all gets along. It's the strangest thing, right? And then when you're losing, everyone hates each other, right? Which is just all part of football, right? So people make too much out of, did you like the guy? Did you like his personality? What didn't you like about him? The only kind of guys I didn't like in the locker room were the guys who weren't working on their craft, trying to get better every day, working on the details, worried about the team. How can we win the football game? And I'll be honest with you, man, when I watch Caleb's film and when you listen to him at the podium, he is doing those things right now. He is working on his game. He is taking Ben Johnson's challenge to get better under center, to control the defense. Look at the snap count, Poston Loveland, right? The Aaron Rodgers play, right? Those are things that they've been working on. That's detailed, man. Look, the guy jumped off sides, take a shot to the end zone, extend the play. Those kind of little things making everybody better. Those are the kind of guys you can buy into when you're on a football team.
Hey, listen to All Recruits with Mully and Patrick Manley on the local Ford Dealers pregame show Sunday from 12 to 3:25. Then immediately after the game, the guys will have instant reaction on their football postgame show presented by Timber Tank Decking and Railing and Arturo Tire. All of it can be heard on the Score and the free Odyssey app. Ola, next year, the Ben Johnson messaging will not be new. The good, better, best will not be new. Have you seen real evidence that this is sustainable?
Yes, I have. I've seen it just in his play calling, right? The guy, I don't know where you guys would rank him. I'd rank him 1 or 2, or at least top 3 in the league at calling plays. And then he showed this year, like we talk a lot about quarterbacks processing information, right? The quarterback has to process information in the pocket within like a 5, even shorter, maybe 5 to 7 second window. When you're the head coach and the play caller, you have to have the ability to process information on the spot while the game is changing, while things are going on in the football game management, time management. Listen to the guy give you the stats. I mean, that seems easy, man, when you're someone like me and you pause the film and you say, well, I think what they should have done here is this, right? But when you're on the sideline and you got to make those decisions, then that's when you're watching the head coach. Is he the guy? I will tell you this, that is repeatable when you watch Ben Johnson. The fact that he can call plays against the San Francisco 49ers, handle the game management, handle the time management on defense. Dennis Allen will be here next year. Now, obviously, the biggest thing you worry about is losing guys like Al Harris. Will the Chiefs come and get Eric Bieniemy to make him his OC? You worry about losing coaches, right? We talk about they play the Lions this week, and you talk about, okay, they lost Ben Johnson, but not only that, guys, they lost 5 of the 8 coaches on staff last year, right? They lost Antoine Randall. They lost TJ Barrett, who's all here coaching the Bears. The Jets OC is from the Lions, right? The Jets offensive line coach is from the Lions. So when you start losing coaches like that, things change. That's what you worry about when you have success. You worry about losing good people in your building. But as far as Ben Johnson being the head coach of the Bears, your offensive system not changing, him calling plays every year here for you, that's repeatable. That's exciting. The quarterback's ability to throw the big ball in the big moment is repeatable. Those are the 2 things, I think, if you guys are arguing anybody, those are the 2 things that teams need to continue to compete for playoff spots.
Olin, this Bears defense that has taken the ball away at a rate that no one else in football has, and is paired with this offense that protects it better than anyone has as well. I'm a lot of it is just me being hopeful, but I do feel like there's a world where Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards just being on the field next to each other more consistently, Jalen Johnson being healthy and on the field more consistently, we see this defense get better closing out the regular season and into the playoffs. Do you see a world where you get more stops from this D?
It's interesting. I went back to look because, they talked about after the bye week, stopping the run was a big thing, right? That has reared its head again, right? And, after week 3, Grady Jarrett got hurt and they gave Jonathan Ford, who the Packers just signed. And, Jonathan Ford obviously is not the best nose guard in the NFL, but he's another big body out there, right? And he helped with stopping the run. And then Dio goes down, right? So now you have Austin Booker starting at 1D, and Austin Booker doing a nice job, but playing the run, he can still work on a little bit, right? And then, they got Dominic Robinson, they got Tyron Shoyinka, who went out last week with a concussion. But when they did that, they put Billings at nose, and they put Javon Dexter at 3 technique, and they brought Jonathan Ford in at nose, and then they put Williams in there at 3 technique. And I thought that, man, I was surprised when they started not suiting up Jonathan Ford, and then they cut him, right? And then they're just like, okay, where is the run stuffers is what I'm starting to worry about, right? And obviously TJ Edwards, and I'm like you, I see Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards, and of course a little bit rusty with the football they haven't played this year with the injuries, but also, I don't have to tell you this, Big Ant, it's hard to be an effective linebacker when the D-line is in your lap, right? When guys are getting moved off the ball, and right now they can get, if Billings goes out of the game, man, you just say the names, right? And they get really small in there on the defensive line, right? If Montez Sweat, when he is resting, their defensive ends is Dominic Robinson, Austin Booker, and Tyron Shoyinka. And I'm telling you right now, I'm an offensive lineman. I would love to block those guys in the run game, right? I'd love to get after them and get downhill. So if I see those 2 guys and Grady Jarrett at 3 technique, I'm calling a run, right? I'm going to call the run and see if they can stop the run inside there. So I'm as interested as you is to see how they stop the run, because it looked like last week Coach Allen had to overextend himself a little bit to help out the defensive line. They started stunting. They started moving a little more, started blitzing. They like to run nickel a lot with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They tried to go to Noah Sewell last week because they were too small in that package, but Noah Sewell hopefully gets healthy quickly. A tough football player, smart. Hate to see him get hurt like that, man, but they are looking for answers there, just like you're asking me right now. And I'll be honest with you, turn the film on the last 2 weeks, I don't know where their answers come from. because it just guys are going to have to be a little more stout against the run. You can talk about this after I get off. They got to stop swimming around blocks, Big Ant. You see it on film. They got to hold the point of attack. You know, Montez Sweat on the 5-yard touchdown run early in the game. You can't get reached by the right tackle, right? You can't get blocked one-on-one if you're Montez Sweat for the Chicago Bears, and that's asking a lot out of him because obviously the 49ers right tackle is a good football player, but that's just what we need out of him right now, man. Just not a lot of action out of that defensive line, dominating in the run game. Billings making some plays, but when he does go out for his rest, man, that nose guard position, interesting to me how they are going to fix where they can stop the run right now.
Mm-hmm.
Olin, the good news is we will hear at least 2 more post-game shows from you, pre and post, and hopefully even more than that starting at noon on Sunday. Thanks, Olin.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, All
right, there he is, Olin Kreutz. By the way, the football men will continue on the show. Well, we have one right here in Anthony Herron, Judson Richards with you. I am not. You are. We are in for Spiegel and Holmes. Herm Edwards will join us coming up in just about 30 minutes as well. Let's talk a little bit more.
One of the things I want to get to when we get to Herm, by the way, just to forecast a little bit, he coached, and I called some Arizona State games when Jaden Daniels was his quarterback back then. And so, like, quarterback development and the arc of young guys versus old guys, the amount of snaps Jaden got in college, that's one of the many things we'll get to pick Herm's brain about.
Yeah, and Brian Urlacher walking through that door.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind if he walked through this door because then we could talk to him about it.
Yeah.
Mike Singletary walking through that door, let's get back to a little bit of what Owen was talking about defensively, where simply Dennis Allen is going to have to get more of the team, more of the defense that he has. We'll get to that. Also, the Ben Johnson and sustainability of what we've seen from this team. How confident are you that they're ready to hold on to the North?
And I do think part of this, what we're seeing in the defensive front, is by design. It's not working consistently, though, so I'll be able to describe what I mean by that. Not exactly that, but there's necessity in the way they're doing certain things up front.
All right, we'll get to that. And you want to react to anything Olin said? Let's do it. 312-644-6767. Anthony Herron, Judson Richards in for Spiegel and Holmes on a Friday.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score, always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by iDot. Drive sober or get pulled over.
Chicago tight end Cole Kmet here. Quick timeout. If you're drunk or high, call a rideshare or grab a sober friend. Protect yourself, protect your crew, make the right play call. If you feel different, you drive different. It's not a game. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com to learn more.
Can you feel it? It's the thrill of witnessing a walk-off grand slam, a game-winning touchdown, a buzzer-beating 3. Yeah, you know the feeling. And there's only one place to experience that raw exhilaration. Potawatomi Sportsbook. Catch all the action in a supreme space with dozens of sports betting kiosks, cool drinks, luxe seating, great food, fiery atmosphere, and a monster video wall. Become a legend at Potawatomi Sportsbook. More info online. Must be 21 to enter casino.
Estwing, unmatched tools for tough jobs and outdoor adventures. These USA-made axes, splitting tools, and machete are built to last. Crafted and fully forged by American workers for over a century. Estwing delivers reliable gear for hunting, camping, and splitting firewood at your home. Experience the power and quality of American craftsmanship. Available at leading sporting goods and hardware retailers. Estwing, made in the USA for over 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Download to see if you qualify. qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
O'Reilly. Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the products for your next oil change. Right now, get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a Wix filter for $35.99. Plus, get a $15 gift card after rebate. Limits apply. See your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Indiana just beat Alabama. Let me say that again. Indiana beat Alabama. This is no longer just a basketball school. This is real football, real belief in a program that's officially arrived. I'm John Lund.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Charles Tillman. Charles, thanks for being on the show.
Y'all ready for me to go?
No, not.
You didn't take no calls or nothing?
Well, if you want to hang on for a minute, we'll take a break and we'll come back and take some calls.
Is it a media minute or is it like a black person minute?
It's a black person minute because a black person drives this show.
Afternoons on The Score.
Hey, speaking of, you can join The Score in Circus Sports Illinois next Friday, January 9th at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Spiegel and Holmes will be live there from 2 to 6 p.m. for Chicago Football Playoff Taco. That sounds good. Plus, you can win Chicago sports tickets from Circus Sports Illinois. That's next Friday from 2 to 6 p.m. at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. It's all brought to you by Circus Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be. It is a Friday. It is January 2nd. He is Anthony Hare, and I am Judson Richards with you until 6 o'clock this evening. Cannot wait to talk to Herm Edwards coming up at 5 o'clock. There was a quote this week that reminded us a little bit of Herm Edwards' famous quote back in 2002, I believe, as the Jets head coach. So maybe we'll talk to Herm a little bit about that coming up at 5 o'clock this evening.
Yeah, that'd be a good time.
Good stuff with Olin there.
Right.
And could we dive a little bit deeper into defensively? If Bears fans are panicking a little bit about what they could see come playoff time, and even Sunday against the Detroit Lions, the Lions are so weird because if you just looked at stats and rankings, you'd be like, oh, they're fine without Ben Johnson.
I feel like that's a drop, by the way. The Lions are so weird. I just think that's worthy of living on at some point.
They're so weird. I'm just, I'm glad I didn't say the Detroit Tigers. I've had the Tigers on the brain for some reason.
Okay.
They've lost 3 in a row. They've dropped 4 of 5. They've dropped 7 of their last 11. But they are 6th in yards per game. They're 5th in passing. They're 3rd in points scored at 28.9 points per game. Listen to 5 minutes of Detroit sports talk, and they need to fire everybody, and the sky is falling. So it's like it's smoke and mirrors if you dive a little bit deeper into their
Well, it's a different standard, right? Where like right now we're in the age of innocence for this version of the Chicago Bears because it's year 1 for Ben Johnson.
The age of innocence.
Yes,
I like
and
that.
There was hope coming into this season, but
not this much.
I would say none of us, certainly most of us, didn't predict this degree of success in Ben's first season. And now here we are where they've locked up the division with a regular season game to go. And Caleb does look like a guy who is at least on his path to, if not already being a franchise quarterback.
Despite the contract first or second.
Yes, exactly. And so this is an enhanced degree of success versus what we expected this year. Whereas in Detroit, they know what it's like to win divisions. They know what it's like to advance in the playoffs. But now this is a step back. And it's a different feeling. It's a different vibe. It's a different standard. It's why, Eagles fans are Eagles fans, but in Philadelphia where like every season should be a Super Bowl worthy conversation and they have that malaise just beyond the midpoint of the season, sky's falling there. In Chicago, that's going to be the case next season. Right now, yes, the expectations are enhanced right now because we know the Bears are going to host a playoff game, and we're seeing a version of the Bears that seems like they could be of championship caliber. If this, but that. But there's a world where like, all right, maybe they could make a run for something real special here, as opposed to just, can they peak at the playoffs? Wait a minute. Can they make the playoffs?
Can they get one?
Yeah, they got a shot to do something when they get there. So the standard is different for this season. The hope is more legitimate this year now than it would have been 2 months ago. But that being said, we're still on an enjoyable ride. A year from now, the ride will be less enjoyable because it won't be this surprise.
Don't say that. Listen. I'd like.
That's just the world we live in, man. You know how this rolls.
I'd like to think that world may be a little bit more enjoyable because they'll have another off season to address this defense, and it was a very offensive heavy draft.
Yeah, sure, but then
although we never talk about Shamar Turner.
Drew Dahlman might miss a month because he's banged up, injuries may mount, or just this good division may be healthier in Green Bay and in Detroit, and J.J. McCarthy may develop. So the Bears could be a better team next season than this, but not have the division locked up with a week to go. Like this is nothing about this is easy or guaranteed. Joe Burrow hasn't made a Super Bowl since that year 2 run that he had.
Yeah.
So that's a part of where the idea of trying to seize this moment, I'm with it and I get it. I'm just, for me, realistically, I'm not as on edge about the results of this year because it's more than I bargained for, more than I expected. Whereas next year, to me, there will be more of a championship standard that I would expect the team to be held to. Whereas right now, it feels more like they're kind of ahead of the curve.
How does Dennis Allen squeeze more out of this defense to try to give us, the most competitive game possible, or to make it a little bit firmer from what we're all so concerned about from what we saw, not only against the 49ers, but this Bears team, I believe they give up the most big plays, passing touchdowns in the NFL. It's how can Dennis Allen be better? How can he get more out of his team, which, as we talked about in the previous break, none of the greats that we've watched from this Bears defense are walking through that door. Like, this is pretty much who he's got. And I'm not counting on Kyler Gordon either.
And the unfortunate thing is, like, there's teams that rush the quarterback at a really high level that don't defend the run well. And there's teams that defend the run really well, but you've got these big pluggers up front in your front seven that don't penetrate, don't have the swivel in the hips to really get creases and get into the backfield. So maybe you got guys who can rush the quarterback that don't hit the blocks in the run really well, and vice versa. the Bears right now aren't great in either phase. Now, there was a stretch during the season, like Olin was mentioning, coming out of the bye, where the run defense was fortified more so, and they could at least get the opponent into some more predictable downs and distances to create some havoc, to generate some takeaways, and get off the field. They were an excellent third down defense for a stretch of the season.
And Tremaine Edmonds was flying all over the field.
All over the place. His length and athleticism and his sense for the game within this Dennis Allen system really seemed to suit him. To me, it was definitely the best season Tremaine Edmonds had been in the midst of anytime he's been with the Bears, perhaps his entire career. And I haven't evaluated every season of his career, of course, in Buffalo prior to this, in the detail that I have with this one. But that being said, one adjustment with some of the bodies that have been out of the lineup here without Shamar Turner, who they began playing at defensive end. And that was a part of the wrinkle that was helping to enhance their run defense, because you had another big, formidable body that could rotate in and set a firm edge for you.
Dio Dangbo.
Without Dio Dangbo, and I know the sack numbers, because you get a big paycheck as a defensive end, everybody tends to assume sack. And he's never been a sack artist. I think he's got like an 8-sack season in his career somewhere, but he's been a guy who's been able to be a really firm edge defender against the run, and that's what Dennis Allen likes in his scheme. And then when you move him inside over the offensive guard, is frankly where more of his pass rush success came with the Colts than being a guy who could maybe speed rush the edge. So no Dio, no Turner. Now you get Austin Booker in the lineup more consistently at defensive end. And between Booker and Williams, who rotates in both inside and outside, those are a couple of guys who I've seen this going on for weeks now, where I'm just going to assume they've been allowed to, as opposed to when I use the term hit blocks, where as a defensive lineman, you come out of your stance and you're trying to get into a guy's pads. Actually, just as a shameless plug, what I was doing across the street before I came here, a Friday show, Bears Blitz, that I do with Luke Canellis and Cassie Carlson at Fox 32. That'll be on a couple hours from now. DJ Reader on the interior of Detroit's defense, and he's not a guy who's viewed as one of the top interior defensive linemen in the sport. But man, I love watching this film because he's so technically sound. Short, sharp steps out of his stance with pad level and hand placement, getting into the opposing offensive lineman, locks him out, sets his gap, but then can get off that block with violence to go make a play as well. So he's not a sack artist, but man, he's really technically and fundamentally sound against the run. He gets into blocks and can control them. The Bears don't have as many guys right now. Like Andrew Billings, he can control the block. The line of scrimmage moves advantage Big Bill when he's in the lineup. Grady Jarrett has gotten to a point where he looks much healthier now than he did earlier in the season. But he's not a mammoth defensive tackle, but he can anchor now in a way that he was just getting run out the club earlier in the season. If he'd get a double team, Grady Jarrett was moving backwards. There's technical aspects of how you try to hit a double team where you're kind of getting into one block, getting the guy turned, and so you're not meeting force with force against both blockers. One guy kind of peels off if you really fundamentally can hit it well. Grady's doing that better, but they don't have a guy who can overwhelm a blocker with force in the way that Andrew Billings does. So him in the lineup, he does that great. Some of the younger guys, some of the smaller bodies who are a bigger part of the rotation now, I've seen for a few weeks now where it looks like Austin Booker. He'll quickly get into a blocker, but then to the point Olin was making, I was talking about this a couple of weeks ago, where they seem to be allowing him just really, I would assume just so he can hold up throughout a game, to not stay on that block, to kind of get into a block quickly and get rid of that blocker just so he's available in the backfield as opposed to getting stuck on that blocker. And they do a lot more movement stunts on rundowns up front now than they were earlier in the season, just because they kind of have to sort of get by. So you either scheme them into some penetration to make a play, or you say, you know what, we're going to have to try to hold up on these blocks. And they don't have guys other than Andrew Billings who really consistently hit blocks effectively enough to be an effective front seven, especially that D-line.
We're going to get some college football talk in just a minute, Big M. But we do want to do this. Be the 6th and 7th callers and win a pair of tickets to Brian Regan at the Chicago Theater. That'll be on January 17th. Here's the number to dial, 312-540-0670. You are listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday, presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. You want to respond to any of that? Let's do so. A reminder as well, Herm Edwards will join us, the great Herm Edwards, coming up at 5 o'clock this afternoon. But up next, is the college football playoff more wide open than it's ever been? And is it Indiana's to take? We'll talk a little college football coming up next.
The Bears have taken the North.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Caleb looking to launch. Goes to the end zone. Touchdown. Keep it here for wall-to-wall coverage as we start to get you ready for the playoffs. This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears playoff football on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, it's Spiegs. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now, featuring the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai. With stunning new styling, 3 rows of luxurious seating, and the latest in safety technology, the 2026 Palisade is the SUV you've been dreaming of. Experience it for yourself. Scott Levy and his team are the best, and they invite you to be one of the first to test drive this incredible new vehicle. He has them ready for you at both Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 and Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin on Randall Road. Rosen.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-939-1441. That's 800-939-1441.
What defines tough? It's a kidney transplant, a life-saving act of grace. What defines tough? It's robotic accuracy, guided by a skilled surgeon's hands. Expertise and precision working as one, saving a life. What defines tough? At Loyola Medicine, it's more than what we do. It's who we are. Visit loyolamedicine.org/tough to learn more.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port-in and new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Address hair loss with a solution that works with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. And with Advanced Hair, it's guaranteed to grow. Free consultation at AdvancedHair.com. That's AdvancedHair.com.
He just sees grass, he's taking it.
3rd and 1, looking to throw. Launching to the end zone. Surratt's out there. Touchdown Hoosiers. Pouring it on.
Well, Indiana wins again. When does Indiana football not win? When has that sentence ever been uttered? He is Anthony Hare, and I am Judson Richards. We're in for Spiegel and Holmes. Coming up in about 10 minutes, the great Herm Edwards will talk Bears football. We'll dive into some playoff scenarios with him as well. But Big Ant, I know how much you cover college football, how much you cover the Big Ten. It's been a wild ride, the state of college football. It's probably, listen, I don't want to be hyperbolic, but Indiana football may be one of the greatest sports stories we've seen in recent years. From the losingest program, right, in college football history, they just climbed out of that this season to now be
just got overtaken by Northwestern.
Well, they got Chip Kelly now,
exactly right,
running that offense, so that'll change it. But I mean, Indiana feels like the runaway favorite to be national championship, right?
I mean, the field, once you got to the Final Eight, because now we're in the semifinals, you'll have Oregon and Indiana meet. They'll have a rematch in the Peach Bowl, and then the Fiesta Bowl will have Ole Miss and Miami. And Indiana certainly is the team that looks the most complete. They look the most undaunted, is the phrase that their head coach, Curt Cignetti, just in his second season, that's kind of their rallying cry, where he wants them to be unaffected by anything going on. And Urban Meyer, when I had him on Sirius XM a couple of weeks ago, and he had made the statement on Fox's Big Noon Kickoff that he felt like this was what Curt Cignetti and Indiana have done is the greatest turnaround in college football history. And
Urban Meyer said that?
Yeah, and the pushback I had for Urban was like, well, I mean, what about like Gary Barnett and Northwestern? Like Northwestern was just dormant, and then Gary Barnett showed up, and eventually they make a Rose Bowl. Like Northwestern making the Rose Bowl in '95, never seen anything like that. Like Dennis Green was the Big Ten Coach of the Year with a losing record, but just because he won a few games at Northwestern. So there are programs who've been worse off who've done big things. In Indiana, most overall losses, but they were in the top 10 a few seasons ago when the previous coach, Tom Allen, was there. They made bowls. But the point Urban Meyer was making, I think, is the more direct and specific point, is as quickly as it's happened. Curt Cignetti, year one in Bloomington, making the college football playoff. Now year two, number one team in the country, program history, and blowing the doors off the Alabama Crimson Tide in the Rose Bowl. So, yes, they're the team, and they're doing it with, yes, the transfer portal is a huge part of it. They have an NIL budget, but it doesn't rival what we're seeing with Miami or with Oregon, who they're going to rematch with again, who they beat in the regular season in Big Ten Conference play. But there's an efficiency to everything they do on the field that is just awe-inspiring. We don't see this in college football, especially with all these young people, to have them on point and on task in as many ways as what Indiana's been able to pull off.
Is college football more balanced or more broken?
I certainly believe it's more balanced. Now, the headlines for things where the sport is evolving, for like compensation of athletes and for the transfer portal where guys are switching from team to team every year, and conference expansion and coaching buyouts, there's a lot that is very easy to be frustrated by. But then you also juxtapose that with the product on the field, what we're seeing from quarterback play, where so many different teams and conferences have quarterbacks, the line of scrimmage. Like the reason Miami beat Ohio State is because they were better on the line of scrimmage. The reason Oregon blew out Texas Tech, and the reason Indiana outmuscled Alabama, the line of scrimmage, what they were doing there. And there's so much depth throughout the sport, so much talent everywhere, and that's a part of what the transfer portal has allowed, where a lot of teams can look at it and say, well, okay, you're not locked in for 4 or 5 years with that one spot where you're going to lose a year of eligibility. Hit the portal, come join us. Let's get an opportunity to see if you can maximize this 4 years of eligibility that you have. So the sport is just much deeper now with quality teams who can win it. So I don't think anybody, out of this Final Four, Indiana, Oregon, Miami, Ole Miss, whoever wins the national championship, they're not going to go down as one of the all-time great teams. Like when, what was it, back in 2002, Miami beat Ohio State, and there was like 50 players on the field who ended up going on to NFL success. That's not going to be the case, whoever meets in the national championship game here. But to your point, the story of Indiana will stand out amongst anyone else.
So they wouldn't be considered one of the greatest teams just because they don't have enough future NFL talent, right?
Right.
Because those guys are already getting paid to
now,
go
certainly
to
not
other
one
places.
of the most talented rosters, but from a team perspective, and this is the case I was kind of making, I was very, resoundingly making to people last year who had an issue with Indiana making the college football playoff because their regular season wins weren't as impressive. But as a team, because football is not a relay race. So you can say, I'm going to compare Indiana with South Carolina or Alabama or whoever else somebody thought should have made the playoff instead of them in 2024. You want to tell me the Hoosiers don't have quite the same caliber of athlete as some of the other teams? Sure. But they showed up and they dominated every single week that they were out there. And that, to me, showed what a great team they were last year. And then they lost a double-digit game to Notre Dame, and people saw that as a way to try to sort of discredit what Indiana was that year. But then it ignored all the other blowouts that took place that were even more lopsided in the college football playoff. And they're doing the same thing with the group of 5 or group of 6 teams right now, trying to discredit them with a blowout. I don't hear anybody discrediting Alabama's playoff resume where they lost by 35 points to Indiana, or Texas Tech getting shut out by Oregon. We just look for things that kind of suit our little fiefdom that we want to be a part of and say, okay, well, here's my flag I'm going to carry. And, I think that the frustrations off the field, because so much is playing out in court and in headlines as opposed to the action on the field. So it feels different. And it's still weird for some people with all the evolution that's been there in recent seasons. But I'm certainly, and, we haven't interacted that much over the couple of years here. But you might have a sense even from this show. I tend to try to view things more with the positive sense of it. And because the action on the field and the eyeballs on these games are bigger and better than ever, I think it's broader. I certainly don't think it's broken.
Yeah, no, it certainly it seems like it's got some there's some work that needs to be done.
Yeah.
But ultimately
we're going to continue to tweak some rules and get it to a system that everybody can kind of get behind and feel better about. And once it's lined up, if the system is in place for a few years without all these other huge changes, then we'll continue to see that the play on the field will be what everyone focuses on.
And anytime I'm watching athletes play in front of 70,000+ people, you better believe that I believe that they should be getting paid with the performance that they're putting on. Let's do this. Speaking of college football coaches, he knows how to be a head coach as well. He played a decade in the NFL. What does our next guest think the Bears can accomplish in the playoffs? He's seen it all. He's Herm Edwards, and he joins us next. Judson and Big Ant in for Spiegel and Holmes on 6-7 The Score.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, The Score is your destination all season long. Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Kreutz, Jared Payton, Patrick Manning.
On defense, it's Matt Bowen and Anthony Herron. Plus, former Bears head coach giving us the big picture on offense and defense, Dave Wanstead. And all the inside info from Mark Crody, Brad Biggs, Dan Wiederer, Stacey Dales, and many more.
Unfiltered opinions from the unprecedented team of experts on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's Zach Zaidman. The season of performance is here at McGrath Acura of Westmont, where precision meets excitement this holiday season. Hurry in and make every drive feel like a celebration. Lease a 2025 Acura ADX front-wheel drive for $209 a month for 36 months. But don't wait. The season of performance event ends January 5th. Visit McGrath Acura of Westmont on Ogden Avenue today.
When you do the math, you choose McGrath.
Excludes taxes, titles, license, and fees to well-qualified lessees. See dealer for details. Expires 1/5/26.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from just $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from just $57 a month. Plus 6 years, interest-free financing. Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 30,000 5-star reviews, we are Chicago's trusted local experts.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
he was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Congratulations to the Illinois State University Redbirds, who play for the FCS National Championship for the second time in program history. The Redbirds will face the Montana State Bobcats Monday. Cheer on the Redbirds at official ISU watch parties. Learn more at GoRedbirds.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk about the NFC North champion Bears. Keep it here as the score team breaks it all down. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score.
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on The Score.
Hello? You play to win the game.
We're playing to win this week.
All right, final hour for us. He's Anthony Hare, and I'm Judson Richards. We are in for Spiegel and Holmes today. So excited to talk to our next guest. He is Herm Edwards. He is the one with, I don't want to go too far, but that is one of the most favorite or famous quotes in sports. And Herm, I'm sorry, it's a bit on the nose, but you heard Ben Johnson follow up after you, where when Ben Johnson was asked this week about how they're going to approach the Detroit Lions, they're already in as the 2 or the 3 seed. And he said very clearly, we're going to play to win that game. What was it so much about that quote from yours back in 2002 that you think resonated so much with the public?
Well, I just think people, in general, whenever you are a competitor, if that's not your mindset, then you got a problem, right? And it doesn't matter how many games you won or lost. Every game is or opportunities. That's the most important opportunity. And when you stop playing to win, then why are you playing? At the end of the day, that's just kind of important last time I checked.
And it seems that this coach, Ben Johnson, for the Bears in his first year, we had seen for seasons that he was a high-level offensive mind in Detroit. And then you had Dan Campbell as the head coach that seemed to be this sort of driving force for the Detroit culture. But there was no way to know for sure how Ben Johnson would manage a full locker room, a full organization. I've been so impressed, Coach, with the way that Ben Johnson, as he's come in here, he's not only bringing that offensive prowess to him, but this team as a whole, the competitive drive that's there and the accountability has come with him as well. It seems like kind of a rare combination of scheme and cultural leadership. What stood out to you about how Ben Johnson's been running the Bears?
Well, first thing that you notice right away is quarterback play, right? Caleb Williams, first player picked. He last year struggled holding on to the ball, took 68 sacks? Something crazy like that. And, now this team is a scoring machine. It showed up in San Francisco. I mean, now if you're a defensive coach, you can't watch the tape. But this is a team now that is running on all cylinders offensively, and they do a good job defensively of taking the ball away. I mean, that's the number one in the league, taking the ball away. So that gives your offense more possessions. It also helps your quarterback in the sense if he errors, let's just say, and he throws a pick or they have a fumble on offense, they just feel like, look, our defense will bail us out. So this team is humming. No one anticipated that they would be 11-5 and lead the NFC North with Green Bay in that division, Detroit in that division, and obviously Minnesota. If you were a betting person, I bet you nobody bet that the Chicago Bears, with one game left, would basically have a 2-game lead in their division.
I had the opportunity, the pleasure really, to be able to call some of the games. When you were at Arizona State, I was at the Pac-12 Network, and you had a true freshman, Jaden Daniels, at quarterback for you. And myself and my broadcast partner at the time was a guy named Roxy Bernstein. And we're both in the meeting room with you. And me and Roxy still joke about it now, where we were just foaming at the mouth about how incredible Jaden Daniels was as a true freshman for you. You were telling us both to calm down. He's a young guy. There's a lot of football ahead of him. He's going to have some hiccups. And now, these years later, where he had the opportunity, he played so much college football, had so much time on task, as did Bo Nix, and all these guys in the same draft class with Caleb. And you're referencing the development you've seen in Caleb in his second season. Is it underappreciated how much just the time on task, the amount of starts a guy has in college, can prepare them for immediate success as a pro?
Well, that and who's coaching him, and what are they willing to do? Or is their offense, especially play quarterback, is it flexible enough to obviously blend in with what the quarterback skill set is? I mean, I've seen a lot of coaches, all of a sudden they got a system, and the system's bigger than the players. You got a problem. If your system's bigger than the players, you got a big problem. Your system has to be, flexible to understand that something, I got a system, but you know what, I can do this too. And so I think that's the big deal with Caleb. I mean, he's still an athletic quarterback. You want him at times to make a few plays with his legs, because that's the number one thing that defenses, are really, when you think about a defensive player and a defensive coach, you dread the fact that when the quarterback can make the unannounced play, leaves the pocket with his legs, you can't coach that. You don't see that on tape because you don't know when he's going to go. And when he goes, all of a sudden you're like, now we got a problem, right? So defensively, it makes you a little more cautious on what you want to do, because the quarterback now is a part, he just balanced the field on you. It's 11-on-11 football. It used to be 11-on-10 because the quarterback was in the pocket and he didn't have to worry about the guy leaving. Well, now he leaves the pocket. So now you got to have a rush guy. Look, you got to make sure you're spying the guy, or you got to have a linebacker. You got to make sure you're spying the guy. So somebody all of a sudden in coverage has to make sure if this quarterback leaves the pocket, we can tackle him.
He spent a decade in the lead in the secondary, also head football coach of the Kansas City Chiefs and the New York Jets and Arizona State University, and much, much, much more. I still see him on my team doing a great job as well on ESPN. He is Herm Edwards with us on 6-7 The Score. Herm, the message is very fresh from Ben Johnson in year one. You've heard the good, better, best in the locker room, right? You can feel the good vibes there. That messaging will not be as new by year two. For you, what was the biggest challenge from year one to year two to be able to keep that same momentum, same energy as that brand new messaging from Ben Johnson?
Well, I think you find out a lot about the players collectively, but also individually, as well as your coaching staff. And then you got to evaluate things and say, okay, we can do this. Well, how do we improve this? I mean, when you look at them as a whole, you go to the Chicago Bears. Now, what's saving you on defense is your plus 22 in takeaways. But your ranking, you're 28th. That ain't a good number last time I checked. You're third in offense, right? You're third running the football, which is really good balance. And so, you're 11th in passing. That's fine. But on defense, you're 28th, and you're 28th versus the run. That's not good. And so you look at that part of it and say, look, we won 11 games, and we can fix that. How much better can we become? So it's all those little things you got to look at because you're always trying to improve, right? And you got to look at your scheme on defense. You got to look at what you're asking the players to do. Do you have to go out in free agency and get a couple guys? Who you going to draft? I mean, all these things become part of how do you continue to win, because that's the whole key now. Because now you're the hunted. Next year, you're going to win the NFC North. Okay, so now all those other teams, Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota, they're building their team and their roster to beat you. I mean, that's how it works. You know, when the winning team in that division, you look at the team and you go, okay, what do we have to do so we can beat these guys?
What's a fair way to gauge the risk-reward kind of analysis that a coach would go to in that final game of the regular season? You know, like a Tony Dungy, if they had it wrapped up, his guys are going to sit. You know, we were talking about Ben Johnson, yourself, the philosophy of making sure competition is there. And I think getting rusty is certainly worthy of concern if you just let guys sit and kind of lose that edge a little bit. How do you view that just from a team perspective, a cultural perspective of putting your guys out there, but there is the risk that you suffer an injury if you already have a playoff seed locked up?
No, you're right. But, you know, it's coordinated. You know, who's not going to play? That's the first thing you got to ask yourself. Who do we want not to play? Is it an old veteran guy, you know, who's played 12 years, 10 years in the league? Might be nicked, or a guy's not 100%. So that helps you when you think of it that way. But my philosophy was real simple. Last time I checked, football players play football. I mean, that's what they do. They signed on to do that now. And all of a sudden, when you start sitting there toward the end of the season and going, well, you know what, I might have to rest a couple guys now. That's okay. But don't say you're going to rest the whole team. It don't work that way. And it goes by rank and file. You got to ask your coaches, okay, we're going to get this young guy in maybe in the second quarter. Because eventually, I'm going to tell you something. That last game, you're still trying to win. And it ain't like, hey, we don't want to win. Yeah, you do. You want to win every one you play. They all matter, whether you're in the playoffs or not. So don't say, well, I'm putting the second guys in there, well, we don't want to win. No. They have to understand, guys, you're going in the game to win. We're not trying to forfeit this game. We're not trying to get out of here and save guys. There's always a couple guys you're going to rest. I get all that. But for the most part, man, look, football players play football. When I was playing for Philadelphia, they didn't even ask me to say, hey, I'm playing, coach. I'm the starter. I'm playing every game.
Yeah, Herman, it's interesting. You know, the Philadelphia Eagles, they are resting guys, right? They are resting Jalen Hurts. It feels a little bit like, if we win, we win. If we don't, we don't. Ben Johnson says, we don't want to go into the playoffs on a 2-game losing streak with the game they just lost to the San Francisco 49ers. You know, as the quote you heard coming in, like, we're playing to win that game. To the playoffs, the Bears, you know, you just covered the struggles for this defense. 2 seed versus 3 seed. Like, what's the truest thing that we know about having success in the playoffs, and what do we need to see from the Bears to do that?
Well, the Bears have to be the Bears. You're not going to, you know, recreate the wheel, and you have to make sure that all of a sudden you don't try to get out of kilter and become something you're not. How you play offense, how you play defense, that got you there. You're going to be You're going to be you're 11-5. So if you win, you're going to be 12-5. All right. So, but don't try to change things. Now, you might have a little something here or there. What got you there is what got you there, and the players know, because as soon as you start making changes, the players start looking at you going, "Coach, why are we doing that?" Because we're getting in the playoffs. We're going to do that. We ain't never done that, Coach. So don't try to fool the players. Now, you might have a little special something, a play or two, and you might have a certain blitz you hadn't run in a while, or, you know, a pressure practice, but just be who you are. That's what got you there.
As we've been talking about the possibility, the Bears as a 2 seed, they may be more likely to see Green Bay, who they've played a couple of times this year. Packers are pretty banged up. Or as a 3 seed, they might be more likely to see one of these teams from the NFC West, which, frankly, to me, those are more complete teams. Look like they got some Super Bowl caliber rosters in Seattle, San Francisco, L.A. with the Rams. How do you sort of, I guess, what's your hierarchy in the NFC right now? Who are a couple of those teams you think could really make a run?
Well, you mentioned it. I think the NFC West has, you know, 3 of the better teams. There's no doubt about that. Now, San Francisco plays Seattle this week, so that'll be interesting to see where they lie at home. And, Philly's a team that's a lot of playoff experience. I think offensively, they're clunky at times. They're like those potholes back east in the Midwest. You hit them potholes every once in a while. Blah, blah. You don't worry about your tire, but that's how their offense plays. It goes for a little while, and all of a sudden it gets clunky, I think, Carolina and Tampa, it's one of those divisions. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I mean, this could be one of these deals where if Tampa Bay should win this, can you imagine they'll be 8-9 and winning the division? That'd be interesting, right? Now, I'm just saying it'd be 8-9. There's nothing wrong with 8-9. You win the division, but 8-9. I mean, that's okay. And then you got, you guys have been to the north. Green Bay's Green Bay. I mean, they've been in the playoffs. Quarterback, good player. So I just think that, the West might be the strongest division. Not saying they're going to the Super Bowl, but the likelihood, I think one of them might. It's kind of interesting. I say that, and I thought the Rams were really good. Then they turn around and, they lose to Carolina the one week, and then, and then they mess around and they lost Atlanta. As soon as you think they're good, it's like, well, how do you do that? How do you have those two losses? But that's what's so great about the league. It's not who you play, it's how you play the day you play.
Herb, we appreciate your time. I love watching you break down these NFL games. It's going to be a great one. San Francisco 49ers and the Seahawks coming up on Saturday, and then we'll get in these playoffs. And who knows, maybe the Bears can surprise some people, Herb.
Oh, you know what? I thought that, I had a feeling they were going to be good this year. I said it, in the offseason. I said, look out for the Bears. They're going to be better. I knew when the coach went over there, I said he's going to fix the quarterback, and they're going to have a chance. Now, I didn't think they would be 11-5 leading the division, but I thought they would be a lot better than they were last year, and they have done that. And good for them and good for the Bear fans.
Thanks, Herb.
Thanks, Coach.
Okay, my pleasure.
All right, there he is. Herm Edwards. You play to win the game. It was dubbed the Hermism. Why do you think that resonated so much with people?
I think he was so aghast at the question that was a part of it. Just the idea of not competing at your peak, not attempting to go out there and win. Herm he doesn't speak that language,
right?
And you can tell that through every ounce of him is about competition and trying to be at your best when you are in this competitive environment. And how much more competitive can it get than life in the National Football League? And he had a very similar approach there in his time leading Arizona State football also. And so it was the quote, but then also just him just not even computing why someone would ask whether or not they were really going to try their hardest to win.
His face kind of said the gall, right?
Yeah,
the gall of asking, which I think is one of the reasons why we're drawn to Ben Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
We're not just drawn to him because he's winning, right? Or at least, maybe I'm speaking for me.
It helps, but yeah,
it absolutely, yeah. We would be drawn to him if he was losing.
All the good, better, best stuff. If we only heard that 5 times instead of 11 times so far, we might feel differently about it.
For example, I did not know this. Like Norv Turner and his daughter have a podcast. It popped up. They had Cam Newton on recently. It popped up on my timeline, and I was curious, and I covered Norv the 2011 season.
Yeah.
And the way that Norv spoke was he had a very unique delivery. He kind of, for a great football mind, he also sounded like he could take a nap at any moment, right?
Yeah.
Like even when he was winning, I don't know if there would be that same kind of flame that we're drawn to, like the way that Herm Edwards would think. Why in the world would you have any other approach than this one? And Ben Johnson, when asked about how they were going to approach the Detroit Lions, was very much of course.
Yeah.
We're going to all go out there and we're going to play to win the game. Like, yeah, sure, it's winning, but the good, better, best, there seemed to be something much more than that. And winning, one of the great parts about sports is we can check your resume very easily. It's called going to the standings. But how do you get there? How do you get there, and how do you cause others to rally, right? We've rallied because the team has rallied, and that feels so much because of Ben Johnson. They've had one winning season. In 12 years, they've averaged 5 wins in the last 3 years. And so much of that has to do with the not just the X's and O's.
And as an old English nerd, for me, just in hearing Ben Johnson speak, he does have a really strong command of the English language as well.
Yes, he does.
So just him as a communicator, like, we were talking about that Detroit game earlier in the season, and even the way he phrased it afterwards, where the direct quote was something along the lines of, our practice habits have yet to reflect that of a championship caliber team. It delivers the exact message he wants delivered while not necessarily being completely disrespectful. Like, we don't practice hard, or we're soft, or there's phrases that he could have used that maybe a lot of other kind of old school grizzled football guys might have used in that moment to describe the team that would have been a bit more inflammatory, that would have been earned after a 50-burger getting put on him at Ford Field. But he's got a really good command of the English language, which in delivering your public message, that matters. And he's really effective in that regard also. It doesn't end up mattering as much in the NFL, but in a city like Chicago, his ability to communicate and to resonate, that's allowed the city to really have a good sense for how he feels about the team at every step along the way, while not, even if there's been frustrations or disappointments along the way, he communicates it in a way that's measured enough. My message is delivered without being disrespectful completely of the guys that are here putting the work in and day out. And there's some nuance to it, and he does a really effective job in that.
There's been a lot made about how he communicates, or how they've communicated, he and Caleb Williams. You know what? One way I really thought he communicated to him during training camp was the way that he talked about Tyson Bagent and paid him. Mm-hmm. I think that is also a motivator, right? In the way that you do it, in a roundabout fashion.
Right, like not like Tyson Bagent was about to take his job, but yeah, I mean, like we respect the way he goes about his business, and we're willing to reward that. Like, I could see that.
Not for a moment did he speak as glowingly about Caleb as he did about Tyson Bagent, right? Yeah. Maybe in the opening press conference in January, certainly not in August.
Right.
Did that help? Did that get more out of number 18? I think it might have.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about it in that way yet. Yeah, I'll try to compute that.
Yeah, well, get back to me. I also, I've got a question for you.
Okay.
Because Tyler and I talked about this before the show. We both agreed that you're going to disagree with me, but I'll set the tease, then we'll take which direction.
I like you too much now, so that's good. I got to find something to disagree about.
Let's see if I can get you hit by the end of the show. If the Bears do not win a playoff game, would you consider this season still a success? And we'll open the phone lines too, 312-644-6767. We'll jump into that. He is Anthony Haugh, and I'm Judson Richards. We are in for Spiegel and Holmes on 6-7 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The NFL Network's Stacey Dales.
They're playing for the #2 seed. Ben Johnson hates to lose. He was pissed that they lost that game against San Francisco. And that trickles down into your players. It trickles into your locker room. And the standard has changed in Chicago. This guy is all about business, and they're coming out to beat the Lions this week.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by IDOT. Drive sober or get pulled over.
Chicago tight end Cole Kmet here. Quick timeout. If you're drunk or high, call a rideshare or grab a sober friend. Protect yourself, protect your crew, make the right play call. If you feel different, you drive different. It's not a game. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com to learn more.
Can you feel it? It's the thrill of witnessing a walk-off grand slam, a game-winning touchdown, a buzzer-beating 3. Yeah, you know the feeling. And there's only one place to experience that raw exhilaration. Potawatomi Sportsbook. Catch all the action in a supreme space with dozens of sports betting kiosks, cool drinks, luxe seating, great food, fiery atmosphere, and a monster video wall. Become a legend at Potawatomi Sportsbook. More info online. Must be 21 to enter casino.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They're at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off?
That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more? Absolutely.
Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What defines tough? It's a patient in crisis, facing the unthinkable. What defines tough? It's a clinician's focus, precision that saves lives, technology that defies the odds, and an unrelenting fight for better outcomes. What defines tough? At Loyola Medicine, it's more than what we do. It's who we are. Visit loyolamedicine.org/tough to learn more.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Indiana Hoosiers are officially entering wagon territory. What does that mean? Well, after they beat the brakes off of Alabama in the Rose Bowl, I'm not sure Oregon or Ole Miss or Miami can even stay within single digits of them. They are going to comprehensively win the national title. Fernando Mendoza is that dude, and Kurt Signetti, Google him.
Spiegel and Holmes.
We're not afraid to remind people when we've had something correct.
That should be a tagline for this show.
Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it from watching you, Lawrence.
I learned it by watching you.
Afternoons on the Score.
All right, Spiegel and Holmes on a Friday. He is Anthony Hermine, Judson Richards. We are in for Spiegel and Holmes on the 34th birthday. My math was a little off there in the open there, Anthony, but this is the 34th birthday of the Score. January 2nd, 1992, WSCR launched, and we are so lucky to be, I guess, the reason why you recognize a birthday is to recognize the listeners, including you yourself driving around as a 10-year-old, 11-year-old listening to this radio station.
I'd say I probably became a P1 listening to the Score probably around the age of maybe like 17, 18, something like that. When it was in the periphery a little bit. My parents weren't necessarily listening to a bunch of sports talk, but once I got my license, I was rolling around. A lot of sports talk, and then especially when spent a lot of time driving between Iowa City and back here, a few hours on the road there. And the Score, as the signal strengthened, then it was available pretty quickly as I started driving back in this direction, and was available for a long time, headed that way, or even throughout NFL stops. I could get it most of the way to Green Bay, could get it most of the way to Detroit, driving between those cities and here. So it was just a lot of just driving around, listening. There was even one time where I called in while I was still, I was on injured reserve with the Detroit Lions. I was driving around listening to folks talk about the Bears, and I think I was probably driving back from here to Detroit at some point. And I was like, you know what? Let me call up Dan Jiggets. I called up, and I didn't get through. It was really late in the show, and I didn't even know how it worked at that point. I just remember calling the station, and I was expecting it was going to be like Dan Jiggets to answer the phone or whatever, just some random dude. It's probably Lawrence or something who answered the phone. I was like, wait a minute, this ain't Dan Jiggets. And then he asked me what I wanted to talk about, and I was kind of offended. I didn't call to talk to you. How dare you? Yeah, so I just kind of gave some really mundane version of what I wanted to discuss. He put me on hold and then just never took the call.
You didn't sell it.
I didn't sell it. Yeah. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know I needed to sell it. I was going to have some call screener deciding whether or not I was worthy of putting on the air. So I just, I'm driving. I'm just sitting on hold a little bit while I'm driving, and then a few minutes later, the show ended. So I don't know. Maybe if I would have called earlier, maybe I'd have had a chance to break through and talk to Jigs. I don't know.
Anthony, it's funny, you mentioned the growth of the station, and the growth is thanks to the listeners, right? 34 years, over 3 decades, really the voice of Chicago sports here on the Score, and it is all thanks to you out there. I hope that sounds genuine, because I absolutely mean it, because it is why we get to do what we do.
Really did not sound genuine at all.
Should I run it back?
It was kind of pandering. I don't know. It sounded more like that to me, but that's just one man's opinion.
Well, we will open those phone lines and sell it, unlike Anthony did not do, of why you, Tyler Buterbaugh, should put you on the airwaves. 312-644-6767. I was on Wednesday in for Mully and Haugh, myself and Ruthie Polinsky. We were working our way through the Pick Six, and one of the topics was, would you consider this Bears season a success if they did not win a playoff game? Now, the caveat was the Bears were the 2 seed.
Okay.
We all know what that means if the Bears are the 2 seed. They play the Green Bay Packers, the 7 seed. All right, so this is the 2 versus 7 game at Soldier Field. The Bears are 12-5, okay? Would you still consider this a successful season for the Bears?
So really just if the Bears lose to the Packers, it's still a successful season then, I guess, if we're getting that specific with it, right?
Yeah, but I mean, this is also, there's like a 60+% chance that will be the playoff game that we're watching.
Yeah, right.
Would you still consider a successful season?
It would hurt more, but yes. Yes, to win the division, to make the postseason, and the path that has been there to get to the playoffs with the late game dramatics and the obvious growth of the quarterback and this exciting combination of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams and what it can mean moving forward, a coaching staff that we've seen development in so many young and talented guys on each side of the ball, and even veterans playing the best football of their careers with this regime in place, yes, I would still view it as a successful season.
You know, one of the reasons why I wouldn't is just because I'm not ready to carry the baggage of the past into this season with where the Bears are as of now, 12-5. At some point, let's not kick the can down the road. The Bears have not won a playoff game since 2010. 2010. And one of the reasons that really sold me on, as I'm selling myself, is when I kind of put myself back on the couch and I watched the conclusion to the 2018 season. Oh, yeah, that one hurt. And what happened with that loss with, pains me to even say it, the double doink. If you reflect back on that, for any sense of your imagination, could you look back on that Cody Parkey miss before he spilled his guts out on Today Show? And you thought, yeah, that would be a successful season. No, I've never heard anyone say, sure, Matt Nagy was a success in that year, 12-4. All you think about in that year is what could have been, right? And they spent a ton. The best part about that year versus this year is you didn't spend 2 first-rounders to go get Khalil Mack.
Right.
At least you still got all your first-round picks. But when
all the people clamoring to go get Max Crosby, that's a part of what's in their heads. Like, yeah, remember when they got Khalil Mack and they won the division and they had a pass rush? Well, that ain't necessary.
Okay, well, I may say go and get Max Crosby this offseason. I may say that. But I just, because that was a first-year head coach, a second-year quarterback. There's so many similarities. Mm-hmm. And if you're going to go and do something special, then damn it, go and do it. Don't think about what it's going to look like the year after that. If as a 2 seed at your place, and yes, it is about losing to the Green Bay Packers, who have kind of owned the Bears this entire season, except for an onside kick and what happened in overtime.
So if they lose to San Francisco or Seattle, then just to make sure that you're being clear, the season could still be viewed as successful if they lose to one of the other squads.
It would be a little bit more digestible.
Okay.
I just know if it were to happen, all of the magic, it wouldn't be wiped away, but it would lessen virtually everything that happened.
Pill. It'd be a bitter pill
to swallow for months, Anthony.
Yeah,
for months. Should we take some phone calls, especially after you said. There was a beautiful scene set there by a young Anthony driving around, listening to the score and trying not very mightily to get on the airwaves.
I didn't know it was necessary.
I think, and Bajan could use some sort of experience. And they just said that there's a momentum with the rookies right now that they don't want to lessen. Plus, I thought it interesting that the 4,000 yards is not important to that other station, but just wanted to ask, wanted to get your guys' opinion about possibly. I know this looks bad, and you guys can just shout, against me being a beginner, but just possibly taking the number 3 seed and facing, since we've got home games, is to have the Rams come here instead, and then I don't know with the Packers. I know that they've got some people missing that maybe it might be advantageous at this time to play them. But
John, thanks for the call.
Arresting Caleb Williams for this next game. That's all.
John, we got you, buddy. Rest Caleb Williams? Absolutely not. Right?
Maybe John wasn't listening to our Herm Edwards conversation from a moment ago. Because if you are playing to win the games, then you want to put all your best healthy players out there. And one of the things that's impressed you most about Caleb, and I think it's fitting, is his availability, his ability to maintain health and to get into the lineup. And I would also say that if nothing else, we've seen that week in and week out, every opportunity that Caleb gets in game action, we've seen him continue to improve this season. So to continue to search for the best version of Caleb Williams, you look at the way he's ascended through November and December, and now that we're into January, for him to just take a game off, no, I'm not looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to continuing to watch this young football player who still has very limited time on task in Ben Johnson's offense. Another game, and to do it against Detroit and the things that would swirl around, potentially taking down the Lions who blew the doors off of them in week 2 of the regular season. Yeah, I'd love to see him command that stage.
Bears are 6-1 at home. They're 5-4 on the road. Give yourself the best opportunity to do something great in the playoffs. And for this Bears team, they are drastically different at home on the road. And it's not a big surprise. A lot of teams are, and the Bears seem to have really captured something at Soldier Field. Let's go to Matt in the ATL. Matt, what would you say? Would it be a successful season if they did not win a playoff game?
It definitely, like, Anthony, I like how he worded it. You know, it would be tough, right, to lose against Green Bay. It would be grotesque. But we are not supposed to be here. We weren't elected or validated to be here. So we playing with house money, even though it would suck to lose to the Cheeseheads. I personally expect us to advance no matter who we go against, but it would still be a success because, like, just think about the first game of the season, how we could possibly be, 12-4 at this juncture, right. And all of the Caleb's missed throws, all of the drop passes. And I was at the Cincinnati game, all those magical last touchdowns from Colston, just craziness. So we playing with house money is a success, and just think of how much growth we could. Imagine what this team looked like with a defense. So I count it as a success.
Matt, thanks for the call. I don't know how you got grotesque and success altogether. You would feel grotesque, but would also feel success. I don't know how that works. You know who we should blame for my take on this is Ben Johnson. Because what has he done? He's raised expectations, right? I think he saw this place as a quote-unquote sleeping giant, to use his own words. So if you want to if you want to take it as a step in the right direction season, all right, okay. Was it a great year? Was it a fun season? Sure, right. With all the come from behind victories. I'm not going to call something a success when you earned the 2 seed in the NFC. Right, you've worked your way up to be the second best team in the NFC.
They'd have been better off missing the playoffs than Jackson. That's what we should be aiming for.
I did not say that.
Miss the playoffs.
That is a far reach. That is a far reach from success. Right? Have I swayed you on this one?
No, not at all.
Maybe
not me. Maybe some of the I'm not alone though. I'm not in a vacuum operating here. Me personally, no, but a lot of other folks out there, maybe.
Best news about this one, we will have all next week to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing it may pop up again come next week as we get set for, who do you think they're going to play? Money? Green Bay Packers, right?
Agreed.
Yeah. But you got to show up on Sunday. See, I keep forgetting there's a game on Sunday. Hopefully Ben Johnson doing a better job staying focused on that. We did want to remind you of this. Let's do it on the other side. Also, there is I'm going to call him a star. One of Hollywood's biggest stars continues to do something in the sporting landscape. He did it here in Chicago. Are we tired of this star? We'll tell you who it is next.
Rahimi Harrison-Grody, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
Score Bears expert Patrick Manley.
We were expecting growth out of Caleb, and we've seen that. And you saw it Sunday night. You've seen it the last few weeks. Just an example of last week, he got them to jump off sides and finally threw a touchdown to Colson Loveland on an offsides free play. That's command of the offense. His quarterback ability, talking between the ears with what he has physically on that field, and we've seen that growth. I am willing right now to give him a second contract.
Rahimi Harrison-Grody, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio. 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by IDOT. Drive sober or get pulled over.
Chicago tight end Cole Kmet here. Quick timeout. If you're drunk or high, call a rideshare or grab a sober friend. Protect yourself, protect your crew, make the right play call. If you feel different, you drive different. It's not a game. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com to learn more.
Hey, it's Spiegs. You waiting for a new Hyundai? Your wait is over. Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai is clearing models during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get rebates up to $11,000 or 0% financing for 72 months on select vehicles. These offers won't last. Don't miss your chance to save big. Stop by Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 or Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin, 10 minutes south of I-90 on Randall Road. Rosen Hyundai, where you always save a fistful of dollars. Find your ride at buyrosen.com. Financing to qualified buyers.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Awards reserved.
What defines tough? It's a patient in crisis, facing the unthinkable. What defines tough? It's a clinician's focus, precision that saves lives, technology that defies the odds, and an unrelenting fight for better outcomes. What defines tough? At Loyola Medicine, it's more than what we do. It's who we are. Visit loyolamedicine.org/tough to learn more.
Upgrade your tool storage for the new year with help from Menards. For heavy-duty storage that protects your tools, choose Masterforce. From shelving units to cabinets and so much more, you can keep your tools safe and within reach. Get versatile and durable storage from Masterforce today. Check out all our Masterforce storage in-store or check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If your hair is thinning and your crown's disappearing, then Advanced Hair has the quick, simple, one-day solution. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it to grow. Free consultation at AdvancedHair.com. That's AdvancedHair.com.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Who would dare interrupt me during my midday bath? Yeah. Oh, the Spiegel and Holmes show.
Afternoons on the Score.
Welcome back to Kings Hockey. I'm standing by with massive Kings fan, actor, comedian Will Ferrell. Will, bit of a different look for you tonight. What's with the get up here?
I'm just I've always been in support of the NHL referees. In fact, I trained two of the guys out here. They're two of my prize students, Brandon and Francis. They're calling a heck of a game. Yeah. Heck of a game.
Will Ferrell was at it again. It reminded us of a very funny moment here in Chicago. We'll revisit in just a second. He is Anthony Hare. I'm Judson Richards in for Spiegel and Holmes on a Friday, January 2nd. Happy belated New Year's to everybody out there, or New Year. Because it's not multiple years, Anthony. I know you care about the English language.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Like having Tom share on earlier, he hit us with a stadia.
He did hit us with a stadia.
Stadiums,
yeah,
but stadia.
Yeah, that sounded very educated.
Yeah,
I was just thinking, I need to work in stadia more often.
I don't believe I've ever used it on the air before, but
can I challenge you?
That's why he launched the Score.
Sunday on Fox 32, I need you to reference what's happening at Soldier Field as the stadium.
Now, I'm not going to remember it. Please text me.
I will text you.
And I will make it a point to work it in because I'm not going to remember.
We did want to remind you this also. You've been listening to Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric Football Friday, presented by your local Ford dealers in Potawatomi Casino Hotel. We do have Bulls basketball on the score tonight. Bulls and the Magic at the UC. Our pregame coverage begins at 6:45. Tip-off at 7 o'clock on the score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. Also, if you're a small business owner, lend me your ears. Again, if you're a local business owner or employee, how would you like to have your commercial air during Super Bowl 60 right here on the score? Here is your chance. We brought back the Score Big for Your Business contest where you can enter to win a 30-second Super Bowl commercial on the score's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 from Westwood One. And new this year, you can win a live broadcast for your brand. Here's what you do. You log on to 670thescore.com/contest to enter now. Learn more details. Deadline to enter is January 18th. Score big for your business. Sponsored by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC. That website, 670thescore.com/contest. While we're at it, also we'll remind you, great show today. Dan Weeder at 3 o'clock. Olin Kreutz at 4 o'clock. Herm Edwards, which was a blast, at 5 o'clock. Tom Scher, by the way, the very first voice on these airwaves 34 years ago, joined us at 3:45. You can catch it all on the Odyssey app. Anthony, do you remember this moment at the United Center? Speaking of Will Ferrell.
The visiting Chicago Bulls. At forward, number 5, he still lives with his mother, Carlos Boozer. At forward, number 9, he collects rare birds and has a pet dolphin named Chachi, Luol Deng.
All right, you may remember that. That was, Tyler, what did we decide that was the 2012 season?
That was, I believe, the 2012 season against the New Orleans Hornets.
Hornets. Yeah, that's right. Now the Pelicans, still live with his mother, revisiting that gave me a good LOL.
Yeah.
Will Ferrell out and about, and he's still doing it. I've seen
out
him.
In these streets.
Where else? Yeah, out in these streets. Tired actor, he's still in on Will Ferrell doing the caricatures at sporting events.
I mean, I'm fine with it. You're probably catching me at a weak moment because I did make the admission to my wife probably, maybe it was on your birthday, maybe on the eve of your birthday, where I said, you know what? The movie Elf, I think it's finally grown on me. Because I thought it was fine at first.
It took, 23 some years?
Maybe, something like that. But I actually just told my wife sometime during the week leading into Christmas, that, you know what? I get it. I get the hubbub about Elf because I tend to get locked into my ways with some of what I view as the all-time great Christmas movies. Now, Bad Santa won me over really quickly. Now, I'm not going to say it's one of the great Christmas movies. It's just one of my favorites. But I think A Christmas Story, like that goes without saying. That is just an absolute classic. I feel like It's a Wonderful Life holds up really well over time. But kind of like Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You. It took me about 20 years to say, you know what? That is one of the all-time great Christmas songs. And I've finally gotten there with Elf as well.
Yeah. The Elf, my favorite.